Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 1346 to Chapter 1427. You don't have to worry about this. I've had a lot of dealings with the evil clan. Now that you have killed Moing and inflicted heavy damage to the army of the evil clan, although this will infuriate them, given their habits, they won't make a move in a short period of time. Their higher-ups should be making their final preparations to start a fierce battle with us. We'll go to One Line Sky. It will only take us half a day at most. At that time, I'll help you kill that Tian Muyun. Yang Bufan said casually. From his words, he didn't put Tian Muyun in his eyes at all. Of course, this was normal. Although Tian Muyun was a rare genius in One Line Sky and also a legendary figure, the gap between him and Yang Bufan was obvious. The gap between a half-step immortal king and a true immortal king was unimaginable. Yang Bufan was now a true immortal king expert. Even though he was only an early immortal king, he was already strong enough to sweep across One Line Sky. In other words, killing Tian Muyun would be as easy as pinching an ant. Little Chenzi, since the evil lord has decided to help you, we might as well let him follow you. At least, your safety will be guaranteed and there won't be a problem in rescuing your master, said Tyrant. Tyrant said. He agreed wholeheartedly that Yang Bufan could follow Jiang Chen. There was nothing better than this. All right. In that case, I'll accept Brother Yang's kindness, but I have promised Senior Ouyang that I will kill Tian Muyun with my own hands and help him revitalize Tianyun Pavilion. So Brother Yang doesn't need to kill Tian Muyun. You'll just follow me and act as a deterrent. Jiang Chen said. Killing Tian Muyun was his own business. He didn't want Yang Bufan to intervene. This was his promise to Ouyang He. So he had to fulfill it himself. Moreover, he was going to rule Skycloud Pavilion in the end. Therefore, he had to settle the grudge between him and Tian Muyun personally. Only then could he truly establish his prestige. The reason why he agreed to let Yang Bufan follow him was because he wanted to save Tianjizi. If he went back now, Tian Muyun would certainly stop him, making it extremely difficult for him to save Tianjizi. But if Yang Bufan followed him, with Yang Bufan's deterrence, saving Tianjizi wouldn't be a problem at all. Alright, I promise you that I won't kill Tian Muyun. I won't do anything when you're not in danger. Yang Bufan nodded. He only followed Jiang Chen this time to protect Jiang Chen's safety. As for the private matter between Jiang Chen and Tianyun Pavilion, he wouldn't intervene. He knew that Jiang Chen was a very principled and an extremely strong man. Killing Tian Muyun was the biggest goal of Jiang Chen in One Line Sky. It was better to let Jiang Chen do it himself. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. Jiang Chen couldn't wait any longer, because he didn't know how long Tianjizi had been imprisoned. This news should have been transmitted by Tianjizi before this. If it wasn't for the great divination art, he wouldn't have sensed it. Since the evil lord is following you, we won't go back with you. We might be able to help if we stay behind. De Huang Dog said. Initially, he planned to go back with Jiang Chen, but now that Yang Bufan was following them, it was unnecessary for him to go back with Tyrant. Staying behind could be considered as helping Jiang Chen. After all, they were extremely grateful that Yang Bufan was willing to help Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded, then followed Yang Bufan into the spatial passageway leading to One Line Sky. With an immortal king personally controlling the spatial passageway, the speed was incomparably fast. In just a short while, both of them had already arrived at One Line Sky. The place where they appeared was similar to the place where Jiang Chen appeared last time. It was within the range of Yen City, a considerable distance away from Tianyun Pavilion in the center of One Line Sky. But this distance was nothing to Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan. They could reach it in a few breaths of time. Let's go. I'll stay by your side. I won't take action unless it's absolutely necessary. Yang Bufan said. He was clad in a black robe. His angular face looked incomparably handsome. He had completely concealed his qi, following behind Jiang Chen. No one would have thought that this was such a terrifying figure. There had never been an immortal king in One Line Sky. Without any delay, Jiang Chen sped towards Tianyun Pavilion. He was now a half-step golden immortal expert. In the entire Tianyun Pavilion, apart from Tian Muyun and Daoist Yu Feng, no one was a match for him. The mountain gate of Tianyun Pavilion was still the same as before. Nothing had changed, but the atmosphere of the entire Tianyun Pavilion seemed a little dull. The few disciples who were guarding the mountain looked listless. Obviously, the matter of Jiang Chen and Tianjizi had greatly affected the atmosphere of Tianyun Pavilion. "Ai, do you think senior brother Jiang Chen will show up? Who knows? If he does, he will die for sure. Elder Tianji is really pitiful. He has been imprisoned by sect master Tian and is now in the law enforcement hall. This is really disappointing. Even if senior brother Jiang appears, he won't be able to save Elder Tianji. Instead, he will lose his life. I hope that senior brother Jiang won't come back." "That's right. I also hope that senior brother Jiang won't come back. Given senior brother Jiang's speed of advancement, he will grow stronger sooner or later. I hope that senior brother Jiang will only come back when he becomes stronger." The few disciples who were guarding the mountainside. They were all talking about the matter of Jiang Chen. It could be seen that their hearts were now on the same side as Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's position in the hearts of all the disciples in Tianyun Pavilion was now very high. Even the outer disciples who had been harmed by Jiang Chen in the past felt the same way. Most of them had already regarded Jiang Chen as their idol. Every young man had a dream, and that was to worship the strong. Compared to Tian Muyun, they worshipped Jiang Chen more. Just as the few disciples who were guarding the mountain finished their words, two figures suddenly appeared outside the mountain gate and stopped not far away from them. The few disciples were shocked. When they saw who it was, their faces changed dramatically and their mouths were wide open in shock. "Jiang. Senior brother Jiang." The leading disciple stammered. He couldn't believe his eyes. They were just talking about Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen had really appeared. "Senior brother Jiang, why did you come back?" one of them asked. "Where is Elder Tianji being imprisoned?" Jiang Chen didn't have time to argue with these people and asked immediately. "Yang Shu." Jiang Chen uttered this name coldly. If Tianjizi fell into the hands of Yang Shu, it would not end well. Jiang Chen secretly swore that if anything happened to Tianjizi, today would be the day of Yang Shu's death. This time, when he came back, he would make a scene in this Tianyun Pavilion. Ignoring these guarding disciples, Jiang Chen quickly flew in the direction of the law enforcement hall. No one dared to stop Jiang Chen's return, and the guarding disciples dared not to stop him either. Everyone could see that Jiang Chen was in a state of anger. If they stopped Jiang Chen at this time, wouldn't they just make trouble for themselves? They would die in vain. It seems that there will be a good show today. Brother Jiang is back with a helper. Alas, brother Jiang is too impulsive. He really shouldn't have come back at this time. What's the use of bringing a helper? If he angers the head, he will not be a match for the head. The guarding disciples were worried about Jiang Chen, but they were sure that Tianyun Pavilion would not be peaceful today. When Jiang Chen was in Tianyun Pavilion, it seemed that it had never been peaceful, not to mention that Jiang Chen had come back in anger now. On the way to the law enforcement hall, one had to pass through the outer court, the inner court, and the courtyard. Many people felt a strong aura and anger floating over from the sky, and many people saw the shadow of Jiang Chen. "I think I saw brother Jiang come back. Am I hallucinating?" "Yes, it's Jiang Chen." "That's right. It's Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has really come back. He has gone to the law enforcement hall. It's over. The law enforcement hall is going to be in chaos today. Jiang Chen must have come back to save Elder Tianji. Let's go and have a look." It seems that Jiang Chen is really angry, but the head has already expelled him from Tianyun Pavilion, so he is no longer a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. An outsider who trespasses the law enforcement hall will be killed on the spot. Everyone was shocked. For a moment, the entire Tianyun Pavilion was in an uproar. Because of the sudden appearance of Jiang Chen, the deathly silent atmosphere instantly burst into an uproar. Most of the disciples thought that Jiang Chen's return was somewhat impulsive. It was basically useless to return in such a rage. It was almost impossible to rescue Tianjizi. Outside the law enforcement hall was a large square. At this moment, there were several powerful disciples in the square. They were the disciples of the law enforcement hall, and their status in the Tianyun Pavilion was relatively high. When they saw Xianxia suddenly appear, they were incomparably shocked and immediately went up to stop him. "Get out of the way," Xianxia said lightly. "Senior brother Jiang, please don't make things difficult for us. You are no longer a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. This is the Law Enforcement Hall, the most important place in Tianyun Pavilion," a disciple said in a somewhat embarrassed tone. With their arrogance, it was rare for them to speak in such a gentle tone. However, now that they were facing Xianxia, they couldn't be tough even if they wanted to. "I don't want to kill you. Get out of the way." Xianxia's tone began to turn cold. A disciple still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by another disciple. They automatically moved to the sides, leaving a path for Xianxia. "Senior brother, we are derelict in our duty to let him in," a disciple said in a low voice. "Idiot, is dereliction of duty more important or your life more important? If he wants to kill us, it will be as easy as crushing an ant." The senior disciple glared at the man. He knew his limits very well. Looking at Xianxia's expression, he knew that there was no way he could stop Xianxia today. If he insisted on stopping Xianxia, it would be no different than courting death. Asterisk dong. 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 Asterisk Xianxia strode forward. Every step he took on the hard ground produced a sound like a war drum. Wherever he walked, the ground would crack. Yang Bufan followed behind Xianxia with his arms crossed, as if he was here for a sightseeing tour. "Who is it?" Powerful silhouettes flew out. They were the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall. A few of them were golden immortal experts. Each of them was furious. The Law Enforcement Hall was the most important place in Tianyun Pavilion. It represented the dignity of Tianyun Pavilion. No one had ever dared to come here and cause trouble. But when they saw who it was, they couldn't help but be stunned. "Xianxia, I never thought that you would really dare to come back," an elder said in surprise. "Cut the crap. Hand over my master." Xianxia didn't want to waste any more time. His tone was incomparably cold. "Humph. Xianxia, how dare you? Is the Law Enforcement Hall a place where you can behave atrociously? You are no longer a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. Trespassing into the Law Enforcement Hall will only result in death. Tianjizi has been crippled by the Great Elder for insulting the sect master and being disrespectful to the Great Elder." An early golden immortal elder harumphed coldly and spoke to Xianxia complacently. Asterisk Kong, asterisk upon hearing that Tianjizi's cultivation base had been crippled, Xianxia could no longer suppress his anger. With a loud bang, it spurted out from his body. The anger turned into a substantial flame, burning on top of Xianxia's head. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Xianxia moved. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of that elder like a ghost. That elder didn't even have the chance to react before he was completely controlled by Xianxia. Xianxia's palm turned into a blood-red dragon claw, grabbing onto the elder's neck. The threat of death instantly filled the elder's body. This was the first time in his life that he had ever felt such a terrifying feeling. "Xianxia, what are you doing?" The other elders immediately put up their guard. "What did you say just now? How's my master?" Xianxia said word by word. Both of his eyes had turned completely blood-red. Currently, Xianxia was on the verge of exploding. Tianjizi's cultivation base was crippled by Yangshu. This was an outcome that he couldn't accept. "I said that Tianjizi was rude and disrespectful to the Great Elder. The Great Elder has already crippled his cultivation base. Xianxia, don't be arrogant. This is the Law Enforcement Hall. If you dare to make a move here, you will only end up worse than your master," that elder said viciously. Even though he was being controlled by Xianxia, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. In his opinion, Xianxia wouldn't dare to kill him. Asterisk boom, asterisk Xianxia was infuriated. He exerted force in his palm. A wave of destructive energy gushed out like a tidal wave. The elder's head exploded with a loud bang. Blood sprayed everywhere. He died on the spot. Xianxia didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt for killing this person. Tianyun Pavilion would have to undergo a major cleansing sooner or later. Tian Muyun had been running the place for 2 years. He already had a large number of trusted subordinates. the law enforcement hall had long been under his complete control. To put it bluntly, all the elders in the law enforcement hall were Tian Muyun's trusted subordinates. They were Tian Muyun's subordinates and would listen to him completely. Xianxia wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy for killing them. Xianxia was thoroughly infuriated. There was a sense of self-blame in his heart. He had come back too late. Tianjizi had met with a mishap. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that Tianjizi wasn't dead yet. Even so, it was enough to infuriate Xianxia. Xianxia rarely got angry, but now, Yang Shu and Tian Muyun had succeeded in infuriating him. Yang Bufan, who was at the back, shook his head and looked at those elders of law enforcement hall with a trace of pity. He knew very well that given Xianxia's means, none of these guys would have a good ending today. He was afraid that blood would flow like a river today. Xianxia's killing of the elders without any mercy immediately set off a wave of commotion. No one had thought that Xianxia would be so bold. This was the law enforcement hall. Ever since the establishment of Tianyun Pavilion, there had never been a disciple who went to the law enforcement hall to kill an elder. This was the first time. Xianxia, how dare you come to the law enforcement hall and kill an elder? Tianyun Pavilion has never had such a crazy disciple like you. Have you become so lawless? You don't put the rules of Tianyun Pavilion in your eyes at all. An intermediate golden immortal elder spoke aloud. He was extremely shocked. This was the first time he had met such a lawless disciple like Xianxia. I'm no longer a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. The rules of Tianyun Pavilion are useless against me, Xianxia said. His body exploded all of a sudden, transforming into his dragon form. This showed Xianxia's attitude today. He wouldn't let this matter go. Someone was destined to pay a hefty price for the injury that Tianjizi had suffered, and it wasn't just a single person who had to pay the price. Roar, his anger could no longer be suppressed. Xianxia let out a dragon roar towards the sky. The entire Tianyun Pavilion shook. Terrifying energy rushed out of Xianxia's body. Cracks appeared on the ground, as if an earthquake had just happened. Oh my god! Senior brother Jiang has gone mad. He killed an early golden immortal expert in the blink of an eye. I've never seen senior brother Jiang so furious. Something big is going to happen in the sect today. I think senior brother Jiang's strength has become even more terrifying than before. He has already reached the half-step golden immortal realm. Now that sect master and Taoist Yu Feng are in seclusion, I wonder if there's anyone in the sect who is a match of senior brother Jiang. Elder Yang Shu's cultivation base has already reached the peak of late golden immortal realm, only a step away from the half-step immortal king realm. Even if senior brother Jiang has advanced to the half-step golden immortal realm, I'm afraid that he won't be a match for Yang Shu. Plus, there are still 2 late golden immortal elders in the law enforcement hall. I think it won't be easy for senior brother Jiang to save Elder Tianji today. Let's go and watch the show. I hope that senior brother Jiang can save Elder Tianji. This matter is sect master's fault. He can imprison Elder Tianji, but he shouldn't have let Yang Shu imprison Elder Tianji. Because of the incident where Jiangqin killed Qu Yuan, Yang Shu has been holding a grudge against Elder Tianji. Now that he has seized the opportunity, he won't let Elder Tianji have an easy time. Ai. Many disciples shook their heads and sighed. Jiangqin had already won the hearts of the disciples because of the incident in the ancient tomb. Countless disciples had a good impression of Jiangqin, so much so that most of them were standing on Jiangqin's side. Many disciples flew towards the direction of the law enforcement hall. Today was destined to be a good show. The Tianyun Pavilion was destined to not be peaceful today. At this moment, the square of the law enforcement hall had been ravaged by the energy released by Jiangqin. Jiangqin, who was in his dragon form, moved again. With a sway of his body, he appeared next to the intermediate golden immortal elder who spoke just now like a ray of light. His powerful chi instantly locked on the elder. Kiss. The elder's facial expression changed dramatically. Without any real contact with Jiangqin, one would never understand how powerful Jiangqin was. Even though his cultivation base had already reached the intermediate golden immortal realm, when he was locked on by Jiangqin's chi, he felt as if he had fallen into hell. Even his soul had turned cold. He tried to resist, but found that under the oppression of Xianxia, he didn't even have the ability to resist. Impossible. How did this brat suddenly become so powerful? I'm an intermediate golden immortal expert, but I can't even resist in front of him. The old man was extremely shocked. He could even feel the threat of death. Release my master. Xianxia's blood-red eyes were like a devil king. He stared at the elder without blinking. With just a glance, he had sentenced the elder to death. Xianxia, don't act recklessly. This is the law enforcement hall. Your master has been imprisoned by the hall master. Only the hall master can release him. The elder was a little scared and stuttered. If it was before, he still had some confidence that Xianxia wouldn't dare to attack him. But the death of the elder had completely destroyed his last bit of confidence. The Xianxia standing in front of him was a truly ruthless man, a devil who killed without batting an eye. Then you can go to hell. Xianxia struck decisively. The sharp dragon claw pierced through the elder's chest, crushing his heart. You, how dare you? The elder could feel his life force slipping away rapidly. His heart was filled with unwillingness. He was a highly respected elder of Tianyun Pavilion with an incomparably distinguished status. He had never thought that he would die one day, let alone die in the hands of a disciple. ****, the other elders' expression changed drastically. Each of them couldn't help but retreat subconsciously. They looked at Xianxia as though they were looking at a devil king. Their eyes were filled with fear. They were all golden immortal experts, but all of them were early or intermediate golden immortal experts. None of them was a match for Xianxia. Ruthless. He's too ruthless. Mother ****. This is the true character of senior brother Jiang. He's ruthless. He's always like this in the ancient tomb. Senior brother Jiang is the true character of a hot-blooded man. No one wouldn't dare to kill their master when their master is in trouble. If it was me, I would also do the same. Unfortunately, I don't have his ability. The disciples of Tianyun Pavilion witnessed their elder being killed. Not only did they not get angry, but they were also incomparably excited. Such a performance could be considered as a miracle. Perhaps only Xianxia could do this. Kong, Xianxia, what are you doing? Are you going to start a massacre here? I hope you don't make a mistake and turn back to the shore. Otherwise, you will die today. An elder said loudly. Hand over my master, or all of you will die. Xianxia's tone was still emotionless. It was so cold that it chilled people's hearts. He knew very well that the law enforcement hall was now completely under Tian Muyun's control. These elders were Tian Muyun's trusted subordinates. He wouldn't even blink an eye even if he killed all of them. In Xianxia's opinion, these people deserved to be killed because they were members of the law enforcement hall. His master was tortured in the law enforcement hall. Although it was Yangshu who did it, none of these elders expressed any sympathy for Tianjizi. Tianjizi's cultivation was crippled, and the law enforcement hall must pay the price. This price was not just for one person, but for the entire law enforcement hall. Seeing that Xianxia was really going to start a massacre, everyone was truly shocked. Even the disciples didn't expect that Xianxia would be so ruthless. It seemed that he was going to kill all the elders of the law enforcement hall. This was too big of a gamble. Xianxia, don't kill us. Elder Tianjizi has been imprisoned by the hall master. No one can release him except the hall master. An elder said. In that case, there's no need for you to live anymore. The killing intent on Xianxia's body had condensed into a substance. The anger and killing intent in his body had accumulated. He had to vent it out. Xianxia, don't kill the innocent. This matter has nothing to do with us. Another elder hastily said. Facing Xianxia like this, other than feeling fear and dread, there was nothing else they could do. Nothing to do with us? Humph. My master is a highly respected genius of the sect. He has made great contributions to the sect. Now that he has been crippled by Yangshu, do you feel sad? I can see that you are all very happy. You are just Yangshu's dogs, Tian Muyun's dogs. Killing you is just like killing dogs. Xianxia's body was filled with murderous intent. Dragon roars could be heard continuously from his body. Powerful true dragons rushed out of his body like sharp swords and rushed towards each of the elders. It was almost certain that if Xianxia unleashed the 5-elemental combat dragon seal in the 5-elemental sphere, all of the elders would die. None of them would be able to survive. Many people held their breath, not daring to look at the brutal scene in front. If so many elders were killed, it would be a great blow to Tianyun Pavilion. No one could imagine the consequences. Stop. Just at this time, a shout suddenly sounded from the law enforcement hall. Then, 3 incomparably powerful qi emerged from inside. The one in the middle was Yangshu. The other 2 were late golden immortal elders. Yangshu was the hall master of the law enforcement hall and the other 2 were the vice hall masters. All of them had unparalleled status in Tianyun Pavilion, which ordinary people couldn't compare with. Xianxia, how dare you come to the law enforcement hall and act wildly? How dare you kill the elders of the law enforcement hall? That's outrageous. Yangshu yelled as soon as he saw Xianxia. He didn't hide his killing intent towards Xianxia at all. Back when the sect master sent Xianxia to the evil abyss, he thought that Xianxia would be dead for sure. He didn't expect that Xianxia was still alive and standing here, and had become so powerful. Such an outcome was unacceptable to Yangshu. Looking at the current Xianxia, he couldn't help but think of his dead disciple, Chu Yuan. He must avenge him. Old dog, let go of my master. Xianxia glared at Yangshu fiercely. He had never wanted to kill someone so much. Xianxia, I advise you to let go of all the elders immediately. If you dare to kill one more person, I will kill Tianjizi immediately and then hold you accountable. Yangshu said. Roar, however, as soon as Yangshu's voice faded, a true dragon whizzed out and bit off the head of an elder. The elder died tragically on the spot. The scene was incomparably bloody. The other elders were trembling with fear, thinking that there was a mad dragon floating in front of them, wagging its tail and opening its mouth wide, ready to bite them to death at any time. Old dog, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Let go of my master immediately. Otherwise, I will kill them all. Don't doubt whether I dare to do it or not. I can kill them all right now. Xianxia was wrapped in the battle dragon. He looked like a shocking god of war. No one could threaten him, not even Yangshu. Seeing this, the elders who were trapped by Xianxia looked at Xianxia pitifully. At this time, they didn't dare to doubt Xianxia's courage anymore. Their fate was now in the hands of Xianxia. Unless Yangshu let go of Tianjizi, they would all die. Xianxia, how dare you threaten me? Yangshu was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. As the hall master of the law enforcement hall, he had a noble status. There had never been a disciple who dared to threaten him like this. However, as soon as Yangshu said one more sentence, the mad dragon attacked and bit off the head of another elder. The whole scene was too horrifying. Ruthless and cruel. He didn't give the other party a chance to bargain at all. He killed them without saying a word. This was how domineering he was. Domineering and killing. This was the true essence of the dragon transformation skill. At this moment, it was perfectly displayed by Xianxia. Xianxia, stop. An elder beside Yangshu couldn't stand it anymore and yelled on the spot. Arg, unfortunately, his one more sentence immediately led to the tragic death of another elder. These elders were the most pitiful. They had already become the fishes on Xianxia's chopping board. They couldn't even resist. They could only wait for Xianxia to kill them. I'll go get Tianjizi out. Another late golden immortal elder couldn't stand Xianxia's incisive means. Immediately, he turned and walked towards the inner area of the law enforcement hall. In just a few breaths of time, that elder returned with an old man beside him. This old man was none other than Tianjizi. When Xianxia saw the current Tianjizi, he felt tears welling up in his eyes, almost bursting into tears. Was this still the almighty Grandmaster Tianji he knew? There was no longer any trace of immortal qi lingering on Tianjizi's body. His cultivation base had been completely crippled. His qi and meridians had all been destroyed. He had turned into a true old man with a head full of white hair and a face full of wrinkles. Only his eyes were still bright. That was the essence of a person. Even if his cultivation had been crippled, his essence wouldn't dissipate. Master. Xianxia felt his throat turning dry. His words began to tremble. The moment he saw Tianji, the anger in Xianxia's chest could no longer be suppressed. Disciple. Seeing that Xianxia was really here, Tianji's cracked lips trembled and uttered two words weakly. His eyes were filled with gratification, but more of it was worry. He was gratified that he hadn't misjudged Xianxia. Xianxia was truly a man of affection and righteousness. Being able to accept such a disciple in his lifetime, he felt that it was worth it even if he ended up in such a miserable state. What he was worried about was that this was simply a trap. The fact that Xianxia had appeared here indicated that something bad was going to happen to him. But at the same time, Tianji was incomparably proud of Xianxia, because Xianxia's speed of growth was just too fast. In just a short period of time, his cultivation base had already reached the half-step immortal king realm, giving him the capital to roam the law enforcement hall. Old dog Xianxia, you will die today. No one will be able to save you. Two flames shot out from Xianxia's eyes. The current Xianxia was infuriated to the extreme. Everything that Tianji had now was thanks to Xianxia. This enmity must be avenged today. Humph. Xianxia, Tianji deserves such an ending. He's already very lucky that he's still alive. Xianxia, I advise you to surrender immediately. Don't put up any meaningless resistance. Otherwise, you'll be consigned to eternal damnation. That's right, Tianji. Xianxia harumphed coldly and threatened Xianxia. Consigned to eternal damnation? Well said. Today, I will consign your law enforcement hall to eternal damnation. Xianxia felt that all his anger and killing intent could no longer be suppressed. There was no need for the law enforcement hall to exist today. Roar, roar, under the control of Xianxia, the berserk dragons transformed from the five elements combat dragon seal attacked ferociously. Each of them opened their bloody mouths and raged towards the elders of the law enforcement hall. Arg, blood-curdling screams resounded in the sky above Tianyun Pavilion, making one's hair stand on end. Under the ravaging of the berserk dragons, all the elders who were imprisoned by Xianxia had their heads bitten off and died tragically on the spot. For a moment, the entire square was filled with corpses and blood. The scene was bloody and brutal to the extreme. It was too brutal. Everyone was stunned. Pairs of camel bell-like eyes stared at the bloody scene. No one had thought that Xianxia would really kill all the elders of the law enforcement hall. One should know that all of them were golden immortal experts, the main force of Tianyun Pavilion. Each of them had an incomparably distinguished status in Tianyun Pavilion. But today, these highly respected elders were killed by Xianxia as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. Even Tianji was moved by Xianxia's action, but he could see that the reason why Xianxia was so ruthless was entirely because of him, which indicated that he had a very high position in Xianxia's heart. But the fact that Xianxia had killed so many people made Tianji really worried. He even began to regret sending a message to Xianxia. After killing so many experts, it was almost impossible for Xianxia to walk out of Tianyun Pavilion alive. And? At this moment, Tianji suddenly noticed the mysterious black-robed young man standing at the side of the square. That person had his arms crossed over his chest and his expression was indifferent. It was as if he was completely unaffected by everything that was happening before him. It was as if this bloody scene was nothing more than a strange scenery to behold. The indifference and calmness in the depths of his eyes was really surprising. This man isn't simple. Tianji was shocked. Although his cultivation base had been abolished, he was proficient in the great divination art. He still had a good eye for people. He could see through Yang Bufan's strength at a glance. Upon realizing this, the worry in Tianji's heart suddenly disappeared. He knew that his disciple was a wise and far-sighted figure. He wouldn't take the initiative to court death. It seemed like Yang Bufan had brought a mysterious helper to Tianyun Pavilion. Ha ha ha, Tianji suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was carefree. Tianji, you don't have to be complacent. You're already a cripple. Do you think Xianxia can walk out of here today? After I kill Xianxia, I'll kill you and let you two reunite. Xianxia spoke fiercely. He was incomparably angry now. Xianxia had killed all the elders of Law Enforcement Hall in front of him. How could he still have his face? Xianxia, you are too audacious. It seems like you can't see the situation clearly at all. You're nothing but a madman. Yangshu's body radiated powerful killing intent. The full release of his peak late golden immortal combat strength was terrifying. Kill him. Yangshu ordered Ling Ling. A late golden immortal elder beside him erupted with powerful qi, lunging at Xianxia. He was the Vice Hall Master of Law Enforcement Hall, a trusted aide of Yangshu and Tian Muyan. At this moment, he was also infuriated because Xianxia had killed so many people, which was a challenge to the dignity of Law Enforcement Hall. As the Vice Hall Master of Law Enforcement Hall, he had the responsibility to defend the dignity of Law Enforcement Hall. Humph. Xianxia harumphed coldly. The true dragon palm was struck out violently. A giant blood-red dragon claw pressed down like a small mountain, shrouding the late golden immortal elder underneath it. Not good. The elder turned pale with fright because he felt a power that he couldn't resist at all, oppressing him to the point where he couldn't breathe. Bang. Under the pressure of the true dragon palm, the late golden immortal elder let out a cry, and was slammed to the ground, creating a large pit. What? Everyone was shocked, including Yangshu. All the elders and disciples were dumbfounded. Xianxia had created another miracle. One should know that the one who attacked them was a late golden immortal expert, not an intermediate golden immortal. Xianxia was merely a half-step golden immortal, but his combat strength was just too strong. A mighty late golden immortal couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. This was simply unimaginable. Oh my god, is he still human? That's a late-stage golden immortal elder. He was actually slapped to the ground by a single slap, as though he was swatting a fly. Senior brother Jiang is just too powerful, and the speed of his growth is just too fast. No wonder he came here with such confidence. It turns out that he has already reached such a level of power. Not even a late golden immortal expert is a match for him. It seems like no one in the entire Tianyun Pavilion can suppress Xianxia except for sect master and Taoist priest. No one wasn't shocked. Xianxia's power was a shock to them. This bastard, I have picked up a treasure. Tianjizi's eyes sparkled. He appeared to be very excited, as though he had forgotten about his current situation. The elder who was slapped to the ground tried to get up, but Xianxia made his move again. Go to hell. Kacha. The sound of bones breaking was heard, followed by a blood-curdling scream. An arrow of blood spurted out from under Xianxia's feet. This kick of Xianxia contained the power of the Azure Dragon 5 steps. The Vice Hall Master couldn't resist it at all and was trampled to death on the spot. Such a scene was so horrifying and bloody that many people couldn't stand it. Everyone's face turned incomparably unsightly. At this time, almost no one doubted Xianxia's courage and Xianxia's determination to save them. All the golden immortal elders of Law Enforcement Hall had been killed, leaving only Yangshu and the other Vice Hall Master. Their faces were also incomparably unsightly. Yang Bufan, who had been calm all this while, also showed some emotion in his eyes. He sighed inwardly, thinking that Xianxia was indeed the most heaven-defying monstrous genius he had ever seen. In terms of talent, even he had to admit his inferiority. Naturally, Yang Bufan was an incomparably arrogant person. People like him were always arrogant and rarely admired others. Those who could be admired by others must be extraordinary. Naturally, there were more golden immortal elders in Tianyun Pavilion than these. In addition to Law Enforcement Hall, there were many other departments in Tianyun Pavilion. There were also a lot of golden immortal elders standing in the distance, witnessing the scene with their own eyes. Normally, when the sect was in trouble, they should help, but now, they had no intention of doing so. At first, they thought that Law Enforcement Hall was enough to deal with Xianxia, but now, they didn't have the guts to do so. Even a late golden immortal expert couldn't withstand a single strike from Xianxia and was ruthlessly trampled under his feet. If they went forward, it would be no different from courting death. Xianxia had completely grown up. He was no longer the inner sect disciple who had just entered Tianyun Pavilion. They knew very well that in the current Tianyun pavilion, no one could suppress Jiangchen except for Tian Muyun and Daoist Yu Feng. After killing a deputy hall chief, Jiangchen did not stop there. His murderous aura did not weaken in the slightest. His blood-red eyes began to look at Yangshu and the other deputy hall chief. Jiangchen raised his foot once more and walked towards Yangshu step by step. Every step he took made the ground tremble. Jiangchen didn't speak, but the invisible deterrence that he exuded had already made everyone's heart turn cold. Even Yangshu couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. There was no way he wouldn't be afraid. He was almost certain that he wasn't a match for Jiangchen. Although his strength was slightly stronger than the Vice Hall Master just now, it was only slightly stronger. It was absolutely impossible for him to kill Jiangchen, let alone kill him so easily. Damn it, I should have gotten rid of this little bastard earlier. That's why I left behind such a disaster. I really regret it. Yangshu regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He had many opportunities to kill Jiangchen, but unfortunately, he didn't put Jiangchen in his eyes. Who would have thought that Jiangchen would grow so fast? This kind of growth caught him off guard. However, it was too late for regret now. Hall Chief, what should we do? This kid has fully grown up. Even if you and I join forces, we're not a match for him. Sect Master and Daoist Yu Feng haven't appeared yet. The Deputy Hall Chief said in a low voice. As Jiangchen kept approaching, the ice-cold murderous aura and chilliness made him shudder. He felt that what he was facing now was not a human. He was facing a demon king, an unparalleled killing god. What are you afraid of? Tianjizi is still in our hands. Yangshu said with a cold face. He then grabbed Tianjizi's shoulder and pulled him to his side. Jiangchen, if you take one more step forward, I'll kill Tianjizi right now. Yangshu said fiercely. However, Yangshu's threat didn't have any effect on Jiangchen. Jiangchen's footsteps didn't stop. His eyes were full of confidence, as if he had determined that Yangshu wouldn't dare to do anything to Tianjizi. It was a confidence that came from his bones and couldn't be faked at all. Yangshu, you don't even have the guts to touch my master in front of me. Jiangchen's words were like a sharp thorn that pierced Yangshu's heart. It was a kind of humiliation, but it was exactly what Yangshu was thinking. Jiangchen was right. Even if Yangshu grabbed Tianjizi now, he wouldn't dare to touch Tianjizi at all, because Tianjizi was his only trump card at this time. As long as Tianjizi was in his hands, he still had a chance to live. If he killed Tianjizi out of anger, he would lose his trump card completely and completely infuriate the Demon King, Jiangchen. At that time, even if he had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Yangshu didn't want to exchange Tianjizi's life for his own. He felt that his life was very precious, at least more precious than Tianjizi, who was already a cripple. In fact, he was just afraid of death. Clang. The heavenly saint sword appeared in Jiangchen's hand, flickering with scarlet light. There was a shadow of a dragon flickering on the sword. At the same time, the 5 elemental sphere surged out from Jiangchen's body. The powerful sphere turned into an invisible cage. Just like how he dealt with those elders, it instantly enveloped Yangshu and the Vice Hall Master. After entering the 5 elemental sphere, Yangshu and the Vice Hall Master's facial expression changed slightly. They could already feel the invisible pressure from the sphere. They were finally sure that the current Jiangchen was really much stronger than them. Unless it was a half-step immortal king expert, no one in the entire Tianyun pavilion was a match for Jiangchen. Stop. Just at this time, a loud shout suddenly sounded from afar. In the next moment, a silhouette appeared on the square. It was an old man wearing a Taoist robe. He had the demeanor of an immortal. The qi radiating from his body was terrifying. This was a true expert, a mighty half-step immortal king. Taoist priest, this Jiangchen is insane. He has killed all the elders of our law enforcement hall. Taoist priest, please kill this evildoer and avenge the death of our elders. Seeing the emergence of Taoist Yu Feng, Yangshu yelled as though he had found a life-saving straw. In his point of view, the emergence of Taoist Yu Feng meant that someone would be able to suppress Jiangchen. Jiangchen had killed so many people. It was imaginable what would happen to him today. Taoist Yu Feng would never let Jiangchen go. Xianxia, did you kill all these people? Do you know what you have done? You are still a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. How could you kill them like this? Daoist Yufeng looked distressed. He was an old man of Tianyun Pavilion and used to follow Ouyanghe. Those who were killed in front of him were all elders of virtue and prestige in Tianyun Pavilion. They did not die in the hands of the enemy, but died in the hands of their own disciple. Such an outcome was unacceptable to Daoist Yufeng. I killed them, Daoist Yufeng. Are you here to stop me? Xianxia glanced at Daoist Yufeng Lung. The killing intent on his body did not diminish at all. Today's matter would not end so easily. Many people were going to die. Daoist, this little bastard has lost his mind. Please kill him immediately. Otherwise, he will become a great disaster sooner or later, said Yangshu while gnashing his teeth. Yangshu gritted his teeth. Now, he no longer had the thought of killing Xianxia by himself. Now, the only thing he hoped for was for Daoist Yufeng to kill Xianxia. That would be the best result. Xianxia, I want you to stop what you are doing at once and accept the punishment of the sect. You have committed a heinous crime, said Daoist Yufeng. I'm no longer a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. Why should I accept your punishment? Xianxia sneered. Xianxia, you have destroyed the law enforcement hall. This has never happened in the history of Tianyun Pavilion. Therefore, you must be punished. Otherwise, Tianyun Pavilion will lose its face. Daoist Lingling said. He was standing on the side of Tianyun Pavilion. Today, he must punish Xianxia. Otherwise, how could Tianyun Pavilion establish a foothold in One Line Sky in the future? Now, he began to regret going into seclusion and not appearing earlier. If he had appeared earlier, this massacre could have been avoided and Xianxia wouldn't have been consigned to eternal damnation. As a matter of fact, he still had hope for this talented disciple, Xianxia. Unfortunately, there was no room for redemption now. What Xianxia did had pushed him into the abyss. In fact, even if Daoist Yufeng appeared earlier, he still couldn't change the outcome. The one who was truly consigned to eternal damnation would not be Xianxia. Humph. Face? I don't know if face is more important or your life is more important. Brother Yang, kill him. Xianxia harumphed coldly, then turned to Yang Bufan who didn't move at all. There was no relationship between him and Daoist Yufeng. If Daoist Yufeng wanted to stop him, he would be dead just like the others. He could stop Yang Bufan from killing Tian Muyun, but he had no opinion on killing Daoist Yufeng. Bastard! Upon hearing this, Daoist Yufeng was infuriated. A tyrannical force overflowed from his body. It seemed like he was about to attack Xianxia. But at this moment, an invisible pressure suddenly fell on his head and spread throughout his body. Kiss, Daoist Yufeng sucked in a breath of cold air. This pressure was too strong. He couldn't bear it at all. All his chi was instantly extinguished by this invisible pressure. That pressure was like an invisible mountain, suffocating him and even made him feel the threat of death. This was a feeling that he had never experienced before. When he sensed the source of this invisible pressure, he looked over and saw a black-robed man standing there calmly, looking at him with cold eyes. An immortal king expert. Daoist Yufeng was shocked. As a mighty half-step immortal king, he was very sensitive to the chi of an immortal king. He was almost sure that this black-robed man was a mighty immortal king. An immortal king? What kind of concept was that? There had never been an immortal king in One Line Sky. The gap between a half-step immortal king and a true immortal king was unimaginable. Although Daoist Yufeng was one of the One Line 8 immortals, he was as vulnerable as an ant in front of a true immortal king. You'd better not do it, Yang Bufan spoke. Yang Bufan spoke. This was the first time he spoke since he came to Skycloud Pavilion, but it was such a simple sentence that made Daoist Yufeng sweat profusely. He was on the verge of collapsing and his body began to tremble. At this time, many people began to pay attention to this black-robed man. They all knew that this was the helper that Xianxia brought here, but he didn't move at all. Moreover, he had completely concealed his chi, making people unable to see his true cultivation base. But now, just a sentence from this black-robed man had frightened Daoist Yufeng so much that he didn't dare to move. The only explanation was that this black-robed man was too powerful. My God! Who is this black-robed man? Could he be a mighty immortal king? How could he be able to suppress Taoist Yufeng so easily? Damn it! I never thought that he would be an expert. No wonder Jiang Chen is so unscrupulous. But who is this man? I've never seen him before. If there's such an expert in One-Line Sky, we should have heard of him. He's probably a mighty immortal king. Will he really kill Taoist Yufeng? No one wasn't shocked. The scene was getting more and more shocking. No one had thought that the black-robed man who had been indifferent all this while was actually a hidden expert. He's really powerful. I wonder who he is? Tianjizi's countenance changed. He had already guessed it before. Now that he saw Taoist Yufeng's performance, he was even more certain of his guess. Disciple, don't kill Taoist Yufeng. Tianjizi hastily said to Jiang Chen. He was really afraid that the black-robed man would attack, because Taoist Yufeng really shouldn't be killed. If there was one person in Tianyun Pavilion whom he, Tianjizi, respected, it would be Taoist Yufeng. Tianjizi spoke very quickly, because he was afraid that Taoist Yufeng would die if he was a step slower. An immortal king didn't need a reason to kill. After listening to Tianjizi's words, Yang Bufan's eyes shifted to Jiang Chen. After seeing Jiang Chen nod to him, he retracted his pressure, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and returned to his previous appearance, motionless like a statue. The pressure vanished. Taoist Yufeng wiped the sweat on his forehead. He glanced at Yang Bufan from the corner of his eyes and revealed a look of fear. Just now, he had really taken a stroll through the gates of hell. Just like what Tianjizi was worried about, if an immortal king wanted to kill him, he would certainly die. Taoist Yufeng, my master didn't allow me to kill you. This shows that you are still a good person. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. I hope you won't get involved. Jiang Chen spoke to Taoist Yufeng. This was the last time he would remind Taoist Yufeng. If Yufeng dared to target him again, then don't blame him for being impolite. Taoist Yufeng no longer had the imposing manner he had before. In front of an immortal king, he didn't even dare to release his qi. He looked at Tianjizi and sent him a grateful look, but when he saw the state of Tianjizi, his expression changed dramatically once more. Then, a surge of anger was released from his body. Bastard! Bastard! Taoist Yufeng was furious. Just now, his attention was focused on those elders who died tragically, but he had neglected Tianjizi. Only now did he notice the changes in Tianjizi. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Tianjizi's cultivation base had been completely crippled, turning him into an old man past his prime. This made Taoist Yufeng very angry. He thought that Tian Muyun had imprisoned Tianjizi in the law enforcement hall and let Yangshu watch over him. He never thought that Yangshu would do such a cruel thing to Tianjizi. This situation made Taoist Yufeng grieve. Tianjizi was one of the most important elders in Tianyun Pavilion. He had made great contributions to Tianyun Pavilion, and was the person that Taoist Yufeng valued the most. His great divination art had also won Taoist Yufeng's admiration. No matter from which aspect, Tianjizi shouldn't end up like this. Yangshu, why did you cripple Elder Tianji's cultivation base? Why? Taoist Yufeng was furious. His eyes were bloodshot, seemingly unable to accept this result. Looking at Taoist Yufeng's reaction, Jiang Chen couldn't help nodding his head secretly. He finally understood why Tianjizi didn't allow him to kill Taoist Yufeng. This old Taoist was a righteous person who wholeheartedly served the sect and didn't have too much selfishness. Jiang Chen could almost imagine that Taoist Yufeng was Ouyang He's best friend when he followed him. If Tianyun Pavilion was handed over to this person in the future, perhaps Jiang Chen could rest assured. After all, even if Jiang Chen ruled Tianyun Pavilion in the future, or even One-Line Sky, it was impossible for him to stay here and be a leader. He had a greater goal, which was to go to a faraway place. Taoist priest, Tianjizi spoke rudely and insulted the sect leader, completely disrespecting the authority of the Hall of Law Enforcement. That's why I crippled his cultivation base. Considering how much he has done for the sect, I didn't kill him. Yangshu defended himself. He couldn't help glancing at Jiang Chen from the corner of his eyes. His tone was no longer as firm as before. He was no fool. At this time, how could he not see that the black-robed man who came with Xianxia was an incomparably terrifying figure? Even Daoist Yufeng was afraid of him, let alone him. Bastard! Yangshu, you've made an unforgivable mistake. Who gave you the right to destroy Elder Destiny's cultivation? Daoist Yufeng had the urge to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Now, he finally understood why Jiang Chen was so furious that he didn't hesitate to let the entire hall of law enforcement turn into a river of blood. All of this was what Yangshu asked for. If Yangshu hadn't crippled Tianjizi's cultivation base, Jiang Chen wouldn't have killed Tianjizi. Yangshu had completely infuriated a mad dragon, causing Skycloud Pavilion to suffer such a heavy loss. All of a sudden, Daoist Yufeng had some appreciation for Jiang Chen. The fact that Jiang Chen was willing to go through mountains of blades and seas of fire to save his master was enough to show that he was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. It was a loss for the sect to not cherish such a talent. Daoist Yufeng sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, Tianyun Pavilion wasn't under his control. Otherwise, he would have protected Jiang Chen at all costs. Unfortunately, it was too late. Daoist priest, I know I was wrong. I hope you can save me. Yangshu bowed to Daoist Yufeng. At this moment, he truly felt fear, an unprecedented fear. When a person's last hope was lost, all that was left was despair. He didn't want to die, so he begged. However, could Daoist Yufeng really save him? Obviously, it was impossible. Jiang Chen would never buy it. Jiang Chen had a powerful expert behind him. What could Daoist Yufeng do? If it weren't for Tianjizi's help, Daoist Yufeng would have been a dead man by now. Yangshu, not even God can save you. Jiang Chen's tone was still cold. Yangshu, release Tianjizi now. Daoist Yufeng ordered. However, Yangshu didn't dare to release Tianjizi. If it was during normal times, he wouldn't dare to disobey Daoist Yufeng's order. But now, Tianjizi was his last trump card. Once he lost it, Jiang Chen wouldn't let him go. This was almost certain. Jiang Chen, I hope you can give this old Daoist some face. As long as Yangshu hands over your master to you, I'll spare his life. How about it? Daoist Yufeng said to Jiang Chen tentatively. Impossible. Yangshu must die today. Jiang Chen didn't even look at Daoist Yufeng, because Daoist Yufeng didn't have that much face in front of him. Haha, Yangshu, are you afraid now? Although Tianjizi was under Yangshu's control, he still couldn't help sneering. Such a scene really made him feel satisfied and carefree. As for whether Yangshu would kill him out of anger, Tianjizi didn't really care. In fact, he was just a walking corpse in his current state. A powerful golden immortal had his cultivation crippled. It was impossible to say that he didn't feel any psychological shock. Sometimes, falling from the top of the pyramid all of a sudden was worse than being killed. Shut up. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Yangshu seemed to have gone mad. He had begun to go crazy. When a person was in despair, he would often do something crazy. Yangshu, even if you have the guts, you won't have the chance. 9 Phantom Wolves. Jiang Chen moved. He didn't want to waste any more time. After all, his master was still in the hands of the other party. There was always a certain danger. Asterisk swish, asterisk Jiang Chen's movement was very fast. Combined with the 5 elements domain, he cast the 9 Phantom Wolves. That kind of speed and fierceness couldn't be accepted by ordinary people. For a moment, the entire square was filled with Jiang Chen's figures, dazzling everyone's eyes. Yangshu himself was stunned for a moment, but this moment was enough for Jiang Chen. Arg! Yangshu suddenly cried out in alarm. He only felt a sharp weapon cutting off his arm. When he reacted, he only saw the arm that had been cut off and blood spurting out crazily. And this arm was the arm that he used to control Tianjizi. Jiang Chen's figure had already vanished. Tianjizi had already been brought to the side by Jiang Chen. Fast, it was just too fast. Many people didn't even see how Jiang Chen did it. No one wasn't shocked. Was he still human? Since when did he become so casual and easy to save a late golden immortal expert? Master, disciple has come late. Xianxia bowed deeply to Tianjizi. His eyes were full of apology. Xianxia understood that the reason why Tianjizi was in such a state was entirely because of him. The three major powers couldn't find him, which was why they vented their anger on Tianjizi. Not late. Not late at all. It's enough for me to accept you as my disciple in this lifetime. Tianjizi's words made Xianxia's nose turn sour. Regarding Tianjizi's current situation, Xianxia felt extremely guilty. If it wasn't for him, Tianjizi would still be the prestigious elder of Tianyun Pavilion. No matter how eccentric, arrogant and despotic he was, no one would dare to touch him. But now, because of him, he had given Tian Muyun and the others a reason to touch Tianjizi. Therefore, Xianxia blamed himself. Therefore, someone must pay the price for Tianjizi's current situation. It was a very heavy price. Yangshu wouldn't have a good ending today. Yangshu, who was at the back, had a look of horror on his face. He looked at his broken arm that was still spurting out blood, but he didn't feel any pain. He was already numb from fear. His eyes shifted to Xianxia with extreme horror. Until now, he still hadn't realized how Xianxia attacked him. It was just too fast. Even with his ability, he didn't even have the chance to react. This was too terrifying. At this moment, the Vice Hall Master was completely dumbfounded as well. There was no longer any trace of the vigor he had before. He was completely listless as he stood there with a pale face, not daring to speak a single word. Ai! In the distance, Daoist Yufeng couldn't help but sigh heavily. He had the heart to help Yangshu, but he was powerless. Yang Bufan was just standing there, but the whole one-line sky was trembling, let alone Daoist Yufeng. Moreover, Daoist Yufeng was also incomparably angry at this moment. Fundamentally, he thought that Yangshu deserved it. Although Jiangchen's method was cruel, it showed the courage of a man, which was worthy of praise. In Daoist Yufeng's opinion, if Yangshu hadn't destroyed Tianjizi, Jiangchen would never be so furious. At least, he wouldn't kill all the elders of Law Enforcement Hall, causing the Law Enforcement Hall to fall into an irrecoverable situation. After saving Tianjizi, Jiangchen felt slightly more at ease. However, the matter was not resolved yet, and he definitely would not give up after saving Tianjizi. Jiangchen's aura shook. He turned around and looked at Yangshu. His eyes were blood-red and incomparably cold, containing the killing intent of a demon king. Just one look was enough to make Yangshu's heart tremble. That was the trembling of his soul, representing the gap between him and Jiangchen. Yangshu understood that Jiangchen had fully grown up. If Jiangchen wanted to kill him, it would be easy. Jiangchen, don't kill me. I know I was wrong. It seems that you were once a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. Please spare my life. Yangshu begged for mercy. In the face of death, everyone was vulnerable. Even the highly respected Golden Immortal Elders were the same. Yangshu was scared out of his wits. Most importantly, he had seen the situation clearly. He had completely lost all hope today. Jiangchen didn't come alone. He had brought a mighty immortal king with him. Daoist Yufeng didn't even dare to move in front of the black-robed man, let alone save Yangshu. Even if Tian Muyun appeared in person, he wouldn't be able to save Yangshu. In addition, Tianjizi, his trump card, had been completely lost. Jiangchen was much stronger than him. He no longer had any trump card that could threaten Jiangchen. And he had completely fallen into the hands of Jiangchen, becoming a fish on the chopping block, waiting for Jiangchen to judge his fate. Although Yangshu knew that the hope of making Jiangchen let him go was very slim, even if it was just a sliver of death, he would fight for it, because he really didn't want to die. Kneel down. Jiangchen shouted coldly at Yangshu. What? Yangshu was stunned. Immediately, his face turned incomparably unsightly. Jiangchen, I'm still the hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall. If I kneel down in public, I will lose all my face. How am I going to establish myself in Tianyun Pavilion in the future? Yangshu was a little angry. Given his identity, if he knelt down in public, he wouldn't be able to stay in Tianyun Pavilion in the future. Even if he continued to be the hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall, he wouldn't be able to convince the public. At that time, no one would listen to him, and he would become a laughingstock. This was something Yangshu couldn't accept. Yangshu, it seems like you still haven't recognized the reality. At this time, you are still thinking of establishing yourself in Tianyun Pavilion? What a ridiculous idea. Since you won't kneel down, I will beat you until you do. Kneel down and kowtow to my master to atone for your sins. Jiang Chen's voice was still incomparably cold. Then, an incomparably powerful wave of qi surged out of his body, gushing towards Yangshu like a tidal wave. Run. Feeling Jiang Chen's tyrannical strength, Yangshu was completely sure that he and Jiang Chen were not on the same level. Not to mention that he had lost an arm. Even if he was in his heyday, he would not be a match for Jiang Chen at all. Immediately, he didn't dare to be careless. He turned into a light shadow and fled into the distance. Even if you have wings, you won't be able to escape from my 5 elements field domain. Jiang Chen had long expected that Yangshu would choose to escape at the last moment. Just as Yangshu made his move, Jiang Chen also moved. He immediately launched the true dragon palm. A huge blood-red dragon claw, like a huge blood-red barrier, pressed down on Yangshu's head. Ah, Yangshu let out a miserable cry. Like the previous Vice Hall Master, he was smashed to the ground, creating a deep pit. Jiang Chen strode forward, grabbed Yangshu's neck, lifted him up like a chicken and brought him to Tianjizi. At this moment, Yangshu was in a very sorry state. His broken arm had seriously affected his combat strength. Even if he resisted with all his strength, he was no match for the half-step immortal King Jiang Chen. Asterisk plop. Asterisk under the oppression of Jiang Chen, Yangshu knelt on the ground, kneeling in front of Tianjizi. Kowtow. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. Haha. Yangshu, I didn't expect you to have such a day. Tianjizi lowered his head to look at Yangshu, who was kneeling on the ground like a dog, and let out an incomparably carefree smile. Thinking of how Yangshu had treated him these days, Tianjizi lifted one of his feet and kicked Yangshu's face. It just so happened that Tianjizi's shoes were dirty these days. This kick left a 7-size shoe print on Yangshu's face. *CK your mother. Tianjizi was not a kind person. If there was a grudge, he would take revenge. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally wanted to vent all the depression in his heart. In front of everyone, Tianjizi raised his left and right feet and kicked Yangshu's face one after another like firecrackers. The scene of a law enforcement hall master kneeling on the ground being kicked in the face was shocking enough. For Yangshu, he had lost all his face. Bastard! Tianjizi, Jiang Chen, kill me. Kill me if you have the guts. Yangshu completely exploded. This humiliation had already made him collapse. He actually asked for death. The scene was very brutal. Seeing the hall master of the law enforcement hall being humiliated, none of the elders and disciples in Tianyun Pavilion made a move to stop it. For some reason, such a scene actually made many of them feel a trace of pleasure. To Yangshu, it was indeed a kind of sorrow that he had fallen to such an extent. You want to die now, but I won't let you die. I will let you understand that death is a luxury for you, a pursuit. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably cold, devoid of any emotion. Sometimes, to a person, death wasn't the scariest thing. What was scarier than death was not being able to die even if you wanted to. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout was heard all of a sudden. Then, an incomparably powerful silhouette appeared on the square. The one who came was a handsome young man. He seemed to be less than 30 years old, but his qi was extremely powerful, much stronger than Daoist Yu Feng. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of the half-step immortal king realm. Such a figure was undoubtedly very terrifying. In Tianyun Pavilion, there was only one such person, Tian Muyun. Tian Muyun had appeared. He had been in seclusion all this while, trying to break through to the immortal king realm. This time, he was disturbed by the matter of the law enforcement hall, so he had no choice but to come out. Facts had proven that Tian Muyun's talent was indeed very great. He had also obtained a lot of benefits from this seclusion. This could be seen from the qi that he was releasing. After Tian Muyun appeared, his eyes swept across the square and saw Yangshu kneeling on the ground. His anger rose in an instant, especially when he saw Jiang Chen's current cultivation base. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent. That's right, Jiang Chen's abnormal strength had made him jealous. It wasn't just a normal kind of jealousy, because Jiang Chen's advancement was just too fast, which caught everyone off guard. What was more unacceptable was Jiang Chen's combat strength. Such combat strength was even more terrifying than the speed of advancement. With a cultivation base of half-step immortal king, he could easily suppress a late golden immortal. In the entire immortal world, apart from Jiang Chen, there was no one else who could do this. Jiang Chen, you really have guts. You're really too gutsy. You actually dare to come here and behave atrociously. Don't tell me you don't put me in your eyes? Tian Muyun Lung said. Tian Muyun, we haven't settled the score between us. Jiang Chen glanced sideways at Tian Muyun. With Yang Bufan present, he didn't put Tian Muyun in his eyes at all. Sect leader, save me. Hurry up and save me. When Yang Shu saw Tian Muyun, he once again saw hope. In his point of view, Tian Muyun was the #1 expert in one-line sky and had always been a legend in one-line sky. Perhaps, Tian Muyun could really save him. What Yang Shu thought was right. Tian Muyun was indeed very strong. His current combat strength had surpassed the other 7 one-line immortals. Given his current ability, if it wasn't for Yang Bufan's presence, it wouldn't be a problem for him to save Yang Shu from Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, because of Yang Bufan's presence, Yang Shu's wish could only come to nothing. Jiang Chen, you're a guy with guts. You actually dared to come here to save someone. I admire you very much, but you really shouldn't have chosen to go against me, because that's courting death. I want you to let go of Elder Yang Shu now. In that case, you and Tianjizi won't end up too miserable. Tian Muyun looked at Jiang Chen condescendingly. His tone was also condescending. He hadn't noticed Yang Bufan's existence when he just appeared. Even if he saw Yang Bufan, he wouldn't pay attention to him because Yang Bufan looked too ordinary on the surface. Moreover, Tian Muyun was too arrogant. He believed that he was the #1 expert in one-line sky and wouldn't put anyone in his eyes. However, he would never have thought that Jiang Chen would invite the evil lord over. Plop. However, Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to Tian Muyun at all. A great force fell on Yang Shu's body, causing Yang Shu's head to hit the ground with a plop. It was a heavy kowtow to Tianjizi. Presumptuous. Upon seeing this, Tian Muyun was infuriated. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. This Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes at all. He was the sect master of Tianyun Pavilion, but Jiang Chen didn't give him any face in front of all the elders and disciples. This made him very angry. A powerful qi rushed out of Tian Muyun's body. Judging from his appearance, he was ready to attack. His law enforcement hall master was humiliated in front of him. If he didn't do anything, no one in the entire Tianyun Pavilion would look up to him anymore. Whoosh. Just as Tian Muyun made his move, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. Sensing that someone was blocking his way, Tian Muyun's expression changed slightly. Immediately, he halted his steps. He raised his head and saw a black-robed man calmly standing in front of him. Although he didn't unleash his qi, Tian Muyun was truly shocked. An immortal king expert. Tian Muyun wasn't a fool. Given his eyesight, he could naturally feel the scariness of Yang Bufan at such a close distance. The rippling airflow around him was enough to prove that Yang Bufan was an immortal king. You are Tian Muyun? Yang Bufan spoke. The way he looked at Tian Muyun was full of contempt and disgust. It was hard for him to look straight at a person who had betrayed his master. He didn't even want to look at such a person. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's order, he would have slapped Tian Muyun to death. Who are you? Tian Muyun behaved calmly. After all, he had a strong cultivation base. If he went all out, he already had the capital to fight an early immortal king. Evil Lord. Yang Bufan revealed his name. What? Evil Lord? Tian Muyun exclaimed. Daoist Yu Feng, who was beside him, exclaimed as well. Others might not know who the evil lord was, but they had heard of him. All of them had some understanding of the evil abyss. Even if they hadn't been there before, they basically knew about the situation inside. This person in front of them was the evil lord, a mighty existence that could stand firm in evil abyss. Such a peerless figure wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Amazing. Just who is this Sin Lord? Just the name alone is enough to tell that he's no ordinary person. I have a feeling that he might be related to the evil abyss, and he's an incredible figure in the evil abyss. Think about it, Xianxia was able to walk out of the evil abyss successfully. Which ordinary person could do that? Therefore, I think that the reason why Xianxia could walk out of the evil abyss is probably related to this evil lord. This man is very likely to be a mighty immortal king, even more powerful than sect master and Taoist Yufeng. Xianxia is truly amazing. He could actually come into contact with such a big shot after a trip to the evil abyss, and even made the other party take the initiative to help him. It seems like he came prepared today. If Elder Yangshu is really in danger, not even sect master can save him. The appearance of Yang Bufan once again attracted everyone's attention. They were afraid that only a mighty immortal king would be able to frighten Tian Muyun. There was no true immortal king in One Line Sky. One could only imagine how powerful Yang Bufan's deterrence was. I'm the sect master of Tianyun Pavilion, Tian Muyun. Greetings, evil lord, but today's matter is an internal matter of Tianyun Pavilion. I hope evil lord won't get involved. Tian Muyun clasped his fists at Yang Bufan. No matter how arrogant Tian Muyun was, he wouldn't dare show the slightest neglect in the face of an immortal king. If it was an ordinary immortal king, Tian Muyun might not pay too much attention to it, but this man in front of him was obviously not an ordinary immortal king. This could be seen from Yang Bufan's age. To be able to reach the immortal king realm at such a young age, he must be a genius among geniuses. Tian Muyun could even feel that Yang Bufan's talent was absolutely not inferior to his own. Currently, Yang Bufan's cultivation base was at the peak of early Immortal King realm, only one step away from advancing to the intermediate Immortal King realm. Internal matter? Xianxia doesn't seem to be a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion anymore. Besides, I, evil lord, don't care if it's an internal matter or not. Yang Bufan's tone was very flat, but the overflowing pressure made people feel incomparably uncomfortable. As soon as his voice faded, Yang Bufan struck decisively. A heavy slap landed on Tian Muyun's face. The sound of the slap reverberated throughout the square. This slap made Tian Muyun spin 3 times on the spot. Yang Bufan's attack was too fast. Even with Tian Muyun's ability, he didn't have the chance to react at all. ****, the whole audience was in an uproar. This slap was a solid slap on the face of their sect leader. He was the sect leader of Tianyun Pavilion, the genius legend of the entire One Line Sky and the super expert of One Line 8 Immortals. Today, he was slapped in the face in public. This was a real humiliation. Tian Muyun's eyes were filled with anger, but he didn't choose to fight back. From the slap just now, he was completely sure that he was no match for the black-robed man in front of him. They weren't on the same level at all. If he fought back, the black-robed man would probably crush him with just a finger. What? I hit you, but you don't seem to be convinced. Yang Bufan smiled and gave another backhand slap. The other half of Tian Muyun's face was also slapped, and he spun 3 times on the spot. Next, Yang Bufan continued to slap Tian Muyun's face like firecrackers. Tian Muyun didn't even have the strength to resist. After dozens of slaps, Tian Muyun's face had completely changed, turning into a tender pig's head. He stood on the spot and kept swaying. It seemed that he had been beaten senseless. I hate ungrateful villains like you the most. If it weren't for Brother Zheng's warning, you would have been dead by now. But killing you will only dirty my hands. Yang Bufan said, not forgetting to spit on Tian Muyun's face. This kind of humiliation was indescribable. At this moment, the anger in Tian Muyun's heart was like a volcano that was about to erupt. It was like a volcano, but it was firmly suppressed by him. Tian Muyun stood there without saying a word. Today's situation was very clear to him. Xianxia came prepared. He had brought back a powerful immortal king as his helper. No one in One Line Sky was a match for such a character. Even if the One Line Sky 8 immortals attacked him at the same time, they would still be slapped to death like flies. Therefore, no matter how much hatred Tian Muyun had in his heart, he could only endure it in order to live. This man is really scary. He can endure such humiliation. He's very shrewd. Xianxia, who was not far away, saw all this. His opinion of Tian Muyun rose a little, but his intention to kill Tian Muyun would never change. The atmosphere in the entire square was extremely depressing. Many elders' eyes were overflowing with a trace of anger. Seeing their sect master being slapped was not only a humiliation to Tian Muyun, but also a humiliation to the entire Tianyun pavilion. But no matter how angry they were, no one dared to step forward. No one was a fool. Stepping forward to fight against an immortal king was no different from courting death. The other party could easily blow them to death. Humph. Yang Bufan snorted coldly in disgust, then turned around and no longer looked at Tian Muyun. But as long as he stood here today, he would bring absolute pressure to everyone. Yang Shu, who was kneeling on the ground, was in complete despair. Even the sect master had been humiliated. Who else could save him? No one could save him. He had completely become the fish in Jiangchen's hand, waiting to be slaughtered. See, Yang Shu? No one can save you. I've already said that you will be punished today. No one can save you. Jiangchen's voice was like the king of hell. Every word was sentencing Yang Shu to death. Kill me, Jiangchen. Kill me. Yang Shu roared. He was suppressed by Jiangchen's great strength, lying on the ground and unable to move. He couldn't even lift his head. You want to die? I won't let you die. Don't you have a distinguished identity? Aren't you the master of the law enforcement hall? Then I'll let you taste the feeling of falling from the top of the pyramid. I'll treat you the same way you treated my master. Today, I'll cripple you. Let's see how you can establish a foothold in Tianyun Pavilion in the future. Every word of Jiangchen was like a sharp knife stabbing into Yang Shu's heart. Cripple his cultivation? Become a cripple? This was something Yang Shu had never thought about. He had never thought about the ending. Now that he thought about it, his whole body was trembling. It was too terrible. It was 100 times worse than killing him. As the hall master of the law enforcement hall, he had made too many enemies. Once he fell from the top of the pyramid, he would completely become a clown. Everyone who saw him would definitely look at him with disdain, ridicule, and pity. Those who were bullied and looked down upon by him in the past would step on his head and even spit on him. At that time, the whole world would be gloomy. He would be like a rat on the street, the object of ridicule everywhere. All his dignity would be gone. This was a cruel world, a world where strength was respected. When you lost your strength, you really couldn't have a foothold. At that time, not to mention law enforcement hall, perhaps it would be difficult for you to be a sweeper in Tianyun Pavilion. No. Yang Shu roared. He couldn't imagine what his future life would be like. It would be worse than death, and he absolutely didn't have the courage to commit suicide. Therefore, dying in Jiangchen's hands was the best choice. Kill me, Jiangchen. Hurry up and kill me. Yang Shu seemed to have gone mad. He had completely lost himself. He no longer had the bearing of an elder. Now, he only wished for death because he had completely lost all hope. Jiangchen had truly grown up to the point where he could only look up to him. Even Tian Muyun couldn't save him. Yang Shu had no illusions and extravagant hopes for himself. Jiangchen didn't care about Yang Shu's despair. He stretched out his dragon claw and slapped the top of Yang Shu's head. A destructive force drilled into Yang Shu's body through his head. Cracking sounds could be heard incessantly from his body. Not long after, Yang Shu's whole body went limp, lying on the ground like a dog. His body kept twitching. Many people could see that the energy in Yang Shu's body was rapidly draining. This wasn't an ordinary energy draining, but a real disappearance. It would never come back. Compared to Tianjizi, Yang Shu's experience was even more miserable. Yang Shu's qi and meridians were completely shattered. Even his soul was injured. This was an injury that couldn't be healed. In other words, Yang Shu had completely become a cripple from now on. He was worse than a cripple, because he could no longer do anything except walk. The dignified hall master of the law enforcement hall of Heavenly Cloud Pavilion had ended up like this. It was truly a sad sight. Alas! What a pity. Elder Yangshu is so pitiful now. He doesn't even have the right to die. A pitiful person must be hateful. Jiang Chen is returning the favor. If Yangshu didn't treat Tianjizi like that in the beginning, I believe that Jiang Chen wouldn't be so ruthless. Yangshu only has himself to blame. Jiang Chen is a person who can't be trusted. Those who go against him won't have a good end. The law enforcement hall is completely finished. Today, the hall master has also suffered humiliation. It can be said that Tianyun Pavilion has suffered an unprecedented blow. Although Jiang Chen is too ruthless, he is a man of character. He is full of blood and righteousness. It would be a good choice to be friends with him. Many people were sighing. Yangshu's experience was really a very sad thing. But who could be blamed for all this? He only had himself to blame. This day was destined when he killed Tianjizi. Get lost, old dog. Jiang Chen kicked Yangshu in disgust. Yangshu's body was sent flying away and fell 10 feet away. At this moment, Yangshu's body curled up on the ground. He seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. He was like a poor mouse and no one came forward to help him up. Tian Muyun saw all this with his own eyes. Anger flickered in his eyes. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. All this was because of Jiang Chen. But what Tian Muyun could do now was to endure it. Because there was nothing else he could do. He didn't have the courage to attack Jiang Chen. There was a terrifying tiger standing next to him that could take his life at any time. Asterisk swish. Asterisk after destroying Yangshu, Jiang Chen turned to look at the last vice hall master of law enforcement hall. The vice hall master was terrified. He was now in Jiang Chen's domain and had no room to resist. Jiang Chen, this matter has nothing to do with me. I didn't touch Elder Tianjizi. The vice hall master's voice began to tremble. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would kill him out of anger and cripple him like Yangshu. Chen, don't kill him. Tianjizi shook his head at Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen retracted his killing intent. Just like Daoist Yu Feng, since Tianjizi didn't allow him to kill Yangshu, it meant that Yangshu still had value to keep him alive. In fact, this vice hall master was the only one who had a good relationship with Tianjizi among all the elders in law enforcement hall. Moreover, after Yangshu crippled Tianjizi, this vice hall master still argued with Yangshu angrily. From this point alone, he didn't deserve to die. Asterisk who, asterisk seeing that Jiang Chen had retracted his killing intent, the vice hall master heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. Only then did the vice hall master realize that his clothes were soaked in sweat. The scene just now was just too horrifying. The vice hall master glanced at Tianjizi with gratitude in his eyes. It was imaginable that with Jiang Chen's means and style of doing things, he would already be a dead man if Tianjizi hadn't stopped him. After killing so many people and almost destroying the entire law enforcement hall, Jiang Chen's anger finally subsided. Next, it was time for him and Tian Muyun. Jiang Chen retracted his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. He was clad in white with a delicate face. It was hard to associate his appearance with the killing maniac just now, but they were indeed the same person. Jiang Chen approached Tian Muyun. Looking at Tian Muyun's resentful and vicious eyes, Jiang Chen just sneered. Tian Muyun, I will take master away today, but I will still come back to Tianyun Pavilion. I will personally take your life at that time. At that time, you will naturally know why I am here. Because once he took out the heavenly dragon combat halberd, it would mean that he had something to do with Ouyang He. At that time, Daoist Yu Feng and the others would get to the bottom of it. Even if he didn't say anything, many people would speculate about it. In this way, Tianyun Pavilion would no longer have peace. Today, Tian Muyun had been humiliated. He would certainly harbor resentment. Once the secret of him killing Ouyang He was leaked out, this guy was likely to do all kinds of crazy things. At that time, Daoist Yu Feng would be in danger, many elders would be in danger, and Tianyun Pavilion would be destroyed by Tian Muyun's hands. This wasn't what Jiang Chen wanted to see. In any case, Tianyun Pavilion was Ouyang He's painstaking effort. He wouldn't let Ouyang He's painstaking effort be destroyed by Tian Muyun. Therefore, Jiang Chen chose not to reveal his cards. As long as he didn't reveal his cards, Tianyun Pavilion could still maintain its basic peace under Tian Muyun's control. When his strength grew stronger and had the capital to compete with Tian Muyun, he would naturally reveal his cards. At that time, he would kill Tian Muyun in front of all the elders and disciples of Tianyun Pavilion to seek justice for Ouyang He. Jiangchen, Tian Muyun, will remember what happened today. Tian Muyun said Lung Lung. You'd better remember it. Not only today's matter, but many other things. Jiangchen left these words, then helped Tianjizi up. Master, let's go. Tianjizi nodded. There was nothing left for a cripple to live in this era, but now that he had Jiangchen as his disciple, even if it was his greatest pride, he felt incomparably gratified. Jiangchen brought Tianjizi to Yang Bufan's side. Brother Yang, let's go. What? You're letting him go just like that? Yang Bufan glanced at Tian Muyan Lung Lung. I've said it before. One day, I'll come back and kill him myself. Jiangchen smiled and soared into the sky with Tianjizi, disappearing from everyone's line of sight. As for Yang Bufan, he came and went without a trace. When everyone turned around to look for him, they couldn't find any trace of him. No one knew where he had gone. Looking at the direction where Jiangchen and Yang Bufan disappeared, Tian Muyun's eyes finally revealed an incomparably ruthless look. A monstrous rage burst out of his body, turning into a substance, swaying back and forth in the sky. Jiangchen, evil lord, the humiliation you've given me today, I'll return it twofold sooner or later. Just you wait, when I advance to the immortal king realm, it'll be the time of your deaths. At that time, I'll personally head to the evil abyss to annihilate all of you. Tian Muyun was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Today, he had suffered such a great humiliation because of his weak cultivation, but he would definitely remember this humiliation in his heart. With a sway of his body, Tian Muyun vanished. He had chosen to go into seclusion again. As a matter of fact, Yang Bufan's humiliation had helped Tian Muyun's growth in a certain aspect. Today's humiliation wouldn't make Tian Muyun fall into despair. Instead, it would stimulate his fighting spirit, allowing him to grow faster and speed up his advancement to the immortal king realm. On a barren mountain thousands of miles away from Tianyun Pavilion, Jiangchen and his two companions landed. Master, I've caused a great disaster this time. I've really implicated you. Jiangchen sighed. Looking at Tianjizi in such a state made him feel very uncomfortable. Haha. You're a man, why do you have to be so long-winded? Tianjizi chuckled, but his laughter was filled with sorrow. As a supreme expert of the golden immortal realm, he had suddenly become a cripple. No matter how good his mentality was, he would not be able to accept it. It would be impossible to say that he did not have any shadow in his heart. Master, let me take a look at your injuries. Jiangchen said, grabbing Tianjizi's palm. A stream of divine sense went into Tianjizi's body through his broken meridians. After making a round inside his body, Jiangchen's frown deepened. His meridians are broken and his qi is destroyed. This is an injury that can't be healed. Even a powerful former emperor or an immortal venerable can't help him. If it's an immortal emperor, he can go against the heaven and help him rebuild his qi and repair his meridians. Yang Bufan said. Immortal emperor? Upon hearing these two words, Tianjizi couldn't help but shake his head. He couldn't even see the legendary supreme great emperors, let alone come into contact with them. They were supreme figures in the immortal world. Every great emperor was high and mighty, standing at the top of the heavens and earth. It was undoubtedly a pipe dream to find a powerful great emperor to help him. Master, let me introduce you. This is the evil lord, Yang Bufan, an early immortal king supreme expert, the ruler of the human race in Evil Abyss. It's all thanks to Brother Yang's help that I was able to save you this time. It was also thanks to Brother Yang's help that I was able to return to the ancient tomb from Evil Abyss. Jiangchen introduced. Tianjizi greets the evil lord. Tianjizi bowed slightly to Yang Bufan. In the face of a mighty immortal king expert, he didn't dare to address him as Brother Yang like Jiangchen did. That was a great disrespect to an immortal king. Moreover, Yang Bufan had saved his life today, which made him his savior. Tianjizi felt grateful from the bottom of his heart. Tianjizi had never been to Evil Abyss, nor had he heard of the Evil Lord, but he wasn't a fool. From Jiang Chen's introduction, he could already tell how amazing Yang Bufan was. The fact that Yang Bufan dared to address him as the Evil Lord in Evil Abyss was very obvious. No need to be so polite. Yang Bufan waved his hand, indicating that Tianjizi didn't need to be so formal with him. Of course, this was all for the sake of Jiang Chen. Otherwise, given Yang Bufan's identity, he wouldn't interfere in an outsider's business. Given Tianjizi's cultivation base, Yang Bufan wouldn't say a word to him either. Master, there are still some important matters to deal with in the Evil Abyss. Let's return to the Evil Abyss first. As for the matters here, I'll be back sooner or later. There's a deeper grudge between me and Tian Muyun. I'll tell you about it later, said Jiang Chen. Although Tianjizi had become a cripple, Jiang Chen wouldn't abandon him. From now on, he wouldn't allow anyone to hurt Tianjizi. From now on, Tianjizi was the most important person in his life. All right. Yang Bufan took out a spatial talisman. It was a spatial talisman. He had already gained full control of the spatial fluctuations in Evil Abyss, so it was easy for him to open the passageway to Evil Abyss. In other words, Evil Abyss was his base camp and he could return to it at any time. Of course, there was a limit to where he could go at any time. It was only limited to the areas that were connected to Evil Abyss, such as One Line Sky. There was no way to go back to Evil Abyss beyond these areas. In other words, the existence of Evil Abyss was only relative to these areas. Those who went beyond these areas would never have heard of Evil Abyss. Asterisk buzz, asterisk the spatial talisman turned into an illusory portal, drifting in the void. This was the gateway to Evil Abyss. Yang Bufan took the lead and walked in, followed by Jiang Chen who was supporting Tianjizi. After the three of them entered the portal, it disappeared automatically and the void regained its tranquility. It was as if nothing had happened here. No one knew that three people had just disappeared. Evil Abyss, Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan only took half a day to go back and forth. During this time, the Evil Abyss was still calm and peaceful. Jiang Chen had killed Mo Ying and destroyed the army of the evil clan, causing the evil clan to suffer an unprecedented loss, almost damaging their foundation. At this moment, the evil clan was preparing for the final battle. When the decisive battle arrived, it was destined to be a reign of terror. The final counterattack of the evil clan would certainly be a life-and-death battle with the human race. Their aim was to annihilate the human race and regain control of Evil Abyss. Evil Lord Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen left quietly. No one knew about it, so it didn't cause any panic in the human race. To the human race, Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen were the spiritual pillars of the entire human race. If they knew that the two of them had left, they would certainly panic. After Jiang Chen returned, he brought Tianjizi back to the courtyard. He had to find a way to help Tianjizi recuperate his body. Tianjizi's body was too weak now. Even if he couldn't recover, he still had to find a way to recuperate his body. Otherwise, given his current state, he was afraid that he would die of old age in a few years. As for Yang Bufan, he naturally went back to deal with the matters in Sin City. Now that the war between the human race and the evil clan was about to break out, he had to show his steadiest side to calm the people's hearts. In the courtyard, when De Huang Dog and Tyrant saw Tianjizi, they came over to greet him. It was the first time for Tyrant to see Tianjizi. He knew that this was Jiang Chen's master in Tianyun Pavilion, but it wasn't the first time for De Huang Dog to see Tianjizi. When he saw the changes in Tianjizi, he was incomparably furious. For God's sake, which idiot did this? De Huang Dog was exasperated. How awe-inspiring was Tianjizi in the past? He was a mighty elder of Tianyun Pavilion. But now, his cultivation base had been crippled, turning him into a cripple. How could De Huang Dog not be angry? It's Yang Shu. However, I have already made the law enforcement hall pay with blood. All the elders of the law enforcement hall have been killed by me. Brother Yang has even humiliated Tian Muyun. However, this matter won't end just like that. Tian Muyun is a very shrewd bastard. Plus, he has extraordinary talent. I'm afraid that today's humiliation will become his motivation for revenge, helping him break through to the Immortal King realm as soon as possible. However, I'm not afraid even if he advances to the immortal king realm. The stronger Tian Muyun is, the more it will stimulate me. Sooner or later, there will be a battle between us. Sooner or later, I will kill him with my own hands," said Jiang Chen. His words and face were full of confidence. At the same time, he exuded a faint aura of a king. That was the chi of an innate king. The few of them had already witnessed Jiang Chen's great luck. Such a figure's future achievements would be limitless. "Chen Er, you said that there are other grudges between you and Tian Muyun. What's going on?" Tianjizi asked curiously. Given his eyesight, he could naturally see that Jiang Chen had the determination to kill Tian Muyun, but it wasn't just because of this matter. It seemed like there were other reasons. "Master, what do you think this is?" With a flick of his arm, Jiang Chen took out the heavenly dragon combat halberd. After the golden halberd appeared, it radiated a dazzling golden light. When Tianjizi saw the halberd, his facial expression changed instantly. He was too familiar with this halberd. Most of the elders in Tianyun Pavilion knew about this halberd. Basically, all of them had seen it before. The heavenly dragon combat halberd is Sect Master's weapon. How could it be in your hands? Tianjizi was astounded. He looked up at Jiang Chen, eager to know the answer. Back then, Senior Ouyang found me in Yen City. At that time, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He gave me the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and the cultivation method of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes, asking me to help him complete a task in his heart. That is, to kill Tian Muyun and restore the glory of Tianyun Pavilion, so that he can rest in peace in the netherworld. Jiang Chen said. At this time, there was no need to hide these things from Tianjizi. In that case, Sect Master Ouyang has really met with misfortune. Ai. But, what does this have to do with Tian Muyun? Tian Muyun is Sect Master Ouyang's proudest disciple. Tianjizi was puzzled. Master, you don't know this. Senior Ouyang's death was caused by Tian Muyun. This man is insane. He took advantage of the critical moment when Senior Ouyang was in seclusion to break through to the immortal king realm. In the end, Senior Ouyang had no choice but to burn all his life essence to escape. Jiang Chen told Tianjizi everything he knew. Bastard. What a bastard. I didn't expect this kid to be insane to such an extent. He even deceived all the elders of Tianyun Pavilion. I once used the great divination art to divine the whereabouts of Sect Master Ouyang, but my divination art hasn't reached that level yet. I could only divine that Sect Master Ouyang has met with misfortune, but I couldn't figure out the reason. I didn't expect that it was all done by Tian Muyun. Tianjizi was so angry that his nose was about to emit smoke. He had a very good relationship with Ouyang He. It was a big blow to him that Ouyang He had met with misfortune. For the past 2 years, Tianjizi had been sad about Ouyang He's death almost every day, but he never thought that Ouyang He's death would be related to Tian Muyun. Now, Tianjizi finally understood why Jiang Chen wanted to kill Tian Muyun. It must be that after Ouyang He escaped, he felt that there was no hope for revenge, and began to choose a successor. In the end, he chose Jiang Chen, because he saw the hope of revenge in Jiang Chen. Tianjizi was very shocked. He had always been very regretful about Ouyang He's death. He even had a lot of doubts because Ouyang He was just too strong. With Ouyang He's ability, he shouldn't have been killed by himself. He was sure that there must be something hidden behind this, but he never thought that it was related to Tian Muyun. Not only him, even Daoist Yu Feng didn't suspect Tian Muyun. Because in the eyes of outsiders, Tian Muyun was a first-class genius of Tianyun Pavilion. Ouyang He treated him like his own son. Therefore, after Ouyang He's death, Tian Muyun naturally inherited the position of Sect Master of Tianyun Pavilion. Even Daoist Yu Feng didn't have the slightest objection. Everyone in Tianyun Pavilion respected and obeyed Tian Muyun. But no one knew that their current sect master was just a lunatic who deceived his own master and killed his ancestors. This man even dared to kill Sect Master Ouyang, let alone me. I should have killed him directly. Tianjizi sneered. At first, he was extremely angry and aggrieved when Tian Muyun treated him like this. But now that he thought about it, he didn't feel so aggrieved anymore. Tian Muyun even killed Ouyang He, so what was he to him? People like Tian Muyun were always unscrupulous in order to achieve their goals. I promised Senior Ouyang that I would kill him with my own hands. That's why I spared his life today. Killing Tian Muyun is my biggest and only goal since I entered Tianyun Pavilion. I must accomplish it myself instead of relying on Brother Yang. Although Tian Muyun is stronger than me now, it's only a matter of time before I kill him. Jiangchen said with a face full of confidence. Ever since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, Jiangchen had never doubted his confidence. Confidence was the most basic requirement for a true powerhouse. No matter how strong the opponent was, Jiangchen firmly believed that he would one day trample on them. Jiangchen had always been like this. Countless geniuses had become his stepping stones and contributed to his continuous growth. Good, very good. A man should be like this, full of courage. That's why I made an exception to accept you as my disciple. Chen your future achievements will certainly be limitless. Even my great divination art will be carried forward in your hands. I, Tianji, have a disciple like you in this life. Even if I don't have the chance to recover in the future, I'm already satisfied. I can die without regrets. Tianji wasn't stingy with his words of praise for Jiangchen. There was really nothing to be picky about with such a disciple. Compared to the time when Tianji accepted Jiangchen as his disciple in Tianyun Pavilion, the current Jiangchen had grown a lot. Even if Tianji's cultivation was still the same, he had been left far behind by Jiangchen. The gap between them would only get bigger and bigger in the future. Jiangchen's ruthlessness was the basic rule of survival in the cruel immortal world. One must be ruthless in order to stand firm. Moreover, Jiangchen's ruthlessness was only towards his enemies. Jiangchen had always been loyal to his own people. This was something that Tianji had deeply experienced. Don't worry, Master. Even if your cultivation base has been completely destroyed, I will find a way to help you recover. I believe that there is nothing in this world that is impossible. I will now help you nourish your body and prevent your essence, qi, and spirit from dissipating. After the matters in Evil Abyss and One Line Sky are settled, I will find a way to help you recover. Jiangchen said. He had always believed that there was nothing in this world that was impossible. Even if Tianji had suffered because of him, he would have a reason to help him recover. The heart of the regenerative lotus can help him rebuild his meridians and qi. De Huang Dog said. Regenerative lotus? Speaking of the regenerative lotus, Jiangchen recalled that he still had 2 lotus leaves in his hand and immediately took them out. Master, these are the lotus leaves of the regenerative lotus. Take them first. Although the lotus leaves don't have the same effect as the heart of the lotus, they are still very beneficial to your current situation. Unfortunately, there is only one lotus heart of the regenerative lotus. Otherwise, your injuries would be nothing. Jiangchen shook his head. Back then, in order to help Han Yan regrow his arm, Jiangchen had risked his life to steal the regenerative lotus in the heavenly mountain. In the end, he used the heart of the lotus to help Han Yan regrow his arm. Unexpectedly, Tianji had suffered injuries that were even more terrifying than Han Yan's. Unfortunately, there was only one lotus heart of the regenerative lotus. God knows where else a sacred object like the regenerative lotus could be found. Such a treasure could only be found by luck. It was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Jiangchen wouldn't pin all his hopes on the illusory regenerative lotus. The 2 lotus leaves in front of him could temporarily help Tianji recover some of his essence. As for the rest, he would think about it in the future. Upon seeing the lotus leaves of the regenerative lotus, Tianji was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, Tianji laughed heartily until he coughed violently and his stomach cramped. Jiangchen was also laughing heartily. By now, even a fool would know what had happened in the heavenly mountain. Awesome. Chen, I really want to know how you did it. The disappearance of the heavenly mountain regenerative lotus is known as the #1 unsolved case in One Line Sky for 1,000 years. The One Line 8 immortals have been searching everywhere for the person who stole the regenerative lotus, but to no avail. I have never thought that you would be the one who got it. Tianji's gaze towards Jiangchen became more and more colorful. He was very curious because Jiangchen hadn't gone to Tianyun Pavilion at that time. Jiangchen was merely an earth immortal, not even a heaven immortal. The regenerative lotus was watched by 8 late golden immortal experts. Tianjizi couldn't imagine how Jiang Chen could get it under such circumstances. Regardless of how Jiang Chen got it, it was a fact that the regenerative lotus had fallen into Jiang Chen's hands. Tianjizi couldn't help but admire him. I obtained it through my own means. Back then, one of my brothers had his arm chopped off by the students of Xianxia school. He had to rely on the heart of the regenerative lotus to recover his arm. That's why I took the risk to get it. Unfortunately, there are only 2 leaves left. Master, quickly refine and absorb them to stabilize your foundation and improve your essence. Jiang Chen said. All right. Tianjizi nodded. Without any hesitation, he received the regenerative lotus and swallowed it into his stomach. Asterisk kiss. Asterisk stabilize your state of mind. Jiang Chen bellowed, then grabbed Tianjizi's palm. A large amount of wood spiritual qi rushed into Tianjizi's body like a tide. The wood spiritual qi was like a clear stream that flowed into Tianjizi's body. Tianjizi's body was like a dried-up lake that was suddenly washed by a clear stream. It was an incomparably comfortable feeling. What a mystical qi flow. I can feel that I'm full of vitality again. This is truly a miracle. The means of my disciple is heaven-defying. It's far beyond my expectation. Tianjizi was shocked, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He listened to Jiang Chen's words and stabilized his state of mind. Although his cultivation had been crippled, he still had the experience of a golden immortal expert. So stabilizing his state of mind was very easy for him. Tianjizi was very confident in Jiang Chen. He completely opened his state of mind and allowed Jiang Chen to control his body. The energy of the regenerative lotus had already been controlled by Jiang Chen's wood spiritual qi. Under the guidance of the wood spiritual qi, the energy of the leaves of the regenerative lotus began to become docile and was gradually absorbed by Tianjizi's body. To Jiang Chen, absorbing these energies was as easy as drinking water. He could absorb them all in a blink, but to Tianjizi, it wasn't so easy. It was like an ordinary person who wanted to drink a lot of water. He had to drink it mouthful by mouthful. It was impossible for him to finish it all at once. If he was too impulsive, he might even choke to death. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He helped Tianjizi absorb the energy for 3 days. With the help of Jiang Chen, Tianjizi finally absorbed the 2 leaves of the regenerative lotus along with a large amount of wood spiritual qi. With the help of the lotus leaf and the wood spiritual energy, Tianjizi's body had undoubtedly received a great nourishment. Compared to 3 days ago, Tianjizi's current state was much stronger. Although his cultivation base hadn't recovered, his condition had recovered. His essence, qi, and spirit had also returned. His appearance had also returned to its original appearance. He was no longer a trembling old man in his twilight years, but an old man in his 40s or 50s. Of course, on the surface, Tianjizi's condition was still a little dispirited. After all, he couldn't be compared to the time when he was a golden immortal. Master, how do you feel? Jiang Chen asked. Much better. I can live for at least another 20 years. He had already accepted the reality. After all, things had already happened, and he could only choose to accept it silently. In the future, he still had to go on. Life was impermanence. Who knew what would happen in the future? He was very confident in his disciple. Maybe Jiang Chen would really find a way to help him recover completely. Therefore, as long as he was alive, there would be hope. Tianjizi's hope was on Jiang Chen. It won't take 20 years. In a year at most, I'll be able to find a way to help you recover. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He couldn't allow Tianjizi to continue like this. Once the matters of Nifa's Abyss and One Line Sky were settled, the first thing he wanted to do was to find a way to help Tianjizi recover. This was his next goal. Master believes in you. This is the first time Master has come to Nifa's Abyss, but I can smell the tension in the air. What's going on? Tianjizi returned to reality and began to pay attention to the situation in Nifa's Abyss. After all, he was proficient in the great divination art and could sense many things. Master might not know this, but there is another incomparably powerful race living in this place. They are called the Evil Clan. The Nifa's Abyss itself was named after the Evil Clan. They used to be the masters of this place, but later on, Xianxia introduced the basic situation of this place to Tianjizi, including the current tense situation in Nifa's abyss and some of the things that happened to him here. After listening to Xianxia's words, Tianjizi's respect for Xianxia increased. It was hard not to admire such a great figure who could fight against an entire race alone. The war with the evil clan is about to begin. Unfortunately, I can't help much. Tianjizi sighed. There was a hint of disappointment in his tone. To an expert, it was impossible for him to not feel anything in the face of such a situation. Kong Long, Jiangchen didn't know what to say. All of a sudden, an earth-shattering rumble reverberated from afar. The space above Nifa's city was torn apart. More than a dozen spatial passageways were blasted open at the same time. Boundless devil waves began to roll and roar could be heard from within. For a moment, the color of heaven and earth changed. Dark clouds covered the sky. The entire Nifa's city instantly became incomparably oppressive. Subsequently, powerful demonic devils rushed out of the spatial passageways. Each of them beat their chest and stamped their feet. When they looked up at the sky, each of them looked like they came from hell, emitting a terrifying radiance. In just a few breaths' time, more than 1,000 huge demonic devils rushed out of the spatial passageways. Not good. The evil clan has begun their attack. Tyrant's expression changed. It seems like the evil clan is going all out this time. They attacked Nifa's city as soon as they arrived. They are prepared to fight to the death with the human race. De Huang Dog wagged his sturdy tail. Finally, the decisive battle was about to begin. It came faster than they had imagined. Demons danced crazily, forming a dense black mass. Heaven and earth darkened, completely covered by demonic qi. This was a scene of doomsday. The void was torn apart, the earth was also torn apart. There were actually demons burrowing out from the earth. The scene was extremely brutal and extremely terrifying. Tianjizi had never seen such a scene before. His face turned somewhat unsightly. Compared to the war of the human race, the war between the major powers in One Line Sky was just like a child's play. No wonder no one was willing to enter Evil Abyss. Almost all the cultivators here treated Evil Abyss like tigers. The brutality and evil of this place was indeed unimaginable to the outside world. That's a half-step immortal king demonic devil leader. A few of them have appeared at once. Motherf ****. It seems like the evil clan is serious this time. Haha. But Master Dog likes it. De Huang Dog seemed incomparably excited. This time, the evil clan had come prepared. It could be said that they had gone all out. Just at the beginning, a few half-step immortal king demonic devils had already appeared. With such terrifying cultivation base, they would be the overlord of a region in One Line Sky. Of course, their status in the evil clan was incomparably noble. They were either the leaders of a large tribe or existences that were above the leaders. This war will certainly be earth-shattering. It will determine the future of the evil clan. The city of Sin was also in an uproar. Such a huge commotion had alarmed all the humans in the city of Sin. Even if the humans were fully prepared, facing such a huge army from the evil clan, many human cultivators couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. This army was too terrifying. However, the humans weren't afraid. They had their own beliefs, and that was the evil lord. As long as the evil lord was present, they believed that they would be able to gain a foothold here. No matter how chaotic the human race was in the past, they were absolutely united at this moment. The people here were all vicious and evil, but at this critical moment, everyone had to step forward bravely. Perhaps they didn't want to participate in such a tragic battle of life and death, but they had no way or reason to retreat because they were destined to never be able to leave the evil abyss after coming here. Only the evil lord could allow them to leave. Since they couldn't leave, they had to survive here. In order to survive in such a cruel environment, the evil clan was the biggest threat. Now that the evil clan had launched a large-scale attack, everyone had to do their best because they didn't want to die. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, once the human race was defeated, the evil clan would once again rule the entire evil abyss. At that time, each and every one of them would face an incomparably cruel fate, destruction. They would face true destruction. Therefore, they had no choice but to fight. Every human cultivator in the city of Sin had no reason to retreat. They had to use their lives and blood to defend this piece of land. Asterisk roar, asterisk roar, asterisk the roars of the evil clan were earth-shattering. This time, the target of the evil clan was very clear, the city of Sin. As long as the city was destroyed, it meant the extinction of the human race. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts had appeared. More than a dozen spatial passages were still being opened. It could be seen that the evil clan had turned out in full force this time. The number of demonic beasts was just too huge. However, this was also the situation that Xianxia hoped to see the most. The ancestral dragon pagoda's hunger and thirst was unbearable. This time, it must go on a frenzied killing spree. To what extent could it improve and whether it would be qualified to deal with Tian Muyun after the battle ended? The human race didn't stay idle these past few days. They had made ample preparations. Tian Muyun was very far-sighted. Obviously, he had predicted that the city of Sin would become the final target of the evil clan. He had already summoned a large number of experts from the outer and middle regions. Now, the lineup of the city of Sin was unprecedentedly strong. One after another, experts rushed out of the city of Sin. Each of them had incomparably powerful qi. The leaders were at least 3 to 4 half-step immortal kings and a lot of golden immortal experts. What a huge lineup. Tianjizi couldn't help but sigh. He simply couldn't believe that there were so many experts in an alternate dimension like the Nifa's abyss. Putting aside the Nifa's clan, just the human camp in Nifa's city alone was enough to wipe out the entire one-line sky. Yang Bufan didn't appear. He looked calm and indifferent as if he was waiting for something. Or perhaps, these demonic devils weren't worthy of his attention. There was only one demonic devil in the evil clan that was worthy of his attention. He was waiting for that mad devil to appear. Roar roar, without any superfluous words, a fierce battle broke out between the two sides. The battlefield was very huge, covering a radius of hundreds of miles. The entire city of Sin was within the range of the battlefield. Both sides were well aware that this battle would come sooner or later. Now that they had collided, there was only savagery and killing on both sides. Every human and every demonic devil had only one thought in their mind, to kill and tear the other party apart. This was a battle of survival. No one dared to be negligent. It was destined to be tragic and blood would flow like a river. After this battle, the city of Sin would become a true city of sin. Everywhere would be filled with the smell of sin and blood. Kill, a half-step immortal king expert of the human race raised the dazzling combat weapon in his hand. Following his order, all the human cultivators unleashed their most powerful energy. Many of them took out their immortal combat weapon. Countless combat weapon chi filled the sky, interweaving into 7 colors, trying to disperse the dark devil chi in the sky. Asterisk roar. Asterisk a ferocious demonic devil grabbed a human cultivator with its thick and horrifying hands and tore the human cultivator into 2 halves. Then, it grabbed the human cultivator's arm and put it into its mouth, chewing on it. The whole scene looked extremely brutal and creepy. However, before the demonic devil could finish chewing the arm, it was pierced by an immortal weapon and torn apart on the spot. Such a scene could be seen everywhere, almost in every corner of the battlefield. This was the most basic and most brutal massacre. Xianxia and De Huang Dog had experienced it before, so they didn't feel anything. However, Tianjizi's facial expression changed completely. Although he was old and had experienced all kinds of storms and waves, this was the first time he had seen such a brutal war. It was hard to imagine how difficult it was for the human race to survive in this place. Master Dog can't wait any longer. I must have a good massacre today. De Huang Dog shook his head, turned into a golden light and rushed out. He rushed into the battlefield and killed dozens of demonic devils on the spot. The battlefield immediately became chaotic. Grandpa Monk is here too. The monk's body was emitting a golden Buddha's light. The string of Buddha beads hanging around his neck was also sparkling. He looked incomparably mystical, just like an eminent monk. When he rushed into the battlefield, the chaos he caused was even more terrifying than that of De Huang Dog. Under the impact of the Buddha's light, it immediately set off a rain of blood. What a terrifying war. It simply makes people's blood boil. It's a great regret that I can't participate in such a war. Xianxia sighed. Some people wouldn't be able to experience such a war even once in their lifetime. However, he had experienced it but couldn't participate in it. He felt very aggrieved. He also wanted to rush into the battlefield like Xianxia and kill to his heart's content. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to fight against the demonic devils. With his current condition, he didn't even have the qualification to enter the battlefield. The aftermath of the war could directly tear Xianxia apart. Master, I don't know how long this war will last. This is the great counterattack of the evil clan. They will certainly go all out. When this war is over, I'm afraid the entire evil city will turn into powder. It's too dangerous for you to stay here. Come into the Zulong Tower. Xianxia said and directly opened the door of the Zulong Tower. The current Xianxia could only protect. In such a battlefield, the Zulong Tower was the safest place. Seeing that Xianxia was actually able to control a powerful door, Xianxia couldn't help but be shocked once again. However, he had been shocked by his disciple too many times, so he was already numb to it. In the future, no matter what miraculous things happened to Xianxia, he wouldn't be too shocked, because he was already mentally prepared for it. In Xianxia's opinion, any miraculous things that happened to his disciple were nothing out of the ordinary. Without any hesitation, Xianxia stepped into the inner space of the Zulong Tower. He had absolute trust in Xianxia. The battle in front of him was unprecedentedly cruel, and Xianxia was just protecting him. After entering the Zulong Tower, Xianxia was stunned once again. This is the inner space of a powerful combat weapon. I can actually see the battlefield outside through this space, as if I'm there myself. This is truly inconceivable. Only a powerful king weapon can create an inner space like this. Could it be that Qian'er is a powerful king weapon? No, the qi inside is ancient and profound, with a taste of desolation. It's not something that ordinary king weapons can compare with. Even though he was already numb to it, Xianxia couldn't help but be shocked by Xianxia once again. This kind of shock couldn't be faked. A king weapon was already shocking enough, but Xianxia's trump cards and methods were becoming more and more unfathomable to Xianxia. However, Xianxia was incomparably excited in his heart, because he had accepted a good disciple. The more miraculous Xianxia's performance was, the happier he was. Even if he couldn't recover to his original state in the future, being able to witness the growth of a genius was still an incomparably joyful thing. Bang, an extremely majestic aura gushed out from Xianxia's body like a tidal wave. Xianxia had used his dragon transformation, and with a flap of his blood-red dragon wings, he shot into the battlefield like an arrow released from a bow. Xianxia, that's Xianxia. Many demonic devils of the evil clan exclaimed when they saw the dragon man. The ferocious and tyrannical demonic devils were thrown into chaos when they saw Xianxia. Many powerful demonic devils retreated as they didn't want to face Xianxia. In this battlefield, Xianxia was the absolute king, the true ruler. He alone controlled everything. He alone could control the fate of the entire battlefield. Even the ferocious evil clan feared him like a tiger. Just by appearing here, even if he didn't attack, the morale of the human clan would soar and the demonic beasts wouldn't dare to be arrogant anymore. There was an ancient saying that a general could fight against 1,000,000 soldiers. It was referring to people like Xianxia. His influence was too great, and he could directly affect the situation of the entire battlefield. Roar, dragon roars roared out from Xianxia's body. Violent dragons rushed in all directions, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Countless demonic devils died tragically, turning into a mist of blood. Xianxia secretly opened the portal of the Zulong Tower. All the dead demonic devils on the battlefield were absorbed by the Zulong Tower, becoming the nourishment of the Zulong Tower for Xianxia. If it was before, the Zulong Tower would absorb the blood qi of the human clan together with the Zulong Tower. But now, as the Zulong Tower continued to condense, it had reached a relatively perfect compatibility with Xianxia. Under this kind of compatibility, Xianxia could control the absorption of the Zulong Tower. The battlefield was too vast. Demonic devils were dying tragically all the time. That was an incomparably huge amount of blood qi and unimaginable energy. It was like an endless ocean. Naturally, the roars of the Zulong Tower never stopped. Look, it's Xianxia. Xianxia has made a move. With him here, the evil clan won't be able to create any waves. That's right. The moment Xianxia used his means, the demonic devils will kill each other. And that little monk is also incomparably terrifying. With the two of them here, the demonic devils have nothing to be afraid of. I heard that the evil clan has a powerful immortal king. He will also take action this time. It's not that we are worried. The evil lord hasn't taken action yet. The evil lord is waiting for him. What we need to do now is to kill the demonic devils of the evil clan. The morale of the human race was high. Each and every one of them was shouting loudly as if they had been injected with chicken blood. On the other side, the demonic devil camp was in chaos, because a large number of demonic devils suddenly turned around and killed their own people, becoming the helpers of the human race. Kill them. Kill them all. A half-step immortal king demonic devil bellowed. Those edified demonic devils were instantly drowned by the powerful demonic devil army and massacred on the spot. One had to admit that the evil clan was an extremely ferocious clan. They had already expected such a situation to occur on the battlefield. Once such a situation occurred, they would disregard everything and kill the traitors without showing any mercy. Edifying light. Xianxia's deep voice resounded. The edifying light turned into a sparkling spiritual snake and rushed out, shuttling back and forth among the demonic devils. In just a few blinks, hundreds of demonic devils had been edified. As long as the edifying light was present, more demonic devils would be edified, continuously weakening the combat strength of the evil clan. To the human race, this was a great thing. Xianxia's dragon wings flapped wildly, shuttling back and forth across the battlefield. Now, he wasn't going to come into contact with those powerful half-step immortal kings. Instead, he was killing demonic devils everywhere, reducing the strength of the demonic devil army and turning these demonic devils into his nourishment. No one knew how long this battle would last, but the slaughter had just begun. More than a dozen spatial passageways in the sky opened up like fountains. Endless demonic beasts poured out from them. No one knew how many demonic beasts the evil clan had. In such a ferocious war, Xianxia was undoubtedly the biggest beneficiary. His energy continued to grow. The Zulong Tower crazily absorbed the energy. New dragon marks were forming in Xianxia's chi, increasing his combat strength. Asterisk roar, asterisk asterisk roar, asterisk asterisk roar, asterisk demonic devils danced chaotically. Large numbers of demonic devils died tragically in Xianxia's hands. At the same time, a large number of demonic devils were edified by Xianxia, becoming the accomplices of the evil clan. It was an incomparably ferocious and chaotic scene. That Xianxia is too much of a threat to us. I'm going to kill him. A half-step immortal king of the evil clan finally shifted his attention to Xianxia. The threat of this man was just too great. One man was more than 1,000 men. If he couldn't be eliminated as soon as possible, the advantage of the evil clan in this war would vanish in the hands of this man. This half-step golden immortal demonic devil leader was wearing a pitch-black robe that was very wide. Although he had the appearance of a human, he was really tall, at least 3 meters tall. He stood in front of Xianxia with an imposing manner. Naturally, the demonic devil leader was tall, but the current Xianxia's body was also incomparably majestic. His dragon form itself had an unparalleled deterrent force. You are Xianxia? Are you the one who killed Moing? The half-step immortal king locked onto Xianxia's chi and asked in a low voice. His eyes were full of malice. His body was radiating black devil chi and cold light. It seemed like he was ready to tear Xianxia into pieces. That's right. Xianxia smiled. If it was before, he would definitely turn and flee the moment he saw a half-step immortal king, because he was absolutely not a match for him. But now, it was different. His cultivation base had already reached the half-step golden immortal realm. He could easily kill late golden immortal experts. As for half-step immortal kings, although there was still a gap between them, it depended on who the opponent was. If it was a human half-step immortal king, even if it was the most ordinary half-step immortal king, Xianxia wouldn't have the slightest confidence in defeating it. If the opponent was a demonic devil of the evil clan, it would be different. Jiang Chen had absolute confidence in dealing with the opponent. After all, he had the means to restrain the demonic devils of the evil clan. Whether it was the dragon transformation skill itself, the true dragon fire or the thunder fire, all of them could restrain the demonic devils. Under such restraint, even a half-step immortal king would only be able to exert half of his combat strength. Under such circumstances, Jiang Chen still had some confidence. If I can kill a half-step immortal king, the 30th floor of the Zulong Tower will be fully condensed and my cultivation base will improve a little, but I'm not going to kill this half-step immortal king now. The battlefield is in chaos. The demonic devils are too strong and their number is too large. The human race is in a disadvantageous state. If I can edify this half-step immortal king and make it my own, it will play an important role. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Although he was confident that he could kill the other party if he went all out, he didn't want to kill the other party right now. Because at this moment, edifying the other party's half-step golden immortal leader was much more valuable than killing him directly. Jiang Chen was no fool. He naturally knew what to do. You've caused great losses to our evil clan. Today, I'll kill you with my own hands. I'll let you know the consequences of offending our evil clan. The leader said fiercely. Even Mo Ying can't defeat me. He's no match for me either. I won't kill you, but you will become my slave. Then, you will listen to my command and turn around to kill your clansmen. This will be your ending. Jiang Chen said with a smile. His tone was full of confidence. In his point of view, he was merely stating a fact. Hearing this, the demonic leader couldn't help but frown. He didn't know why, but his heart started beating like a drum. He had seen Jiang Chen's technique before. At this moment, there were still demonic devils that had been edified by Jiang Chen on the battlefield. They were fighting with their own kind. The demonic leader felt a chill down his spine when he thought of the possibility that he would have to kill his own kind later. But immediately, the fear in his heart vanished. He was very confident in himself. After all, he was a half-step immortal king supreme expert. An ordinary golden immortal couldn't be compared to him. Even if Jiang Chen had the means to control the demonic devils, it would be useless against him. Arrogant human, I'll let you know how to write the word death in a while. The demonic leader roared. A pitch-black fist streaked across the void, rushing towards Jiang Chen. Pa. The force was too strong. Sparks were left in the void wherever it passed. The demonic leader's speed was extremely fast. In just a blink, he had reached Jiang Chen. Humph. Jiang Chen coldly harumphed, then he immediately unleashed the true dragon palm. The gigantic blood-red dragon claw was covered with a layer of red flame. When the flame appeared, the surrounding devilish energy was instantly incinerated. As for the remaining devilish energy, it was as if it had encountered the scariest thing in this world, and it started drifting away, unwilling to come any closer. Pa. The power of the two experts collided with each other. Waves of fire rolled up. The mighty half-step immortal king was forced to take a step back. His fist was still stained with a wisp of flame, burning his devil chi, making him feel an unbearable heat. Damn it! What kind of flame is this bastard using? How could it have such a great restraining effect on my evil clan? Given my cultivation base, ordinary flames won't be able to pose any threat to my devil chi, but this brat's flame can directly incinerate my devil chi. The demonic leader was shocked. He hastily put away the little bit of contempt he had for Jiang Chen. This monstrous genius of the human race was just too terrifying. He wasn't afraid of Jiang Chen in terms of combat strength, but Jiang Chen had a flame that could restrain him, which made him feel incomparably aggrieved and uncomfortable. Not being able to fight freely was the most depressing thing. The current demonic leader was in such a state. I've said it before. You are no match for me. Jiang Chen said sarcastically. Humph. Brat, don't be too proud of yourself. I was just testing you. Watch my wheel of evil. The demonic leader harumphed coldly, then unleashed all of his chi, displaying the ultimate skill of the evil clan, the wheel of evil. After the huge devil wheel appeared, it whistled in the sky, turned into a huge black wheel in the blink of an eye, and smashed towards Jiang Chen. This move again. Xianxia shook his head, lamenting the pitiful number of skills of the evil clan. This was the wheel of evil. However, although the evil clan didn't have many offensive skills, Xianxia didn't dare to be negligent. This wheel of evil was already very terrifying and powerful, let alone the fact that it was displayed by a half-step immortal king demonic leader. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Xianxia drew out the heavenly saint sword with a clang. The sword turned into a dragon and slashed at the wheel of evil. Even with the suppression and restraint of the flame, Xianxia didn't dare to be negligent in dealing with a half-step immortal king. This slash contained almost all of Xianxia's energy. The true dragon fire and thunder fire were infused into it at the same time, slashing heavily at the black devil wheel. Asterisk Kong Long, asterisk the divine might of the heavenly saint sword was unparalleled. It slashed the wheel of evil away. Under the absolute suppression and restraint, Xianxia still gained the upper hand. However, the demonic chief was also very powerful. He kept striking out the wheel of evil. 9 of them flew around Xianxia. Boundless devil waves rolled in the sky, turning the battlefield into a world of black devils. Pressure pervaded the entire battlefield. Haha, Xianxia let out a long roar. This was the first time he had a real fight with a half-step immortal king. It was even more satisfying than the time he fought Mo Ying. The feeling of suppressing a half-step immortal king could only be described as exhilarating. On the other side, the half-step immortal king of the human race and the half-step immortal king of the evil clan had already engaged in a fierce battle. Similarly, the battle had turned the heavens and earth dark. This was the ultimate battle. It was either you die or I die, but the half-step immortal king wasn't an ordinary cultivator. It was impossible to determine the life and death of one of them in a short period of time. No one knew how long this unparalleled battle would last. In the Zulong Tower, Tianjizi saw everything. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. At the same time, he felt incomparably regretful. He could only watch and not participate in such a grand battle. This itself was a very depressing thing. However, when he saw Xianxia suppressing the half-step immortal king, there was only pride and satisfaction on his face. The lineup of the evil clan was just too huge. The human race appeared incomparably weak, but their morale was incomparably high. Tyrant and Dehuang Dog were like 2 sharp blades that stabbed into the heart of the evil clan, dealing the heaviest blows to the evil clan from time to time. The battlefield where 1 man and 1 dog were fighting was filled with rivers of blood. Tyrant's edifying light was displayed to the fullest. The advantage of the edifying light was perfectly displayed in such a chaotic battle. Plus, Tyrant's Buddhist technique was specialized in restraining demonic devils. Tyrant was a half-step golden immortal, but his chi fluctuated greatly. It seemed like he would advance to the true golden immortal realm very soon. It would be very easy for him to advance in this battle. Asterisk roar, asterisk on the other side, Dehuang Dog let out a wild roar. His chi suddenly soared into the sky like a sharp sword. His cultivation base had made a breakthrough, advancing to the intermediate golden immortal realm. Previously, he had obtained a large amount of essence from the immortal execution sword and had been accumulating in his body. Originally, he could have broken through to the intermediate golden immortal realm, but was stopped by Xianxia. After such a long period of accumulation, Dehuang Dog's foundation had become very strong. Breaking through to the intermediate golden immortal realm was just a matter of time. Dehuang Dog, who was in the intermediate golden immortal state, was simply too ferocious. He could tear a late golden immortal demon into pieces with just a single bite. Even if he were to face a half-step immortal king, he would still have the strength to fight. Although the existence of Tyrant and Dehuang Dog couldn't really control the final outcome of this war, they had now changed the situation of the battlefield and the direction of the war. At least, the morale of the human race was high, which the demonic devils couldn't be compared to. Xianxia and the demonic chief fought fiercely. Xianxia was having a great time. He wasn't going to use the edifying light anytime soon. He needed to fight, so he was going to use the demonic chief to temper his combat strength. Asterisk Kong Long, asterisk at this moment, a pitch-black spatial passageway in the sky suddenly exploded. After that, a black mountain flew out from the void. It was a mountain, no, it was a sacrificial altar. The black sacrificial altar was in the shape of a skull, emitting a ghostly light. The huge altar was suspended in the sky, as if it wanted to compete with the sky. Asterisk roar. 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 Asterisk the instant the altar appeared, all the demonic devils on the battlefield roared at the sky, beating their chests and stamping their feet in excitement. Some of the demonic devils even knelt down and kowtowed to the altar. The ancient black altar was the symbol of the evil clan, and there was only one person in the entire evil clan who could control this altar. This is the evil sacrificial altar, the faith of the evil clan. It's equivalent to a powerful king weapon. I heard that this altar was broken, but it's still intact now. Damn it. It said that the evil sacrificial altar can absorb the will of humans and assimilate them with evil. It's extremely terrifying. I've never thought that it really exists. I wonder if the evil lord can deal with this altar. If he can't, the human race will be finished. Look, there's a man standing on the altar. It's the mad devil of the evil clan. Many people exclaimed. The evil sacrificial altar had always been a legend. No one had ever seen it. Some people said that the evil sacrificial altar was broken and couldn't be healed. But today, it had appeared in perfect condition. This was a huge blow to the human race. They could clearly feel that the high morale of the human race was constantly weakening, while the demonic devils of the evil clan were starting to go berserk. Many people saw a man standing on the evil sacrificial altar with his hands clasped behind his back. It was an old man in his 50s. He looked extremely skinny, holding a crutch in his hand. His skinny body looked like it could be blown away by a gust of wind. But no one dared to look down on this skinny old man, because he had another powerful title, the Mad Devil. That's right, he was the Mad Devil, the leader of the entire evil clan. In the entire evil clan, only the Mad Devil could control the evil sacrificial altar. He was the soul of the evil clan, the spiritual pillar of the evil clan. The appearance of the crazy devil indicated that this war wouldn't end easily. The crazy devil directly sacrificed the sinful sacrificial altar. His intention was very clear. He wanted to fight to the death with the human race. He wanted to exterminate all of the human race. This Mad Devil sure is powerful. His cultivation base is at the peak of early immortal king realm. Plus, he has the powerful physique of the evil clan and this powerful evil sacrificial altar. I wonder if Brother Yang can deal with him. It seems like the war is developing much faster than I have imagined. I have to eliminate my opponent as soon as possible and improve my cultivation base in order to help Brother Yang deal with this Mad Devil. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with determination after seeing the power of the Mad Devil. Evil Lord, are you still not coming out to fight? The Mad Devil spoke. His voice was like a great bell, resounding across the entire evil city. Asterisk dong. Asterisk just as the mad demon's voice fell, a black figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the city of Sin. His footsteps stepped on the void, creating a dull sound of war drums. The void was directly smashed by his footsteps, creating layers of ripples. Yang Bufan appeared. In this place, he was the evil lord, the pillar of the human race. As soon as Yang Bufan appeared, the humans roared in excitement. It could be seen that the evil lord's influence in the evil abyss was very great, basically the same as Crazy Devil's influence in the evil clan. Come, evil lord. Let's have a life and death battle today. I'll kill you myself. This evil abyss will forever belong to our evil clan. You humans are nothing but ants here, slaves of our evil clan. Crazy Devil spoke. His devil chi was unparalleled. He wanted to have a life and death battle with Yang Bufan. He stepped on the evil sacrificial altar. The entire sky was filled with the smell of sin. The skulls on the altar were incomparably ferocious, letting out blood-curdling roars. Obviously, Crazy Devil had been preparing for this day for a very long time. The war between the evil clan and the human race would happen sooner or later. Even without Jiang Chen, the fuse, the war would still break out. The existence of Jiang Chen was just bringing it forward. The evil sacrificial altar of the evil clan looks very powerful. I wonder how powerful it is. Crazy Devil, from today onwards, there will no longer be demonic devils of the evil clan in the evil abyss. Even if there are any, they will only be my slaves. Yang Bufan became more domineering. His chi soared into the sky, swaying from left to right. Even though Crazy Devil had taken out the evil sacrificial altar, Yang Bufan didn't show the slightest sign of fear. His bearing alone was enough to make people admire him. Both immortal kings unleashed their murderous chi. The war was about to break out. Come. Crazy Devil pointed the scepter in his hand upwards. A devil dragon rushed out and hovered in the sky. Under the control of Crazy Devil, the sinful sacrificial altar also flew up to the highest point of the battlefield. On the other side, Yang Bufan also flew up. He was like a ghostly light. The moment he rushed out, a ray of light shot out from his hand. The light was incomparably dazzling, like a heavenly river, slashing towards the devil dragon. The two immortal kings had already started a fierce battle before they had even opened up a battlefield. When immortal kings fought, they had to make use of the power of space to open up a new battlefield. Because, at this level, every single move would be incomparably terrifying, and the destructive might would be extremely powerful. When the aftershock waves spread out, countless lives would be lost. Especially in such a huge battlefield, if the immortal king didn't open another battlefield, the entire battlefield would be ravaged. It was unknown how many people of the human race and the evil race would die tragically under the aftermath of their battle, which would make the war meaningless. Rumble. High above the battlefield, Yang Bufan and Crazy Devil had already fought more than a dozen times. Every time they fought, it was earth-shattering. The might of an immortal king was so great that no one dared to look at it directly. Whether it was Yang Bufan or Crazy Devil, both of them were incomparably powerful existences. Both of them were at the peak of early immortal king realm. As for Crazy Devil, as the ruler of the evil clan, he had a powerful evil sacrificial altar and vast devil power in his body. Experts at the same level as him would never stand a chance against him. Similarly, Yang Bufan wasn't an easy opponent. He was a genius among geniuses. His combat strength couldn't be measured by ordinary people. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to become the ruler of the evil clan and dominate half of the evil clan for 10 years, making the evil clan fear him like a tiger. It wouldn't be easy to determine the outcome of the battle between these two immortal kings in a short period of time. Whether it was the battle between the immortal kings or the fierce battle between the human race and the evil clan, it was a war of attrition to see who could last longer. Roar, 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 following the appearance of Yang Bufan and Crazy Devil, the battle between both sides had reached its climax. Almost no one flinched, because there was no way for them to do so. This was a battle of life and death, a battle of survival. Defeat was equal to death, so they had no other choice. Xianxia turned into a mad dragon and went berserk. He wanted to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible and break through to the early golden immortal realm. In that case, he would be able to help Yang Bufan fight against Crazy Devil. As long as Crazy Devil was eliminated, the evil clan would be completely finished. Mad Dragon rises from the abyss. Xianxia kept the Heavenly Saint sword and replaced it with the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd. He struck out with the Mad Dragon rises from the abyss. The aura of the Mad Dragon spread out, besieging the demonic chief in an instant. Finally, the powerful demonic chief couldn't resist anymore. Even if he counterattacked, he wasn't a match for the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd. The reason why Xianxia struck out the Mad Dragon rises from the abyss instead of the more powerful Regretless Falling Dragon was to injure his opponent and edify him with the edifying light. If he used the Regretless Falling Dragon, it would be too powerful and might kill his opponent in an instant. Even if he couldn't kill his opponent, it wouldn't be worthwhile to injure him severely. Roar, the demonic chief was forced back to his original form. His huge body was full of scars and blood. Scales were flying all over the place. Even if I tried my best to resist the attack, I was still injured by the Mad Dragon. My condition had deteriorated and my combat strength had begun to decline. The edifying light. Xianxia's grasp of timing on the battlefield had reached the acme of perfection. The demonic chief's current state was the most suitable time for him to cast out the edifying light. A ray of divine light appeared and went right into the demonic chief's mind. It could be said that Xianxia had taken advantage of the situation to enter the demonic chief's mind. Arg, the leader of the fiendish demons let out a blood-curdling scream on the spot. He clutched his head with both hands and slammed his head like a madman. However, this situation only lasted for a few breaths before the leader of the fiendish demons completely calmed down. His eyes glazed over at first, then brightened up. The demonic chief came to Xianxia and bowed. Master. No demonic chief could withstand the attack of the edifying light. After being suppressed by Xianxia, his fate was basically under Xianxia's control. There was no doubt about it. The edifying light had never failed before. Very good. I will help you recover from your injuries. Then, you can go and kill. Xianxia nodded. He sent a ray of wood spiritual energy into the demonic chief's body and quickly helped him recover. The recovery effect of wood spiritual energy was incomparable to any healing medicine. The demonic chief didn't suffer any serious injuries. They were at most superficial wounds. Such injuries were very easy to recover from. He had completely recovered in a dozen breaths. Thank you, Master. The demonic chief had completely surrendered. Go. Kill all your clansmen. The more the better. To the demonic chief, such an order was undoubtedly very cruel. As a dignified half-step immortal king, he was supposed to lead his clansmen to conquer the four directions and eliminate the enemy, but now, he was subdued by the enemy and turned around to kill his own clansmen. Such a situation might not be a big deal to the demonic chief who had already been edified. After all, he had already been edified and had become Xianxia's slave. No matter what, he had to listen to Xianxia's command. In his mind, there wasn't even a shadow of his own clansmen. However, this was the biggest and scariest blow to his clansmen. One should know that their patriarch was their leader, an existence that they respected the most. But now, he had turned around and killed them. Such a psychological blow was unimaginable. This was also the biggest blow to the morale of the evil clan. Roar, the demonic chief roared wildly and joined the battlefield. His body was dozens of meters tall, which was very conspicuous on the battlefield. However, this time, his target had changed completely. When his giant palm slammed down, at least dozens of demonic devils of the evil clan died tragically in his hands. This scene alarmed half of the battlefield. Many of them looked over in horror, not knowing what was happening. However, the demonic chief didn't stop. After killing a group of demonic devils, he immediately killed another group. In this way, everyone understood what was going on, because they all remembered that the demonic chief's opponent was Xianxia, but now, he had turned around and killed his clansmen. This wasn't the first time such a situation had happened. Obviously, this powerful demonic chief had been edified by Xianxia. Our leader has been subdued by Xianxia. A demonic devil of the evil clan roared, his tone was full of despair. That was their leader, their hope. Now, he had turned around and killed them. How could they accept this? Haha. Amazing. Xianxia's means is just too powerful. He can even edify a half-step immortal king expert. With the addition of such a powerful helper, our chances of victory will be greater. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. I really have no idea how he did it. He's simply inhuman. Even a half-step immortal king has been subdued by him. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. There is such a heaven-defying technique in this world. Xianxia's existence is the bane of these fiendish demons. With him around, the fiendish demons have no chance of winning. Countless humans were stirred up. This was even better than killing a half-step immortal king by Xianxia, because killing a half-step immortal king wasn't a big deal. Now, the other party had become their helper. The gap between the two was just too huge. From afar, the three half-step immortal kings of the human race also saw all of this. Each of them couldn't help but wipe off their cold sweat. The way they looked at Xianxia had completely changed. They knew that Xianxia and Tyrant had the means to subdue the demonic devils, but they had never thought that even a half-step immortal king would be subdued by Xianxia. This kid is simply heaven-defying. No one didn't sigh, but they had to admit that Xianxia's action had once again greatly boosted the morale of the human race, making them even more ferocious and terrifying. Buzz, the 30th level of the Zulong Tower began to move restlessly. Under the continuous absorption of large amounts of blood essence and chi essence, the 30th level of the Zulong Tower had finally been fully condensed, but the Zulong Tower didn't stop there. It continued to rush towards the 31st level. As long as there was enough energy, the Zulong Tower would be able to grow indefinitely. The condensation of the 30th level had also given Xianxia tremendous benefits. The number of dragon marks in his GC had increased once again, reaching 870,000. As long as the number of dragon marks reached 900,000, his cultivation base would be able to break through to the early Golden Immortal Realm. However, the gap between the half-step Golden Immortal Realm and the Golden Immortal Realm was huge, just like a chasm. Many cultivators would be stuck at this level for their entire lives, unable to make any progress. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for Xianxia to break through to the Golden Immortal Realm. In other words, the condensation of the next dragon marks would be incomparably difficult. At least, it would be much more difficult than the condensation of the Zulong Tower. Xianxia didn't continue to attack. He just controlled the Zulong Tower to continuously absorb the energy. His eyes shifted to another battlefield. It was the ultimate battlefield of this war, the ultimate war between immortal kings. Xianxia felt that it was necessary for him to watch such a war and experience the feeling of an immortal king. Not only would it be helpful for his future cultivation, it would also be very beneficial for him to advance to the Golden Immortal Realm. There was no doubt about this. All along, Xianxia's cultivation base had been progressing too fast. Sometimes, he needed to stop and consolidate his cultivation base. Watching the war between immortal kings was a good opportunity for Xianxia to consolidate his cultivation base. In the sky above, Yang Bufan was holding a mountain-like auspicious cloud in his hand. The auspicious cloud kept rolling and flashing with lightning, looking extremely mystical. *Ha. Yang Bufan's immortal king's mightiness was fully exposed. He let out a thunderous roar and threw the auspicious cloud forward, smashing it at Crazy Devil. Not to be outdone, Crazy Devil kept waving the magic wand in his hand, casting out mysterious runes. The magic wand turned into a monster, roaring at the sky. That monster was like the totem of the evil clan, the evilest thing in the world, the most terrifying existence. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at the auspicious cloud. Kong Long, the sky was smashed once again, turning into a chaotic zone. Terrifying destructive force spread everywhere. The shadows of the two immortal kings could no longer be seen. Still a tie. Milky Way hangs in the ninth heaven. Yang Bufan's eyes bloomed with dazzling brilliance. His aura changed once more. His black hair fluttered like silk ribbons. A bright Milky Way appeared between his palms. Each and every one of them looked dreamy and enchanting, but behind this enchanting scene was a very terrifying destructive force. What a good move! This should be a king-level combat skill. Xianxia exclaimed inwardly. The Milky Way hangs in the ninth heaven had been fully displayed in Yang Bufan's hands. Whether it was momentum or power, it was perfectly displayed. Voila, the Milky Way in the ninth heaven formed a sky curtain. That was a domain. In that domain, Yang Bufan was the king. Upon seeing this, Crazy Devil was finally moved. The strength of this human was beyond his imagination, but he didn't show any fear, because he also had some powerful means that he hadn't displayed yet. Crazy Devil also moved. He circulated all the energy in his body. The devil wand in his hand had vanished completely, or rather, it had been integrated into his body. Boundless devil waves surged out of Crazy Devil's body, condensing into a giant devil wheel. It was still the wheel of evil, but the wheel that was cast out by Crazy Devil was many times stronger than any demonic devil that Xianxia had encountered before. Whether it was the power or the chi, it was on a completely different level. Only in the hands of Crazy Devil could the wheel of evil truly blossom its brilliance. This was the ultimate performance of the wheel of evil, the most dazzling aspect. The huge devil wheel seemed to have come to life. Under the control of Crazy Devil, it rushed out. At the same time, Crazy Devil didn't show the slightest hint of fear. He directly broke into the light screen of the nine heavens. Even if it was Yang Bufan's domain, even if it was a trap set by Yang Bufan, Crazy Devil was fearless. This was ability. This was strength. As the saying goes, the skilled are bold. The fact that Crazy Devil dared to do this indicated that he had absolute confidence. Kong Long, in the nine heavens Milky Way, the two great immortal kings once again launched an unprecedented fierce battle. There was a great oppressive force inside the nine heavens Milky Way, but it was extremely difficult to use this oppressive force to truly suppress the mad demon. The wheel of evil was too powerful. It had cut off a lot of the bright silver river, wreaking havoc in the nine heavens silver river. Yang Bufan continued to strike. Every palm strike carried the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Every strike was earth-shattering, shattering the surrounding space inch by inch. Spatial airflow kept spurting crazily. This was like the scene of the end of the world. It was hard to imagine that if an ordinary half-step immortal king entered this battlefield at this time, he would most likely be killed by the shockwaves. The battle was unprecedentedly fierce. A large number of demonic devils died tragically. After the half-step immortal king demonic chief was edified by Xianxia, he turned into a huge killing machine. The evil clan didn't have the strength to fight back at all. The ancestral dragon pagoda was the biggest beneficiary. It could be said that it had eaten its fill. In just an hour, half of the 31st level had been condensed. Although the number of demonic devils was much more than the human race, the outcome of the battle had basically been decided. The collapse of the evil clan had become very obvious. With the presence of Xianxia and Tyrant, it was only a matter of time before the demonic devils completely collapsed. Xianxia was completely immersed in the fierce battle between Yang Bufan and Crazy Devil. He didn't want to miss any scene of the battle between the two immortal kings. Even Xianxia had to admit that Yang Bufan was indeed a rare genius. Yang Bufan's talent wasn't inferior to Tian Muyan's. Crazy Devil was the supreme commander of the evil clan. The evil sacrificial altar could provide him with a steady stream of energy. Under such a powerful support, Yang Bufan didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. As the battle continued to intensify, Yang Bufan began to gain the upper hand, suppressing Crazy Devil. Evil Lord, I have to say that you're a very strong opponent. If I don't have any terrifying trump card, it won't be easy for me to kill you. Now, I'll let you see the terror of the evil sacrificial altar. Crazy Devil's devil chi rippled. He could already see that it was impossible to defeat Yang Bufan with his combat strength alone. Yang Bufan was getting more and more courageous as the battle progressed. He had begun to gain the upper hand. His opponent was like a peerless god of war, making him feel somewhat strenuous. However, Crazy Devil still had his trump card, the evil sacrificial altar. Only he knew the true terror of this altar. Is that so? Then release your altar. Let me see what kind of powerful ability this black and ugly altar has. Yang Bufan's black hair fluttered in the wind. He was incomparably arrogant. For a man like him, there was nothing in the heavens and earth that could make him afraid. No matter how powerful the trump card of his opponent was, he would be able to withstand it. The might of Crazy Devil wouldn't make Yang Bufan nervous at all. It would only stimulate his fighting spirit and make his combat intent rise constantly. Gate of Evil, open. Crazy Devil spread his arms. He stood on the altar, but his chi had completely integrated with the altar. Kong Long, as Crazy Devil's voice faded, the huge evil sacrificial altar suddenly burst out with an earth-shattering rumble. Then, a door emerged on the altar. Rays of dark light shot out from the inside of the door. Each ray of light was like an ancient passageway, from which came the sound of roaring and sin. This was the gate that led to the evil lord. The sound and the flickering scene from inside could affect anyone who heard it. A single glance at it would make one feel as though their soul was being devoured. Evil Lord, do you dare to come in and fight me? Crazy Devil issued a provocation. Humph. Why wouldn't I dare? It's just a door. Yang Bufan harumphed coldly. Without any hesitation, he strode towards the evil gate. Don't. In the distance, Xianxia regained his senses and hastily warned Yang Bufan, but it was already too late. Yang Bufan's figure had already disappeared into the evil gate and entered the evil sacrificial altar. Not good. Brother Yang is a little reckless. That evil sacrificial altar isn't as simple as you think. Once you enter it, you will be completely under the control of Crazy Devil. If I'm not mistaken, this evil sacrificial altar must be able to evolve countless illusory realms to affect the opponent's mind and even devour their soul consciousness, turning them into a body of sin. It seems like I have to break through as soon as possible. Otherwise, Brother Yang will be in danger. Xianxia cursed inwardly. He had already seen some clues about this evil sacrificial altar. As a powerful king weapon, it must have its own mystical side. It wouldn't be as simple as it looked on the surface. Moreover, Crazy Devil must have his own purpose in provoking Yang Bufan into the evil gate. He was just setting a trap for Yang Bufan. But Yang Bufan was just too arrogant. Despite knowing that it was a trap, he still chose to enter it. Xianxia used the great divination art to divine the situation. He deduced that Yang Bufan would be in danger inside the evil sacrificial altar, but it wouldn't be easy for Crazy Devil to kill him. The interior of the sacrificial altar was a completely different space. Because Crazy Devil didn't conceal the situation inside was clearly seen by the people outside. After Yang Bufan entered the sacrificial altar, he felt as though he had entered a new world. Everywhere was filled with the aura of sin. The sinful aura was so strong that it made Yang Bufan feel extremely uncomfortable. From his expression, it could be seen that he had been disturbed by the sinful aura at this moment, which had seriously affected his mind. *Gia****Gia***, Evil Lord, I didn't expect you to have the guts to enter the evil sacrificial altar. Since you're courting death, I have to fulfill your wish. Crazy Devil laughed evilly. His silhouette appeared in the evil space. His voice kept drifting in the air. His shadows were everywhere. For a moment, no one could tell which one was the real one. Yang Bufan knitted his brows. For a moment, he couldn't tell which one was the real Crazy Devil. Kaka, Evil Lord, I'm everywhere in this place. Every one of them is an illusion and every one of them is the real one. The moment you enter my world, you're destined to perish. You will be assimilated by evil and become a slave of evil. Don't worry, I won't kill you at that time. I'll keep you alive to torture you every day. I'll make you kneel down and lick my feet every day. The mad demon's maniacal laughter was illusory and constantly appeared in different directions, making it difficult to grasp. Humph. Say that after you defeat me if you have the ability. Yang Bufan harumphed coldly. He was now completely trapped in the evil space, but there wasn't the slightest hint of fear on his face. He believed that with his ability, he would be able to break the illusion, find the weak point, and then kill Crazy Devil. However, Xianxia saw all of this. He deeply understood the terror of the illusion. Moreover, this evil space was created by a king weapon, the scariest sacrificial altar of the evil clan. Crazy Devil himself had already merged with the evil sacrificial altar. Even an intermediate golden immortal expert wouldn't be able to get out of the evil space easily, let alone Yang Bufan. Brother Yang has fallen into the prison of the space of evil. It's going to be hard for him to get out. If he stays here for too long, he might be affected by the space of evil and be assimilated by the evil. At that time it would be too late to say anything. I have to advance to the intermediate golden immortal realm as soon as possible and go help him. Xianxia had seen the situation clearly. He knew that this was the most critical moment. Once Yang Bufan was controlled, it would be equivalent to the extinction of the human race. At this time only Xianxia could reverse the situation. Roar, Xianxia was enraged. He bellowed and rushed towards one of the half-step immortal kings. That half-step immortal king was fighting a human half-step immortal king. When he saw Xianxia charging towards him, his face changed instantly. He had already witnessed the terror of Xianxia before. Xianxia had already subdued a half-step immortal king. So in the face of this abnormal human, he couldn't help but feel fear. Get out of my way. Xianxia took out the heavenly dragon combat halberd and yelled at the half-step immortal king. When the half-step immortal king saw the power of Xianxia, he immediately gave up the battlefield, leaving his opponent to Xianxia. Regretless subduing dragon. Xianxia attacked with all his strength. At this time, he could no longer hold back. Because the Zulong Tower was constantly absorbing energy, Xianxia's combat strength was constantly rising. The current Xianxia's combat strength was much stronger than when he was fighting the half-step immortal king. Plus, he had already used the second style of the heavenly dragon 9 strikes. Given Xianxia's current combat strength, he could already use the third style of the regretless subduing dragon, the most powerful attack. If Xianxia advanced to the early golden immortal realm, he would be able to display the full power of the heavenly dragon combat halberd. At that time, the power would be even more astonishing. One should know that even Ouyang he hadn't reached the peak of the third style of the heavenly dragon combat halberd. Roar, violent dragon exterminating world. An enormous azure dragon appeared with indomitable pressure. The dragon might was vast and mighty. The chi of destruction was like a vast ocean, trapping the demonic chief in an instant. No. The demonic chief let out a roar. He could feel an extremely dangerous chi. That was destruction. He had already consumed a lot of his combat strength in the previous battle with the human expert. How could he be a match for Xianxia now? At this critical moment, he could only use the Wheel of Evil to defend himself. Unfortunately, the Wheel of Evil was completely vulnerable in front of Xianxia. It was swallowed by the frenzied dragon in a single gulp. Kong Long, subsequently, all the power of the regretless subduing dragon was pressed down. The destructive force turned into an ocean, drowning the demonic chief completely. The demonic chief's scales were shaken off, and a large amount of blood flowed out. This attack had taken away half of the demonic chief's life. While he was immersed in pain, a black portal suddenly appeared above his head. The demonic chief felt his blood essence and chi essence rushing into the portal through his wound. What's going on? What's going on? The demonic chief was shocked. He wanted to escape, but he was already completely trapped. Plus, Xianxia's oppressive chi made him unable to move. He could only wait for his death. Pu Chi. Of course, Xianxia was still very merciful. He chose to give the demonic chief a quick death. The combat halberd pierced through the demonic chief's head, killing him on the spot. Then, his body was rapidly absorbed by the Zulong Tower, turning into a dried corpse. Weng. A half-step immortal king demonic devil could bring unimaginable energy to the Zulong Tower. The 31st level of the Zulong Tower was completely condensed in an instant. The 32nd level had also begun to condense. At the same time, another 15,000 new dragon marks were condensed in Xianxia's Qi, making the total number of dragon marks in his body reach 895,000. He only needed the last 5,000 dragon marks to advance to the early golden immortal realm. Sure enough, the golden immortal realm isn't that easy to break through. I initially thought that a half-step immortal king was enough for me to advance, but it seems like it's still not enough. The last 5,000 dragon marks are the hardest to condense. It seems like I still need to kill another half-step immortal king. Xianxia thought. He was incomparably surprised. The amount of energy required for the dragon transformation skill was getting larger and larger. It was simply like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled at all. However, this also made Xianxia more determined to fight. After killing a half-step immortal king demonic devil, Xianxia's eyes fell on another half-step immortal king demonic devil that was in a fierce battle. Then, he launched his attack. After the eruption, Xianxia directly launched his crazy and invincible mode. With the heavenly dragon combat halberd in his hand and his ability to suppress the demonic devils, no one in the entire battlefield was a match for Xianxia except for Crazy Devil. To put it bluntly, given Xianxia's current means, if Crazy Devil didn't make a move, he could kill all of these demonic devils by himself. Subduing a half-step immortal king demonic devil leader and killing another one was too much of a deterrent to the evil clan. Countless demonic devils were in chaos. Each and every one of them was trembling. There was no way for them to accept such an abnormal Xianxia, especially the remaining 2 to 3 half-step immortal kings. When they saw Xianxia charging towards them, it was as though they had seen a ghost. Their only thought was to escape. As a powerful demonic devil leader, they had lost all will to resist. They had no doubt that they would also die if they were to fight Xianxia. Crazy Devil, who was in the evil sacrificial altar, also saw the changes on the battlefield. His eyes fell on Xianxia. How could he not know that apart from killing Yang Bufan, Xianxia was also on his list of targets in this life-and-death battle with the human race? But what he didn't expect was that this Xianxia had grown so fast. Now, not even a half-step immortal king could suppress him. It had reached the point where he had to deal with Xianxia personally. Damn it. How can there be so many abnormal beings in the human race? Crazy Devil couldn't help but curse. However, it wasn't easy for him to imprison Yang Bufan. He had no way to deal with Jiang Chen. Once he was distracted, given Jiang Chen's means, he would be able to get rid of the illusion. At that time, it would be almost impossible to deceive him into the evil sacrificial altar. Haha, Crazy Devil, you didn't expect that there's such a figure in the human race, right? Did you see that? Jiang Chen's strength has been improving all the time. He has a special means to restrain you all. The blood and essence of demonic devils are great supplements for him. Every time he kills one of you, his cultivation base will improve a little. Now, none of you half-step immortal kings are a match for him. When he advances to the early golden immortal realm, he will be qualified to fight you. At that time, you will be finished even if the two of us join forces. Yang Bufan burst into laughter. Although he was trapped in the illusory realm, he was still aware of the situation outside. Even he was surprised by Jiang Chen's strength, but it was still a great thing for the human race that Jiang Chen had become stronger in such a tense battlefield. Plus, he really needed Jiang Chen's help now. That's right. Humph. Then I'll kill you first, then deal with that little beast. Crazy Devil harumphed coldly, intensifying his attack on Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's performance was strong, Crazy Devil still didn't put him in his eyes. His real opponent was Jiang Chen, his mortal enemy for 10 years. Now that he had finally trapped Jiang Chen, it was impossible for him to give up his attack on Jiang Chen just for a golden immortal puny figure. As long as Yang Bufan was killed, the human race would be finished. Crazy Devil still insisted on this thought. As a matter of fact, the moment Crazy Devil decided not to attack Jiang Chen for the time being, the evil clan was already doomed. He wouldn't understand that the threat of Jiang Chen's existence was much greater than Jiang Chen's. Of course, he would understand it sooner or later, and it wouldn't take too long. Kong Long, the evil sacrificial altar erupted. Crazy Devil and the evil sacrificial altar had completely merged into one. Evil Qi enveloped everything. He had evolved into an incomparably evil and terrifying world, constantly attacking Yang Bufan. At the same time, he wanted to erode Yang Bufan's soul and assimilate him with the evil Qi. Ghost flames, skeletons, zombies, spirits, all kinds of ghastly ghosts appeared, roaring and attacking Yang Bufan ferociously. Roar, Yang Bufan roared loudly. A combat sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at those ghosts. However, he found that those ghosts were just evolved and didn't really exist. What a powerful illusory realm. Yang Bufan didn't frown. His eyes were already a little bloodshot. Obviously, even with Yang Bufan's strength, he was still affected by the illusory realm. As the illusory realm continued to intensify, the influence would only grow stronger. This wasn't a good thing. Yang Bufan, you're finished. After killing you, I'll torture that Jiang Chen brat and let him experience the terrifying means of the evil clan. I'll let him know that the evil clan isn't an existence that he can fight against. Crazy Devil's voice kept reverberating in the evil sacrificial altar. It was eerie and creepy, making one's hair stand on end. His voice was emitted from the evil Qi in the evil sacrificial altar. Apart from entering Yang Bufan's ears, it also impacted Yang Bufan's soul, seriously affecting his mind. Jiang Chen saw all of this, and began to feel anxious. He had already begun to be affected, because he didn't know how terrifying the evil sacrificial altar was. Without experiencing it himself, it was impossible for him to know what the scene inside was like. Kill! Jiang Chen bellowed and came to the side of another half-step immortal king demonic devil at lightning speed. Seeing Jiang Chen rushing over, the opponent hastily made way for Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen, I'll leave it to you. That human expert spoke. After witnessing Jiang Chen's thunderous means, he had incomparable confidence in Jiang Chen. He glanced at his opponent with pity, then turned and rushed to the other battlefield. Regretless falling dragon, the situation was urgent. Jiang Chen didn't give his opponent any chance to resist. He struck out with the mighty regretless falling dragon. The heavenly dragon combat halberd and the heavenly dragon 9 murdering could be said to be invincible. Not to mention demonic devils, even ordinary half-step immortal kings of the human race couldn't resist it. Arg, although the demonic devil was fully prepared, he still wasn't a match for Xianxia. His entire body was torn apart by the frenzied dragon. One should know that the current Xianxia's combat strength had improved a lot compared to the time when he killed the demonic devil. The Zulong Tower instantly enveloped the demonic devil. All the blood and essence of the demonic devil were instantly absorbed by the Zulong Tower, turning into nutrients for the Zulong Tower. Buzz, there was just too much energy. Dragon marks were forming one after another. These new dragon marks were like real primordial black dragons, rampaging in his chi with extraordinary might. The current Xianxia was only 5,000 dragon marks away from the early golden immortal realm. The boost from the advancement of the Zulong Tower and the devil soul of a half-step immortal king was more than enough for Xianxia to advance to the early golden immortal realm. Roar. The roar of a mad dragon shook the heaven and earth, alarming the entire battlefield. Xianxia had turned into a real dragon. The primordial war dragon looked like it was about to be born, carrying endless pressure. There was just too much energy, enough for Xianxia to use. A large number of immortal metastones were refined. Not only did Xianxia's cultivation base break through to the early golden immortal realm, he also condensed another 10,000 dragon marks, bringing the total number of dragon marks in his body to 910,000. Xianxia, who had advanced to the golden immortal realm, could only be described as powerful. His dragon eyes flickered with brilliance. Even the half-step immortal kings felt incomparably shocked. That was a kind of deep shock that made their souls tremble. So powerful. He's too powerful. This isn't primordial war dragon. Why do I feel that this isn't a transformation technique, but the emergence of a real dragon? Could it be that the long-lost primordial war dragon is going to reappear in the world? Powerful. He's only at the golden immortal realm. It's really hard to imagine how terrifying he would be when he advances to a higher realm in the future. Xianxia has advanced again. His speed of advancement is simply unbearable. Previously, he was able to kill a half-step immortal king when he was still a half-step golden immortal. Now that he has advanced to the golden immortal realm, killing a half-step immortal king will be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. The evil lord has been trapped by the evil sacrificial altar. The advancement of Xianxia at this time is too important for our human race. Given his current combat strength, he already has the ability to fight an immortal king. Now that he has joined forces with the evil lord, the hope of our human race has come. Seeing that Xianxia had advanced and become even more powerful, all the humans were excited. Although the human race had always had the upper hand in the battle, everyone knew very well that the final outcome of this war would still depend on Crazy Devil and the evil lord. As long as Crazy Devil was killed, the human race would be able to win. If Crazy Devil wasn't killed, it would be meaningless no matter how many demonic devils were killed. The final outcome of the human race would still be exterminated. Therefore, the fact that Yang Bufan was trapped had cast a shadow in everyone's heart. Many of them began to worry. Now that they saw Xianxia rising to the top, it had rekindled their hope. Kaka, this guy is going to erupt again. The evil clan is finished. Big Yellow couldn't help but laugh when he saw Xianxia's rise. Others might not know about Xianxia's means, but he knew it very well. Xianxia's eruption was undoubtedly an incomparably heavy blow to the evil clan. Roar. Xianxia let out a dragon roar and lunged at Crazy Devil. Without any hesitation, he broke into the evil gate and entered the evil space. Seeing Xianxia leaving, the remaining half-step immortal king couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Xianxia was just too scary. The pressure that Xianxia gave him was too great. He would rather deal with 3 half-step immortal kings of the human race alone than deal with Xianxia. Moreover, this demonic leader was incomparably confident in Crazy Devil, or rather, in the evil sacrificial altar. He knew how terrifying the illusion inside the evil space was. He was certain that as long as Xianxia entered the evil space, even if he joined forces with the evil lord, the final outcome would still be death. Kill. Xianxia went to help Yang Bufan. The human army erupted. 3 half-step immortal kings attacked the remaining half-step immortal king powerfully. 3 against 1. It was imaginable what would happen to the demonic chief. On the battlefield, the half-step immortal king who was edified by Xianxia was still wantonly slaughtering his own people. At this time, all the demonic devils of the evil clan began to tremble in fear. How could they still have the slightest bit of power? Their morale was receding like a receding tide. In the evil space, when Crazy Devil saw Xianxia rushing over, he immediately opened the evil gate. Humph! Another one has come to court death. As long as he enters this evil gate, he will die. Crazy Devil harumphed coldly. He was too confident in his evil sacrificial altar. He didn't put Xianxia in his eyes at all. Asterisk roar, asterisk Xianxia's dragon roar shook the sky. He broke into the evil gate and entered the evil space. The current Yang Bufan had been seriously affected by the evil qi. His eyes were full of blood-red light. Evil qi began to overflow from his body. However, he wasn't an easy opponent after all. He wouldn't be subdued so easily. He was still maintaining his basic consciousness. Brother Jiang, congratulations on advancing to the Golden Immortal Realm. Be careful. The illusion in this evil space is very powerful. It's easy to lose yourself in it. Don't be careless. Yang Bufan warned. Don't worry. These things can't do anything to me. Since we're going to compete in illusion, let's have a try. Xianxia was incomparably arrogant. He had the capital to be arrogant. The illusion in this evil space was indeed terrifying, but Xianxia didn't put it in his heart at all. Great Illusion Realm. Xianxia bellowed. Illusory light surged out of his body like a tide, penetrating into the surroundings. When he first obtained the Great Illusion Realm, he already knew how terrifying this illusion was. He didn't know what level it was, but it didn't seem to be any weaker than the evil space. Moreover, illusions depended on the user's spiritual energy. Xianxia had cultivated the Great Soul Derivation technique. Combined with the Great Illusion Realm, the effect of this technique was incomparable to the evil space. Under the impact of the illusory realms, the energy within the sinful space was greatly shaken and started to tremble. Many of the illusory realms were unable to condense and started to collapse. The ghosts roared before gradually disappearing. Yang Bufan, who had been seriously affected by the evil qi, regained his clarity in an instant. He had completely gotten rid of the shackles of the evil space. Amazing. Yang Bufan glanced at Xianxia and praised sincerely. He had never thought that Xianxia would have such a terrifying and heaven-defying means. He had actually used an even more powerful illusion to break the evil space. Impossible. How could this be? Just what kind of method did this kid use to actually be able to impact my illusion to such a state? Crazy Devil was also shocked. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked. He was very familiar with the situation in the evil space. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Xianxia controlled the Great Illusion Realm to fight against the evil void. He didn't expect the Great Illusion Realm to affect Crazy Devil's mind. Xianxia's purpose was to prevent himself and Yang Bufan from being affected by the illusion of the evil void. As long as the evil void lost its meaning, Crazy Devil would lose his trump card. In this way, the alliance between Xianxia and Yang Bufan would be enough to kill Crazy Devil. As a matter of fact, Xianxia's current combat strength wasn't enough to fight a real immortal king. Although his dragon transformation could increase his combat strength by 10 times, the gap between a golden immortal and an immortal king was just too great, not to mention a powerful immortal king like Crazy Devil. However, it was exactly because of his identity as the Crazy Devil that Xianxia was qualified to fight him. Xianxia had the ability to completely restrain and suppress demons and devils. Whether it was the dragon transformation skill, the true dragon flames, or the heavenly thunder fire, he was able to completely suppress the Crazy Devil. This had indirectly narrowed the gap between them. Brother Yang, I'll control the illusion. You go and kill him. As long as my illusion destroys the organization in the evil void, Crazy Devil will be affected. Xianxia said to Yang Bufan. All right. Yang Bufan's body flickered. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed at Crazy Devil. After losing the influence of the illusion of the evil void, Yang Bufan felt relaxed all over and his combat strength could be displayed perfectly. Kong Long, The combat sword in Yang Bufan's hand was also a powerful king weapon. With a slash, the heaven and earth were destroyed and the howling of ghosts and howling of wolves could be heard. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived above Crazy Devil's head. Damn it. Because the illusion of the evil void was broken, Crazy Devil was in a very bad mood. It could be said that his mind had been affected. At this moment, when he saw Yang Bufan's powerful attack, he immediately raised the devil wand in his hand and struck out a ghastly light at Yang Bufan's sword. Kong Long, the sword and the devil wand collided with each other, immediately producing a large number of sparks. The fierce collision between two immortal kings shook the entire space. If it wasn't for the sturdiness of the space inside the evil altar, this attack alone was enough to tear the space apart. Haha, with the help of Xianxia, the more Yang Bufan fought, the braver he became. His chi was completely unleashed, sweeping away the haze from before. Then, he launched a storm-like attack at the mad devil, firmly suppressing it. Roar, Crazy Devil roared furiously, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Originally, he could completely suppress Yang Bufan with the illusory realm in the evil space, slowly assimilate him and then kill him. Everything was going smoothly and there wouldn't be any problem, but the appearance of Xianxia had disrupted all his plans and destroyed his illusory realm, causing him to lose his biggest advantage and trump card. Crazy Devil knew very well that this was very disadvantageous to him. Crazy Demon, it's useless no matter how loud you shout. The truth is already set in stone. The evil clan is destined to perish. This is something you can't change. Yang Bufan launched another attack with the sword in his hand, not giving Crazy Devil a chance to breathe. At this time, Yang Bufan deeply felt that it was the right thing to do to rope in Xianxia. If it wasn't for Xianxia, the consequences of today's situation would be unimaginable. Not only would he fall here, but the entire human race in the evil abyss would also be destroyed. Little beast, do you think you can deal with me like this? I'll kill you first. Crazy Devil's eyes were filled with blood-red light. His thin body began to transform, growing to hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. This was a peerless Crazy Devil with monstrous devil might. No ordinary person could resist him. Roar, after Crazy Devil transformed into his true form, his combat strength had improved. He swept his devil wand and struck out a devil light at Xianxia. He could already see that Xianxia was a greater threat than Yang Bufan. If he wanted to win today's war, he must kill Xianxia first. If Xianxia didn't die, he wouldn't have any chance. Just in time. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Seeing that Crazy Devil was attacking him, he didn't have the slightest fear. The Heavenly Saint sword appeared in his hand and flames filled the air. With a casual swing, a fire dragon wreaked havoc. Under the frenzy of the fire dragon, the power of the devil light emitted by Crazy Devil weakened a lot. This was the ultimate suppression of a natural enemy. Even Crazy Devil was no exception. Under the restraint of the true dragon fire and thunder fire, the power of Crazy Devil's attack would be reduced by half. Roar, the mad dragon wreaked havoc. Crazy Devil's attack couldn't do anything to Xianxia and was easily dealt with by Xianxia. What? How can this bastard have such powerful flames? This is the interior of the evil sacrificial altar. Ordinary flames can't even burn this place, let alone restrain my devil chi. Damn it. Mad Demon almost spat out a mouthful of blood. At first, he didn't care about this person at all, but now he had become a big problem. He wanted to get rid of him, but he couldn't. This was really an extremely frustrating thing. Good. Yang Bufan praised and continued to attack Crazy Devil. Now that Crazy Devil's mind was in chaos, it was the best time to deal with him. Naturally, Yang Bufan wouldn't miss it. I'll stabilize the Great Illusion Realm and then we'll kill him together. Xianxia spoke. Given his eyesight, he could naturally see that although Yang Bufan could suppress Crazy Devil, it wouldn't be an easy task to kill Crazy Devil. He didn't want to waste too much time. His Great Illusion Realm had already shattered Crazy Devil's evil spatial zone. He needed to stabilize the illusory realm as soon as possible, and then free his hands to eliminate Crazy Devil. If he and Yang Bufan joined forces, Crazy Devil wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Alright. Yang Bufan nodded and exerted all his strength to bombard Crazy Devil, leaving him with no time to deal with Jiang Chen. On the other side, Jiang Chen exerted his great soul derivation technique to the extreme. Very soon, the great illusion realm was fully formed. In other words, although they were inside the evil sacrificial altar of Crazy Devil, this space no longer belonged to Crazy Devil, but was under the complete control of Jiang Chen. "Come on!" Jiang Chen roared. His entire body turned into a true dragon and merged with the heavenly saint sword, achieving the perfect unity of man and sword. Then, he lunged at Crazy Devil. His dragon body was covered with flames, turning the entire spatial zone into a sea of fire. Under the suppression of the flames, Crazy Devil clearly felt that his combat strength was greatly restricted. He couldn't even exert his full combat strength like before. Damn it! Fear began to creep into Crazy Devil's heart. The one he was really afraid of now was Yang Bufan, because his combat strength was affected, but Yang Bufan wasn't. Under such circumstances, how could he be a match for Yang Bufan? Roar, Crazy Devil had completely entered a berserk state. The magic wand in his hand had completely turned into a devil dragon, thrusting towards Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword. However, even in this berserk state, he still couldn't change the fact that he was being suppressed by the true dragon fire and true thunder fire. Under such suppression, he could only exert half of his combat strength. Kong Long, Crazy Devil's magic wand collided with Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword, almost tearing the evil space apart. One had to admit that Crazy Devil was really powerful. Despite being suppressed, he was still able to push Jiang Chen back. However, in order to push Jiang Chen back, it wasn't easy for Crazy Devil either. It could be said that he had consumed a lot of his strength. At this time, Jiang Chen's powerful attack had arrived. The huge combat sword slashed down like lightning from the 9 heavens, reaching the top of Crazy Devil's head in the blink of an eye. Roar, Crazy Devil roared once more, but without the help of the evil sacrificial altar and the presence of a freak like Jiang Chen, he was no longer a match for Jiang Chen. When Yang Bufan's sword collided with Crazy Devil's devil wand, a terrifying immortal king force erupted, almost sending the devil wand flying away. Crazy Devil felt his blood and chi churning, indescribably uncomfortable. Cracks appeared on his huge palm and blood gushed out. He's finished. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Jiang Chen's murderous intent soared to the sky. In a life and death battle, one had to take advantage of the enemy's weakness. Now that Crazy Devil was injured and his mind was in a mess, this was the best time to kill him. He wouldn't give the enemy any chance to catch his breath, let alone the chance to escape. Hell. There was no need for Jiang Chen to say anything. Yang Bufan's combat experience was incomparably rich. The moment he saw Crazy Devil was injured, he struck once again. His thunderous strike was even more terrifying and violent than the previous one. There were 2 sounds of sword whistling. Other than Yang Bufan's combat sword, Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword was unleashed once more. Under Jiang Chen's control, the great illusion realm had taken complete control of this place. The entire spatial zone was filled with flames, turning it into a sea of fire. Every wisp of flame was the fusion of true dragon fire and thunder fire. As long as Crazy Devil was here, he would be severely affected and restrained by the flames, unable to fully exert his combat strength. Roar, Crazy Devil was infuriated and aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. Even if he was in his peak state, he might not be a match for Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen. Moreover, he could only exert half of his combat strength now. He was no match for Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen. Boundless devil waves roared out of Crazy Devil's body, turning into a powerful monster that looked like the totem of the evil clan. It held at Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan ferociously. However, all of this was futile and useless. Under the joint attack of the 2 swords, the monster was immediately chopped into pieces, seeming to be unable to withstand a single blow. The entire scene was as easy as crushing rotten wood, without the slightest surprise. Barf, finally, Crazy Devil couldn't bear such a crazy attack. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his chi became even weaker. Crazy Devil, you're finished. Yang Bufan sneered. No, it can't be. I, Crazy Devil, am the evil sovereign. I won't die. Evil sacrificial altar, rise. Crazy devil went berserk. He tried to control the evil sacrificial altar to launch a final counterattack, but to his horror, he found that he could no longer control it. No, impossible. How could this be? Crazy devil was astonished. He couldn't accept this fact. All along, only he could control the evil sacrificial altar. Now, he couldn't control it anymore. How could he accept this? Crazy devil, your evil space has been completely destroyed by me. Now, this is the great illusion realm, my illusion realm. I've completely cut off the connection between you and the evil sacrificial altar. Now, I'm the true master of this place. You're finished. Xianxia's voice sounded like a ghost, pulling Mad Devil back to reality with just one sentence. Only now did he notice that the connection between him and the evil sacrificial altar had been cut off by some invisible force. Just like what Xianxia said, he could no longer control the evil sacrificial altar. This situation made Crazy Devil truly terrified. Panic emerged on his face. This evil sacrificial altar was originally used to imprison Yang Bufan, but he didn't expect that it would trap him instead, turning him into a turtle in a jar. This was an unimaginable blow to Crazy Devil's heart. Good, Brother Xianxia's means are truly heaven-defying. Crazy Devil, you're now a turtle in a jar. You can only be manipulated by me. What right do you have to be so arrogant? After killing you, I'll eliminate all the demonic devils here, making the evil clan disappear from this heaven and earth. Yang Bufan's black hair fluttered in the wind. Now that he had gained the upper hand, he was determined to kill Crazy Devil. As long as he killed Crazy Devil, the evil clan would be finished. His wish of 10 years would finally come true. Yang Bufan was very excited. Because as long as he destroyed the evil clan, he would have an unprecedented sense of achievement. Under the impact of this sense of achievement, he would be able to break through the bottleneck and advance to the intermediate golden immortal realm, reaching another terrifying level. Kong Long, Jiangchen and Yang Bufan struck once more. It was still as thunderous as before. Destructive energy waves and sea of fire were everywhere. All the energies interweaved together, forming a huge energy net, enveloping the Crazy Devil completely. Arg, Crazy Devil's mind was in chaos. His combat intent was gradually fading. Coupled with his injuries and his combat strength being suppressed by Jiangchen, he had lost all hope and was no match for them. In the face of the frenzied attacks of Jiangchen and Yang Bufan, he couldn't resist at all. Kong Long, Yang Bufan and Jiangchen continued to attack violently, not giving the devil the slightest chance. Such an attack lasted for 10 minutes. Within these 10 minutes, the Crazy Devil was completely submerged in the energy net. His figure couldn't be seen. Only his wails could be heard coming from inside the net. In the end, the screams became weaker and weaker. When the energy dissipated, Crazy Devil's figure was revealed. The current Crazy Devil was like an arrow at the end of its flight. His huge body was covered with countless wounds and blood. He wasn't dead yet, but he was on the verge of death. There was no room for him to resist anymore. Brother Yang, how about leaving this Crazy Devil to me? Alright, I'll leave it to you. Yang Bufan retracted his chi. He knew what Jiangchen meant. The current Crazy Devil was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Jiangchen knew that Jiangchen had a mysterious cultivation method that could absorb the essence and blood of demonic devils, using this strange method to stimulate one's potential and enhance one's cultivation base. This was also the reason why Jiangchen was able to advance so quickly in a place like Evil Abyss. To Jiangchen, this Crazy Devil was a great treasure. Perhaps it could help Jiangchen advance to the intermediate golden immortal realm. Yang Bufan also knew that Jiangchen's next target was the mighty Tian Muyan. Given Tian Muyan's ability, he might have already advanced to the true immortal king realm. Given Jiangchen's current means, he wasn't a match for Tian Muyan. Therefore, Yang Bufan wouldn't compete with Jiangchen for the benefits that Crazy Devil brought him. Anyway, there was nothing to compete about. Yang Bufan had already achieved his goal. His biggest goal in Evil Abyss was to unify this place and eradicate the evil clan. Now that he had achieved it, the sense of achievement had loosened his bottleneck. It wouldn't take long for him to break through to the intermediate immortal king realm. In addition, Yang Bufan was very grateful to Jiang Chen. Without Jiang Chen, he wouldn't have been able to achieve his goal and break through his bottleneck. More importantly, if it wasn't for Jiang Chen, his life would still be in danger when he was trapped in the evil sacrificial altar. In other words, Jiang Chen was his savior. Even the arrogant Yang Bufan had to admit that Jiang Chen had indeed saved his life. Naturally, Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite with Yang Bufan. He struck out the true dragon palm, enveloping Crazy Devil. No, Crazy Devil roared. He could sense an extremely dangerous qi. It was a threat to his life. He had never felt this before. It was an extremely terrifying feeling. Crazy Devil didn't want to die, but he had no strength to resist. At this critical moment, he still wanted to rely on the evil sacrificial altar to save his life, but unfortunately, it was too late. Jiang Chen was too ruthless. Given his current state, he wouldn't be able to escape Jiang Chen's palm even with the evil sacrificial altar. Die, Crazy Devil. Jiang Chen's attack was merciless. The true dragon palm pressed down like a huge mountain. It was a horrifying scene. Everyone below shifted their attention to the scene. The noisy battlefield suddenly became strangely quiet. At this moment, whether it was the humans or the evil clan, all of their eyes fell upon the space inside the evil sacrificial altar. The human race was incomparably excited, while the evil clan was incomparably tragic. Everyone knew very well that the time to decide the winner and loser had come. As long as Jiang Chen killed Crazy Devil, it would mean that the evil clan's destiny had come to an end, and they would no longer be able to stand in the evil abyss. Arg, there was no way to change the outcome. Everyone heard Crazy Devil let out a blood-curdling scream under Jiang Chen's attack. Then, he was smashed into pieces by Jiang Chen's palm. The door of the Zulong Tower had always been open. The moment Crazy Devil was slapped to death, Jiang Chen swallowed his body. However, Jiang Chen grabbed Crazy Devil's devil soul at the last moment and didn't let the Zulong Tower absorb it. This tower was a bottomless pit. There was no energy that it couldn't absorb. If the Zulong Tower absorbed the devil soul of an immortal king, the benefits to Jiang Chen would be reduced by 90%. Naturally, Jiang Chen would enjoy it alone. Rumble, Crazy Devil was dead. The evil sacrificial altar began to move restlessly, emitting cracking sounds. The evil space was about to collapse. Brother Jiang, get out of here quickly. The evil sacrificial altar has completely fused with Crazy Devil. Now that Crazy Devil is dead, the evil sacrificial altar is about to explode. Yang Bufan hastily reminded. The self-explosion of a powerful king weapon wasn't something to be trifled with. It was better not to try it rashly. Kong Long, almost as soon as Yang Bufan's voice faded, the evil sacrificial altar exploded completely. A hole was blasted open in the sky. Gloomy and cold spatial airflow gushed out from the hole. The sky darkened completely, losing its previous color. It looked as though the end of the world had arrived. It was incomparably terrifying. It made everyone's soul feel an invisible and powerful pressure, which made them feel indescribably uncomfortable. Oh my God! This is the power of the explosion of a king weapon. It's simply earth-shattering. If I was in that explosion, I'm afraid that not even my dregs would be left. It's too terrifying, but Crazy Devil is dead. We have won. Haha, from now on, Evil Abyss will be the territory of the human race. This battle is really satisfying. I have never felt so thrilling and hot-blooded in the Evil Abyss since I came here. Many people of the human race were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. At this moment, the internal strife of the human race seemed to have disappeared. There was only a kind of unity and collective glory. As for Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen, no one was worried about their safety. Although the power of the explosion of a king weapon was terrifying, it was almost impossible for it to hurt them. In the sky, under the terrifying energy, Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan reappeared. The two of them stood opposite each other, exuding an extraordinary aura, like two peerless war gods. Jiang Chen had already returned to his human form, but his qi was still rising. This was because the Zulong Tower had absorbed the enormous essence and blood qi of Crazy Devil and was breaking through to the 33rd floor. This was the most critical floor. It was incomparably difficult to break through, and the energy required was also unimaginable. The energy required was much more terrifying than any of the previous floors. Even a powerful immortal king might not be enough. Asterisk roar, asterisk on the battlefield below, the demonic devils of the evil clan raised their heads and roared at the sky. Their roars were filled with pain and unwillingness, as well as a strong sense of despair. Yes, the evil clan was in complete despair. The death of Crazy Devil indicated the complete annihilation of the evil clan. To the evil abyss, this was a historic change. Brother Jiang, what should we do with these demonic devils? Yang Bufan asked. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. This race shouldn't exist. Jiang Chen's words were ruthless. This had always been his way of doing things. Sometimes, when it was necessary to be ruthless, one must be ruthless. Moreover, a race like the evil clan was excessively cruel and shouldn't exist. Asterisk kill, asterisk after listening to Jiang Chen's words, before Yang Bufan could give an order, the human army had already launched another round of attack on the remaining demonic devils. This should be the last round of attack. The demonic devils had completely lost their morale. Many of them had begun to give up resistance and chose to flee. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy for them to escape at this time. Yang Bufan stretched his arms, feeling an indescribable sense of achievement. Although most of the victory was attributed to Jiang Chen, it was of great significance to Yang Bufan. In order to achieve this, he had persisted for 10 years. Today, his wish had finally come true. Moreover, the reason why Jiang Chen could play such a big role was because of Jiang Chen. If Yang Bufan hadn't chosen Jiang Chen and helped Jiang Chen at all costs, there wouldn't be such a great victory today. This was karma. You reap what you sow, therefore, Yang Bufan naturally enjoyed the victory at this moment. This was a victory that belonged to Jiang Chen and himself. As for whether the evil clan would be annihilated or not, Yang Bufan didn't care at all. In his heart, the evil clan was a demonic devil, a powerful alien race. They should be annihilated. Yang Bufan believed that if the situation was reversed and the human race was defeated, the crazy devil would definitely kill them without hesitation, turning the human race into the demonic devil's food. There was no doubt about this. Asterisk Ka. Asterisk Yang Bufan felt that his bottleneck had begun to loosen. He had achieved his long-awaited goal. Such a situation was like an epiphany that was extremely rare among cultivators. It could only be encountered by chance. Yang Bufan was currently in such a state. This state was too precious. As long as his thoughts were smooth, his cultivation base would advance by leaps and bounds. Yang Bufan had been accumulating for 10 years. His foundation was just too strong. Once it erupted, the consequences would be unpredictable. Asterisk Hong Long, asterisk a powerful chi wave and pressure suddenly rushed out of Yang Bufan's body, overflowing in all directions like a tide. Under the surge of the powerful force, Yang Bufan actually broke through to the intermediate immortal king realm. This wasn't the end of it. His chi was still rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Good. Brother Yang has obtained a great opportunity. His foundation has been accumulating for 10 years and is already very strong. Now that he has completed his dream, his mind is clear and his thoughts are smooth, advancing to the intermediate immortal king realm. However, this is far from his ultimate potential. It seems like it won't be a problem for him to advance to the late immortal king realm. Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire Yang Bufan. A figure like him would have a limitless future. While Yang Bufan was madly breaking through to the late immortal king realm, Jiang Chen wasn't idling either. The energy of Crazy Devil was just too enormous. He had already broken through half of the 33rd level. As long as the 33rd level was completed, Jiang Chen would be able to know a secret of the Zulong Tower and gain real benefits from it. This was what Jiang Chen was most interested in and eager to know. Roar roar, below, the human race and the demonic beasts were engaged in the final battle. Blood flowed like a river. The evil clan was not a match for the human race at all. After countless demonic beasts died, they were sucked dry by the Zulong Tower and became Jiang Chen's nourishment. The 33rd floor was too difficult to break through, and the amount of energy required was too huge. At the last moment, Jiang Chen could not absorb any of the purified energy from the Zulong Tower. In the past, after the Zulong Tower absorbed energy, it would give Xianxia a small amount of pure energy so that Xianxia could condense dragon marks. But now, Xianxia could not get any energy from the Zulong Tower. This could only mean one thing. The Zulong Tower had gone all out in order to break through the 33rd floor. The amount of energy required for this floor was just too huge. As such, all of the energy was used to break through the 33rd floor. Xianxia didn't complain about the situation, because he cared too much about this level. He believed that once the 33rd level of the pagoda was completely unlocked, the benefits he could get from it would be much greater than the purification energy that he could get from the pagoda. Merciful Buddha, Tao Light Buddha Body. On the battlefield, Tyrant went crazy once more. He casted the Tao Light Buddha Body even more ferocious than before. His Tao Light Buddha Body looked taller than before. Affected by the impact of the battlefield, Tyrant's cultivation realm had advanced to the early golden immortal realm. There was no suspense in the following battle. The demonic devils were routed and killed by the humans. The battle lasted for another 2 hours. All the demonic devils were killed. Just like what Xianxia had ordered, not a single one of them was left alive. The entire evil clan was annihilated. The only ones who survived were those who had been purified by Xianxia and Tyrant. Although they were still demonic devils of the evil clan, they had already become the slaves of Xianxia and Tyrant. It was impossible for them to cause any more trouble. The war had ended, and the city of Sin had been completely destroyed. However, this was no longer important. The most important thing was the victory. Every human's face was filled with excitement. For a man to be able to experience such a world-shaking war in his lifetime was a kind of pride in itself. It was worth it. Everyone raised their head to look at the two great figures hovering in the sky. Yang Bufan's chi had already reached the peak of intermediate immortal king realm, only a step away from the late immortal king realm. On the other hand, Xianxia's chi didn't change much, but the Zulong Tower that he had secretly controlled was undergoing earth-shaking changes. After receiving a large amount of energy, the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower was about to be completely broken through. We've won. This war is really satisfying. I've never felt so satisfied before. Look, the evil lord's cultivation base has already reached the peak of intermediate immortal king realm. I have no idea how much stronger he is compared to before. He's breaking through to the late immortal king realm. How terrifying. Given the talent of the evil lord, I'm afraid it won't be a problem for him to break through to the immortal emperor realm or even the immortal venerable realm in the future. Compared to the evil lord, Xianxia is the truly terrifying one. Look at him. He's only an early golden immortal, but he can already fight an immortal king. God knows how terrifying he will be once he advances to the immortal king realm. At that time, I'm afraid that he will be able to fight an immortal emperor. That's right. He's a true monstrous genius, a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. No one can estimate his achievement. Night fell, but the chi in the sky didn't diminish in the slightest. Yang Bufan and Xianxia stood in the sky, their black hair fluttering in the wind, as though they were the only ones in the heavens and earth. Countless humans below didn't speak a word. The scene was strangely quiet. All of them wanted to witness a miracle. They wanted to see the transformation of Xianxia and Yang Bufan break through to the late immortal king realm. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that both Yang Bufan and Xianxia were at the most critical moment. Needless to say, Yang Bufan was in the middle of breaking through to the late immortal king realm. He must not be disturbed. Everyone's epiphany represented a great transformation. Such a transformation was incomparably important to any cultivator. When the epiphany ended, it was also the time when the cultivator would gain the most benefits. Just like Yang Bufan, he had entered a completely different realm. If someone interrupted him at this moment, he would certainly fight with his life on the line. The same went for Xianxia. The breakthrough to the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower was much more difficult than he had imagined. Now that he had enough energy, he only needed to wait for the moment when the energy was fully condensed. Naturally, Xianxia wouldn't dare to be negligent, because he had a feeling that the 33rd floor was different from the other floors. In the ancestral dragon pagoda before the 33rd level, if the pagoda was only halfway through the breakthrough, the energy would be used to break through the next level. However, the 33rd level was different. If the pagoda could not be completed in one go, it would be a waste. It would be difficult to find such an opportunity again in the future. If I'm not mistaken, Little Chenzi's Zulong Tower has reached its most critical moment. De Huang Dog had unique eyesight. Plus, he knew Jiang Chen's trump card very well, so he could see what Jiang Chen was going to do at a glance. Do you think he can succeed? Tyrant asked. He hasn't done anything that hasn't succeeded yet. De Huang Dog chuckled. Tyrant also laughed. Their confidence in Jiang Chen had been deeply rooted in their bones. After all, they knew Jiang Chen too well. All along, there seemed to be nothing that Jiang Chen couldn't do. The silence lasted for 2 hours. Yang Bufan's qi began to change dramatically. His cultivation base had finally broken through to the late Immortal King realm from the peak of Intermediate Immortal King realm. Haha, Yang Bufan threw his head back and laughed heartily, like a true king venting his anger. He had been waiting for this day for too long. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, heard another layer of bitterness from Yang Bufan's laughter. It was an indescribable feeling, as though he had suffered some kind of attack for this day. It seems that Brother Yang is also a person with secrets. Jiang Chen sighed. He had long felt that Yang Bufan wasn't an ordinary person. If Yang Bufan was an ordinary person, he wouldn't have stayed in a place like Evil Abyss for 10 years. At this time, the breakthrough of the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower had finally been completed. Buzz, the Zulong Tower let out a deafening roar, like the overturning of rivers and seas, but only Jiang Chen could hear it. No one else could. Good. The 33rd floor is finally completed. I wonder what secret is hidden in the Zulong Tower, but now isn't the time to study it. I'll go back to a place where there's no one around and study it properly. Jiang Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart. He had also been waiting for this day for a long time. It had been a long time since he obtained the Zulong Tower. The secret of the Zulong Tower had always been on Jiang Chen's mind. Now that he had finally achieved it, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited. Congratulations, Brother Yang, on breaking through the bottleneck and reaching the terrifying late Immortal King realm. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Yang Bufan. The fact that Yang Bufan had advanced to the late Immortal King realm was a matter worthy of celebration and congratulation. Brother Jiang Chen, your contribution in eliminating the evil clan can't be buried. I'm very glad that I chose to befriend you. Otherwise, I don't know how long I would have to wait for this day. Yang Bufan spoke, expressing his gratitude to Jiang Chen. Both he and Jiang Chen weren't shy people. After experiencing the war together, their friendship had deepened and they had truly regarded each other as friends. To Yang Bufan, it was incomparably joyful to see that Jiang Chen was becoming more and more powerful. Brother Yang, now that the evil clan has been completely unified, you have also fulfilled one of your wishes. Jiang Chen said with a smile. That's right. I intend to leave this place after a period of time. There's nothing left in this place that's worthy of my nostalgia. I still have things to do. Yang Bufan said with a smile. You and I are the same. We won't be trapped in the same place. My cultivation base has advanced by leaps and bounds this time. I've gained tremendous benefits from the war with the evil clan, but I still have a stronger enemy. Tian Muyun is very likely to have become a true immortal king. I need some time to digest my cultivation base. When I get out of here, it will be the time for me to have a showdown with Tian Muyun. Some grudges will have to be settled sooner or later. It's time to settle the grudge between me and Tian Muyun. Jiang Chen said. He had some understanding of Tian Muyun. The last time he returned to Tianyun Pavilion, he had already sensed Tian Muyun's qi. Tian Muyun had half a foot in the Immortal King realm. After being humiliated by Yang Bufan, Tian Muyun would certainly use this as motivation to break through to the Immortal King realm. Given Tian Muyun's talent, he might have already succeeded. Even if Tian Muyun succeeded, Jiang Chen wouldn't have the slightest fear. What he needed to do now was to break through to the next realm. As long as he reached the intermediate golden immortal realm, he would have the confidence to get rid of Tian Muyun. Speaking of advancing to the intermediate golden immortal realm, Jiang Chen had his own means. The violent devil soul in his hand was what he relied on. An immortal king level devil soul was enough for Jiang Chen to break through to the intermediate golden immortal realm, but Jiang Chen was also afraid of this, because he had advanced too quickly during this period of time. If he continued to rely on this method to advance, it was likely to affect his foundation. In that case, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Therefore, what Jiang Chen needed to do now was to find a way to stabilize his foundation and digest what he had gained during this period of time. This process required a certain amount of time to settle down. However, Jiang Chen's mind wasn't on this, but on the Zulong Tower. He couldn't wait to enter the 33rd floor to explore the secret of Zulong Tower. Alright. Brother Jiang, go and cultivate in seclusion. I will arrange the matters here and prepare to leave. Under normal circumstances, people like Yang Bufan would feel a little disappointed at the same time. After all, the strongest opponent of the past 10 years had been eliminated all of a sudden. This would more or less dampen their excitement, but in Jiang Chen's point of view, Yang Bufan's excitement hadn't diminished at all. This indicated that Yang Bufan had a greater goal. Now that he had advanced to the late immortal king realm, he was a little closer to that goal. To Yang Bufan, the next goal was much more meaningful than eliminating the evil clan. Of course, it was also much more difficult to achieve. Everyone had their own secrets. Jiang Chen had them, De Huang Dog had them, and so did Yang Bufan. If Yang Bufan didn't want to talk about it, Jiang Chen wouldn't ask. A friend would stand up when needed. This was enough. Jiang Chen wouldn't explore Yang Bufan's secrets, but as long as Yang Bufan needed his help in the future, Jiang Chen wouldn't hesitate to stand up for him. Jiang Chen believed that if he was in trouble, Yang Bufan would do the same without hesitation. This could be seen from the trip to Tianyun Pavilion. Yang Bufan was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. The city of Sin had been destroyed. However, to the cultivators of the human race, rebuilding a city was an extremely easy task. After all, the space in Evil Abyss was huge. There were other cities besides Evil City. Other than Evil City, the other cities didn't suffer any damage. Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen found a city in the central region and settled down. Although the matter in Evil Abyss had been resolved, Jiang Chen still had more important things to do. To him, the real battle had just begun. He and Tian Muyun had completely fallen out. The next step would be a life-and-death battle. In a quiet courtyard in the prefecture, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog walked in. Knowing that Jiang Chen was going into seclusion, no one dared to appear within 10 miles of the courtyard, fearing that they would disturb Jiang Chen's cultivation. To the humans in Evil Abyss, Jiang Chen was now a godlike existence. Everyone was full of respect for him. Tianjizi walked out of the Zulong Tower. His eyes were full of shock when he looked at Jiang Chen. He had witnessed the entire battle. Even though he was mentally prepared, he still wouldn't believe it if he didn't see it with his own eyes. The word genius could no longer be used to describe Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's existence was a miracle. Tianjizi felt that it was a gift from the heavens for him to have such a disciple. What did he do to deserve such a peerless genius to address him as his master? Chen, you really surprised me. Tianjizi sighed. Initially, he was worried about the battle between Jiang Chen and Tian Muyun, but now it seemed that comparing Tian Muyun to Jiang Chen was a humiliation to Jiang Chen. Tian Muyun could only be regarded as a genius at best. How could he be compared to a monstrous genius? Master, Tian Muyun has probably advanced to the immortal king realm by now. With my current strength, it's still far from enough to deal with him. After all, the gap between an immortal king and a golden immortal is incomparable. So if I want to fight Tian Muyun, I need to advance to the intermediate golden immortal realm. Jiang Chen said. He never fought a battle that he wasn't confident of winning. He must not lose the battle with Tian Muyun. Therefore, before leaving Evil Abyss, Jiang Chen must find a way to break through to the intermediate golden immortal realm. By the way, little Chenzi, haven't you already opened the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower? What kind of secret is inside? It might be helpful to your current situation, said De Huang Dog. Big Yellow said. He was very interested in the secret of the ancestral dragon pagoda. I'll go in and have a look. After saying that, Jiang Chen opened the door of the Zulong Tower. His ji enveloped everyone, and his divine sense moved at will, entering the space of the 33rd floor. *Huhu, *The 33rd floor was filled with a myriad of colors. The few people who had just entered couldn't help but sway from the impact of the surrounding air currents. This space wasn't very big. It seemed to only have a radius of a few miles, and it was completely empty inside, with nothing at all. However, those motley colors gave people a dazzling feeling. After entering, everyone had a strange feeling, but as for what exactly it was, they could not describe it with words. The law of time. This is the law of time. Mother asterisk Kerr. This is 2F asterisk King Awesome. The law of time in this space is at least 30 times that of the outside world. De Huang Dog suddenly became very excited. Law of time? Xianxia, Tyrant, and Tianjizi were stunned. For a moment, they didn't understand what De Huang Dog meant. In the entire immortal world, only the mighty immortal sovereigns could control the time law. The time law in this space is 30 times stronger than the outside world. For example, cultivating here for 1 day is equivalent to cultivating outside for 30 days. This is the distortion and change of the time law. Little Chen, this treasure of yours is truly heaven-defying. This is only the 33rd level. If it reaches the 99th level, I can't even imagine what will happen. That's right, Little Chen, this treasure of yours is truly heaven-defying. This is only the 33rd level. If it reaches the 99th level, I can't even imagine what will happen. De Huang Dog said. Regarding the law of time, whether it was Jiangchen or Tianjizi, it was their first time hearing about it. After all, the means of reversing time and space was too heaven-defying. It wasn't a realm that they could reach. They had never thought that it was a powerful means of a great emperor, and they were too far away from the legendary great emperors. As soon as De Huang Dog's voice faded, a wave of information surged into Jiang Chen's mind. Everything described in the information was exactly the same as what De Huang Dog had said. This space of the 33rd floor had no other magical uses other than changing the flow of time. All of a sudden, Jiang Chen became incomparably excited. The change of the law of time by 30 times was a great benefit that couldn't be exchanged with countless treasures. A day of cultivation here was equivalent to 30 days of cultivation in the outside world. This was simply a great treasure. Haha. The Zulong Tower is indeed an ancient supreme divine weapon. The secret of the 33rd floor is truly astonishing. Jiangchen couldn't help but laugh heartily. He had no reason to be unhappy. He didn't know how long he had been waiting for this 33rd floor. Today, he finally got to know it. The result was even better than what he had imagined. He was afraid that the Zulong Tower would bestow him another powerful combat technique or cultivation law because he didn't lack combat techniques and cultivation laws anymore. All the combat techniques he had displayed were the strongest among the strongest. So, any more combat techniques wouldn't be of any practical use. However, this 30-fold change in the time law was simply a great treasure. From now on, Jiangchen would have his own superior cultivation conditions. His innate talent was already terrifying enough. His cultivation speed was countless times faster than others. Now, his foundation had been increased by 30 times. How abnormal was this? It was simply unbelievable. Abnormal, truly abnormal. The time law of 30 times is simply unimaginable. 1 day of cultivation in here is equivalent to 30 days of cultivation in the outside world. Little Chenzi, you have struck it rich. Tyrant couldn't help but sigh. This was too shocking. The time law was a high-level thing. It was something that they didn't even dare to think about, but now, they really had it. I can't believe that such a supreme treasure exists in the heavens and earth. Tianjizi was somewhat numb from the shock. Ever since he came into contact with Jiang Chen, miracles had happened one after another. The amount of shock he had experienced in his life wasn't as much as what he had experienced in the past few days. From Jiang Chen, he had witnessed what was called a true miracle and abnormal existence. It's indeed monstrous. One should know that even an immortal sovereign who had just comprehended the law of time could only change the flow of time by 2 or 3 times. A powerful immortal sovereign could change the flow of time by 5 times. Even the immortal execution king and great sovereign Xianxia could only change the flow of time by 10 times. This ancestral dragon pagoda can change the flow of time by 30 times. It's unimaginable. De Huang Dog said. He showed great interest in Jiang Chen's Zulong Tower. He had never seen or even heard of an existence that could change the flow of time by 30 times. Jiang Chen's eyes were very bright. He now had even greater expectations for the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower had a total of 99 floors. He believed that there would be greater surprises waiting for him in the future. The 30 times time law was just the first surprise. Very good. I was worried that I wouldn't have enough time to consolidate my foundation. Now that I have this space, all my problems have been solved. I only need 1 day in here to stabilize my foundation. Then, I can use the Devil's Soul of Mad Devil to advance to the intermediate Golden Immortal. And I will leave the Evil Abyss for the final battle with Tian Muyun after that. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. He was now prepared to cultivate in here for 30 days to stabilize his foundation. In that case, only 1 day would have passed in the outside world. 30 days was basically enough for him. De Huang Dog, Tyrant, I can see that both of you have obtained a lot of benefits from the war. It's just the right time to cultivate here and stabilize your foundation. It will be very beneficial to your future cultivation. Jiang Chen said to De Huang Dog and Tyrant. Currently, the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower was a treasure land for cultivation. It was the best place to cultivate. There was nothing more perfect than cultivating here. Tyrant and Big Yellow nodded. With such a good condition, they naturally had to make good use of it. They couldn't afford to miss it. For the next period of time, they chose to go into seclusion in the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen wouldn't care about the outside world for a month. Plus, a month inside was only 1 day in the outside world. Nothing would happen. Moreover, the evil clan had been completely annihilated. It was basically impossible for there to be any major turmoil in the evil abyss. One line sky, inside Tianyun Pavilion. All of a sudden, an incomparably tyrannical qi rose from the deepest part of the mountain. This qi was incomparably powerful. When the pressure spread out, everyone in Skycloud Pavilion felt their souls trembling. They were greatly shaken. Look, what a powerful qi. That's the pressure of an immortal king. Sect leader has advanced to the immortal king realm. Amazing. Sect leader is indeed the #1 genius in One Line Sky. He has finally broken through to the immortal king realm. With the emergence of an immortal king in our Tianyun Pavilion, the other 3 major powers are finished. If it was in the past, I wouldn't say anything if someone said that sect leader was the #1 genius in One Line Sky. But it's different now. Even though sect leader has advanced to the immortal king realm, he can't be considered the #1 genius in terms of talent. That's right. Compared to Jiang Chen, sect leader's talent is indeed inferior. Previously, Jiang Chen humiliated sect leader and angered him. Now that sect leader has advanced to the immortal king realm, I'm afraid the first thing he will do is to settle the score with Jiang Chen. Everyone in Tianyun Pavilion was alarmed. Ever since Jiang Chen caused havoc in the law enforcement hall, Tianyun Pavilion had been in a state of deathly stillness. Now that Tian Muyun had advanced to the immortal king realm, it finally caused a great commotion in Tianyun Pavilion. In the deepest part of Tianyun Pavilion, Tian Muyun's hair fluttered even though there was no wind. His whole body was exuding a powerful immortal king qi. The airflow around him fluctuated violently. He had finally reached the immortal king realm. The humiliation that Yang Bufan gave him not only didn't hinder his progress, but also stimulated his potential, allowing him to break through to the immortal king realm in one fell swoop. Humph. Jiang Chen, evil lord, I, Tian Muyun, will definitely return the humiliation you have given me twice over. Once I have stabilized my immortal king cultivation base, I will kill my way to evil abyss and make you beg for death. Tian Muyun harumphed coldly. His eyes gleamed with a ruthless light. He clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. Now, it could be said that he hated Jiang Chen to the bone. Tian Muyun had already made up his mind. After a few days, when his cultivation base was completely stabilized, he would go to Evil Abyss and kill both Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan. What a pity! Although Tian Muyun had advanced to the immortal king realm, he didn't have the slightest chance to kill both Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen was ready to come back for him, and Jiang Chen's cultivation base had already reached the terrifying late immortal king realm. If Tian Muyun really went to Evil Abyss to kill Jiang Chen, the consequences would be unimaginable. In front of Yang Bufan, Tian Muyun was just a small shrimp, an ant that could be crushed to death at any time. After advancing to the early immortal king realm, Tian Muyun didn't come out of seclusion. Instead, he chose to continue his seclusion. He needed some time to stabilize his cultivation base after advancing to the early immortal king realm. Tian Muyun decided to stabilize his cultivation base within 7 days. After 7 days, he would come out of seclusion and kill his way to the evil abyss. As for the other 3 major powers in One Line Sky, Tian Muyun no longer put them in his eyes. Given his current cultivation base and strength, annihilating the 3 major powers was just a piece of cake for him. The 3 major powers were no longer a threat to him. What Tian Muyun wanted to kill now was Jiang Chen. In his heart, Jiang Chen's threat was far greater than the other 3 major powers. He had witnessed Jiang Chen's growth with his own eyes. That heaven-defying speed had reached a shocking level. If he couldn't get rid of Jiang Chen as soon as possible, he would die in Jiang Chen's hands sooner or later. Moreover, Tian Muyun had witnessed the means of Jiang Chen. He knew that Jiang Chen had always been ruthless and merciless to his enemies. Now that he had shed all pretense of cordiality with Jiang Chen, once Jiang Chen's ability surpassed his, Jiang Chen wouldn't show any mercy when killing him. However, Tian Muyun couldn't finish these 7 days because Jiang Chen would come looking for him very soon. Jiang Chen could cultivate for a month in the 33rd floor of Zulong Tower. Only 1 day had passed in the outside world. 7 days in the outside world was equivalent to 7 months inside the tower. Therefore, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to finish this period of time. At this moment, the 33rd floor of Zulong Tower was filled with variegated colors. The law of time that was 30 times faster than normal continued to flow. Jiang Chen and the others were all in seclusion, stabilizing their foundation. There was no need to mention Jiang Chen himself. During this period of time, he had relied on the demonic devils of the evil clan to improve his cultivation base. Therefore, it was very important for him to stabilize his foundation. The same went for De Huang Dog. He was now in the intermediate golden immortal realm, and his body contained a large amount of immortal execution sword's essence. This essence was like a treasure that could constantly help De Huang Dog advance and break through to a higher realm. Therefore, to De Huang Dog, stabilizing his foundation was more important. With the god-suppressing monument, Tyrant was considered to have a natural advantage. Now that he was using the time laws of the Zulong Tower, coupled with the help of the god-suppressing monument, it was the best time for him to break through to the intermediate golden immortal stage. As for Tianjizi, his cultivation base had been completely destroyed. Although seclusion was meaningless for him, he needed to recuperate now. The leaves of the regenerative lotus and the wood spiritual qi had helped him recover his vitality and stabilize the essence in his body. What he needed to do now was to constantly increase the essence and prolong his lifespan. If he really had a method to recover his cultivation base in the future, he would have a good foundation. For any cultivator, the body was the foundation. A good body was the key to cultivation. Days passed in the Zulong Tower. A month had passed very quickly. At this time only a day had passed in the outside world. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Jiang Chen opened his eyes abruptly. 2 rays of sharp light shot out from his eyes, causing the void to ripple. These 2 eyes were like 2 sharp swords that could cut the space apart. Good. My cultivation base has been completely stabilized. Sure enough, a month of cultivation wasn't wasted. I can now use the devil soul of Crazy Devil to break through to the intermediate golden immortal realm. A devil soul of immortal king level will help me condense 40,000 dragon marks. I think it won't be a problem for me to break through to the intermediate golden immortal realm. Jiang Chen said to himself. Then, he took out the devil soul. Back when he killed Crazy Devil, he had deliberately kept this devil soul for this very moment. Every time Jiang Chen advanced a level, he would need an incomparably huge amount of energy. Currently, the number of dragon marks in his body was 910,000. He needed another 40,000 dragon marks to advance to the intermediate golden immortal realm. Asterisk Chi Chi, asterisk the true dragon fire and true thunder fire appeared outside the devil soul and penetrated it. These 2 flames were the nemesis of demonic devils. They could purify all the devilish things inside and then absorb the purest energy. Xianxia opened his mouth and swallowed the devil's soul. A huge amount of energy exploded in Xianxia's body like a tidal wave, rushing to every part of his chi. Roar. Under the operation of the dragon transformation skill, the majestic energy began to be refined rapidly, forming new dragon marks in his chi. Within Xianxia's chi, there was a magnificent scene of tens of thousands of dragons gathered together. There were more than 900,000 dragon marks, and every single one of them looked like a real dragon, looking extremely majestic. Ever since the dragon transformation skill had evolved, refining anything became very simple and fast. Now, in just half an hour, an immortal king-level devil soul was completely refined by Xianxia. Buzz. His chi began to stir violently. The 950,000 dragon marks rippled, turning into an ocean of true dragons. The scene was extremely spectacular. This was the most critical moment of breaking through to the intermediate golden immortal realm. Xianxia threw all the immortal meta-stones he had stored into his chi to refine them. These immortal meta-stones were the huge wealth that Ouyang he had left for him. The value of this wealth was very shocking. It had also saved Xianxia a lot of trouble. At least, he didn't have to worry about immortal meta-stones along the way. But one had to admit that Xianxia was indeed a big eater. The consumption of each advancement was just too huge. No one could bear such consumption. Now that he had advanced to the intermediate golden immortal realm, all the immortal meta-stones had been used up. Not even dregs were left. It seemed like the first thing Xianxia would do after settling the grudge with Tian Muyun was to collect immortal meta-stones. Immortal meta-stones were the support of every advancement. They were an indispensable treasure. It was something that Xianxia must prepare in advance. Roar. An earth-shaking dragon roar suddenly came out from Xianxia's mouth. Powerful waves of qi rolled out of Xianxia's body, setting off a huge wave in the 33rd level. De Huang Dog, Tyrant and Tianji, who were in seclusion, were shocked by this qi. They couldn't help but open their eyes, and their eyes fell on Xianxia. He succeeded. So powerful. The power of an intermediate golden immortal has far surpassed an ordinary early immortal king. Tianji was shocked. Given his current combat strength, it's enough to deal with Tian Muyun. When he returns to One Line Sky, it will be the time of Tian Muyun's death. De Huang Dog said. He had always had incomparable confidence in Xianxia. That's right. Even if Tian Muyun advanced to the immortal king realm, he wouldn't be a match for Xianxia. Sect Master Ouyang's death can finally be avenged. That ungrateful dog. We must expose his true face when we return. 30 days had passed in the Zulong Tower, but only 1 day had passed in the outside world. Such a cultivation method was truly fascinating. De Huang Dog and Tyrant had a feeling that they hadn't had enough of it yet. In a month's time, De Huang Dog's foundation had basically stabilized. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the late Golden Immortal Realm. As for Tyrant, he was already at the peak of the early Golden Immortal Realm and would soon advance to the intermediate Golden Immortal Realm. AI. Tyrant sighed. Compared to Xianxia and De Huang Dog, he suddenly felt a sense of loss. Presently, both Xianxia and De Huang Dog were intermediate Golden Immortal Realm, while he was only an early Golden Immortal. Obviously, he had fallen behind. Furthermore, Xianxia was an incomparably terrifying guy. His combat strength couldn't be estimated with the combat strength of an intermediate Golden Immortal. Let's go and find Brother Yang, then we'll leave this evil abyss. Xianxia said. After leaving the evil abyss this time, he reckoned that he would never come back again. To them, this spatial zone had lost all meaning and value. They had to go and do something more meaningful. To Xianxia, every place he went to represented the occurrence of a miracle. Just like this evil abyss, before Xianxia came, this place was still a chaotic and terrifying hell. But after he came, everything changed. Now, the evil abyss had a historical turning point because of his arrival. The entire evil clan had been annihilated. This was equivalent to creating history. 3 men and a dog walked out of the Zulong Tower and found Yang Bufan without a hitch, because they needed to rely on him to leave the evil abyss. In a day's time, Yang Bufan had basically arranged everything in the evil abyss. To Yang Bufan, just like Xianxia, this evil abyss had lost all meaning, even though he had been the evil lord for 10 years. Now, Yang Bufan was about to leave. After leaving this place, everything here would no longer have anything to do with him. Except for the evil abyss, he would only be Yang Bufan. He would no longer be the famous evil lord. I didn't expect Brother Jiang to advance to the intermediate golden immortal realm in just a single day. Such a speed of advancement is truly speechless. But still, I have to congratulate you, Yang Bufan said with a smile. He was indeed surprised that Jiang Chen could advance to the intermediate golden immortal realm within a day. After all, Jiang Chen had just advanced to the golden immortal realm. Such a terrifying speed of advancement was rare in the world. I was just lucky. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't reveal anything about the Zulong Tower. After all, the change in the law of 30 times time was too shocking. This was Jiang Chen's biggest secret. He didn't mean to hide it, but there was no need for him to reveal all his secrets. Brother Jiang, I have nothing to worry about in the evil abyss anymore. My cultivation base has already reached the late golden immortal realm. All these years of hard work have not been in vain. I'm going to leave this place now. Yang Bufan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said, I'm going to leave as well. It's time for me to settle the grudge in Tianyun Pavilion, Jiang Chen said. It was within his expectation that Yang Bufan would leave. This was just the right time for them to leave together. Do you need my help? Yang Bufan asked. No need. I want to settle this matter myself. Jiang Chen shook his head. He had to come personally for the duel with Tian Muyun. If he needed Yang Bufan's help, he could have already killed Tian Muyun during the incident in the law enforcement hall. There was no need to wait until now. You have to be careful. Yang Bufan nodded. He had long known about Jiang Chen's plan. Therefore, he just said it casually. In that case, let's not waste any more time. Let's leave now. Jiang Chen spoke. To him, the evil abyss was just a stop on his path of growth. When it was time to leave, he would have to leave. There was nothing in this place that he would miss. All right. Yang Bufan nodded. With a flip of his palm, powerful spatial energy rippled. He tore the void with his bare hands, creating a crack in the void and walked into it. His current cultivation base had already reached the late golden immortal realm, which was many times stronger than the early golden immortal realm. Tearing the void with his bare hands was a very simple thing to do. In other words, Yang Bufan didn't need the spatial talisman to leave the evil abyss. He could find the coordinates of one line sky by relying on his control of the spatial law. Walking in the void would be much faster than walking through the spatial passageway. Very soon, under Yang Bufan's lead, the group left the evil abyss and appeared on the land of one line sky. The place where they were now was still the same place they were at previously, which was closer to Yen City. Brother Yang, what's your plan from now on? Jiang Chen asked with interest. Yang Bufan must have his own goal after leaving the evil abyss. Given his current ability, it was impossible for him to stay in a place like One Line Sky. To Yang Bufan, One Line Sky was just a small place, but it still piqued his interest a little. I'm going back to where I came from. I'm going back to East Xuanyu, Yang Bufan said with a smile. When he mentioned East Xuanyu, a strange light flashed across his eyes. East Xuanyu? Jiang Chen was stunned. He really didn't know about the division of ethereal immortal domain, but Jiang Chen wasn't a fool. He knew that East Xuanyu must be a huge place. At least, One Line Sky couldn't be compared to it. Perhaps, he would have to go to East Xuanyu after he fully understood the situation in One Line Sky. Don't tell me that Brother Jiang doesn't know about East Xuanyu? Yang Bufan was startled too. As someone from ethereal immortal domain, it really surprised him that he didn't know about the famous East Xuanyu. To tell you the truth, we're all ascenders, so we're not familiar with the territories of the immortal world, Jiang Chen said. He didn't hide anything from Yang Bufan. After fighting side by side with him in Evil Abyss, he had truly treated Yang Bufan as a friend. Haha, I see. I didn't expect to see such a peerless genius in this lowly world. I've always respected you ascenders. Those who could ascend to the immortal world from a place with such poor heaven and earth Yuan Qi aren't ordinary people. Yang Bufan burst out laughing as if he had expected it. He even showed a look of admiration toward Jiang Chen. There are 9 immortal domains in the immortal world. Each immortal domain can be considered as an immortal world. Ethereal immortal domain is just one of them. No one knows how big the ethereal immortal domain is. It's just too vast. The tiny one-line sky is just a tiny place. After listening to Yang Bufan's words, Jiang Chen's fighting spirit was ignited in an instant. The immortal world wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Each of the 9 immortal domains was equivalent to an independent immortal world. Jiang Chen's understanding of the ethereal immortal domain was limited to one-line sky. Today, Jiang Chen had developed a strong interest in the East Xuanyu mentioned by Yang Bufan. Jiang Chen was almost sure that after he solved the matter in one-line sky, he would leave for a bigger place. This East Xuanyu might be his next stop. Jiang Chen had no reason to stop. He had the determination to pursue the highest realm of the immortal Tao and had a deep expectation for the path of cultivation. Moreover, Jiang Chen still had a lot of things to do. The matter of Yanqinyu, the matter of Tianjizi, and the matter of Wu Ningzhu. Yanqinyu was now involved with Immortal Execution King. If Jiang Chen wanted to explore Yanqinyu's secret, he had to improve his cultivation base to the peak. Tianjizi was basically a cripple now. The reason why Tianjizi suffered such a disaster was all because of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had the responsibility to help Tianjizi recover. Whether it was to improve his cultivation base, explore Yanqinyu's secret, or help Tianjizi find a way to recover, Jiang Chen had no reason to stop. Just like what Yang Bufan said, one-line sky was just a small place. So what if he became the king here? He was still a frog at the bottom of a well. There was also Wu Ningzhu. After ascending to the immortal world, Jiang Chen had met with Han Yan and Tyrant. There was also some news about Yanqinyu. Only Wu Ningzhu was still missing. It was impossible to say that he wasn't worried at all. In addition to these, there was another force that constantly urged Jiang Chen to move forward. This force came from his old enemies, the northern and southern dynasties. When Jiang Chen had just ascended to the immortal world, he was attacked by the northern and southern dynasties. If it wasn't for the immortal mark in his body, he would have died a long time ago. Nanbei Chao must be looking for him everywhere. There was no doubt about it. Another thing that he was sure of was that Nanbei Chao's strength was far beyond his. Even though he had progressed to such a level, he was still nothing compared to Nanbei Chao in the immortal world. He was not even an ant. Jiang Chen was well aware of this. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to grow faster. His real enemies in the immortal world were the northern and southern dynasties, not Tian Muyun. Tian Muyun was incomparable to the northern and southern dynasties. With such a powerful opponent, Jiang Chen could feel a sense of urgency and pressure all the time. Brother Jiang, after you are done with the matters here, you must go to Eastern Profound Domain and have a good adventure. There are 6 great immortal sects, 3 great empires and 2 great families in Eastern Profound Domain. There are so many geniuses there that it can be said to be a place where heroes are vying for supremacy. There are too many geniuses in the 11 major powers. Each of them is a dazzling star, a proud son of heaven. Only fighting with them will be interesting. With your talent, you will still be able to thrive in Eastern Profound Domain. I believe that sooner or later, there will be a place for you in Eastern Profound Domain. Yang Bufan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said. Undoubtedly, this sentence had ignited Jiang Chen's excitement. 6 immortal sects, 3 empires, and 2 great worlds. So many powerful forces and powerful geniuses. Just thinking about it made him excited. Any of the 11 major powers wasn't something a small Tianyun pavilion could compare with. Yang Bufan was already a late immortal king, but he still said that he was nothing in East Xuanyu. It was imaginable how terrifying East Xuanyu was. Don't worry. After I have settled the matter of Tianyun Pavilion, I will certainly go to East Xuanyu. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. East Xuanyu would be another world. That was the real immortal world. Good. When you arrive at East Xuanyu, come to Great Qian Empire to find me. Yang Bufan said. Then, he vanished into thin air, leaving nothing behind except the name of Great Qian Empire. Great Qian Empire. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. He had begun to yearn for another world. However, Xianxia recovered himself very quickly. The matter of East Xuanyu had to be put aside for the time being. Now, it was time to settle the grudges. Today, Xianxia returned to Tianyun Pavilion to expose the true face of Tian Muyun. The grudges of Ouyang He, Tianjizi, and himself would all be settled today. Let's go. Xianxia looked at Tianjizi, then flew towards the direction of Tianyun Pavilion. Disciple, are you confident? If Tian Muyun has advanced to the immortal king realm, he won't be easy to deal with. Tianjizi said. Although he had seen the power of Xianxia, he knew how terrifying Tian Muyun was. So he was still a little worried. Don't worry. Everything today will be settled. Xianxia smiled. He was full of confidence from head to toe. That was the confidence that came from his bones. The innate demeanor of a king was enough to make people admire him. The mountain gate of Tianyun Pavilion was still as calm as usual. Several disciples were walking back and forth, looking a little bored. After Xianxia appeared, he directly unleashed his incomparably powerful qi and flew towards the center of Tianyun Pavilion. What a powerful qi! It seems to be Xianxia's qi. That's right. It's Xianxia. I saw him flying over there. Xianxia is back. It seems like he doesn't know that Sect Master has already advanced to the immortal king realm. Isn't he courting death by coming back? Xianxia's qi is too strong. It's many times stronger than before. Nothing good will come out of his return. It seems like Tianyun Pavilion is going to be in turmoil again. The appearance of Xianxia instantly attracted the attention of all the disciples of Tianyun Pavilion. One by one, they flew out. On the battle platform of Tianyun Pavilion's core courtyard, Xianxia stood on it, his clothes fluttering in the wind as he sounded the war drum. Tian Muyun, I, Xianxia, am back. Come out and fight me. Xianxia's voice was like waves rippling in the sky above Tianyun Pavilion. The sound of the war drum was like a sudden clap of thunder that shook the hearts of the people. The war drum of the core courtyard hadn't sounded for a long time. This was the war drum of a life and death battle. Xianxia now wanted to use the sound of the war drum of Tianyun Pavilion to fight Tian Muyun to the death. He believed that Ouyang He would be able to hear the familiar sound of the war drum in the underworld, and would be able to see Xianxia helping him to clean up the sect. Heavens! Xianxia, that madman, is back again. He sounded the war drum of the life and death battle. He actually wants to have a life and death battle with Sect Master. He's simply insane. Crazy, completely crazy. It seems like Xianxia doesn't know that Sect Master has already advanced to the immortal king realm. He's simply courting death. Let's not talk so much. Let's go and have a look. This is a major event. Since Xianxia dares to appear, he must have a powerful trump card. If they are going to fight today, it will surely be a battle of the peak. Seeing the elders and disciples of Tianyun Pavilion appearing, Xianxia revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. This was exactly what he needed. He wanted to unveil Tian Muyun's true face in front of everyone in Tianyun Pavilion. He wanted to give himself a reason to get rid of Tian Muyun, and lay the foundation for his rightful control of Tianyun Pavilion in the future. Daoist Yufeng had appeared. Some of the veteran elders of Tianyun Pavilion had also appeared. It was impossible for them to miss such a huge commotion. Most of these people were the old men who had followed Ouyang He in the past. Most of Tian Muyun's people were in the law enforcement hall, which had been completely destroyed by Xianxia. Xianxia, we are all from the same sect after all. Do you really want to have a life and death battle? Daoist Yufeng spoke with a face full of regret. He had the air of an immortal. All his thoughts were on Tianyun Pavilion. Now, Tianyun Pavilion was in a state of turmoil. Not only that, Xianxia had come to challenge the pavilion master. This made him feel heart-wrenching and indescribable discomfort in his heart. Although Daoist Yufeng wasn't the pavilion master of Tianyun Pavilion, he had watched Tianyun Pavilion grow. Just like Ouyang he regarded Tianyun Pavilion as his own child, the fruit of their joint efforts. Daoist Yufeng, Tian Muyun will explain everything to you when he arrives. Xianxia clasped his fists at Daoist Yufeng. He had great respect for this old man of Tianyun Pavilion. What do you want to explain? As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, another powerful chi flew out from Tianyun Pavilion. Who else could it be if it wasn't Tian Muyun? Tian Muyun, you really have advanced to the Immortal King realm. Good, very good. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on Tian Muyun. Just like what he had imagined, this bastard had successfully advanced to the Immortal King realm. However, this made things more interesting. If Tian Muyun was still a half-step Immortal King, it would be meaningless. Jiang Chen, I have to say that you are really bold to show up again. By the way, you are probably relying on the evil lord, right? Ask him to come out together. Today, I will kill both of you in front of all the people in Tianyun Pavilion to save my face. Tian Muyun didn't conceal his killing intent at all. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, but couldn't find Yang Bufan's chi. Humph. I alone am enough to kill you. If the evil lord appears, I'm afraid you'll have to kneel down and beg for mercy. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. What Jiang Chen said was true. Given Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, Tian Muyun was no longer a match for him. Both of them weren't on the same level. If Jiang Chen really came to kill Tian Muyun could only kneel down and beg for mercy. Arrogant. Jiang Chen, you are too arrogant. It seems like you don't know the true power of an immortal king. You think that you can come and seek revenge just because your cultivation base has improved? I will let you die on this battle platform today, then go to Evil Abyss and kill the evil lord. I, Tian Muyun, will be the king of One Line Sky. Tian Muyun's chi fluctuated wildly. With a single step, he leaped onto the battle platform, ready to attack Jiang Chen. Hold on. Jiang Chen suddenly shouted. Why? Are you afraid? Tian Muyun sneered. Afraid? If I'm afraid, I won't come. But before we fight, I want to reveal a secret. I want to expose your ugly face. I'm here to kill you today to clean up my sect. Jiang Chen's voice was obviously louder than before. Many people in Tianyun Pavilion didn't know what he was talking about. They didn't know where did he come from. Only Tian Muyun, who was standing opposite him, knitted his brows. Jiang Chen, what tricks do you want to play this time? Tian Muyun's eyes were like ice blades, exuding a gloomy chill. Compared to playing tricks, your means are more admirable. Tian Muyun, take a look at this. Jiang Chen said, then took out the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. The powerful halberd exuded a threatening chi. Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. Countless exclamations sounded from all directions. Many people in Tianyun Pavilion were familiar with the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. It was Ouyang He's natal immortal weapon. It was almost the representative of Ouyang He. After Ouyang He's death, the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd also disappeared. But now, it suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen, where did you get this Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd? Where is Sect Master Ouyang? Daoist Yufeng looked very excited. Jiang Chen didn't answer Daoist Yufeng's question. Instead, he looked at Tian Muyun. He believed that Tian Muyun's current expression must be very interesting. Tian Muyun, with your wisdom, you should have guessed what's going on, right? Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. Tian Muyun's expression was incomparably ugly, but he didn't say a word. What the hell is going on? A late golden immortal elder couldn't help but ask. Daoist Yufeng, elders, Senior Ouyang has passed away. Before he passed away, he passed the cultivation method of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes to me. His only wish was for me to help him kill that cruel and unscrupulous Tian Muyun one day. That year, Tian Muyun took advantage of the critical moment when Senior Ouyang was breaking through to the Immortal King realm and attacked him, causing Senior Ouyang to burn all his life essence to escape. After that, Tian Muyun told you that Senior Ouyang had passed away, and took control of Tianyun Pavilion as Senior Ouyang's disciple. Jiang Chen spoke aloud, finally revealing the secret of Tianyun Pavilion. He knew that no one would believe him if he just said it out loud, but now that he had the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, they had no choice but to believe him. What? How is this possible? I never thought that sect master was such a person. He even killed his own master. Is he still human? Sect master treated him like his own son. I don't think Jiang Chen is lying. When Senior Ouyang passed away, only Tian Muyun knew about it. We didn't even see it with our own eyes. This heavenly dragon combat halberd is Sect Master Ouyang's most important treasure. He never leaves it, treating it as his own life. Now, it has appeared in the hands of Xianxia, and he even gave the heavenly dragon 9 strikes to Xianxia. This must be true. You really can't judge a person's heart from his face. Sect Master Ouyang treated him like his own son, but he actually did such a crazy thing. For a moment, everyone in Tianyun Pavilion was distressed. The way they looked at Tian Muyun had changed from respect and admiration to disgust and disgust. Tian Muyun, is what Xianxia said true? Daoist Yufeng questioned Tian Muyun directly. At this moment, countless eyes fell upon Tian Muyun. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, anger, and disdain. Although many of them believed what Xianxia said, they still hoped to hear Tian Muyun admit it personally. That's right. That's right. That's right. Deceiving one's master, killing one's ancestors, repaying kindness with enmity, inhumane. When these vicious words were used on the same person, everything about this person changed. Just like Tian Muyun, his position in the hearts of the people was plummeting rapidly. That's right. I killed Ouyang He, but it's a pity that he escaped and found such a monster. What's so good about that old bastard? My talent is far greater than his. Tianyun Pavilion will be mine sooner or later. He even said that he treats me like his own son. He didn't even tell me the cultivation method of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and Heavenly Dragon 9 Strikes. Now, he passed it to an outsider. That old bastard really deserves to die. What surprised everyone was that Tian Muyun didn't quibble and directly admitted it. He admitted it so readily that even Xianxia didn't expect it. However, Xianxia also understood why Tian Muyun did this, because the current Tian Muyun no longer cared about what others thought of him. No one would dare to disobey a mighty immortal king. A mighty force was the proof of everything. Moreover, Tian Muyun didn't plan to stay in One Line Sky any longer. Given his talent and ambition, a small place like One Line Sky wouldn't be able to accommodate him. He would have to leave sooner or later. In addition, Xianxia had already taken out the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd as an irrefutable evidence. More importantly, Tian Muyun was a very proud person. The moment Xianxia took out the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, it had severely stimulated his arrogant heart. Ouyang He actually taught the halberd to an outsider instead of his own disciple. This made him feel that he was inferior to Xianxia. As a matter of fact, Xianxia's performance during this period of time was indeed better than his. This was a fact that Tian Muyun also understood. It was precisely because of this that he was angry. When a person was angry, he wouldn't need to be rational. So it was reasonable for him to admit it. Qua. Tian Muyun's admission and his words of disrespect and humiliation towards Ouyang He caused an uproar. The whole Skycloud Pavilion was shocked. Everyone looked at Tian Muyun as though they were looking at a stranger. This kind of person had hidden himself too deeply and was too shrewd. He could even say that he killed his own master in such a righteous and dignified manner. He was simply a scum. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Damn it, I didn't expect him to do it. Such a cruel and unscrupulous person is not qualified to be the leader of Tianyun Pavilion. Tianyun Pavilion has been controlled by him for more than 2 years. It's really shameful. You may know a person's face but not his heart. Who would have thought that Ouyang's death was caused by his most beloved disciple? It's hard to imagine how painful it must have been for sect leader Ouyang to pass on the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and Heavenly Dragon 9 Strikes to Xianxia. Shameless. This bastard is too shameless. He doesn't deserve to be our sect leader. Xianxia, kill him to avenge sect leader Ouyang. It's simply a humiliation for us to let such a lowly person lead our Tianyun Pavilion. Countless angry voices sounded, especially those of the older generation of Tianyun Pavilion. Each and every one of them was gnashing their teeth. If it wasn't for Xianxia exposing Tian Muyun's true colors, they would still be kept in the dark. Tian Muyun's face turned extremely ugly when he saw the situation. After all, he was the sect leader of Tianyun Pavilion, a high and mighty existence with a dazzling brilliance above his head. But now, his dignity and brilliance were torn apart in an instant. The feeling of falling from the top of the pyramid made him feel extremely uncomfortable. This was a blow to his soul, which involved his dignity. But immediately, Tian Muyun's eyes turned incomparably cold. Whoever dares to say another word will die. There won't be a good ending for going against me. If you dare to disobey me, your ending will be the same as Jiang Chen's. Tian Muyun glanced around and unleashed his immortal king aura. Finally, he revealed his ruthless side completely. He felt that he was a high and mighty person, a true noble person. How could these people look down on him so easily? Tian Muyun, you talk big. You have now become the target of public criticism. People like you are heartless and unscrupulous. Everyone will despise you. Now that everyone in Skycloud Pavilion is united, there is no place for you to stay. Jiangchen spoke aloud, unleashing his chi completely. Although he was only an intermediate golden immortal, his chi wasn't inferior to Tian Muyun's. Thinking of the miracles that Jiangchen had created and the terrifying means of Jiangchen, the people of Tianyun Pavilion had great confidence in Jiangchen. Tian Muyun, this old Taoist has really misjudged you. I never thought that you were such a dog. Ouyang, he must have been blind to pick you up that year. I, Taoist Yu Feng, have also been blind to help you for more than 2 years. Come to think of it, it's really disgusting. Taoist Yu Feng spoke bitterly. Both of his eyes were red. He had always been an amiable person, but he had never been so angry before. Apart from anger, he felt more pain. If one didn't experience this kind of betrayal, one would never understand this kind of pain. Humph. Old man, who do you think you are? How dare you yell and criticize me in front of me? I'll kill you now. Let's see who else dares to resist me. Tian Muyun harumphed coldly. Since the secret had been made public, he no longer had any scruples in what he did. Immediately, he struck out a huge palm, enveloping Taoist Yu Feng. Tian Muyun had completely revealed his ruthless side. He didn't show any mercy when he attacked. He had even killed Ouyang He, let alone a mere Taoist Yu Feng. In his mind, anyone who disobeyed him would eventually die. Powerful immortal King Qi spread out in an instant. Taoist Yu Feng felt that the airflow around him was about to solidify. To his horror, he found that he was completely imprisoned by the powerful spatial force. He couldn't even muster the slightest strength to resist. Animal. Taoist Yu Feng cursed, but it was useless. He understood that the gap between a half-step immortal king and a true immortal king was just too huge. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Previously, when he and Tian Muyun were at the same cultivation base, he was already no match for Tian Muyun. Now that Tian Muyun had become a true immortal king, the two of them were no longer on the same level. Old man, die now. Tian Muyun had a cruel and cold smile on his face. It seemed like he was going to kill Taoist Yu Feng in one blow. Tian Muyun, did you get my permission to kill Taoist Yu Feng? At this critical moment, a thunderous voice rang out all of a sudden. Jiangchen moved. The heavenly dragon combat halberd swept out horizontally, blocking in front of Taoist Yu Feng at lightning speed. Powerful energy surged out of the halberd, shattering the spatial airflow that imprisoned Taoist Yu Feng. Kong, Jiangchen's chi was very strong. He stood in front of Taoist Yu Feng and stared coldly at Tian Muyun. Taoist Yu Feng heaved a long sigh of relief. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat, as though he had just walked through the gates of hell. He looked at Jiangchen with gratitude. Thanks, Jiangchen. Taoist Yu Feng clasped his fists and said. Apart from gratitude, he was more shocked by Jiangchen's strength. Although Tian Muyun had only attacked him casually, that was a mighty immortal king. Under the control of Tian Muyun, he couldn't even move, but Jiangchen was able to shatter Tian Muyun's attack. This didn't mean that Tian Muyun wasn't strong, but that Jiangchen was just too abnormal. Jiangchen, kill him. Kill this unscrupulous bastard. Jiangchen, kill him and avenge Sect Master Ouyang. We all support you. From now on, you are our new Sect Master. That's right. You are our Sect Master. You have the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd in your hand. The Sect Master of Tianyun Pavilion should have been yours. We all admire you. The scene of Tian Muyun killing Taoist Yu Feng had completely chilled their hearts. It also made them see clearly what kind of person Tian Muyun was. In other words, all their hopes were now on Xianxia. If Xianxia failed to kill Tian Muyun today and was killed by Tian Muyun instead, Tianyun Pavilion would still be under Tian Muyun's control. At that time, their fate would be unimaginable. Tian Muyun, do you see this? This is your ending. Deserted by everyone. What else do you have to say? Xianxia's chi fluctuated wildly. The heavenly dragon combat halberd emitted waves of dragon roars. Humph. Xianxia, it's my mistake to let you live until now. Your talent is indeed terrifying. I admit that you are the scariest genius I've ever seen, but it's a pity that you are too arrogant. Do you really think that you can fight me with your current cultivation base? I will use my strength to show you the terror of an immortal king, and let you know how ignorant and ridiculous your actions are today. Tian Muyun harumphed coldly. At this time, he was truly surprised by the speed of Xianxia's growth and combat strength. He even began to regret that he didn't kill Xianxia right away, giving Xianxia the chance and time to grow. Even so, Tian Muyun still didn't put Xianxia in his eyes. After all, he was now a mighty immortal king, a true king. Why would he care about a golden immortal? Not to mention an intermediate golden immortal, he wouldn't even care about a late golden immortal. There's nothing more to say. Let's have a life and death battle. Xianxia didn't want to talk nonsense with Tian Muyun anymore. With a sway of his body, he transformed into his dragon form. Massive dragon chi overflowed from his body like a tidal wave, swarming in all directions. On the other side, Tian Muyun's killing intent soared to the sky. Both of them soared into the sky at the same time. In just a blink of an eye, they had flown high into the sky, intending to have a life and death battle in the sky above Tianyun Pavilion. All of a sudden, the atmosphere in Skycloud Pavilion became incomparably tense. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the battlefield. The scene was dead silent. Many of them were nervous. They knew what this battle signified. The situation in Skycloud Pavilion would undergo a complete change. Now that the secret of Tian Muyun had been revealed, if Xianxia couldn't kill Tian Muyun today, many of them wouldn't have a good ending. Tian Muyun was a lunatic, a mad dog. If he didn't die, he would bite people. He even wanted to kill Daoist Yufeng. Just now, he even wanted to kill Daoist Yufeng. Above the sky, the two of them opened up a vast battlefield, standing opposite each other, exuding a strong aura of a king. A battle of life and death. This battle would determine the life and death. What a cruel and unscrupulous bastard. Below, Daoist Yufeng was trembling with anger. Tian Muyun was really cold-blooded. He didn't show any mercy at all. Just now, he actually wanted to kill him. If it wasn't for Xianxia's timely intervention, he would have been dead by now. Daoist Yufeng was very glad that Xianxia existed. He was glad that Ouyang he found such a person. Otherwise, Tianyun Pavilion would have been destroyed by Tian Muyun sooner or later. There was no doubt about it. Now, Daoist Yufeng and the others in Tianyun Pavilion had the same thought. They all hoped that Xianxia could kill Tian Muyun. The future of Tianyun Pavilion was in the hands of Xianxia. It was much better than being in the hands of Tian Muyun. Xianxia, you are overestimating yourself. Tian Muyun said Lung Lung. There's no need to talk with people like you. Make your move. I will only use the heavenly dragon combat halberd to kill you today. The combat halberd in Xianxia's hand emitted a buzzing sound. Before Tian Muyun could make the first move, Xianxia took the initiative to strike. Frenzied dragons rose from the abyss. More than a dozen powerful frenzied dragons were struck out by the heavenly dragon combat halberd. They shook their heads and wagged their tails, rushing towards Tian Muyun. It really is the move of the heavenly dragon 9 strikes. That old man didn't teach it to me, but instead taught it to an outsider who has nothing to do with him. It's a pity that I didn't kill him that day. Seeing Xianxia display the heavenly dragon 9 strikes, a trace of hatred flashed in Tian Muyun's eyes. Sweeping the world's edge. Tian Muyun didn't really put Xianxia in his eyes, but his attacks were still very powerful. He immediately displayed the combat skill that he was most proud of. He didn't want to waste time with Xianxia, so he wanted to use the most brutal way to kill Xianxia as quickly as possible to establish his prestige. Voila, the boundless energy began to stir restlessly, covering the entire sky. Then, the boundless energy transformed into a sharp sword, sweeping towards Jiang Chen's berserk dragon. A single move that swept across the horizon erupted forth with an incomparable aura. This was an attack from an immortal king, able to casually tear apart the void. The intensity of this attack wasn't something ordinary experts could compare to. Kong Long, the huge sword collided with Jiang Chen's berserk dragon. The entire sky was about to explode. The tremendous impact turned the battlefield into chaos in an instant. The figures of the two experts were completely submerged in the vast ocean of energy. Many people in the Tianyun pavilion had a change of expression. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel the throbbing feeling on the battlefield. It was just too terrifying. The combat strength and destructive power of a terrifying immortal king was simply beyond their imagination. After the energy dissipated, Jiang Chen and Tian Muyun were still in the same state as before. It could be seen that the two of them were evenly matched in the collision just now. As a matter of fact, given Jiang Chen's current strength, he was already strong enough to kill any ordinary early immortal king expert, but Tian Muyun wasn't an ordinary immortal king. A genius like him couldn't be judged with the standard of an ordinary person. Therefore, it was very normal for Jiang Chen and Tian Muyun to end up in a draw. In other words, it wouldn't be easy for Jiang Chen to kill Tian Muyun today. Of course, it was also almost impossible for Tian Muyun to kill Jiang Chen. Amazing. This is the combat strength of an immortal king. That's a height that we can't reach. Jiang Chen is even more terrifying. He's only an intermediate golden immortal, but he's able to tie with Tian Muyun. He's a true monstrous genius. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. I've seen Jiang Chen's means before. His existence can only be described as a miracle. He has a lot of means. Since he's able to tie with Tian Muyun will be in real danger today. Only by killing Tian Muyun can Tianyun Pavilion be revived. No one wasn't shocked. The combat strength of an immortal king was beyond their imagination. Jiang Chen's power was even more unimaginable. And it was because of Jiang Chen's power that the people of Tianyun Pavilion saw hope. In the sky, Tian Muyun's eyes were cold. Looking at the unparalleled chi of Jiang Chen opposite him, he was incomparably shocked. Initially, he thought that no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, even if Jiang Chen had the heavenly dragon combat halberd, Jiang Chen wouldn't be a match for him. At least, it wouldn't be a problem for him to suppress Jiang Chen. However, he had never thought that Jiang Chen would still be able to tie with him even after he used the sweeping world's edge. Jiang Chen's power had made Tian Muyun not dare to underestimate him anymore. "Are you afraid?" Jiang Chen said plainly. At this time, it was important to play psychological warfare. Afraid? When have I, Tian Muyun, ever been afraid? Today, you will die for sure. Tian Muyun said. His chi rose once more. He was like a source of energy. Endless energy storms raged out of his body. The substantial energy was like a mountain, locking on to Jiang Chen's chi and smashing towards Jiang Chen. "Come on, let's fight." Holding the heavenly dragon combat halberd, Jiang Chen rushed towards the energy mountain. He had just advanced to the intermediate golden immortal realm. He needed such a battle to hone his combat strength. Fighting with Tian Muyun couldn't be a better thing. Kong Long, the two peerless geniuses fought fiercely in the sky. Jiang Chen was just too powerful. In the end, Tian Muyun had no choice but to use his immortal weapon. Such a huge battle fluctuation in Tianyun Pavilion might not be able to alarm ordinary people, but it was impossible for the experts of the other three major powers to not notice it, especially the other 6 Line 8 immortals. What a powerful battle fluctuation. This is the chi of an immortal king. It's coming from the direction of Tianyun Pavilion. Could it be that Tian Muyun has advanced to the immortal king realm? Let's go and have a look. It wasn't just Yun family that was alarmed. The experts of Xianyang School and Huangfu family were also alarmed. With their half-step immortal king strength, it was impossible for them not to sense such a tremendous battle chi. For a moment, Huangfu Kun, Huangfu Yao Tian, Du Guxing, and Xianyang, the four great half-step Immortal King experts, arrived at the Tianyun Pavilion almost at the same time as the two great experts of Yun family. The eyes of the six great experts fell upon the fierce battle in the sky. When they saw the terrifying combat strength and appearance of the two experts, all of them gaped in shock, unable to believe the scene in front of them. That's Jiangchen? We can accept that Tian Muyun has advanced to the Immortal King realm, but how could that Jiangchen be so powerful? How could he be on par with Tian Muyun? Du Guxing had the urge to spurt out blood. They had been searching for Jiangchen's whereabouts all this time, thinking of killing Jiangchen before he had fully grown, but they had never thought that Jiangchen's speed of growth was beyond their imagination. Damn it! This bastard is simply a monstrous genius. His speed of advancement is just too terrifying. How long has it been since the incident in the ancient tomb? But he has already advanced to the intermediate golden immortal realm. Not only that, but to fight a true immortal king with an intermediate golden immortal cultivation base, doesn't that mean that we will die for sure if we fight Jiangchen? It's too fast. We don't even have the time to react. Jiangchen has become a great threat to us. We no longer have the chance to take revenge. Plus, our fate is likely to be controlled by Jiangchen. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. These two bastards are indeed very strong. Now that they have become our enemy, it's a great thing for us. Have you all noticed that Jiangchen's current combat strength is almost on par with Tian Muyun's? That is to say, both of them will be gravely injured at the end of the battle. If one of them is killed, the other will certainly be at the end of his strength. This is our last chance. Once their battle is over, we will strike decisively and get rid of him. After seeing the combat strength of Jiangchen and Tian Muyun, they had already given up all hope. Either one of these two freaks was not someone they could fight, but the current situation was indeed the most advantageous for them. Tian Muyun and Jiangchen were originally from Tianyun Pavilion. If the two of them joined forces, one line sky would be almost invincible. The three major forces could only kneel down and submit to them. Unfortunately, the two of them were like fire and water, and they were locked in battle. This was undoubtedly a chance for the three great powers, and it was also their last chance. That's right, this is our last chance. Yunzhong, he gritted his teeth. At this point, no matter what the final outcome would be, they had to act. Even if they had to risk their lives, they had to act. Whether it was Tian Muyun or Jiangchen, both of them were ruthless people. No matter who won in the end, they would definitely take action against the three major powers in the future. They were very clear about this point, so they had to fight with their lives on the line today. Of course, this fight with their lives on the line referred to when Jiangchen and Tian Muyun fought fiercely until both of them were severely injured. If they rushed out now, it would be no different from courting death. Look, Jiangchen seems to be wielding Ouyang He's heavenly dragon combat halberd. Why is this immortal weapon in his hand? Xianxia suddenly noticed the immortal weapon in Jiangchen's hand and said in surprise. That's right. It's indeed Ouyang He's heavenly dragon combat halberd. What's going on? Could it be that their battle is related to Ouyang He? What's the relationship between Jiangchen and Ouyang He? After hearing Xianxia's words, the others also focused their attention on the immortal weapon in Jiangchen's hand. They were all from the same generation as Ouyang He and had dealt with him many times. They were very familiar with the heavenly dragon combat halberd. It was impossible for them to be mistaken. Last time, when Jiangchen came back to the law enforcement hall, because Tian Muyun had been humiliated, he strictly ordered everyone in Tianyun Pavilion not to leak the scene of that day. Therefore, the six major experts didn't know about it at all. Who cares about the reason? It has nothing to do with us. In any case, both of them have to die today, or it'll be us. Huangfu Yaotian said viciously. Although his words were ruthless, there was also a trace of helplessness in them because there was no other way. The three major forces could no longer retreat. Today was their last chance. If they didn't take action now, what awaited them was death. Up in the sky, Jiangchen and Tian Muyun had fought fiercely for God knows how many rounds, but they were still locked in a stalemate. There was no winner or loser. Moreover, the immortal qi in their qi was incomparably vigorous, as if it would never be depleted. At this rate, their battle would most likely last for 3 days and 3 nights. Jiang Chen, you have indeed surprised me, but you are still no match for me. I'll let you experience the power of an immortal king. Tian Muyun said. With a sway of his body, he vanished from where he stood. This was the unique means of an immortal king. It was the control of the power of space, allowing one to tear the void at will and launch an attack from within. The moment Tian Muyun disappeared, the void beside Jiang Chen suddenly exploded. A sword pierced out from the inside, aiming at Jiang Chen's vital point. This kind of attack that came without warning was akin to a sneak attack. Who could withstand the sneak attack of an immortal king? It was too fast. Ordinary people wouldn't even have the chance to react. However, Jiang Chen wasn't an ordinary person. The Heavenly Dragon combat halberd seemed to have predicted it in advance. The moment Tian Muyun's sword appeared, the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd met it head-on. What? Tian Muyun's exclamation was heard from the void, as if he hadn't thought that Jiang Chen could react so quickly. No, this wasn't a matter of reaction. It was Jiang Chen who had already predicted where he would appear. This was the scariest thing. Just luck. Tian Muyun absolutely didn't believe that Jiang Chen could predict his position in advance. Once again, he hid in the void and launched another attack. Unfortunately, no matter how Tian Muyun attacked, Jiang Chen was always able to clearly capture his position. Jiang Chen even launched an attack in advance, strangling Tian Muyun's attack in the void. This move is not enough at all. The great divination art is still very good when used in actual combat. Many of them couldn't help but be surprised that the battle had progressed to such an extent. At this time, all the surprise was on Jiang Chen. The performance of an intermediate golden immortal was beyond everyone's imagination. Scary. Jiang Chen is really scary. Even if Tian Muyun uses the law of space, he still can't do anything to Jiang Chen. Haha. You guys still don't know that Jiang Chen has long received the inheritance of Elder Tianji's great divination art. That's why he has the ability to predict the future. That's why he can sense the direction of Tian Muyun's attack in advance. In this way, he is almost invincible. Good. That's great. I can see that Tian Muyun is getting irritated. This kind of irritation in a battle like this will seriously affect his performance. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, has been extremely calm and confident from the beginning to the end. From this point alone, Tian Muyun can't be compared to Jiang Chen at all. Everyone in Tianyun Pavilion rejoiced. Jiang Chen's performance was beyond everyone's expectation. Now, he had vaguely gained the upper hand in the battle. This was undoubtedly an exciting thing. Good kid. He can actually operate the great divination art to such an extent. He can even predict the law of space of an immortal king. This old man hasn't been able to reach such a realm even after cultivating for a lifetime. This is really a blow to my confidence. Tianjizi said with a sigh. But even a fool could hear the joy in his tone. To him, it was a great pride to have such a disciple. Elder Tianji, you have taken in a good disciple. Daoist Yufeng stood beside Tianjizi and said with a smile, but he still felt incomparably sorry for Tianjizi's current state. He even felt a little guilty in his heart. He should have done his best to stop Tianjizi from being imprisoned in the law enforcement hall. Daoist Yufeng knew that Tianjizi and Yangshu weren't on good terms, but he didn't step forward to stop them. As a matter of fact, he had never thought that Yangshu would be so ruthless as to destroy Tianjizi. This is because Sect Master Ouyang has a good eye. Tianjizi said with a smile. What he said was the truth. Obviously, Jiang Chen came to Tianyun Pavilion because he had promised Ouyang He. Without Ouyang He, Jiang Chen might not come to Tianyun Pavilion, and if Jiang Chen didn't come to Tianyun Pavilion, Tianjizi wouldn't have the chance to accept Jiang Chen as his disciple. In the distance, the 6 experts of the One-Line 8 Immortals were also shocked. They were already terrified by the power of Jiang Chen's power. But now, they knew how ridiculous their thoughts were. They were glad that they didn't find Jiang Chen, or they would face the Tianjizi B to them, T to B. Tianjizi was the same time to say, to T. Now that they could use Tian Muyun to deal with Jiang Chen, it was a good thing for them. Up in the sky, Tian Muyun finally stopped after experiencing so many failures. The combat sword in his hand emitted a cold light, but his eyes were even colder, glaring at Jiang Chen, wishing that he could shred Xianxia into 1,000 pieces. Edited by Lifer, you can actually predict the direction of my attack. Tian Muyun said in disbelief. No matter how confident he was, he didn't dare to look down on Xianxia anymore. If he didn't consider Xianxia as his opponent before, then now, Xianxia's existence had become a great threat to him. The mysteriousness of the great divination art is naturally not something you can imagine. Tian Muyun, you should have used up most of your means. If you don't have more trump cards, you're basically going to die today. Xianxia said with a smile. After fighting with Tian Muyun for such a long time, his combat strength had stabilized a lot. He had also gained a lot of benefits from the battle. This was also what he wanted. Next, he wouldn't be polite anymore. Given his current combat strength, he could already use the third style of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. As for how powerful the 9 Dragons Annihilation art was, even Xianxia himself didn't know. Even Ouyang, he was just a beginner in this style. Don't tell me you still have more means? Tian Muyun sneered. Indeed, he had used up most of his means. Plus, he was feeling a little annoyed. After all, he had already advanced to the Immortal King realm, but he still couldn't take down a golden immortal. How could he feel good about this? Looking at his face, it was as if he had been insulted. However, Tian Muyun wasn't afraid, because he had reason to believe that Xianxia had basically used up most of his means. He felt that Xianxia's most powerful weapon now was the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, but even it couldn't do anything to him. So, what else did he have to fear about Xianxia? I have a lot of means, but I don't need to use too many to deal with you. Xianxia's chi grew stronger, especially the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd in his hand. It erupted with unparalleled murderous intent. That was the aura of destruction, the aura of annihilation. That's right. Xianxia was ready to use his last move, the 9 dragons extinguishing the world. It was also the most terrifying move of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. Xianxia had said before that he must use the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd to kill Tian Muyun. He would use Tian Muyun's blood to stain the halberd red to comfort Ouyang He spirit in heaven. What? Damn it. Don't tell me this bastard has mastered the last move of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes? Even that old bastard Ouyang He has only just mastered this move. What kind of power can he exert? Tian Muyun's expression changed slightly, because he felt the aura of annihilation coming from the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. Under the impact of the aura, he had a very bad feeling. He had never felt this before. It was the aura of danger. However, Tian Muyun didn't believe that Xianxia could exert the power of the 9 dragons extinguishing the world. After all, even Ouyang He himself couldn't exert the power of this move. However, Tian Muyun had overlooked one point: Ouyang He was merely a half-step immortal king. The present Xianxia's combat strength had far surpassed the former Ouyang He. Given Xianxia's current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to exert the 9 dragons extinguishing the world. Asterisk howl, asterisk a dragon roar sounded. It was twice as powerful as before. The energy in Xianxia's chi was tumbling. All the energy was pouring into the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd like a tide. Asterisk roar, asterisk the destructive chi carried by the 9 black dragons had nearly destroyed the entire sky. Such terrifying attack power had gone far beyond everyone's imagination. Heavens! How could this bastard be so powerful? I've fought against Ouyang He before and I have a very good understanding of his Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. However, even Ouyang He is unable to unleash such power. I really don't know how this guy did it. Xianxia's mouth was agape. He was completely subdued by Xianxia's combat strength. In his point of view, Xianxia's combat strength was something incomprehensible. In the past, Ouyang He relied on the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes to become famous, but even at his peak, he couldn't exert such great power in the last layer of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. It's not the same. This kid is a peerless monstrous genius. Plus, his current combat strength has far surpassed that of Ouyang He. Although he's only an early golden immortal now, he has the combat strength of an immortal king. That's the scariest thing. Yunzhong He said. Let's wait and see. I believe that it won't be easy to exert such powerful combat strength. Such an attack will certainly consume a lot of Xianxia's energy. Even if he can kill Tian Muyun, he will also be exhausted and become an arrow at the end of its flight. Huang Fukun and Lin Ling said, but their faces were filled with nervousness. Seeing such a powerful Xianxian, it would be a lie if they said they weren't nervous at all. Good, very good. The Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes can be exerted by Xianxian. It will be gratifying for Sect Master Ouyang to know this in the Netherworld. Daoist Yufeng seemed very excited. The one who had the best relationship with Ouyang He and the deepest understanding of Ouyang He had to be Daoist Yufeng. After all, the two of them had been together for a long time. It was precisely because of his understanding of Ouyang He that Daoist Yufeng was even more surprised, because Xianxian's performance was shocking enough. In the sky, Xianxian was exerting the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd to the extreme, but the consumption of this 9 dragons exterminating world made Xianxian feel like vomiting blood. Such consumption was just too great. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to bear such consumption. Even if it was Xianxian, 90% of his energy would be consumed by this move. This was, in fact, a huge gamble and a very dangerous thing to do. Because if Xianxian couldn't use this move to kill Tian Muyun, he would be in a very dangerous situation. Of course, Xianxian still had great confidence in this move. This move could be said to be the most powerful attack he could exert at the moment. The powerful lethality wouldn't let him down. On the opposite side, Tian Muyun's expression changed. The dangerous aura that came from the heart made him truly afraid. It was the aura of death. It was the first time in his life that he had felt it. However, it was too late. Xianxian's attack had already pressed down mercilessly. The 9 black dragons of annihilation circled around, almost forming a destructive domain. Tian Muyun was completely shrouded by this domain. Even if he was proficient in the law of space, he wouldn't be able to escape from this domain. The only thing he had to do now was to face Xianxian's attack head-on. Come on. I, Tian Muyun, will never be afraid of you, and I will never lose to you, Xianxian. Tian Muyun roared. His eyes were bloodshot. He knew very well that he had no other choice at this time. The only thing he could do was to fight recklessly with Xianxian. If he lost, he would die. This was a battle of life and death. Tian Muyun's eyes were bloodshot. He had raised his combat strength to the extreme. His black hair fluttered in the wind. All the energy was instilled into the sword in his hand. The sword let out an earth-shattering sword howl. This was an attack launched by an immortal king at the risk of his life. Its power naturally couldn't be underestimated. Asterisk swish. Swish. Swish, asterisk Tian Muyun's movement was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he slashed out hundreds of sword lights. Bright and sharp sword lights rushed towards the 9 black dragons of annihilation. He wanted to completely tear this domain apart and destroy the destructive energy. As long as he could do that, it would be his victory. As an immortal king, his perception was naturally incomparably sharp. He could already see that although this move of Xianxian's was powerful, it wasn't easy and consumed a lot of energy. At this point in the battle, there was no way out for both of them. Perhaps this move would decide the victor. Asterisk Kong Long, asterisk countless terrifying energies collided and intertwined. The entire sky was completely smashed. This was like the scene of the end of the world. No one could imagine the horror. The battlefield had completely turned into chaos. Black waves of destruction kept rolling, spreading for hundreds of miles. The sky above Tianyun Pavilion was completely dark, as if the night had fallen. It was like the end of the world. Everyone's expression changed. They had never seen such a terrifying battle. They couldn't imagine what kind of realm it was. Asterisk barf, asterisk many of the weaker disciples of Tianyun Pavilion couldn't help but spurt out blood due to the shockwaves. They were so far away from the battlefield. It wasn't hard to imagine that if Xianxian and Tian Muyun didn't open up another battlefield, the entire Tianyun Pavilion would have been destroyed. To the people of Tianyun Pavilion, this was simply a kind of destruction. Despite coughing out blood, they were still paying full attention to the battle, because they knew that they would be able to see the outcome soon. This outcome would directly affect their fate. Every one of them was hoping that Xianxian could win. Skycloud Pavilion didn't need a person who would betray his own master and ancestor in their sect. Everyone, get ready. No matter who wins or loses, we'll be the first to act. This is our last chance, said Huangfu Yao Tian. Huangfu Yao Tian spoke. The immortal weapon in his hand had already appeared. The other 5 also did the same. They were instantly prepared for battle. This was the chance they had been waiting for. They had no path of retreat and could only attack. If they missed this chance, what awaited them would be death. Finally, the thick smoke on the battlefield began to disperse. 2 silhouettes reappeared in everyone's sight. On the battlefield, Jiang Chen's face was pale. Blood was constantly flowing out of the hand that was holding the heavenly dragon combat halberd. Obviously, he had suffered serious injuries and concussions in the collision just now. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that Jiang Chen had consumed a lot of energy. The energy in his body was no longer as vigorous as before. Tian Muyun was finished. Although he wasn't dead yet, he was no different from a dead man. Given his present state, any golden immortal would be able to finish him off. The 9 dragons annihilating world had dealt a heavy blow to his foundation. Haha. Good. Good. Jiang Chen has won. Tian Muyun is finished. A person who deceives his master is the shame of Tianyun Pavilion. Such a beast must be hacked into pieces. He has been deceiving us for more than 2 years. Retribution. Retribution, this is retribution. Sect Master Ouyang's revenge has finally been avenged. With his current condition, Jiang Chen can easily crush him to death with just a finger. In front of Jiang Chen, he is just an ant. Awesome. This is awesome. Such a person deserves to die. Jiang Chen is really good. If Tianyun Pavilion is under Jiang Chen's control, it will definitely soar to great heights. Ruling the entire one-line sky won't be a problem at all. Cheers rang out in Tianyun Pavilion. Everyone was excited. It showed how much Tian Muyun had lost the support of the people in Tianyun Pavilion. He had become the target of public criticism. Even if he died, he would be despised by the future generations and become a symbolic shame in the history of Tianyun Pavilion. In the sky, Tian Muyun tried his best to stabilize his body. He looked at Jiang Chen in front of him and began to shake his head. No, impossible. How could this be? How could I be defeated? I can't be defeated. Strong unwillingness filled Tian Muyun's chest, but so what if he was unwilling? His fate had already been decided. He knew very well that Jiang Chen would never let him go. He was going to die today for sure. Tian Muyun, you deserve what you've done today. You can't blame others. I will cut off your head with the heavenly dragon combat halberd and then use your head as a sacrifice to Senior Ouyang's spirit, said Jiang Chen. Without giving Tian Muyun any chance, the heavenly dragon combat halberd in his hand swung out and directly beheaded Tian Muyun. Since then, the legend of One Line Sky had fallen. Tian Muyun, who had been glorious for many years, had completely come to an end. He died tragically in the hands of Jiang Chen. Tian Muyun was dead, but his reputation was also completely ruined. Even if he died, he would still be despised by the people. As the saying goes, a single slip may cause everlasting sorrow. If Tian Muyun hadn't met Jiang Chen, his future would have been limitless. One Line Sky would have been his world sooner or later. He was destined to be a glorious king. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's appearance changed everything. Just like the northern and southern dynasties, encountering Jiang Chen was a tragedy for them. Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen. Below, no one knew who shouted loudly, and then everyone followed suit. They chanted Jiang Chen's name at the top of their lungs, as if the name itself represented great power. At this moment, the entire Tianyun Pavilion was boiling with excitement. Their sect master was killed, but it seemed like a great thing had happened. This scene stunned the 6 immortals in the distance. They didn't know what was going on. They thought that after Tian Muyun was killed, everyone in Tianyun Pavilion should be in pain, but they didn't expect it to be this joyous. Of course, they didn't care about the reason. What they were concerned about now was to kill Jiang Chen. Tian Muyun's death meant one less disaster for them, but the threat of Jiang Chen was obviously greater than that of Tian Muyun. Xianxia has consumed too much energy just now. Now is his weakest moment. We must take action now. Otherwise, when Xianxia recovers, the first thing he will do is to deal with us, said Du Guxing. Du Guxing said. There was no way out for them. Because of the ancient tomb, the three major powers had become Xianxia's archenemy. They knew very well about Xianxia's means. If they allowed Xianxia to recover, he would certainly attack them. That's right. That's right. Kill. The six of them had reached an agreement on how to kill Xianxia. 6 half-step immortal kings attacked at the same time, turning into 6 rays of light and lunging at Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, the 6 of them had arrived at the battlefield in the sky, firmly besieging Xianxia. Not good. It's the experts of the 3 major powers. How despicable. They actually want to take advantage of Xianxia's weakened state. Damn it. How could I ignore them? They have always wanted to kill Xianxia, but it's understandable for them to take action. After all, Xianxia is too powerful. If they don't take action now, they won't have the chance to do so in the future. I just don't know whether Xianxia can deal with them or not. If it was before, Xianxia wouldn't care about the alliance of 6 half-step immortal kings, but now that Xianxia has consumed too much energy and is in his weakened state, I'm afraid he's no match for them. This sudden turn of events made many people in Tianyun Pavilion nervous. At the beginning of the battle between Xianxia and Tianmuyun, they never thought that the experts of the other 3 major powers would appear. Now that they wanted to take action against Xianxia, their purpose was very obvious. They wanted to kill Xianxia when Xianxia was weakened. This was their only chance. Otherwise, they could only wait to be killed by Xianxia. Damn it. Daoist Yufeng flew up into the sky and shouted. Du Guxing, you all are too shameless. How dare you join hands and come to our Tianyun pavilion? Humph. Daoist Yufeng, we don't know what happened to your Tianyun pavilion, but Xianxia's growth is just too fast. If we don't take this opportunity to kill him now, I'm afraid that tomorrow will be the doomsday of our 3 major powers. You'd better get lost and not get involved in this. Huangfu Yao Tian harumphed coldly. It was true that they didn't have a choice. Daoist, you should retreat. Now that they have appeared, it saves me the trouble of looking for them. Today, we'll kill Tianmuyun and avenge Senior Ouyang, and at the same time, rule the entire one-line sky. Xianxia spoke to Daoist Yufeng. Xianxia had already noticed these 6 people the moment they appeared, but to be honest, Xianxia didn't put them in his eyes at all. Given his current combat strength, no ordinary half-step immortal king could be compared to him. Even if 90% of his energy had been consumed, it was still enough to deal with these 6 old men. After listening to Xianxia's words, Daoist Yufeng retreated without hesitation. Firstly, he believed in Xianxia's strength. Secondly, in his heart, Xianxia was the boss of Tianyun Pavilion and the sect master of Tianyun Pavilion. He had to listen to the sect master's words. Xianxia didn't put these 6 people in his eyes at all. Since they had taken the initiative to attack him, it was exactly what Xianxia wanted. After killing Tianmuyun, he would eliminate them all at once. From then on, one-line sky would be the world of Tianyun Pavilion. Xianxia could be considered to have completed the unification of one-line sky, fulfilling Ouyang He's wish. After everything was settled, he would leave one-line sky and head to East Xuanyu. The 6 of them exchanged a glance and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Although they knew very well that Xianxia was in a weakened state, the fear they had for Xianxia didn't diminish. After all, they had seen Xianxia's means with their own eyes. He could even kill a genius immortal king like Tianmuyun. This meant that the gap between them and Xianxia had completely widened. Especially when Xianxia said that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse, it filled their hearts with worry. Because what he said was right. In the eyes of Xianxia, they were horses, and in their eyes, Xianxia was a camel. Even a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. We can't care so much. Let's attack together. This is our last chance. We must fight for it with our lives. Du Guxing gritted his teeth. At this time, other than attacking, everything else was meaningless. Even though they knew that fighting Xianxia was a very dangerous thing, they had no way to retreat. This was their last chance. If they didn't attack, Xianxia would attack them. At that time, they wouldn't even have the chance to resist. Moreover, none of them had the confidence to break through to the immortal king realm in the shortest time possible. More importantly, even if they had broken through to the immortal king realm, they still had no chance of winning against Xianxia in his peak state. Tian Muyun was a good example. Kill! Huangfu Yao Tian bellowed. The 6 immortals unleashed their qi to the extreme. All 6 of them were famous figures in one-line sky, existences that stood at the peak of the pyramid. Each of them had reached the peak of the half-step immortal king realm, only a step away from the true immortal king realm. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook. The entire sky was ravaged once again. Violent energy was everywhere, destroying everything. 6 half-step immortal kings joined forces. The destructive energy gathered into an ocean, drowning Xianxia in an instant. Everyone in Tianyun Pavilion tensed up. They were even more nervous than when Xianxia fought against Tian Muyun. After all, Xianxia wasn't in a good state right now, apart from being in a weakened state. He had also suffered some injuries during the battle with Tian Muyun. Those 6 old fellows are too despicable. They actually chose to take advantage of someone's precarious situation and attack at this time. I wonder if Xianxia can deal with them. Don't worry. Didn't you hear what Xianxia said? A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if Xianxia is in a weakened state, he's still not someone they can deal with. They are no longer on the same level as Xianxia. If Xianxia was in his prime, he could crush them with just a finger. Let's see. I believe that Xianxia will be fine. He has always been creating miracles. Even Tian Muyun, an immortal king, died in his hands. These 6 old fellows are nothing to him. Everyone in Tianyun Pavilion was worried about Xianxia, but most of them were still very confident in Xianxia. This confidence came from Xianxia's strength. Roar, just as the energy of the 6 engulfed Xianxia, an earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly came from the ocean of energy. Then, a series of colorful dragons raged out. Each of them was earth-shattering, as though they could tear the heaven and earth apart in front of Xianxia. These dragons were like ancient dragons, very powerful. Under the ravaging of the dragons, the energy net formed by the 6 shattered inch by inch. It simply couldn't withstand a single blow. Xianxia's 5 elements combat dragon seal was the true dragon combat skill with the strongest offensive power among all of Xianxia's combat skills. Now that it was fully unleashed, its destructive power was unimaginable. Under the frenzied impact of the 5 elements combat dragon seal, the energy of the 6 immortals was completely destroyed. The 6 immortals themselves also suffered a great shock. All of them spurted out blood at the same time. Despair, that's right, the 6 immortals were completely in despair. This kind of despair was like a germinating seed, growing rapidly. Some of them shook their heads with a bitter expression. They weren't fools. They naturally knew what this situation indicated. Xianxia's strength was not what they had imagined. This was a kind of true strength. They were no longer on the same level as Xianxia. Even if Xianxia was injured, even if Xianxia was in a weakened state, he could still crush them easily. This was the gap between them, a gap that couldn't be bridged. Good, amazing, too amazing. Even the 6 of them together are no match for Xianxia. Someone shouted. The atmosphere in Tianyun Pavilion was once again stirred up. This situation was even more exciting than when Xianxia killed Tian Muyun. Because the defeat of the 6 immortals heralded the rise of Tianyun Pavilion, heralded the destruction of the 3 major powers, and heralded the complete destruction of one-line sky. I've said it before. You guys are not qualified to fight with me. Xianxia's tone was indifferent. The heavenly dragon combat halberd in his hand had been replaced by the heavenly saint sword. He looked at Duguxing and approached him step by step. Duguxing, I heard that you've been looking for me everywhere, wanting to kill me. Unfortunately, I'm by your side now, but you don't have the ability to do so. Xianxia sneered. For Duguxing, this was undoubtedly a kind of mockery. A dignified giant of one-line sky had ended up like this. It was a sad thing. Xianxia, I only regret that I didn't kill you back then, giving you the time and opportunity to grow. Now that I've fallen into your hands, I have nothing to say. I only hope that after I die, you can let Xianxia school go, said Duguxing. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death, but he knew that he would die without a doubt. In front of Jiang Chen, there was no meaning for him to live. Don't worry. After you die, Xianxia school will no longer exist in One Line Sky. In the future, there will only be a Tianyun pavilion in One Line Sky. As long as the people of Xianxia school know what's good for them, they can live on. Jiang Chen said lightly. Duguxing was stunned at first, but then he burst into laughter. His laughter was filled with sorrow. Xianxia school was destroyed in his hands. Even if he died, he wouldn't die in peace. But very quickly, Duguxing regained his composure. He knew very well about the battles in the immortal world. Although Jiang Chen's method was ruthless, it wasn't a big deal. If he was in Jiang Chen's position, he would also do the same. Moreover, Duguxing could see that Jiang Chen's character was much better than Tian Muyin's. He was a courageous man, but he wouldn't kill the innocent. As long as the people of Xianxia school surrendered, it wouldn't be a problem for them to live on. Bring it on, Jiang Chen. Duguxing suddenly unleashed a tyrannical force. The immortal weapon in his hand slashed towards Jiang Chen. This was his last attack. It seemed like he was going to unleash the last brilliance of his life. Puqi. Jiang Chen made his move decisively. An incomparably tricky sword strike pierced through Duguxing's glabella, ending his life. You are a man, but unfortunately, you shouldn't be my enemy. Jiang Chen killed Duguxing and left his corpse intact. Even if he had to kill such a courageous man, Jiang Chen would still respect him very much. Duguxing was dead, a glorious generation had fallen. The other 5 stood there with an ugly expression on their faces, motionless. They didn't choose to run away, as they were completely disheartened. They knew very well that running away was useless. In front of Jiang Chen, they didn't have the ability to run away. Failure was failure, and there was only one ending waiting for them, the same ending as Duguxing. Jiang Chen, I want to have a life and death battle with you. Xianxia also made his move. He unleashed his most resplendent light, attacking Jiang Chen with the mentality of meeting death. He understood that this was his last attack. His ending would definitely be the same as Duguxing. He didn't want to die, but since he was going to die, he wanted to die a glorious death. Puqi, as expected, Xianxia died in the same way as Duguxing. He was killed by Jiang Chen with a single sword strike. At this point, the 2 heavyweights of Xianxia school had died tragically. This also represented the passing of a glorious era. It also represented the end of Xianxia school in One Line Sky. It's your turn. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time and energy. He decisively attacked with the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand. His speed was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. The other 4 experts had already given up on resisting. So without any accidents, they all died in the hands of Jiang Chen. He had killed 4 people in a row. Yun Zhonghe and Yun Zhonglong of Yun clan, Huangfu Yao Tian and Huangfu Kun of Huangfu clan, all of them had fallen. At this point, 7 of the One Line 8 immortals had died. They died on the same day, in the same place, and in the hands of the same person. Just this point alone was enough to create Jiang Chen's fame and become a legend in Jiang Chen's life. Facing such a scene, Daoist Yu Feng was the one who felt the most emotional. The One Line 8 immortals had always been the representatives of One Line Sky. Now, 4 of them had died, leaving only him alive. This was a kind of fortune, but also a kind of misfortune. What awaited him was loneliness. Jiang Chen is too ferocious. He has created a legend in One Line Sky. 7 of the One Line 8 immortals have died in his hands. He has completely unified One Line Sky. This is something that all the 4 major powers wanted to do but failed to do. But Jiang Chen has done it. This is a miracle in itself. I still remember when Jiang Chen first came to Tianyun Pavilion, he wasn't even an earthly immortal. Who would have thought that in such a short period of time, he would have the means to change One Line Sky? For our Tianyun Pavilion, this is a great blessing. This legend belongs to Jiang Chen. The people of Tianyun Pavilion were sighing with emotion. Jiang Chen had left behind a legend in One Line Sky. It was over. Everything had come to an end, but to Xianxia, an end was a new beginning. His path of cultivation would never stop. There was no time to stop. He still had a lot of things to do. Daoist Yufeng. Xianxia retracted his dragon form and called out to Daoist Yufeng. Daoist Yufeng didn't dare to be negligent. He hastily came to Xianxia and clasped his fists towards Xianxia. At this time, whether it was Daoist Yufeng or the others in Tianyun Pavilion, they had basically acknowledged Xianxia's position in Tianyun Pavilion. After Tian Muyun's death, Xianxia was the well-deserved pavilion master of Tianyun Pavilion. Other than Xianxia, no one else was qualified to be the pavilion master. Yes, master. Daoist Yufeng spoke in a clear voice, acknowledging Xianxia's identity. Immediately bring people to the other three major powers and gather all of them. Kill anyone who resists. From today onwards, Tianyun Pavilion will be the only major power in One Line Sky. Anyone who refuses to obey, kill. Anyone who resists, kill. Xianxia's voice was as loud as a bell. He was like a newly appointed emperor who had begun to reorganize this region. In his eyes, there was only submission. Any other actions would only lead to one outcome, death. This was the cruel immortal world. Only by being strong could one truly gain a foothold. Those who failed were destined to be eliminated. It wasn't that Xianxia was ruthless, because others might be more ruthless than him. For example, if Tianyun Pavilion fell into the hands of any of the other three major powers, it wouldn't end well. Yes, Pavilion Master. Daoist Yufeng didn't dare to have the slightest doubt. He immediately led a group of experts from Tianyun Pavilion and flew towards the other three major powers. All the people who left had an incomparably excited look on their faces. They had been in One Line Sky for a long time. To them, this day was simply unimaginable. They didn't expect that it would come so soon. Pavilion Master, Pavilion Master, Pavilion Master. Among the crowd, Fu Hui took the lead and shouted. Then, the rest of them began to shout as well. All of their shouts converged into a thunderous sound that resounded across the sky above Skycloud Pavilion. This was a form of respect and recognition for a man. Xianxia, the #1 expert in One Line Sky, the sect master of Skycloud Pavilion, was a well-deserved title. Looking at the imposing Skycloud Pavilion, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. After the unification of One Line Sky, all the resources would belong to Skycloud Pavilion. It was imaginable that Skycloud Pavilion would develop rapidly in the near future. Not only would it become a first-class major power in One Line Sky, but the major powers in the surrounding regions would also have to submit to it. Senior Ouyang He, I, Xianxia, have done what I promised you. You can now rest in peace in the netherworld. Xianxia spoke to the void. He believed that everything he did today was what Ouyang He wanted to see the most. It was also his lifelong wish. Now that he had helped Ouyang He accomplish it, it could also be considered as giving Ouyang He and himself an explanation. After all, in Xianxia's heart, Ouyang He's matter had already become a responsibility. Everyone in Tianyun Pavilion, listen up. Restore the original order. From now on, all of you will be the most distinguished people in this region. Tianyun Pavilion is the emperor here. You are everything. I will now go into seclusion to recover from my injuries. During my seclusion, all of you must listen to the command of Daoist Yufeng. There must be no chaos. Xianxia spoke to everyone in Tianyun Pavilion. When he fought Tian Muyun, he had indeed suffered a certain injury. Although the injury wasn't very serious, it would still take some time to recover. Plus, Xianxia had consumed too much energy in the previous battle, so he also needed time to recover. Moreover, the situation here had basically been stabilized. Daoist Yufeng was enough to take charge of the overall situation. Currently, he was the only half-step immortal king in One Line Sky. To put it bluntly, he was the #1 expert in One Line Sky. With his presence, everything would no longer be a problem. It was enough to control the situation. As a matter of fact, Xianxia had another intention in handing everything to Daoist Yufeng, to let Daoist Yufeng establish his own prestige. After all, it was impossible for Xianxia to stay and be the sect master of Tianyun Pavilion. He was going to leave soon. After he left, the most trustworthy person in Tianyun Pavilion would be Ouyang He. Ouyang he was a true elder of Tianyun Pavilion. In the beginning, he was the one who followed Ouyang he. Now, it was only natural for him to take charge of Tianyun Pavilion. Yes, sect master. Countless people answered in unison. No one dared to disobey Jiangchen's order. After that, Jiangchen prepared to go into seclusion. Before entering seclusion, Jiangchen went to the treasury of Tianyun Pavilion and took out a large number of immortal metastones. Of course, this was only relative. Jiangchen only took the immortal metastones that he needed to restore his cultivation base. The rest of the stones were useless. These were the foundation of Tianyun Pavilion, the foundation of Tianyun Pavilion. It was impossible for Jiangchen to take away all the immortal metastones. Jiangchen was very clear about his own situation. His future path of cultivation would require a lot of immortal metastones. Ordinary immortal metastones were no longer useful to him. Therefore, Jiangchen's target was king-grade immortal metastones, emperor-grade immortal metastones, venerable-grade immortal metastones, and even the legendary emperor-grade immortal metastones. Of course, these high-grade immortal metastones weren't available in One Line Sky. Even in the mighty Tianyun Pavilion, there were only hundreds of king-grade immortal metastones, let alone emperor-grade immortal metastones. Inside the Zulong Tower, Jiangchen chose to go into seclusion in the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower. Going into seclusion in this place was a very satisfying thing. The law of time that was 30 times faster was enough to drive people crazy. This time, Jiangchen went into seclusion for a very long time. He had been in seclusion for a whole month. This month was relative to the time in the outside world. In other words, Jiangchen had actually been in seclusion for 30 months. 30 months was equivalent to 2.5 years. This was probably the longest seclusion that Jiangchen had ever spent in seclusion. To Jiangchen, this long seclusion was very significant. During the 2.5 years in the Zulong Tower, Jiangchen's cultivation didn't progress at all. Not a single new dragon mark was condensed in his qi, but Jiangchen's whole body had undergone substantial changes. This was a type of settling, a type of purification. The reason why Jiangchen had spent so much time settling himself was because he wanted to build a solid foundation. Jiangchen's current foundation and knowledge were unimaginably solid, as stable as Mount Tai. This situation would be very helpful to his future progress. The life of a cultivator was an incomparably distant and long process. During this process, it was necessary to stop and consolidate oneself. Only then would one be able to obtain more. Within this 1 month, a historical change had also taken place in One Line Sky. Tianyun Pavilion had risen in power. The 3 major powers had no choice but to submit under the divine might of Taoist Yufeng. According to Jiangchen's order, all those who resisted, disobeyed were all killed. Tianyun Pavilion had become the absolute overlord of One Line Sky. The news of Jiangchen killing Tian Muyun and the 6 immortals had spread across the entire One Line Sky, setting off a storm that made people sigh. Today was also the day that Jiangchen came out of seclusion. He came to the meeting hall and summoned all the golden immortal experts of Tianyun Pavilion, because today was the most important day for Tianyun Pavilion, and also the day when Jiangchen would make an important decision. Jiangchen sat in the seat of honor. Everyone, including Taoist Yufeng, looked at Jiangchen with eyes full of respect. Tianjizi was sitting beside Jiangchen with a smile. Only Tianjizi was qualified to sit in that seat. Even though he was now a cripple, who would dare to neglect him in Tianyun Pavilion? Sect Master, in this 1 month, all the matters in One Line Sky have been stabilized. Elder Liu, report all the details to Sect Master. Taoist Yufeng said to an elder beside him. That elder got up and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Jiangchen. Taoist, you don't have to report these trivial matters to me. Today, I've gathered all of you to announce an important matter. It's about the sect master of Tianyun Pavilion. I, Jiangchen, have never thought about it. The matter in One Line Sky has been settled, and Senior Ouyang's wish has been fulfilled. I'm ready to leave One Line Sky tomorrow and head for East Xuanyu. From now on, Taoist Yufeng will be the sect master of Tianyun Pavilion. Jiangchen said. What? Sect master is leaving? Many people exclaimed, but they soon calmed down, because to them, this situation wasn't too surprising. After all, Xianxia was too outstanding. How could such a monstrous genius be willing to stay here and be a little sect master? Moreover, Xianxia didn't put a mere sect master of Tianyun Pavilion in his eyes. Chen, have you made up your mind? Tianjizi looked at Xianxia. Yes, master. To me, one-line sky is no longer a challenge. Moreover, I'm powerless to help you with your current injuries. So, I have to go to a bigger place to find powerful treasures and methods to help you recover. Master, are you willing to follow me to East Xuanyu or stay in Tianyun Pavilion? Jiangchen said to Tianjizi. No matter what choice Tianjizi made, Jiangchen would agree. After all, in his heart, he still felt that he owed Tianjizi. Upon hearing this, Tianjizi shook his head. How could he not know what Jiangchen was thinking? But he also knew that with his current condition, he would only be a burden if he followed Jiangchen. I won't go with you. I want to stay in Tianyun Pavilion. After all, I've been here for a long time. Given my current condition, I won't be able to do anything if I go to East Xuanyu. Instead, I'll become your burden. I'll wait in Tianji Peak, waiting for my good disciple to help me recover one day. Don't worry, master. I'll definitely come back. When I come back, I'll be able to cure you. Jiangchen said firmly. This was a promise to Tianjizi and also a promise to himself. Every responsibility was a burden and Jiangchen's burden had never been small. Of course I believe you. Tianjizi smiled. By the way, Daoist Yufeng, send someone to Yan City and bring Yan Qingqing here. I hope Daoist Yufeng can accept her as his disciple. Jiangchen looked at Daoist Yufeng. No matter what, Yan Qingqing would always be his wish and a nod in his heart. Now that he was going to East Xuanyu, he had to give Yan Qingqing an explanation. Yan Qingqing's talent was also good, but the cultivation resources in Yan City were really lacking. If Yan Qingqing could become Daoist Yufeng's disciple, it would be a great thing for Yan Qingqing. Rest assured, sect master. This old Daoist will go tomorrow. Daoist Yufeng nodded in agreement. Just like Tianjizi, he had never accepted a disciple in his entire life. But now that Jiangchen had said it, he naturally had to do it. Moreover, there were two things that could be recommended by Jiangchen. Firstly, the disciple had a good relationship with Jiangchen. Secondly, Yan Qingqing's talent was pretty good. Otherwise, Jiangchen wouldn't have recommended her. The next day, Jiangchen, De Huang Dog, and Tyrant left quietly. The matter here had already been settled. Jiangchen didn't want to make a big fuss. In some aspects, Jiangchen was also a low-key person. 1,000 miles away from Tianyun Pavilion, 2 men and a dog were floating in the air, looking at the mountains and rivers below. They couldn't help but sigh. After all, Tyrant had always been an evil abyss and had never stayed in one-line sky. He didn't have any grudges here, but it was different for Jiangchen and De Huang Dog. When they first entered the immortal world, they were merely human immortal shrimps. Along the way, they had gone through many hardships. Finally, they reached the peak of one-line sky. They had gone through many peaks and experienced many new beginnings. This was their fate. They liked the exciting stories and the process. They liked the scenes and images where their blood was spilled. Here and in many other places in the past, there were many exciting stories that belonged to them. Jiangchen, in the future, there would also be exciting stories waiting for them. When someone rose, there would be someone vanishing. This was the case in one-line sky. He used the whole structure of one-line sky to create a legend. This was Jiangchen's extraordinary life. There was no end to cultivation. Life had to continue moving forward. Now that this stop had come to an end, the next journey had also begun. Their next stop was East Xuanyu. That was the real stage of the immortal world. It wasn't something that a small place like one-line sky could compare to. The gap between one-line sky and East Xuanyu was like the gap between Yan City and one-line sky. Yang Bufan once said that East Xuanyu had 2 great worlds, 3 great empires, and 6 great immortal sections. There were many geniuses overflowing with monstrous geniuses. This was a big stage that Jiangchen liked. Competing with those geniuses was always an exciting thing. Are we going to East Xuanyu now? De Huang Dog asked. Before going to East Xuanyu, I want to look for Yan, Jiangchen said. After parting ways with Han Yan, they hadn't met again. Han Yan must have left One Line Sky, but no one knew where he went. Now that the matter in One Line Sky was settled, Jiangchen also wanted to find Han Yan. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. That's right. I haven't seen Yan since I ascended to the immortal world. I wonder how that guy is doing now. Tyrant said. Little Chinzi, don't you know the great divination art? Calculate where Yan is. De Huang Dog said. N. Jiangchen nodded. His great divination art was still at the heavenly vision realm. Although he couldn't calculate Han Yan's exact location, he had no problem calculating his general position. Subsequently, the aura of divination began to flicker on the surface of Jiangchen's body, giving people an illusory feeling. Even De Huang Dog had to admit that this great divination art was magical. If this ability was cultivated to the extreme, no one could imagine how terrifying it would be. A few minutes later, Jiangchen opened his eyes again, his bright eyes looking towards the southeast. I've already calculated Yan's general position. It's in that direction, next to One Line Sky. It should be Han Spirit Zone. It's said that there are powerful devil sects in Han Spirit Zone. If I'm not wrong, Yan should have gone to Han Spirit Zone. Let's go and have a look. Jiangchen said. 2 people and a dog flew toward Hanling at top speed. This was their last stop before heading to the Eastern Profound Domain. After seeing Han Yan, they felt relieved. Black Demon Cliff. This was the most important place in Han Spirit Zone because it was the holy land of the devil cult. The terrain of Han Spirit Zone was complex, with various forces, immortal sects and devil sects. It was much more complicated than One Line Sky. There were only 4 major forces in One Line Sky, but in Han Spirit Zone, there were more than that. There were 5 immortal sects like Tianyun Pavilion and Shenyang School, as well as an extremely powerful devil cult. The devil cult had a long history, and Black Demon Cliff was like a natural moat. The terrain was extremely dangerous. There was a natural demonic nature here, and devil chi filled the air all day long. It could be said that it had the geographical advantage, which was also one of the reasons why the devil cult could rise. For many years, the 5 immortal sects had wanted to eliminate the devil cult from Han Spirit Zone, but they had never succeeded. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to completely eliminate the devil cult. Black Demon Cliff was known as the holy land of the devil cult. It was the place where the cult thrived, but recently, Black Demon Cliff was in chaos. The devil cult was facing an unprecedented crisis. After planning for a long time, the 5 immortal sects finally joined forces to besiege Black Demon Cliff. This was a major event in the entire Han Spirit Zone, just like how Jiangchen killed Tian Muyun and One Line Sky 6 immortals, changing the situation of the entire One Line Sky. And today's incident at Black Demon Cliff was destined to change the situation of Han Spirit Zone. Rumble, on Black Demon Cliff, there was a sea of people. Immortal chi and devil chi collided fiercely, and colorful lights were everywhere. The union of the 5 immortal sects represented an irresistible force in Han Spirit Zone. This force was like a vast ocean, completely covering the entire Black Demon Cliff. Fighting and blood filled the entire battlefield. The horror of war was perfectly displayed. After Jiangchen and the others entered Han Spirit Zone, they could feel the fluctuations of the battle coming from Black Demon Cliff almost without asking. What a terrifying battle fluctuation. This is no longer a battle, but a war. Han Spirit Zone is going through a war. That's right, it's a very cruel war. It seems that something big is happening in Han Spirit Zone. Let's go and have a look. Tyrant and a Huang Dog said. Let's find someone to ask about the situation first. Jiangchen said. Their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they came to the sky above a city. Jiangchen made a grabbing motion with his big hand. A strong suction force suddenly fell on a cultivator. The cultivator couldn't help but fly up to Jiangchen's side. Feeling the terrifying chi exuding from Jiangchen's body and the terrifying means he used just now, the cultivator was so scared that his face turned pale. S-Lord. The cultivator bowed at Jiangchen. He was just a puny earth immortal. He wouldn't dare show any neglect in front of a big shot like Xianxia. Presently, a major event was taking place in Han's spirit zone. It was impossible for him not to be afraid when he was brought up to the sky by an expert. That's right. Let me ask you, what kind of war is happening in Han's spirit zone? Xianxia asked. The cultivator was taken aback at first, but he immediately reacted. It seemed that this big shot in front of him wasn't from Han's spirit zone. Otherwise, he would have known what was happening in Han's spirit zone today. However, it didn't matter whether Xianxia was from Han's spirit zone or not. The cultivator didn't dare to neglect Xianxia's question. He immediately said respectfully, "Lord, the 5 major immortal sects have joined forces to attack the Black Demon Cliff today. They want to completely wipe out the devil cult from Han's spirit zone. Now that the war has been going on for several hours, I think the devil cult can't hold on any longer." Upon hearing this, Xianxia, Tyrant and Dahuang Dog were taken aback for a moment. Then, they basically understood what was going on. There would be major forces in every place, and when there were major forces, there would be conflicts. Moreover, the war between the immortal sects and the devil cult was even more irreconcilable. "Alright, it's none of your business." Xianxia waved his hand, sending the cultivator down to the ground. In the immortal world, Earth immortals weren't able to fly yet. It wouldn't be a joke if they fell from such a high place. The reason why Xianxia caught this cultivator was to ask him some questions, not to kill him. "Little Xianxia, do you think Yan is in the devil cult?" Tyrant asked. "It's hard to say. Since we've bumped into each other, let's go and have a look first." Xianxia's eyes lit up. He didn't want to get involved in the war between the immortals and the devil cult in Han's spirit zone, but since Yan might be here, he had no choice but to participate in it. Subsequently, 2 people and a dog didn't dare to hesitate and quickly flew towards the Black Demon Cliff. With their speed, it was an incomparably easy thing for them to reach the Black Demon Cliff from here. When they arrived at the Black Demon Cliff, they saw an incomparably tragic war going on. Facing such a cruel war, Xianxia and the others were calm. After all, it was nothing to them. The battlefield is too chaotic. "I can't find Yan at all," Tyrant said with a frown. The Black Demon Cliff was currently in a state of chaos. The 6 major sects were involved and the situation of the war had completely opened up. Everyone was fighting and the battlefield stretched for thousands of miles. Judging from the situation of the war alone, it was even more magnificent than the war in Nifa's abyss. The war between immortal kings, golden immortals, heaven immortals, all kinds of battlefields had begun. People died tragically at every moment. Blood flowed like a river. Devil Chi soared into the sky. Black Demon Cliff was littered with corpses. One could imagine how cruel the war had become. It was either you die or I die. The 5 major immortal sects had joined forces and made up their minds to eradicate the devil cult. This was a major event in the entire Han spirit zone. Could it be that Yan isn't here? Little Xianxia, use the great divination art again. If Yan isn't here, there's no need for us to meddle in the affairs of Han spirit zone. Dahuang Dog said. Xianxia nodded. He wasn't interested in the war in Han spirit zone. This was the law of survival in this place. There was no need for him to destroy it. Just like the battle between the 4 major powers of One Line Sky, the major powers of other regions wouldn't participate in it under normal circumstances. Xianxia used the great divination art once more to calculate Han Yan's whereabouts. If Han Yan was here, it would be very easy to find him. After a brief calculation, Xianxia couldn't help but frown. "How is it?" Tyrant asked. Yan isn't here, but he has indeed been here before. The great divination art has hinted that Yan hasn't left for long. His aura is still lingering here. Xianxia said. It seems that Yan is indeed related to the devil cult. But there's one thing I don't understand. If Yan is really a member of the devil cult, given his loyalty, he definitely wouldn't leave when the cult is at its most difficult time. He would definitely stay and fight a life and death battle. Tyrant said. They knew Han Yan too well. He was a hot-blooded man. If he was indebted to the devil cult, he would never leave at this time. Even if he wasn't strong enough, he would still stay and fight the 5 immortal sects to the death. It seems that Yan's departure has a secret. Maybe the devil cult knows where Yan went. What should we do now? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen was the one who could make the decision. Looks like I'll have to meddle in the affairs of Han Spirit Zone. You don't have to do anything. I'll put a stop to this war and ask about Yan's whereabouts. I'll find out what happened. As Jiang Chen spoke, he immediately unleashed his dragon transformation and flew toward the chaotic battlefield. Roar, on the battlefield, Jiang Chen let out a dragon roar towards the sky. It was an earth-shattering dragon roar. It was so loud that the ears of many people on the battlefield buzzed, making them feel indescribably uncomfortable. Such a huge movement naturally attracted the attention of countless people. From half-step immortal kings to ordinary disciples, all of them temporarily stopped their battle and fixed their eyes on the sudden appearance of this uninvited guest. Those with discerning eyes could already tell that this dragon man had just used some kind of transformation technique. But immediately after that, the battle continued. Both sides clashed fiercely once more. Both sides had already killed each other. It wasn't something that could be stopped by a single roar from Jiang Chen. Stop. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen bellowed once more. This time, he exerted his full strength. Terrifying sound waves spread out like tidal waves, covering the entire battlefield. The chaotic battlefield came to a stop once more. Countless eyes fell upon Jiang Chen once more. By now, many people had understood that this uninvited guest was actually here to stop the battle. In other words, he was on the same side as the devil cult. Because the devil cult was already on the verge of collapse, they were already an arrow at the end of its flight and had run out of luck. At this time, the dragon man came out to stop the battle, clearly indicating that he was on the side of the devil cult. Who is this guy? I've never seen him before. How dare he stop the battle at this time? He's clearly going against our 5 immortal sects. Humph. Someone is courting death. He's just a mere golden immortal. How dare he come here to stop the battle? He's simply overestimating himself. Let's kill him. A guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'll kill him. The 5 immortal sects instantly regarded Jiang Chen as their enemy. Victory had gone to their heads. Now, they only knew how to kill blindly. They only knew that the devil religion was on the verge of collapse. At this time, whoever came to stop the battle would be the enemy. A late golden immortal expert bellowed and attacked Jiang Chen. Where did this crazy devil come from? You don't know the meaning of death. I'll kill you right now. That late golden immortal expert's chi surged like a rainbow. His murderous intent soared to the sky. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. He had already killed a lot of people from the devil religion. His confidence was inflated and he thought that he was invincible. He thought that he was a peerless war god and anyone who encountered him would only end up dead. It was a pity that this golden immortal expert didn't know that he had encountered a true peerless war god. Jiang Chen lifted his dragon eyes, casually glanced at the late golden immortal expert, and casually threw a punch. Bang. The horrifying fist wind was like the most destructive hurricane in the heavens and earth. It fell on the late golden immortal expert at lightning speed. All the attacks of the late golden immortal expert were destroyed by Jiang Chen with a single strike. Arg, along with a blood-curdling scream, that late golden immortal expert was torn into pieces by a casual punch from Jiang Chen, dying miserably on the spot. Overestimating your own capabilities. This is your ending. Jiang Chen's tone was as calm as the wind and clouds. Killing a late golden immortal expert was as easy as crushing an ant to him. This scene immediately caused an uproar. Everyone's expression changed. Everyone's gaze towards Jiang Chen had changed. Jiang Chen's overbearing and ruthlessness had completely shocked everyone. So powerful. This bastard is clearly only an intermediate golden immortal expert, but he could kill a late golden immortal expert with just a lift of his hand. This is simply unbelievable. Who is this dragon man? Could he be a hidden peerless genius of the devil religion? But the means he displayed doesn't seem to be the style of the devil religion. Humph. So what if he's powerful? Could it be that he plans to turn this situation around with his own strength? Today, the alliance of the 5 great immortal sects to annihilate the devil religion has become an unstoppable fact. This dragon man doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and the immensity of the earth. He simply doesn't know how to write the word death. Compared to the shock of the 5 immortal sects, the fiend cult, which had been utterly defeated, revealed a look of pleasant surprise. What a powerful figure! Who is this? Why did he appear to help us? He doesn't look like a member of our cult. That's right. He has already killed a late golden immortal expert of the 5 great immortal sects, which means that he has started a feud with the 5 great immortal sections. That makes him our friend. Now that the Black Demon Cliff has been completely taken over, it's too difficult to reverse the situation. It's a great thing for us to have a powerful helper at this time. Don't be happy too early. This man is just a golden immortal expert. Although he has the strength to kill a late golden immortal expert, there are many half-step golden immortal experts in the 5 immortal sections. I'm afraid that he will die if he encounters a half-step golden immortal expert. The people of the devil cult were whispering. No one knew who Xianxia was, but the fact that he had killed an expert of the 5 immortal sects had already made his stand clear. Xianxia ignored their astonishment. He turned to the camp of the devil cult and shouted, "Who's the cult master of the devil cult?" Xianxia's voice was deafening like a great bell. A middle-aged man with a majestic body stood out. He was covered with injuries and was obviously an arrow at the end of its flight. If the battle continued, he was afraid that only death awaited him. "I am. May I know what's the matter, young hero?" The cult master of the devil cult said. Before knowing Xianxia's identity, no one knew why Xianxia came here. Even the devil cult couldn't be too happy. Humph. Where did this brat come from? He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare he kill an expert of our 5 immortal sects? He's simply courting death. Before Xianxia had the time to ask, a half-step immortal king from the 5 immortal sects was infuriated and shouted at Xianxia. At the same time, the half-step immortal king struck decisively. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xianxia, stretched out a big hand, and grabbed at Xianxia. To the 5 immortal sects, nothing was more important than destroying the devil cult. Anyone who tried to stop them must die. Scram! A trace of anger flickered in Xianxia's eyes. The old man in front of him had interrupted him at a critical moment. He was simply courting death. Xianxia yelled at that half-step immortal king. That expert who had already rushed out seemed to have received a powerful impact. His whole body was sent flying several meters away. Wah wah, after the half-step immortal king stabilized his body, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His clothes were dyed red with blood, and there were even pieces of his internal organs mixed within it. His aura instantly weakened. The elder was shocked. The way he looked at Xianxia was like looking at a ghost. He was a half-step immortal king's supreme expert. Just a roar from Xianxia had almost taken his life and shattered all his internal organs. Even if he wasn't dead yet, he was already half-crippled. It would take at least a few months for him to recover from such a serious injury. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Oh my god, is he still human? How can he be so powerful? He didn't do anything. Just a roar almost took the life of a half-step immortal king. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I was beaten to death. Where did this freak come from? It's impossible for there to be such a figure in Han Spirit Zone. He's too scary. No one wasn't shocked. Everyone was completely shocked. The noisy battlefield instantly quietened down. Countless eyes fell upon Xianxia, as if they had seen a miracle, especially those from the devil cult. Each of their faces began to reveal a look of excitement, especially the cult master. He seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. Humph. You 5 immortal sects had better not provoke me. Xianxia harumphed coldly. His cold eyes swept across the experts of the 5 immortal sections. Then, he retracted his chi and returned to his human form. As a matter of fact, given his current strength, even if he didn't use his dragon form, he could still kill any ordinary half-step immortal king with just a lift of his hand. After all, Xianxia was an existence that could kill an immortal king like Tian Muyun. Using the dragon form was only the biggest deterrent effect. Now, this kind of deterrence had taken effect. The entire battlefield was now under his complete control. As long as those remaining half-step immortal kings weren't fools, they wouldn't take the initiative to attack him, because that would only lead to death. Xianxia turned around and continued to look at the cult master. At this moment, the way the cult master looked at Xianxia had completely changed. It was hard to imagine that such a handsome young man could be a war god with heaven-defying means. Cult master, let me ask you. Has there ever been a man named Han Yan in Black Demon Cliff? Xianxia asked. Senior brother Han Yan. So he's here for senior brother Han Yan. Senior brother Han Yan has heaven-defying means and possesses the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma. He has killed many geniuses of the 5 immortal sections. This time, half of the reason why the 5 immortal sects took the initiative to attack Black Demon Cliff was because of senior brother Han Yan. Unfortunately, senior brother Han Yan has disappeared. I wonder what's the relationship between this young man and senior brother Han Yan. The mention of Han Yan's name immediately stirred up a commotion in the devil sect. Xianxia saw this and was even more certain that Han Yan had a close relationship with the devil sect. Young master, Han Yan is the #1 genius of Black Demon Cliff. The reason why the 5 immortal sects attacked us was because Han Yan had killed many of their genius disciples. The cult master said. Is that so? Where is he now? Xianxia asked with a smile. It seemed like Han Yan had been doing well in Han Spirit Zone and had become a little devil king. Since Han Yan alone could cause a war in Han Spirit Zone, it indicated that Han Yan's cultivation base was already very high. Otherwise, the 5 immortal sects wouldn't pay so much attention to him. However, this was also within Xianxia's expectation. Han Yan's talent was already very terrifying. After eating the regenerative lotus heart, it could be said that he had been reborn. But for Xianxia, this wasn't important. What was important now was where Han Yan had gone. We don't know where Han Yan has gone. But 2 nights ago, a devil wind suddenly blew on the Black Demon Cliff. That devil wind was very strange and mysterious. It was unknown where it came from, but it swept Han Yan away. He never returned after that, said the cult master. The devil cult leader said. The entire devil cult did not know where Han Yan had gone, but when they thought of the demonic wind 2 nights ago, even the devil cult leader revealed a look of lingering fear. It could be seen that the demonic wind was extraordinary. At this time, De Huang Dog and Tyrant had also flown to Xianxia's side. Upon hearing the words of the cult master, both of them were stunned. They had never thought that such a thing would happen, but it seemed like the cult master wasn't lying. In other words, Han Yan was really swept away by a mysterious devil wind. Little Xianxia, what is that mysterious devil wind? Tyrant knitted his brows. What we can be sure of is that the mysterious devil wind has come prepared. Its target is Yan. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to the Black Demon Cliff all of a sudden. After all, there has never been such a strange incident in the Black Demon Cliff. It only appeared after Yan's arrival. This is a very strange thing in itself. De Huang Dog said. Brother Dog is right. I've been thinking about it for the past 2 days. I've been looking for traces of the demonic wind. However, after the demonic wind swept Han Yan away, it disappeared without a trace. Not even a trace of its aura was left behind. At this time, his tone was incomparably respectful to Xianxia and the other 2. This cult master wasn't a fool. Being able to become the cult master meant that he was a very astute person. He could see that these 3 people were Han Yan's good friends. They had come here to look for Han Yan. Plus, that white-robed youth was just too terrifying. Although his appearance was only at the intermediate golden immortal realm, his combat strength was terrifying. The word terrifying couldn't be used to describe his combat strength. A half-step immortal king expert retreated with a shout. In other words, if this youth really attacked just now, that half-step immortal king elder would already be dead. There was no doubt about this. The devil cult was already at its end today. Under the joint attack of the 5 major immortal sects, it was about to face destruction and disintegration. At this time, Xianxia appeared. He was the savior of the devil cult. As long as the cult master wasn't a fool, he would find a way to seize this opportunity. As long as he could get the help of this youth, the devil cult would have a chance of survival. Let me make another divination, Xianxia said, circulating the great divination art once more. He understood Han Yan's qi, so he was able to divine some clues, but this time, he couldn't find any trace of the mysterious devil wind. This didn't mean that the great divination art was useless. It only meant that the mysterious devil wind was too strong and mysterious. Xianxia's great divination art wasn't proficient enough. He was only at the heavenly vision realm, so he couldn't divine any trace of the mysterious devil wind. However, Xianxia didn't come up empty-handed. He had deduced that the mysterious demonic wind might be a fortuitous encounter for Han Yan. He didn't foresee any danger from it, which made Xianxia feel more at ease. Xianxia didn't have to worry too much. I divined that the mysterious demonic wind was too strange, and the great divination art couldn't divine any clues at all. However, I divined that Ai Yan wasn't in danger. This demonic wind might be a rare opportunity for Ai Yan, said Hanli. Xianxia said, since Ai Yan is fine, we can head to East Xuanyu without any worries. I believe we'll meet Ai Yan again sooner or later. After listening to Xianxia's words, Tyrant and a Huang dog revealed a relaxed expression. They were very confident in Xianxia's means, especially when it came to Han Yan. Xianxia wouldn't make a mistake so easily. In that case, let's leave. We don't need to get involved in the matters of Han Spirit Zone, De Huang dog said while wagging his tail. Upon hearing this, the faces of the cult master and the higher-ups changed dramatically. This was their last chance. If they lost it, the cult would face true annihilation. Young master, please help our black demon Cliff. I believe that if Han Yan is here, he will surely live and die with the black demon Cliff. The cult master panicked and hastily bowed deeply to Xianxia. As a half-step immortal king supreme expert and the helmsman of the black demon Cliff, the cult master was a very arrogant person. Even in the entire Han Spirit Zone, he was a high and mighty existence, standing at the top of the pyramid. But at this moment, he had to humble himself to a golden immortal. But to the cult master, he didn't have the slightest complaint. This was related to the life and death of the cult. At this critical moment, all heirs were bullshit. Saving one's life was the most important thing. Moreover, Xianxia's performance was indeed very strong. It wasn't a big deal for such an expert to accept his bow. Upon seeing this, Xianxia knitted his brows slightly. Initially, he didn't want to meddle in the affairs of Han Spirit Zone, but the words of the cult master had moved his heart. After all, this was the place where Han Yan grew up. Just like what the cult master said, if Han Yan was here these few days, he would certainly choose to live and die with the Black Demon Cliff. In other words, the life and death of the Black Demon Cliff was Han Yan's business. Since it was Han Yan's business, it was Xianxia's business. Therefore, Xianxia decided to stay and help the cult, at least to ensure the safety of the Black Demon Cliff today. Alright, I'll help you today. Xianxia nodded, then turned to the camp of the 5 immortal sects. There were a total of 10 half-step immortal king experts in the 5 immortal sects. At this moment, all of them were gathered together. Each of them was holding a terrifying immortal weapon in their hands, which was exuding strong murderous intent. On the side of the devil cult, there were only 4 half-step immortal kings. Each of them was seriously injured. Just like the cult master, their condition was extremely weak. All of them were like an arrow at the end of its flight. However, this situation made Xianxia have to admit the strength of the devil cult. It was already a miracle that 4 of them were still alive after fighting against 10 of them. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the devil cult was in Han Spirit Zone. This was probably one of the reasons why the 5 immortal sects had to unite to eliminate the devil cult. 5 immortal sects, listen up. I, Xianxia, will take charge of today's matter. You 5 immortal sects will immediately withdraw from the Black Demon Cliff. From now on, you're not allowed to take a step into the Black Demon Cliff. Xianxia spoke loudly to the camp of the 5 immortal sects. His tone was overbearing and indisputable. It was a completely commanding tone, not giving the 5 immortal sects the slightest chance to disobey. After listening to Xianxia's words, the huge camp of the 5 immortal sects suddenly became restless. What? You want us to withdraw just like that? Isn't this a joke? In order to attack the Black Demon Cliff, we have already suffered a great loss. We're about to destroy the devil cult. It's impossible for us to withdraw now. That's right. This man is too arrogant. He thinks that he can meddle in the affairs of the entire Han Spirit Zone with his own strength. Isn't he thinking too highly of himself? But he really has great strength. Not even a half-step immortal king is a match for him. The 5 immortal sects were very agitated. They had been fighting with the devil cult for too long. They did not know how long they had waited for this day. Now that they were about to succeed, it was an extremely painful thing for them to let go at this time. At this time, the eyes of all the experts of the 5 immortal sects fell on their sect masters. Only those half-step immortal king supreme experts could decide the outcome of today's battle. They couldn't decide it. The half-step immortal king experts of the 5 immortal sects exchanged glances. They could see the anger and strong killing intent in each other's eyes. This kid is really too arrogant. He actually dares to criticize us 5 great immortal sects like this. If we admit defeat and retreat today, we'll really lose face. We won't be able to raise our heads in Han Spirit Zone in the future. A sturdy middle-aged man spoke. After all, the influence of the 5 immortal sects in Han Spirit Zone was too great. Today, they had attacked the devil cult with great fanfare. If they returned like this, where would their face be? They would become the laughing stock of the entire Han Spirit Zone, and the Black Demon Cliff would certainly become more arrogant. That's right. We can't admit defeat, but this guy doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Another half-step immortal king said with a frown. There was a hint of worry in his tone. Humph. Don't be afraid of him. No matter how powerful he is, he's just an intermediate golden immortal. Just now, Elder Huang was just careless. Even if he has the ability to injure a half-step immortal king, if all of us join forces, that brat won't be a problem. One of them spoke, his body exuding strong killing intent. As a matter of fact, the experts of the 5 immortal sects had been blinded by victory. In their point of view, it wasn't easy to force the devil cult to such an extent. If they couldn't eliminate the devil cult in one fell swoop today, it would be difficult to find another opportunity in the future. Now, an uninvited guest had appeared out of nowhere and changed all their plans. However, they weren't willing to give up just like that, because their camp was still incomparably strong. Moreover, they didn't know much about Xianxia. So, even though they had injured a half-step immortal king, they still felt that they still had a chance to kill Xianxia. Moreover, the half-step immortal king that was injured by Xianxia wasn't a very powerful one among these half-step immortal kings. Of course, if they knew about Xianxia and what had happened in One Line Sky, they would have already left with their tails between their legs, not even daring to let out a fart. One should know that Xianxia was an existence that had killed a true immortal king. Under the situation where Xianxia's energy was almost exhausted, the One Line 6 immortals still couldn't withstand a single move from Xianxia. All of them were instantly killed, let alone trash like them. In front of Xianxia, they weren't even worth mentioning. Xianxia, this is a battle between the major forces of Han Spirit. I hope you won't get involved. Let's forget about the matter of you killing the elders of our 5 immortal sects. What do you think? One of the half-step immortal kings spoke to Xianxia. To put it bluntly, they were still very afraid of Xianxia. After all, they had seen Xianxia's means with their own eyes. It would be best if they didn't have to fight with such a genius. Anyway, their target today was Black Demon Cliff. I'll only say it once. You'd better not challenge my patience. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Xianxia placed one of his hands behind his back and spoke in a condescending manner. He was like a king. His words were like an imperial edict that no one could defy. He was giving face to the 5 great immortal sects, giving them a chance. If they didn't know how to cherish it, he would beat them until they surrendered. Xianxia, don't be too arrogant. You aren't a member of Han Spirit. Why are you meddling in our business? Could it be that you really think you can deal with so many of us? Another half-step immortal king spoke loudly. His tone was filled with anger. There was no way he wouldn't be angry. This man was too hateful. If it wasn't for the appearance of Xianxia at the critical moment, Black Demon Cliff would have already been conquered and the devil cult would have been annihilated. The way I, Xianxia, do things is not for you to tell me what to do. I'll say it for the last time. 5 Immortal Sects, withdraw from Black Demon Cliff immediately. You are not allowed to take a step into Black Demon Cliff in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Xianxia Lungling said. De Huangdog and Tyrant couldn't help but shake their heads. They looked at the experts of the 5 Immortal Sects with pity and regret in their eyes. What they were doing now was testing Xianxia's patience, which was an incomparably dangerous thing. There's no need to say more. Since you insist on taking action, there's no need for us to be polite. Everyone, join forces. Be careful. I don't believe that we can't kill this golden immortal brat. A half-step immortal king expert holding a saber spoke loudly, seemingly ready to take action. Kong, waves of tyrannical chi were released. 10 half-step immortal kings attacked at the same time. They wanted to kill Xianxia with a single strike. Courting death. Xianxia's dragon eyes flickered. Without waiting for them to make the first move, he made the first move. He turned into a ray of light and appeared in front of those immortal kings like a ghost. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand like a king's sword, slashing at one of the half-step immortal kings. Not good. The faces of all the half-step immortal kings changed dramatically. At this moment, they realized that they had made an incomparably serious mistake. They had overestimated themselves and underestimated Xianxia. Xianxia's attack was like a violent hurricane, and they were like the gravel in the hurricane. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. The violent chi that radiated from Xianxia's body made them unable to fight back. The energy in their body was severely suppressed, making them unable to exert any combat strength at all. Arg, along with a miserable scream, the heavenly saint sword slashed across. A half-step immortal king was slashed in half on the spot. Swoosh. Another slash, the same miserable scream, and the same person was slashed in half. This was a completely one-sided massacre, a meaningless battle. Both sides were on completely different levels. To Xianxia, killing them was an extremely simple thing. Swoosh. Xianxia slashed out 2 more times. Without any suspense, another 2 half-step immortal kings died tragically. My God! Is he still a human? The cult master was completely dumbfounded. He had never seen such a horrifying thing before. Xianxia's means could only be described as heaven-defying. It was simply earth-shattering. One should know that those who were killed by Xianxia were their formidable enemies, the experts who had almost destroyed the Black Demon Cliff. All the injuries on the experts were caused by these people. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. It seems like Cult Master has done a great thing by accepting Han Yen. Without Han Yen, this Xianxia wouldn't have helped us. The hope of our devil cult has come. That's right. The Black Demon Cliff is finally saved. If Xianxia can kill all the half-step immortal kings of the 5 immortal sects, Han Spirit City will be the world of our devil cult in the future. Haha, I have never seen such a terrifying figure before. He's just a golden immortal. I wonder where he came from. I believe that even those geniuses of the super immortal sects in East Xuanyu can't be compared to him. The experts of the devil cult were scared out of their wits, but this didn't stop their excitement, because Xianxia was now on their side. The death of the half-step immortal kings of the 5 immortal sects was a great thing for the devil cult. Compared to the excitement of the devil cult, the faces of the people of the 5 immortal sects darkened to the extreme. The originally good situation had been reversed in an instant. It was reversed by one man. Their half-step immortal king experts were no match for the white-robed youth. Both sides weren't on the same level. If this continued, the ones who would be destroyed today would be the 5 immortal sects. Stop killing. Let's retreat. Someone yelled at the top of his lungs. The one who spoke was the one who advocated for a joint attack to kill Xianxia. Now, he felt like crying, knowing that he had made a serious mistake. 4 half-step immortal kings had been killed. The remaining 6 had turned pale with fear. They no longer had any desire to fight and fled in all directions. At the same time, Xianxia also stopped what he was doing. He held his sword and looked at the remaining 6 people. Ling. I've said it before. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you dare to disobey me, there is only one outcome, and that is death. Today, all of you will die." Jiang Chen's murderous intent soared to the sky, but this was just for show. He had already killed 4 half-step immortal kings. It was impossible for him to kill the remaining 6, because his purpose today was to help Black Demon Cliff out of danger, not to change the situation of Han Spirit. A large region must have the existence of righteous sections. If he killed all the half-step immortal kings here today, then this region would become the world of the devil religion. Although the people of the devil religion were forthright, each of them was a murderous and ruthless devil. Once the devil religion was allowed to rule Han Spirit, it wouldn't be long before Han Spirit would be plunged into misery and suffering. No one knew how many people from the 5 immortal sects would die tragically in the hands of the devil religion. This wasn't the result that Jiang Chen wanted to see. So, he wanted to keep these people alive to fight against the devil religion in the future, so that Han Spirit Zone could reach a kind of balance. "Young master, please spare our lives. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We are willing to listen to young master's command and immediately lead the 5 immortal sects to retreat from Black Demon Cliff. We will never step into Black Demon Cliff again." One of them hastily saluted Jiang Chen. In the face of absolute pressure, all dignity was no longer needed. The 5 great immortal sects had already suffered serious losses. They couldn't just watch the 5 great immortal sects being annihilated here, because the price they had to pay would be too high. "Young master, please spare our lives. We are willing to listen to young master's command and apologize for what we have done." Another person hastily spoke in a low voice. "Humph. Do you think that you can come and go as you please in Black Demon Cliff? Today, you have wreaked havoc on our Black Demon Cliff and almost destroyed us. You 5 immortal sects must pay the price." A half-step immortal king elder of devil religion spoke loudly. He thought that he could do whatever he wanted now that he had a powerful helper. He wanted to use Jiang Chen to take down the 5 immortal sects in one fell swoop. Asterisk swish. Asterisk however, as soon as the elder's voice faded, he saw Jiang Chen looking at him. That gaze was full of indifference and ruthlessness. With just a glance, the elder shrunk his neck and lowered his head in fear. Only now did he realize that he wasn't qualified to speak at all. It wasn't up to him to decide how to deal with the 5 immortal sects. The asterisk starred. "Back off." The cult master hastily reprimanded the elder. He could already see that the elder's action had made Jiang Chen unhappy. Wasn't this mother of asterisk courting death? It was already good enough that Black Demon Cliff was able to avoid a great disaster today. Now, they still wanted to speak on behalf of Jiang Chen. They must be tired of living. The remaining 6 half-step immortal kings of the 5 immortal sects were standing there timidly, not daring to say a word or make any attempt to escape. They weren't fools. They knew very well what they had to do now. Given Jiang Chen's means, there was absolutely no chance for them to escape. Now, they were like fish on a chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered by Jiang Chen. Now, there was only regret in their hearts. They regretted that they didn't listen to Jiang Chen's words and leave immediately. Now, it would be difficult for them to leave. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was a peerless devil king, a god of slaughter who had already controlled their fate. "I have given you a chance just now, but you didn't know how to cherish it. According to my habit, I would have killed all of you, but I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let the 6 of you go." Jiang Chen spoke. From the reaction of the elder just now, he could already tell that his worries were justified. He must not kill these half-step immortal kings today. Otherwise, the problem of Han's spirit world would soon appear. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable when the devil cult wreaked havoc. "Thank you, young master. Thank you for sparing our lives." Hearing that Jiang Chen had really let them go, the 6 of them were stunned at first, then moved to tears of gratitude and happiness. Just now, all of them were shrouded by the fear of death. That kind of feeling was too terrifying. But it's impossible for you all to leave so easily. Each of you 5 immortal sects will take out 100 million high-grade immortal metastones. Jiang Chen said, revealing a smile at the corner of his mouth. It wouldn't be a waste to let these people go. If he didn't take this opportunity to extort some wealth, wouldn't he be letting himself down? Jia. After leaving Tianyun Pavilion, Xianxia was penniless. To him, this was undoubtedly a predicament. In the cultivation of dragon transformation skill, the most indispensable thing was immortal metastones. Xianxia had to ensure that he had a large number of immortal metastones with him at all times so that his advancement wouldn't be delayed at the critical moment. 100 million high-grade immortal metastones was undoubtedly an exorbitant demand for the 5 immortal sects. This was a heaven-defying amount of wealth, but Xianxia knew that the 5 immortal sects would certainly be able to take out this amount of wealth. His demand was also within the range that the 5 immortal sects could afford. Any one of the 5 immortal sects was as powerful as Tianyun Pavilion. One should know that there were 100 million high-grade immortal metastones in the spatial ring that Ouyang he had left him. What? 100 million? High-grade immortal metastones? The few half-step immortal kings widened their eyes and exclaimed, doubting their ears. 100 million high-grade immortal metastones? This bastard really dared to ask for it. Today, they finally witnessed what was called an exorbitant demand. Motherf *Ker, just kill me. This bastard really dares to ask for it. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as him. That's 100 million high-grade immortal metastones we're talking about. What's the difference between this and murder? Even if you're being exorbitant, you shouldn't do it like this. This is simply robbery and extortion. Shameless. AI. Be content. Compared to the fate of the 5 immortal sects, 100 million high-grade immortal metastones is nothing. If this bastard kills all the experts in a fit of anger, our 5 immortal sects will be finished. At that time all the wealth will belong to him. Many people from the 5 immortal sects had the urge to cough out blood. Xianxia's exorbitant demand was too frightening. The number alone was enough to make people shudder. 5 immortal sects meant 500 million high-grade immortal metastones. What kind of heaven-defying wealth was this? Xianxia was truly invincible. However, while sighing at Xianxia for demanding an exorbitant price, some people also heaved a sigh of relief. After all, compared to the destruction of the 5 major immortal sects, this price was not considered huge. The faces of the 6 half-step immortal kings also revealed a troubled look. After all, this wasn't a small amount of wealth. What? Can't you take it out? If you can't, I'll kill you right now. Xianxia moved his body and released his murderous aura. Seeing that Xianxia was angry again, the few half-step immortal kings broke out in cold sweat and said hastily, No, we can, but young Master Xianxia, we don't have so much wealth with us now. We will send someone to the sect's treasure vault to get it now. What do you think? My time is limited. Xianxia said snappily. Rest assured, young Master Jiang. It won't take too long. A middle-aged man spoke. Then, each of the half-step immortal kings sent a late golden immortal expert back to the sect. Given the speed of a late golden immortal expert, it wouldn't take long for them to return to the sect. Therefore, Xianxia waited here with a peace of mind. With this 500 million wealth, Xianxia basically didn't need to worry about immortal metastones in a short period of time. Sure enough, it only took less than 5 minutes for the late golden immortal experts to return. After witnessing Xianxia's means, they wouldn't dare show any neglect to Xianxia anymore. This was a devil king who would kill anyone he didn't agree with. The faces of these late golden immortal experts didn't look good. Although they had taken out 100 million high-grade immortal metastones, the price was just too heavy, because this was almost all of their treasure vault. Now that they had taken out all of it, no one knew how long they would need to recuperate. Of course, it wasn't bad for them to have a chance to recuperate. If they didn't give Xianxia the wealth, Xianxia might kill them. In that case, the 5 great immortal sects wouldn't just be facing a simple recuperation. Young Master Jiang, these are 500 million high-grade immortal metastones. Please count them. A middle-aged man came to Xianxia, trembling, and handed the immortal metastones to Xianxia respectfully. This was equivalent to buying one's life with money. There's no need to count them. You 5 great immortal sects should withdraw from Black Demon Cliff immediately. Xianxia waved his hand casually. The 5 great immortal sects had suffered a serious blow and it was impossible for them to recover in a short period of time. The first thing they needed to do after returning was to recuperate. Similarly, Black Demon Cliff had suffered an unprecedented destructive blow. It wouldn't be easy to recover in a short period of time. In other words, Han's spirit would be in a peaceful state for a long period of time, which was the result Xianxia wanted. The army of the 5 great immortal sects withdrew from Black Demon Cliff one after another. Their speed was very fast. It only took them a minute to leave. The Black Demon Cliff had regained its tranquility, but the pungent smell of blood was still lingering in the air. The ground was covered with corpses, just like an Azure battlefield. If such a battlefield wasn't cleaned up, the stench of blood and resentment wouldn't disappear even after a month. At this time, the cult master and a group of higher-ups hurriedly came forward and saluted Xianxia. "Thank you, young Master Xianxia, for your great kindness to our devil race. If it wasn't for your timely appearance today, Black Demon Cliff would no longer exist and our devil race would be doomed eternally. We will never be able to repay your kindness," said the cult master. "I did it for Han Yin," Xianxia said casually, then disappeared with De Huang Dog and Tyrant. To Xianxia, Han's spirit region was just a small interlude. If it wasn't for Han Yin, Xianxia wouldn't have interfered in the war. "Now, let's go to East Xuanyu directly." Xianxia smiled. Han Yan's matter had been resolved. Although he didn't know where Han Yin had been taken by the devil wind, he was sure that Han Yin wouldn't be in any danger. Next, he could go to East Xuanyu without any worries. "Little Qinzi, I might not be able to go to East Xuanyu," Tyrant suddenly said. "Damn monk, what are you doing?" De Huang Dog was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Tyrant to say that he wanted to leave at such a critical moment. Xianxia also looked at Tyrant in surprise, but he knew that Tyrant must have his own reasons for saying such a thing. "Tyrant, do you have a new plan?" asked Xianxia. To Xianxia, it was a great thing to be able to go to a big place like East Xuanyu with his brother and fight side by side. If Tyrant had his own ideas, he wouldn't stop him and would support him vigorously. "I'm going to White Dragon Temple," Tyrant said. When the 3 words White Dragon Temple came out of Tyrant's mouth, Xianxia and Big Yellow understood a little. White Dragon Temple was the only Buddhist sect in ethereal immortal domain. It was also the highest sacred land of Buddha sect. It was the dream and pursuit of almost every Buddha sect disciple. It was perfectly normal for Tyrant to go to White Dragon Temple. White Dragon Temple is the supreme holy land of Buddhism in the immortal world. If you go there, you will definitely gain a lot of benefits. However, the competition in a place like White Dragon Temple must be extremely fierce. You must be careful after you go there. Xianxia patted Tyrant's shoulder. This was what brothers were like. No matter what his brothers wanted to do, all he had to do was to support them. Moreover, Xianxia and De Huang Dog had no reason not to support Tyrant. After all, White Dragon Temple had a great reputation. Everyone in the immortal world had heard of White Dragon Temple. However, a place like White Dragon Temple wasn't a place that anyone could go. However, with Tyrant's talent, it wouldn't be a problem for him to enter White Dragon Temple. "Little Qinzi, De Huang, the reason why I want to go to White Dragon Temple isn't to pursue the prestige of White Dragon Temple, nor is it to challenge the status of White Dragon Temple. If that's the case, I would rather go to East Xuanyu and fight side by side with you. That would be a truly carefree thing. However, I recently received the guidance of the God-Trembling Monument. It pointed me in the direction of White Dragon Temple. I have an intuition that there is something mysterious waiting for me in White Dragon Temple that will give me great benefits," Tyrant said. Hearing this, Xianxia and De Huang Dog's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. They had seen the power of the God-Trembling Monument, especially Xianxia. In his eyes, the level of the God-Trembling Monument was probably comparable to the Zulong Tower. Such a supreme treasure had a certain spirituality. Since it was the God-Trembling Monument that pointed Tyrant in the right direction, it definitely wouldn't be wrong. "Good. Monk, this is a very good thing for you. The God-Trembling Monument will definitely not harm you. Furthermore, with your current state, going to the White Dragon Temple is a very good choice. Your growth there will be beyond imagination," Xianxia said. The status of the White Dragon Temple in the Immortal Realms was similar to the status of the Great Lightning Tune Temple in Saint Origin World. Both were known as the Holy Land of Buddhism. Although they usually kept a low profile, no one dared to look down on the existence of the White Dragon Temple. Every eminent monk that came from the White Dragon Temple was a figure that shocked the world. Damn it! Little monk, do your best to mingle in the White Dragon Temple. In the future, when Lord Dog goes to the White Dragon Temple, I can be a big boss. De Huang Dog said proudly while wagging his thick tail. Don't worry. Brother, I will be leaving first. You guys better be careful when you arrive at East Xuanyu. However, my worry is completely unnecessary because when the two of you arrive at East Xuanyu, those geniuses in East Xuanyu will have a headache. I can already imagine that in the near future, East Xuanyu will be in chaos. Tyrant said with a smile. He knew that worrying about Xianxia was completely unnecessary. It would be more practical to worry about the geniuses in East Xuanyu. Tyrant left, disappearing without a trace. Xianxia and De Huang Dog stared at the direction where Tyrant disappeared. Only after Tyrant's silhouette had disappeared for a long time did they regain their senses. The brothers had just reunited not too long ago and they were already separated again. It was unknown when they would meet again. It was impossible to say that they didn't feel the slightest bit of sadness. Let's go. Let's head to East Xuanyu. De Huang Dog said. Let's go. We will start a new journey. There are still many things to do. Xianxia rubbed De Huang Dog's head. With this dog around, he, Xianxia, would never be lonely. No matter when, De Huang Dog would always be by his side. They had experienced too many things along the way. The only thing that remained unchanged was the relationship between him and De Huang Dog. It was getting deeper and deeper. Brat, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? In the future, can you not have King touch Master Dog's head? Master Dog's head is very precious. This kind of behavior is a serious disrespect to Master Dog. It has seriously hurt the dignity of a dog. No, I'm not a dog. Alright, I won't rub it in the future. Xianxia, F*CKU. Take your big hand away. They were a pair of clowns. Soon, they disappeared from the sky of Han Spirit Zone. Xianxia's trip to East Xuanyu signaled the beginning of a new journey. There were bound to be grudges and gratitude in front of him. Xianxia was already used to it. He was also mentally prepared for it. Moreover, Xianxia had things to do in this trip to East Xuanyu. Wu Ningzhu's news, Tian Jizi's cultivation, and Yan Xinyu's relationship with Immortal Slayer King and Great Emperor Xian. It was still not the right time for Xianxia to find out the secret behind it. Therefore, the most important thing for Xianxia now was to improve his cultivation. East Xuanyu was the place where his cultivation would soar again. The distance between Han Spirit Zone and Eastern Profound Domain was tens of thousands of kilometers. The distance was just too far. It was separated by thousands of mountains and rivers and countless natural barriers. Even with Xianxia and Big Yellow's speed, they were afraid that it would take them a month's time to reach their destination even if they didn't stop. Along the way, the man and the dog played with each other, but it was not lonely. On this day, the noisy De Huang Dog suddenly quieted down. He didn't say a word. His eyes looked a little obsessed. His body was constantly radiating golden light that flickered, making De Huang Dog look incomparably magical. Upon seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but smile. To De Huang Dog, such a state was a sign of advancement. De Huang Dog had once absorbed a large amount of the essence of the immortal execution sword and had been hiding it in his body, refining it all the time. During this period of time, as De Huang Dog's foundation continued to stabilize, he was finally able to advance again. This time, De Huang Dog would directly advance from the peak of Intermediate Golden Immortal Realm to the Late Golden Immortal Realm, or even reach the peak of Late Golden Immortal Realm. In addition, De Huang Dog's bloodline was very strong. Even if he was only at the peak of Late Golden Immortal Realm, he could still easily kill a half-step Immortal King. Even if he encountered an ordinary early Immortal King, he would still have the strength to fight. If he used his terrifying innate divine ability, he would be able to suppress an ordinary early Immortal King. Of course, De Huang Dog still had the most terrifying trump card, the immortal execution sword. Once he exerted a trace of the power of the immortal execution sword, killing an immortal king would be a piece of cake. Asterisk who? Asterisk after advancing to the late golden immortal realm, De Huang Dog's chi didn't show any signs of weakening. Upon seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but smile. This situation was exactly as he had expected. De Huang Dog's current foundation was just too strong. It was only normal for his cultivation base to reach the peak of late golden immortal realm. Eventually, De Huang Dog's cultivation base stopped at the peak of late golden immortal realm, only a step away from the half-step immortal king realm. Naturally, Xianxia was very happy about De Huang Dog's progress. Now that they were going to East Xuanyu, it could be said that there were experts everywhere, which wasn't a place that One Line Sky could compare to. The only way to establish a foothold in East Xuanyu was to have a strong cultivation base. Therefore, it was very important for them to improve their cultivation base at this time. Damn dog, you're improving very fast. Xianxia reached out his hand to stroke De Huang Dog's head. Asterisk woof, asterisk De Huang Dog was infuriated. He opened his mouth and bit Xianxia's hand. Xianxia was startled and hastily retracted his hand. You still dare to say that you're not a dog? How many times have I told you? Don't touch Master Dog's head. Otherwise, I'll bite you to death. De Huang Dog was very angry at Xianxia's constant stroking of his head. However, along the way, Xianxia's big hand would stroke De Huang Dog's head whenever he was free. A man and a dog fought and played. The journey wasn't lonely at all. A month passed by very quickly. In this 1 month, Xianxia and De Huang Dog couldn't remember how many miles they had flown. In any case, it was an unimaginably long distance. During this period of time, they had experienced countless hurricanes and storms, encountered powerful demonic devils, and even encountered the calamity of primitive barbarians. However, to Xianxia and Big Yellow, these obstacles weren't worth mentioning at all. They were able to get rid of them effortlessly. On top of a mountain peak, Xianxia and De Huang Dog stood facing the wind as they looked at the ethereal fairyland in front of them. There were tens of thousands of mountains in the forest, and they suddenly felt an indescribable sense of carefreeness. After crossing this mountain range, they would truly step into the territory of East Xuanyu. The immortal world is the same as Saint Origin world. It's a complete world, but the difference in the heaven and earth yuan qi in different regions is too great. We haven't even reached East Xuanyu, but the density of the immortal qi here is already 10 times that of One Line Sky. No wonder the cultivators here are incomparably powerful. There's a saying that each place nurtures its own people. It's not wrong at all. This is also why experts above the immortal king realm are unwilling to go to a small place like One Line Sky, and why experts from small places would run to East Xuanyu once their cultivation base has reached a certain level. Xianxia said. It had been a long time since they entered the immortal world. He had basically figured out the situation here. There were 9 immortal domains, each of them was an independent immortal world. There were even spatial barriers between the immortal domains. The 9 immortal domains were completely independent. But this was also good. If all the immortals of the 9 immortal domains gathered together, it would be hard to imagine how chaotic the immortal world would be. The ethereal immortal domain alone was boundless in the immortal world. After this mountain range, we will reach East Xuanyu. Let's not waste any more time. Big Yellow said, then turned into a ray of golden light and flew forward. Xianxia didn't slow down. It had taken them almost a month to reach their destination from One Line Sky. Finally, they arrived at their destination. Asterisk roar, asterisk just as Xianxia and De Huang Dog approached the mountain range, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded from the depths of the mountain range. Then, the whole mountain range started to shake. The earth quaked. Asterisk roar roar roar, asterisk then, the roars of innumerable demonic beasts resounded. Even though they were far away, Xianxia could see an extremely tragic battle taking place in the mountain range. Blood kept spurting out from below. Some of the blood even spurted tens of feet high. Asterisk crash, asterisk innumerable trees and ancient vines were broken. In the blink of an eye, all the living beings within 100 miles of the mountain range were wiped out. Not to mention demonic beasts, not even a single plant survived. It could be seen that countless demonic beasts were frightened and began to flee in all directions. It was as if the end of the world had arrived in the mountain range. Xianxia and De Huangdog had incomparably sharp senses. They both sensed a strong aura of a demon king in the mountain range. That was a demon of the immortal king realm. Mother **Ker. Is East Xuanyu so terrifying? It's just a small mountain range at the edge of the mountain range, and there's already a demon king. Isn't this too ridiculous? De Huangdog had the urge to spurt out blood. This was just the edge of East Xuanyu. At best, it was just a small place. Normally, no one would come here, but there was already a demon king here. If that was the case, who knew how many powerful experts there would be in the inner regions of East Xuanyu? Perhaps, immortal kings would be everywhere. This isn't right. It seems like there's only one demon king. The other demonic beasts are slightly weaker. I don't know what's wrong with this demon king, but it actually started a massacre here. It seems like it wants to destroy everything here. To the demonic beasts in this mountain range, this is undoubtedly an apocalyptic devastation. Jiangchen said. Waha! Submit to me. All of you have to submit to me. A wild laughter rang from below. It was the demon king that emitted a domineering aura. Within this domineering aura, there was also a strong divine aura. What a powerful divine aura. It seems like this isn't an ordinary demon king. Jiangchen's expression stiffened. Come, let's go, and have a look. De Huangdog was instantly excited. If there was only an ordinary demon king in this mountain range, it wouldn't attract their attention, but the aura of this demon king contained a strong divine aura. This point alone was enough to show that this demon king wasn't ordinary. Jiangchen and De Huangdog immediately retracted their aura and drifted towards the inner regions of the mountain range. A powerful demon king was no joke. Roar, roar, screams of demonic beasts could be heard everywhere in the inner regions of the mountain range. The divine aura was getting stronger and stronger, almost enveloping a large part of the mountain range. All the demonic beasts were jumping up and down. Some of the weaker demonic beasts couldn't withstand the pressure and were forced to crawl on the ground, trembling. Jiangchen and De Huangdog saw a gigantic beast that was emitting golden light wantonly destroying everything here. It wasn't a huge beast. Its body was about the same size as De Huangdog when he transformed into a dragon horse. The gigantic beast was covered with golden scales and a scarlet flame was floating on the surface of its body. Its two golden horns were dazzling and full of mysteriousness. Its pair of fiery red eyes were sacred and inviolable. King. That was the innate qi of a king. The sacred qi radiating from this giant beast was almost the same as the bloodline of a divine beast of De Huangdog. In other words, the bloodline of this giant beast was also the bloodline of a divine beast. The giant beast was the demon king. When Jiangchen and De Huangdog saw the appearance of this giant beast, they couldn't help but exclaim at the same time, Fire Qilin! Both Jiangchen and De Huangdog were utterly shocked. They had never thought that they would see a legendary divine beast as soon as they arrived at East Xuanyu. That's right. This giant beast in front of them was the legendary divine beast Qilin, one of the 5 elemental divine beasts: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, Qilin. Fire Qilin was the strongest among the Qilin. It was very aggressive and had the unique bloodline of a divine beast. Legend had it that Qilin was an auspicious omen and represented divinity. That was why it was also known as the divine beast. In this heaven and earth, divine beasts were very rare, let alone the Fire Qilin. Even if it wasn't extinct, it was still a fantasy to see one. However, what appeared in front of Jiangchen and De Huangdog was a pure Fire Qilin. It was unknown where this Fire Qilin came from. It didn't seem to be an adult Qilin. If it was an adult Qilin, its strength would certainly be earth-shattering. This Qilin was merely an early immortal king, but even so, it was already terrifying enough. My God! There's actually a Fire Qilin here. The appearance of a Qilin is a true auspicious omen, but a divine beast like Qilin should be incomparably arrogant. Why would it come to this low-grade mountain range to wreak havoc? Jiangchen was a little puzzled, but the surprise that Qilin brought him couldn't be reduced. Haha. Cool. This is fun. This is too fun. The fire Qilin spoke in human language and laughed heartily, seemingly having a great time. Xianxia and Big Yellow suddenly felt dizzy. It turned out that the fire Qilin had come here just to play with all the living beings in the mountain range. It was truly cruel of the Qilin to play with them. It seems like this fire Qilin is a divine beast of some super sect that just came out to play. Da Huang Dog guessed. Da Huang, there's no one around right now. Jiangchen looked at Da Huang Dog. His eyes flickered and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Damn it. But this Qilin is not easy to deal with. I'm afraid it's much more difficult to deal with than Tian Muyun. Even if you and I join forces, it'll be difficult for us to defeat it. Da Huang Dog said. How could he not know what Jiangchen was thinking? This was a saint beast, Qilin. If he could absorb the blood of a Qilin, the benefits he would obtain would be unimaginable. However, although Da Huang Dog said so, his eyes were more excited than Jiangchen's. The two brothers exchanged glances and basically made a decision. F*CK, if they didn't do it after encountering such a situation, they would be letting themselves down. If they missed this opportunity, they wouldn't get another one. Just like what Da Huang Dog said, this Qilin was probably a saint beast of some super sect that had come out on its own. This was the best opportunity to strike. Once the Qilin returned, there would be no more chances. Of course, the decision to kill the fire Qilin was not a matter of courage alone. The key was strength. Jiangchen and Da Huang Dog had decided to do it, which meant that they had the strength to do it. Although the fire Qilin's combat strength was tyrannical and difficult to deal with, Jiangchen and Da Huang Dog had seen all kinds of powerful characters and experienced all kinds of challenges. How would they know if they didn't give it a try? Even if they couldn't defeat the fire Qilin in the end, escaping was not a problem. The man and the dog casually weighed the pros and cons and felt that they wouldn't suffer any losses. Besides, it was a rare experience to be able to fight a powerful holy beast Qilin. Boom, a large area of thick trees was destroyed by the fire Qilin. The huge body of the fire Qilin appeared in front of Jiangchen and Da Huang Dog. At this time, the fire Qilin had already wreaked havoc in this mountain range for thousands of miles without any hindrance. Now that it saw a man and a dog daring to block its way, the fire Qilin couldn't help but be stunned. Roar! After being stunned for a while, the fire Qilin saw that Jiangchen and Da Huang Dog had no intention of moving away. Immediately, the fire Qilin roared angrily. In its opinion, these two reckless guys in front of it were simply disrespecting it and looking down on it by not running away when they saw it. You two ants, how dare you block my way? Are you courting death? The fire Qilin's eyes spat out flames, showing that it was very angry, very angry. This place was opened by me, and these trees were planted by me. If you want to leave this place, you'll have to pay for the road. Big guy, this mountain range belongs to Master Dog. You came here and destroyed so many flowers and plants. You don't respect Master Dog at all. Da Huang Dog said calmly. Hearing that, the fire Qilin was stunned. Suddenly, it had the urge to puke blood. Where the hell did this yellow dog come from? How dare he ask me to give him face? Who the hell are you? How can you be so shameless? Right now, the fire Qilin was very angry because it felt that it had lost face. Who was it? A dignified saint beast, Qilin, was actually looked down upon by a dog who called it a big guy. How could it accept this? It was unbearable. In any case, it was unbearable. Roar. Stupid dog, how dare you provoke the might of a saint and look down on me? You're simply courting death. Now that you've offended me, there's no way you'll be able to survive in this world. Kneel down and kowtow to me as an apology. Then, I'll eat you up so that you won't suffer any pain. The fire Qilin glared at the Da Huang Dog and roared. A saint beast like this was incomparably arrogant and had an extremely noble bloodline. Now that it had been spoiled rotten by some big sect, it was simply lawless and unbridled, slaughtering all living beings. In its eyes, human cultivators were nothing but ants that could be trampled on as they pleased. Towards a divine beast like this, Jiangchen would never be polite. Kneel your granny. You probably don't know of Master Dog's fame and power. You'll be scared to death if I tell you about it. Forget it, I won't talk so much with you. If you take the initiative to let out your blood and let Master Dog drink until he's full, Master Dog will spare your life today. De Huang Dog stretched out his paw and gestured at the fire Qilin. Roar, this time, the fire Qilin was furious. The flames on the surface of its body instantly turned into a sea of fire, spraying out in all directions. In an instant, all the flowers and trees within a radius of 100 miles were burned to ashes. At the same time, the fire Qilin opened its bloody mouth and bit towards De Huang Dog. It had to kill this dog immediately. Only by doing so could it vent the hatred in its heart. The Qilin fire was the saint fire of the heavens and earth. Its power was naturally astonishing, almost comparable to Xianxia's true dragon fire. At this moment, the Qilin's huge mouth was also carrying a strong saint fire. If De Huang Dog was swallowed by the Qilin, he would be burned alive. Unfortunately, even though the fire Qilin was a mighty immortal king, it was still impossible for it to devour De Huang Dog in one go. De Huang Dog's chi had undergone a tremendous change. Scales appeared on the surface of his body. In the face of the powerful fire Qilin, De Huang Dog didn't dare to show any neglect. Both of them were divine beasts of the same level, and there was a huge gap in their cultivation base. In other words, without Xianxia, De Huang Dog would never be a match for the fire Qilin. As a matter of fact, Xianxia was still the main force in this battle. A ray of light shot out from the dragon horn on De Huang Dog's head, colliding heavily with the fire Qilin. The powerful impact tore the void apart. The fire Qilin closed its mouth, but De Huang Dog reacted very quickly and escaped, making the fire Qilin's mouth useless. However, De Huang Dog didn't have it easy at all. After being shaken by the powerful impact, his chi began to scatter. De Huang Dog couldn't withstand the chi wave of the fire Qilin. His current combat strength was enough to deal with an ordinary early immortal king. A saint beast like the fire Qilin wasn't an ordinary being. Even if Tian Muyun didn't die, he wouldn't be a match for the fire Qilin. For God's sake. It's worthy of being a saint beast of the heavens and earth. I'm no match for it at all. De Huang Dog spoke gloomily. Never thought that a dead dog would have such a powerful divine beast bloodline. This is truly a miracle. This is great. Sure enough, I didn't come here in vain today. If I can eat this dog, it will bring me endless benefits. My cultivation base will advance to the intermediate immortal king realm. The fire Qilin, who was originally furious, was overjoyed when it discovered the aura of the De Huang Dog's bloodline. Both of them were divine beasts, so the fire Qilin could also sense this powerful and noble bloodline directly. There was no way the flame Qilin wouldn't be excited. Today, he had only come out to play around. He was going to wreak havoc in this mountain range in search of happiness, but who would have thought that there would be such an important and unexpected harvest? He encountered a divine beast. Roar, just as the fire Qilin was about to launch another attack at the De Huang Dog, Xianxia finally stopped hiding. He completely released his powerful aura and transformed into a war dragon. Judging from his aura alone, he was not weaker than the fire Qilin at all. What? The fire Qilin exclaimed again, looking at Xianxia in disbelief. The fire Qilin did not even bother to look at this human who was only a golden immortal. In his eyes, a golden immortal human was nothing more than an ant. He could kill him with a sneeze. Never had he thought that this incomparably small human could turn into a raging dragon in the blink of an eye, a vivid and lifelike raging dragon. As a matter of fact, this kind of transformation skill was not strange at all. Some major powers once had secret techniques that could absorb the bloodline of demonic beasts and transform, achieving the purpose of increasing their combat strength in a short period of time. But what really shocked the fire Qilin was that he could actually sense the aura of a real dragon from this human in front of him. That's right, it was the aura of a real dragon. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense the aura of Xianxia, but the fire Qilin could. The dragon was the king of all beasts, the true king of the heaven and earth, the noblest creature. The Qilin was one of the few divine beasts that could be compared to the dragon. Therefore, the fire Qilin could sense the bloodline of a real dragon, just like how he sensed the bloodline of a real dragon in the De Huang Dog. Impossible. How is this possible? This guy is clearly a human. How could he turn into a real dragon after transforming? This is the real bloodline of a real dragon. I can't be wrong. This is unbelievable. The Fire Qilin felt that he was about to lose his mind. He had just seen the most unbelievable thing in the heaven and earth. A human actually had the bloodline of a real dragon. Of course, he would not know that after cultivating the dragon transformation skill, Xianxia had already completed the complete dragon transformation. Now, he was a real dragon, a noble real dragon. This guy must be lucky. I don't know what kind of opportunity he encountered to absorb the bloodline of a real dragon. This king's luck is really too good today. Both of these guys have the bloodline of a powerful divine beast, especially this kid's bloodline of a real dragon, which is even above my saint bloodline. If I can absorb his bloodline, my cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds, and my bloodline will become even nobler. The heavens are really helping me. This king really has the most heaven-defying luck in the heaven and earth. The Fire Qilin was extremely excited. He suddenly shifted his attention from the Dehuang dog to Xianxia. He was prepared to eat this human who could use the transformation skill first, and then eat the Dehuang dog. In any case, in his opinion, whether it was Xianxia or the Dehuang dog, they were both existences like ants. Even if they had the bloodline of a divine beast, they were still not his opponent. The huge gap in cultivation couldn't be made up for. Kid, this king advises you to stand there and be passive. Let this king drink all of your blood. How about it? The Fire Qilin actually started discussing with Xianxia. Xianxia was stunned. He truly felt that this Fire Qilin was an idiot. What the hell was this guy trying to discuss with someone to let his opponent stand there and wait for death? What kind of weird thought process was this? Did he really think that he was so awesome? True Dragon Palm. Xianxia didn't want to talk nonsense with the Fire Qilin anymore. The fluctuations of the battle here were too big. Moreover, the Fire Qilin's saint breath was too obvious. It would be bad if other experts from East Xuanyu were attracted here. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to end this battle quickly and use the sharpest method to take down this Fire Qilin. Rumble, Xianxia immediately unleashed a terrifying true dragon palm. A huge blood-red dragon claw pressed down on the Fire Qilin like a barrier. So strong. The Fire Qilin's expression changed. He didn't expect this human to be so terrifying. Even that dog was much more terrifying. Of course, the terror of the true dragon palm couldn't be the reason why the Fire Qilin was afraid of Xianxia. As a powerful saint beast, the Fire Qilin never knew the meaning of fear. In his mind, he was the absolute king, inviolable. The Fire Qilin also moved. He raised his thick Qilin claws and slammed towards the true dragon palm. Rumble, energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas spread out wantonly like tidal waves. The void was shattered inch by inch. This attack was too tyrannical. Even the aftermath of the attack was destructive. Both of them were incomparably ferocious. So, the consequences of a powerful collision could be imagined. The entire mountain range was in chaos. Many demon beasts took advantage of the fact that someone was trying to stop the Fire Qilin and began to flee for their lives. This mountain range was about to be destroyed. They had to escape as soon as possible. Staying here would only lead to death. Just the shockwaves released by the other party could easily take their lives. Kong Long, in the sky, Xianxia and the Fire Qilin had exchanged a dozen blows. The void was completely destroyed. Xianxia was shaken so much that he took a dozen steps back before he could stabilize his body. Even the mighty Fire Qilin couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Impossible. How can a golden immortal be so powerful? The Fire Qilin turned pale with fright. He didn't dare to underestimate Xianxia anymore. He couldn't believe that a golden immortal could be so powerful. Initially, he thought that he could crush Xianxia into powder with just a casual strike. He didn't expect such an ending. After exchanging more than a dozen blows, he couldn't even hurt his opponent, let alone kill him. At best, he could only gain the upper hand. Compared to the Fire Qilin's shock, Xianxia was equally shocked. In the battle just now, he had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. One should know that when he was fighting Tian Muyun, they were equally matched at the beginning and there was no clear winner. Moreover, the current him was different from when he fought with Tian Muyun. After a month of cultivation in Zulong Tower and another month of cultivation on his way to East Xuanyu, the dragon marks in his body didn't change, but his foundation was solid and his combat strength had naturally increased. However, even under such circumstances, he was still no match for the fire Qilin. This didn't mean that he wasn't strong enough. It only meant that the fire Qilin was too powerful. It was a powerful saint beast that ordinary people couldn't compare with. Even a genius like Tian Muyun was no match for the fire Qilin. In fact, he was the kind of person who was completely no match for it. This guy isn't easy to deal with. Xianxia frowned. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to kill the fire Qilin today. Even if he used the 9 dragons annihilation art, he still didn't have absolute confidence. After all, the fire Qilin wasn't something that Tian Muyun could compare with. Roar, De Huang Dog was enraged. Or rather, his fighting spirit had been completely stimulated. After witnessing the terror of the fire Qilin with his own eyes, De Huang Dog's blood was instantly ignited. He raised his head to the sky and roared. The aura of his bloodline was exposed and his aura kept rising. This guy. Upon seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. He knew what De Huang Dog was doing. De Huang Dog was using the remaining essence of the immortal execution sword to break through to the half-step immortal king realm in a short period of time. If it was any other time, Xianxia would certainly stop him. After all, De Huang Dog had just advanced to the peak of late golden immortal realm not long ago. If he forcibly broke through to the half-step immortal king realm now, it would more or less affect his foundation. But now, Xianxia didn't stop De Huang Dog's action. This was a kind of unyielding behavior. As a mighty divine beast, dignity was more important than anything else. De Huang Dog had an unyielding spirit in his body. Now, he wanted to stimulate this spirit. The purpose of De Huang Dog was to deal with the fire Qilin. Under the influence of this spirit, even if De Huang Dog's cultivation base reached the half-step immortal king realm, it wouldn't affect his foundation. Moreover, his foundation would become more stable as his cultivation base improved. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Humph. You want to advance in front of me? That's impossible. I'll eat you first, then that brat. The fire Qilin harumphed coldly, turned, and rushed towards De Huang Dog. After realizing that Xianxia wasn't easy to deal with, the fire Qilin decided to kill De Huang Dog first. No matter which one he killed first, he would be able to absorb the divine beast bloodline in their bodies. At that time, his cultivation base would improve instantly. Then, he would turn around and kill the other one effortlessly. The fire Qilin's plan was very good, but unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to realize it. Swoosh. Almost when the fire Qilin was about to make a move, Xianxia appeared in front of him. Perhaps Xianxia's current combat strength wasn't as strong as the fire Qilin, but in terms of movement technique and speed, 2 fire Qilins wouldn't be able to catch up with him. Your opponent is me, Xianxia said. His fighting spirit was even stronger than before. It wasn't easy to encounter a powerful opponent. The more powerful the opponent was, the more it could stimulate Xianxia's fighting spirit. This kind of battle would always make his blood boil. You're courting death. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you first. The fire Qilin flew into a rage. It opened its mouth and spat out a pillar of fire. It was completely condensed out of holy flame and contained the fire Qilin's incomparably powerful attack power. This attack seemed ordinary, but it was no small matter. It could be said to be a very powerful attack of the fire Qilin. Fire Dragon Seal. Xianxia showed no fear. He immediately unleashed a powerful fire dragon seal, fighting fire with fire. Although the holy flame was terrifying, the true dragon fire wasn't bad either. Not to mention, Xianxia's true dragon fire contained the powerful true thunder fire. Roar, the fire dragon roared. After appearing, it fiercely collided with the pillar of fire unleashed by the fire Qilin. The fire dragon seal was completely condensed out of the true dragon fire and the true thunder fire. Of course, there was no shortage of energy provided by the massive dragon marks. Rumble, the sky had completely changed color. More than half of the mountain range was on the verge of being destroyed. The shockwave created a deep crater, which was still emitting black smoke. True dragon flame. There is another powerful flame within it. Is this kid a human or a dragon? He is even able to control true dragons. However, regardless of whether he is a human or a dragon, I will kill him today. If I can obtain true dragon flames and fuse them into my saint flame, the benefits will be boundless. The fire Qilin was shocked once again. At the same time, he became even more excited. Jiang Chen's true dragon fire had successfully aroused his greed. Naturally, the fire Qilin didn't know that while he was coveting Jiang Chen's true dragon fire, Jiang Chen had also begun coveting his holy flame. Just like the fire Qilin, if Jiang Chen could obtain the holy flame and merge it with the true dragon fire and the thunder fire, the benefits would be endless. Swish, after unleashing the fire dragon seal, Jiang Chen unleashed the heavenly saint sword with lightning speed. He and the heavenly saint sword became one, and the sword radiance was as bright as the heavenly river. It was like the birth of a violent dragon, slashing towards the fire Qilin. Qilin heaven trampling. The fire Qilin roared and the terrifying sound waves were like thunder. At the same time, the fire Qilin's aura was extremely tyrannical. Scarlet flames kept erupting like a volcano. The fire Qilin's body, which was already very majestic, grew even bigger. It was now twice as big. The terrifying Qilin's claw was like a mountain, stomping towards Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword. Wherever the claw passed, the void was shattered. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. The sky was shaking, as if a hole was going to appear in the sky. This Qilin heaven trampling was similar to Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Both were extremely powerful combat skills, innate divine abilities that surpassed everything. It wasn't something that ordinary combat skills could compare with. The void was completely shattered. Terrifying storms were everywhere. The Qilin heaven trampling could be said to be extremely terrifying. The giant claw stomped right on top of Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword. The might of the Qilin heaven trampling almost shattered the heavenly saint sword. However, Jiang Chen wasn't any weaker. The unity of man and sword was also an extremely terrifying attack. Under full force, it was enough to contend against the fire Qilin. Asterisk pa pa pa, asterisk the void cracked inch by inch, and a cold and gloomy storm rushed out from within, adding an eerie atmosphere to the battlefield. After Jiang Chen slashed out with his sword, he didn't stop attacking. Instead, he continued slashing out with his sword. Each strike was earth-shattering, and each strike carried an unstoppable force. Furthermore, his attack speed was extremely fast, and the energy in his qi was endless, so he wasn't afraid of running out of energy. Naturally, the fire Qilin wasn't any weaker. Jiang Chen's terrifying sword couldn't hurt the fire Qilin at all. Instead, the fire Qilin's strong counterattack made Jiang Chen feel very uncomfortable. Asterisk roar, asterisk although he still had the upper hand on the surface, the fire Qilin's anger had grown to a point where it could not be quenched. This was not the result he wanted. In his opinion, it was an incomparably shameful thing for him to fight a puny golden immortal for so long with his identity and ability. Even more humiliating was that he'd worked hard for such a long time, yet not only had he been unable to defeat the fire Qilin, he hadn't even harmed the slightest hair on the fire Qilin. This was undoubtedly an extremely severe blow to the extremely proud fire Qilin. Asterisk roar, asterisk on the other side, De Huang Dog had advanced again after crazily refining the essence of the immortal execution sword, advancing to the half-step immortal king realm. From the late golden immortal realm to the half-step immortal king realm was a huge hurdle. It was very difficult for ordinary cultivators to cross this hurdle. If it was an ordinary immortal, even if he had enormous energy, he wouldn't be able to break through to the half-step immortal king realm, because it involved a kind of enlightenment. It wasn't easy to cross this huge hurdle. However, this kind of hurdle and bottleneck didn't seem to exist to De Huang Dog at all. It was just like when Jiang Chen was in Saint Origin World, the reincarnation of a saint, and the whole process of cultivation was smooth sailing. There were no bottlenecks or hurdles at all. After advancing to the half-step immortal king realm, De Huang Dog's combat strength had become even more terrifying. Now, he had completely transformed into a mystical dragon horse. The third horn on top of his head was flickering with lightning. After the lightning rushed out, it didn't attack Fire Qilin directly, but wrapped his entire head with lightning. After that, Big Yellow launched his attack as well. His attack was as simple as usual. He raised his head, then his body shot forward like an arrow that was released from a bow. Courting death. Upon seeing this, Fire Qilin sneered. Using his head to attack was simply a stupid way of fighting. This action was equivalent to courting death. Even though De Huang Dog had advanced to the half-step golden immortal realm, Fire Qilin still didn't put it in his eyes. Fire Qilin raised his huge claw at lightning speed and stomped on De Huang Dog's head. In his opinion, this stomp was enough to crush De Huang Dog's head into a pulp, leaving nothing behind. Bang. However, reality was always cruel. When Fire Qilin's huge claw collided with De Huang Dog's head, only then did he understand why De Huang Dog dared to attack with his head. It turned out that this wasn't courting death, but a powerful divine ability. That's right. De Huang Dog's head was a divine ability, a divine weapon. Pi pi pa pa, lightning crackled. Under this crazy collision, Fire Qilin was forced to take a few steps back. Although this situation was partly due to Fire Qilin's carelessness, it also fully showed the scariness of De Huang Dog. As a matter of fact, Dragon Horse and Qilin were divine beasts of the same level, but De Huang Dog was different. He belonged to the mutated Dragon Horse. Although his bloodline wasn't as noble as Fire Qilin, his innate divine ability was much more terrifying. Moreover, De Huang Dog had a lot of secrets and extremely rich combat experience. That attack just now might seem simple, but it was an attack that De Huang Dog had exerted all of his strength. The power of his third horn was fully integrated into the attack, which was why the careless Fire Qilin was forced to retreat. Fire Qilin was on the verge of going berserk. He knew that he had encountered two abnormal people today, and they were the extremely abnormal kind. However, this situation didn't make Fire Qilin flinch at all. On the contrary, his desire to kill became more exuberant. In the face of a noble bloodline, there was no such thing as retreat. However, it was this noble thinking that harmed him. If he hadn't dealt with Xianxia and De Huang Dog, he would never know how terrifying these two guys were, especially when they joined forces. If Fire Qilin retreated without a fight, Xianxia and De Huang Dog wouldn't be able to stop him at all. However, if Fire Qilin continued to fight with the two of them, the consequences were basically imaginable. De Huang Dog and Xianxia looked at each other and saw the solemn look in each other's eyes. Little Qinzi, this Fire Qilin is too powerful. He has a powerful divine beast bloodline. It's extremely difficult to kill him. Don't hide anymore. I'll use my innate divine ability later, and you can use your heavenly dragon combat halberd. Try to injure him severely. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Xianxia. Okay. Xianxia nodded. At this time, it was basically the most critical moment of the battle. If they wanted to kill Fire Qilin, they couldn't hold back anymore. They had to use their strongest trump card. Xianxia's current trump card was the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. With his current cultivation and combat strength, 9 dragons extinguishing the world was still Xianxia's strongest move. Roar, the Fire Qilin had gone completely berserk. He had finally come out, but he had never thought that he would suffer such a blow. His invincible belief had begun to waver. The Fire Qilin was going to unleash all of its terror. The Saint Fire had already condensed into a substance. Then, these flames fused into one of the giant claws, making the arm even more majestic. An unprecedented energy burst out of the mighty Qilin arm. This was a method to stimulate the power of the Qilin arm. It was also an innate ability of the Fire Qilin. By using the mutated Qilin arm to cast the Qilin stomping the sky, it could really stomp a hole in the sky. Its power was at least 2 times greater than the original Qilin stomping the sky. On the other side, De Huang Dog took out the third dragon horn. The third dragon horn was the result of the mutation of the dragon horse bloodline. It was also this mutation that created a different dragon horse and a different De Huang Dog. Such a mutation allowed the half-step immortal king De Huang Dog to have the strength to fight an early immortal king Fire Qilin. Xianxia also moved. Both sides knew that this was an incomparably crucial battle, a battle that would determine life and death. Xianxia kept the Heavenly Saint sword. It wasn't because the Heavenly Saint sword wasn't powerful enough. In fact, in terms of power, the current Heavenly Saint sword was already comparable to the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd, and could even surpass it. However, in a real battle, the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd still needed the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd, because the 9 slaughters of the Heavenly Dragon was the most important. Heavenly Dragon combat halberd, 9 slaughters of the world. Downfall of the dragon horse. Qilin divine arm, Qilin stomping the sky. At this moment, Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog and Fire Qilin cast out their most powerful attacks at the same time. They all had the same idea, to use this move to kill the opponent, or at least to injure the opponent severely. Kong Long, this was an unprecedentedly fierce battle. This was the first time De Huang Dog had cast out his downfall of the dragon horse. This showed how much importance De Huang Dog attached to Fire Qilin. Of course, as a saint beast of heaven and earth, Fire Qilin also had the qualification to be taken seriously. Howl, the roar of the dragon, the roar of the halberd, the roar of the dragon horse, the roar of the Qilin. Boundless terrifying energy collided with each other in different forms. It was imaginable that if an ordinary early immortal king expert were to join the battle, he or she would be beaten to death. If a half-step immortal king were to enter here, then merely the aftershock emitted by their attacks would be sufficient to crush that half-step immortal king into powder. Rumble, the sky was smashed, and a big hole was blown in the sky. Large areas of the fan were destroyed. Boundless waves of fire swooped down, and it seemed like they were going to wreak havoc in this mountain range. On the battlefield, the illusory Qilin, the battle dragon danced, and the dragon horse spun. The battle caused the sky to darken, and the weather to change. If someone were to pass by at this time, they would definitely be shocked speechless. This was a sacred battle between divine beasts. It was something that was rarely seen in 100 years. Barf. Under the joint attack of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, the Fire Qilin was finally suppressed and forced to retreat. The powerful impact of the energy made the Fire Qilin spurt out a mouthful of blood. It could be seen that the Fire Qilin had suffered some injuries in the collision just now. However, to the Fire Qilin, it was only some injuries. It was still far from a serious injury. In other words, the current Fire Qilin still had powerful combat strength. Roar. Bastard! Bastard! You 2 ants! How dare you hurt me? You are finished. You are completely finished. You have successfully enraged me. The Fire Qilin roared. He couldn't accept such a reality. Given his king physique, he was actually injured by 2 golden immortals. This was simply ridiculous. This was a humiliation to him. He would never allow such a thing to happen. In order to maintain his face, he had to kill both of them. Only in this way could he redeem his lost face. On the opposite side, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were astonished. The power of the Fire Qilin had exceeded their imagination. It was much more terrifying than what they had imagined. Although the attack just now had injured the Fire Qilin, Jiang Chen had consumed a lot of his energy. At least, given his current combat strength, it was almost impossible for him to cast out the 9 dragons extinguishing world again. The same went for De Huang Dog. Although De Huang Dog still had a terrifying supply of energy, his cultivation base wasn't strong enough. Although he had already advanced to the half-step immortal king realm, it was still impossible for him to fight the Fire Qilin alone. For God's sake. It seems like I have to go all out today. Little Chenzi, you keep him occupied. Master Dog is going to cast out the immortal execution sword. De Huang Dog gritted his teeth and made a crazy decision. He had decided to use the mighty immortal execution sword. Given the current situation, there seemed to be no better way to deal with the Fire Qilin other than using the immortal execution sword. The consumption of the immortal execution sword is huge. Are you confident? Jiang Chen asked with a frown, his eyes were filled with worry. Don't worry. Others might not be confident, but I am. The immortal execution sword contains my bloodline. I have already gained the recognition of the sword. Of course, the consumption will be huge. After I get rid of this Qilin, just let me drink 2 more bowls of Qilin Saint blood. De Huang Dog licked his lips, his face revealed a crazy look. Facing the temptation of a Saint Beast Qilin was indeed worth it. Roar. The fire Qilin went berserk. Once again, it madly attacked Jiangchen and De Huang Dog. Clang. Jiangchen was already prepared. The Heavenly Dragon combat halberd blocked in front of the fire Qilin and started a fierce battle with it. What Jiangchen needed to do now was to keep the fire Qilin occupied and buy time for De Huang Dog. It should be known that it was not easy to cast up the Immortal Execution Sword. The Immortal Execution Sword was originally the Immortal Execution King's battle weapon, a terrifying emperor weapon. Now that it had been reforged, it was also a terrifying emperor weapon. With De Huang Dog's current cultivation base, it was very difficult to forcibly cast up the emperor weapon and its power. If it was an ordinary person, even if they obtained the Immortal Execution Sword, they would not be able to display its power. However, De Huang Dog had a certain relationship with the Immortal Execution Sword. He had already gained the recognition of the Immortal Execution Sword. There was even a large amount of Immortal Execution Sword's essence remaining in his body. De Huang Dog opened his huge mouth and a mystical sword rushed out. Howl. The whistling sound of the sword was earth-shattering, carrying an incomparably sacred aura. The sword alone carried an intense pressure that would terrify people. The sword's name was Immortal Execution, indicating that it had slain countless immortals and was stained with the blood of countless immortals. In the entire immortal world, the only Immortal Execution Sword that dared to be named as an Immortal Execution Sword was the Immortal Burying Coffin. Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Xianxia were the two magnates of the immortal world. They were famous in the 9 immortal domains. After the Immortal Execution Sword appeared, it floated above De Huang Dog's head, constantly emitting mystical brilliance. De Huang Dog's expression was incomparably solemn. The boundless energy within his body began to surge into the Immortal Execution Sword. To De Huang Dog, the Immortal Execution Sword was like a bottomless pit. In order to unleash its power once, the energy required was truly endless. Even an ocean of energy wouldn't be enough to absorb. De Huang Dog had 2 advantages. First, he had obtained the complete approval of the Immortal Execution Sword. Second, he had an unparalleled bloodline and an abnormally abundant amount of energy within his body. Without either of them, he wouldn't be able to unleash the power of the Immortal Execution Sword. If it was someone else, they would never be able to unleash the power of the Immortal Execution Sword. Even Jiangchen couldn't unleash the full power of the Immortal Execution Sword. In the past, the remnant of the Immortal Execution Sword was like a piece of scrap iron in Jiangchen's hand. It was a completely useless item. De Huang Dog focused on unleashing the power of the Immortal Execution Sword. He wasn't worried that the fire Qilin would disturb him, because he had too much confidence in Jiangchen. With Jiangchen's presence, it wouldn't be a problem for him to stop the fire Qilin. On the other side, the fire Qilin who was fighting with Jiangchen also saw De Huang Dog controlling a mystical sword. Even with his cultivation base, he could vaguely feel a strong pressure from the sword. This situation finally caused the fire Qilin's expression to change. Roar. The fire Qilin roared, a trace of fear in its eyes. Haha, fire Qilin, are you afraid now? If you are afraid, then scram immediately. Go back and be a cowardly tortoise. Don't ever come out again. If you meet us brothers in the future, stay far away. You are just a loser, haha. Jiangchen laughed and began to mock the fire Qilin. This was a type of provocation. He was actually very afraid that the fire Qilin would be deterred by the execution immortal sword and choose to escape. If the fire Qilin wanted to escape, he really did not have the confidence to stop it. Therefore, Jiangchen seized the fire Qilin's weakness. As a holy beast, the fire Qilin's arrogance could be imagined. Therefore, Jiangchen's move was very useful against the fire Qilin. Sure enough, after hearing Jiangchen's provocative words, the fire Qilin became enraged once again. The trace of fear it had for the immortal slaying sword disappeared in an instant. Starred, how dare you humiliate me? In my mind, the word escape has never existed. Do you think you can scare me with a mystical sword? This is simply ridiculous. Let me tell you, all of this was prepared for me. The bloodline of you and that dog belongs to me. That sword also belongs to me. The fire Qilan's greed grew stronger because the attraction of these two guys in front of him was really fatal. They were simply endless. Although the execution immortal sword gave him great pressure, he believed that with De Huangdog's body, it was impossible for him to unleash the true power of the execution immortal sword. Even if he could unleash some of its power, it would certainly be within the range of his resistance. Unfortunately, this kind of arrogance eventually harmed him. Screech! Finally, the execution immortal sword made a deafening sword whistle. A sharp sword with a powerful execution immortal chi. At this moment, the execution immortal sword seemed to have become the only thing in the world. De Huangdog controlled the execution immortal sword. His whole body was trembling. It could be seen that using the execution immortal sword consumed a lot of his energy. Little Qinzi, get out of the way. De Huangdog roared at Jiang Chen. Now that the might of the execution immortal sword had been condensed, he had to launch an attack immediately because the execution immortal sword was too heavy. It was like an ancient mountain, pressuring De Huangdog so much that he couldn't breathe. If he didn't launch an attack, he would be crushed to death. Swoosh, there was no need for De Huangdog to remind him. The moment he saw the might of the execution immortal sword, Jiang Chen turned into a ray of light and flew far away, clearing the battlefield for De Huangdog. At this moment, Jiang Chen was also incomparably excited. His dragon eyes flickered continuously. He was also extremely curious and looking forward to the might of the execution immortal sword. The execution immortal sword seemed to have come to life. Like a spiritual god, it directly locked onto the fire Qilan's breath. The fire Qilan's expression finally changed completely because he felt an extremely huge pressure. This pressure had exceeded his endurance. How could it be so strong? The fire Qilan was about to cough out blood. Facing such a tyrannical execution immortal sword, he finally felt fear. It was fear that came from his heart. At this moment, he could no longer care about face and dignity. He had to run. If he didn't run, he would die. The fire Qilan let out a roar of unwillingness. Then, he dragged his huge body and turned around, flying far away. Unfortunately, the execution immortal sword had already locked onto the fire Qilan's breath. He was completely enveloped by the might of the execution immortal sword. No matter where the fire Qilan ran to, he wouldn't be able to avoid the attack of the execution immortal sword. Running was no longer possible. The only thing he could do now was to use all his strength to resist the execution immortal sword. As long as he could block the attack of the execution immortal sword, the fire Qilan would have a chance of survival. Damn it! The fire Qilan was flustered and exasperated. He began to regret that he didn't run away immediately, which caused him to fall into such a situation. He wasn't a fool. He knew that Jiang Chen was just trying to provoke him into running away. Come on. I'm the king of the heavens and earth. I won't be defeated. Helplessly, the fire Qilan could only do his best to resist the immortal slaying sword. He operated his bloodline to the extreme and perfectly unleashed his combat strength. A huge pillar of reddish gold energy and flames condensed to block the immortal slaying sword. Kong Long, the attack of the fire Qilan was very powerful. Even an intermediate immortal king expert would have his skin peeled off if not killed by the terrifying attack of the fire Qilan. Unfortunately, he was fighting against the famous execution immortal sword. Under the powerful attack of the execution immortal sword, the fire Qilan's attack was destroyed like a piece of paper. Then, the execution immortal sword continued to thrust at the fire Qilan with terrifying speed. No, roar, however, fire Qilan was a saint beast after all. He had a trump card. Although he was facing the greatest crisis, which was almost life-threatening, fire Qilan still revolved the power of his bloodline to shift his body, avoiding the vital parts of his body. Even if he was hit by the immortal execution sword, he wouldn't die. Pucci. The terrifying immortal execution sword pierced through fire Qilan's back with a Pucci sound, piercing through his entire body. The fire Kiran let out an extremely horrifying cry that made one's hair stand on end. However, the fire Kiran's final movement had clearly helped him, allowing him to avoid being struck in his vitals. Thus, although this strike was extremely damaging, it didn't directly take his life. Schwa. Asterisk the immortal execution sword flew out of Fire Qilan's body and was swallowed by De Huang Dog. The moment the power of the immortal execution sword was exhausted, De Huang Dog's body seemed to have been hollowed out. Not to mention fighting, he didn't even have the ability to fly. His huge body was about to fall from the sky. Xianxia reacted quickly. A gentle force pulled De Huang Dog's body and sent De Huang Dog into the Zulong Tower. Now, there were 500 million high-grade immortal metastones in the Zulong Tower, which could allow De Huang Dog to recover as much as he wanted. De Huang Dog's mission had been completed beautifully. Although the immortal execution sword didn't kill Fire Qilan, it had seriously injured Fire Qilan. Given Fire Qilan's current state, let alone fighting, he couldn't even run away. Asterisk roar, asterisk Fire Qilan let out a blood-curdling scream, as if he was suffering great pain. Fire Qilan glared at Xianxia angrily, then dragged his injured body and flew far away. You still want to run away at this time? The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled into a cold smile. If he still allowed Fire Qilan to run away in this situation, he would lose face in the future. Asterisk Kong, asterisk Xianxia stretched out his hand and unleashed the true dragon palm once again. A terrifying blood-red dragon claw, the terrifying blood-red dragon claw enveloped Fire Qilan firmly. Roar. Bastard, you actually dare to treat this king like this? This is a great disrespect to holy beasts. You're courting death, do you know that you're courting death? The Fire Qilan roared again and again. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it tried, it could not break free from Xianxia's dragon claws. The current Fire Qilan had completely lost the ability to fight against Xianxia. It could only allow itself to be slaughtered by Xianxia. The Fire Qilan was extremely angry. He was a majestic saint beast, a king of the world. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Unfortunately, he had run into Xianxia and the De Huang Dog. This was his misfortune. All his previous arrogance and luck would be ended by Xianxia. Courting death? I wonder who's courting death now. Killing intent flashed in Xianxia's eyes as he prepared to kill the Fire Qilan. If he could absorb the Fire Qilan's bloodline, the benefits to him would be unimaginable. With the might of the dragon transformation art, he might even be able to obtain the Fire Qilan's innate ability. Little Xianxia, don't kill him. De Huang Dog's voice suddenly rang out from within the Zulong Tower. Currently, De Huang Dog was incomparably weak and was frantically absorbing immortal metastones to recover. Oh? Xianxia was stunned. He had already captured the Fire Qilan, but he didn't kill it. This wasn't the style of De Huang Dog. Jia, Master Dog has a very good idea. This is a rare Saint Beast Qilan. Wouldn't it be a pity if he was killed just like that? You can imprison him first and see how Master Dog will deal with him later. De Huang Dog let out a sinister laugh. Xianxia knew De Huang Dog all too well. From De Huang Dog's tone, he could tell that De Huang Dog was up to no good. God knows what kind of wicked idea this dog was planning. In any case, it was impossible for the Fire Qilan to end up well in the hands of De Huang Dog. All right. Xianxia couldn't care less about what De Huang Dog was planning. In any case, the Fire Qilan had already been completely imprisoned. It couldn't run away even if it wanted to. The most important thing now was to leave this place. An incomparably intense battle had just taken place here. Perhaps, it would attract the attention of experts. It wouldn't take long for experts from East Xuanyu to appear here. To avoid unnecessary trouble, leaving immediately was the wisest choice. Kid, you better let me go. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. No one in the entire East Xuanyu dares to offend me. Who do you think you are? One look and anyone could tell that the Fire Qilan was used to being high and mighty. Even at this point in time, it was still threatening Xianxia. However, the Fire Qilan naturally had the qualifications to be arrogant. Putting aside the fact that the Fire Qilan was a powerful saint beast, the power behind it alone was enough to make the entire East Xuanyu tremble in fear. Just be obedient for a while. Xianxia didn't say anything and directly threw the Fire Qilan into the Zulong Tower. After that, he reverted back to his human form and vanished in the blink of an eye, speeding towards the direction of East Xuanyu. The entire mountain range had been completely destroyed. Raging flames raged. One could imagine that after today's battle, a large area of land here would become barren. Not even a blade of grass would grow. The demonic beasts that originally lived here would have to find another place to live. Not long after Xianxia left, 3 incomparably tyrannical silhouettes appeared in the sky above the mountain range. They were 3 young geniuses, 2 men and 1 woman. The way they appeared was extremely strange. They walked out of the void directly. Their bodies exuded incomparably valiant chi, causing the surrounding void to tremble. All of them were immortal king experts. There was only one immortal king expert in the entire one-line sky, Tian Muyun. But in East Xuanyu, they could be seen everywhere. From this, one could tell how big the gap between one-line sky and East Xuanyu was. The woman was wearing a white dress. She had a delicate face. Although she couldn't be compared to Wu Ningzhu and Yanxinyu, she was still a rare beauty. What was more shocking was that this beautiful woman had already reached the terrifying golden immortal realm. The other 2 young men were also wearing white robes. One of them was an early immortal king expert just like the woman. The one who was truly noteworthy was the young man standing in the middle. He had thick black hair, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. His eyes were like black gems, brimming with vigor. Just by standing there, he gave off an extremely powerful feeling. The pressure that he radiated could make one's soul tremble. This was an extremely terrifying figure. He was also an immortal king, but his cultivation base wasn't comparable to the other 2, because he had already reached the late immortal king realm. The gap between an early immortal king and a late immortal king was unimaginable. After the 3 great geniuses appeared, they knitted their brows, because the situation below was just too tragic. The entire mountain range had been destroyed. Brother Xiong, Qilin must have come here. This is all thanks to him. The woman spoke. Her tone was very relaxed, and her tone was full of love for Qilin, as though destroying a mountain range was nothing more than a normal thing. Qilin is too playful. This time, he came out without permission. He knew that he would cause a great disaster, so the elder asked us to come out and find him. Another youth spoke. From their tone, they could tell that they were in cahoots with the fire Qilin. This place is indeed filled with Qilin's qi, but I can also smell his blood. There are strong traces of battle in this mountain range. It seems like Qilin had an extremely tragic battle with someone here. Brother Xiong spoke with a frown. His cultivation base was profound, so he could see things very accurately. Upon hearing this, the other 2's expressions changed slightly. Brother Xiong, you mean that someone has hurt Qilin? The youth asked. His brows were already furrowed with anger. Courting death. The fire Qilin is the saint beast of our Nanbei family. It represents the auspicious sign of our family. Who in the entire East Xuanyu doesn't know about this? Someone actually dared to attack Qilin? Is he courting death? The woman spoke furiously. They were all geniuses of Nanbei world. East Xuanyu had 2 great worlds, 3 great empires and 6 great immortal sections. Nanbei family was one of the 2 great families. No one dared to offend them. As the saint beast of Nanbei family, the fire Qilin represented the auspicious qi of the family. This was something that almost everyone in East Xuanyu knew. For a long time, the fire Qilin had been pampered by the higher-ups of Nanbei family. Today, when the fire Qilin came out to play, someone actually dared to attack him. In the eyes of the geniuses of Nanbei family, this was an unbelievable and lawless matter. Qilin is indeed injured. I can feel the saint blood drifting around here, but I don't know where Qilin is now. Nanbei Xiong spoke with a frown. He was a rare genius of Nanbei world. He had already reached the late immortal king realm at such a young age. Such a cultivation base was already a famous existence in the younger generation of East Xuanyu. Buzz buzz, right at this moment, a golden talisman on Nanbei Xiong's body suddenly trembled. Nanbei Xiong quickly took out the talisman. It was a messenger talisman that was specially used by Nanbei family. As long as he didn't leave the territory of East Xuanyu, he would be able to receive the news from the family in the first instance. Boom, an incomparably powerful rage rushed out of Nanbei Xiong's body. This rage was like a tide, sweeping across the entire mountain range, causing the void to make a rustling sound. What's wrong, Brother Xiong? The woman hurriedly asked. There's news from the clan that the Qilin's aura has disappeared. Nanbei Xiong said. What? This was impossible. The qi of Qilin's natal qi had always been lingering in the family. As long as Qilin didn't leave East Xuanyu, his qi would never disappear. As the supreme saint beast of Nanbei family, Qilin would never leave East Xuanyu. Someone must have done this. In addition to this messy battlefield, it seemed that someone had captured the fire Qilin. Could it be? Who killed the fire Qilin? The young man's eyes widened when he thought of this. He knew all too well how important the fire Qilin was to Nanbei family. This was a saint beast that was related to the luck of the family. If it died, it would be equivalent to the decline of the luck of the family. The fire Qilin isn't dead because his soul jade slip hasn't been broken. It seems that someone has captured and imprisoned the fire Qilin. Furthermore, the person must have used some kind of powerful technique to imprison him. It's impossible to cut off the qi of the Qilin from the family with ordinary means. Nanbei Xiong said. Damn it. They must be tired of living. Who dares to touch the saint beast of our Nanbei family in East Xuanyu? It must be the work of the Zhuge family. Ordinary people wouldn't have the means to cut off the connection between the Qilin and the family. The woman said furiously. The battle here has just ended not long ago. Let's catch up and see if we can find any clues. Nanbei Xiong was also furious. He flew towards the direction of East Xuanyu with the other two following closely behind. To Nanbei family, this was a major event. Even to the entire East Xuanyu, the disappearance of the fire Qilin was a major event. The fire Qilin was too important to Nanbei family. It had almost become a symbolic symbol. Someone dared to touch the fire Qilin. However, even if Nanbei Xiong racked his brains, he wouldn't have thought that the people who dared to touch the fire Qilin didn't even know about the existence of Nanbei family. They were just two rookies who had just stepped into East Xuanyu. Of course, with the character of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, even if they knew the identity of the fire Qilin, they would still take action. The disappearance of the fire Qilin had caused the three geniuses of Nanbei family to panic. If they couldn't find the fire Qilin, the whole family would be in a panic. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already crossed the mountain range and entered the real East Xuanyu. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry to explore the situation of East Xuanyu. Instead, he hid inside the Zulong Tower. In the void, the Zulong Tower had turned into a speck of dust, completely merging with the void. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect the slightest clue even if they were to pass by. This was the magical feature of the Zulong Tower. After the fire Qilin entered the Zulong Tower, it was equivalent to being completely isolated from the outside world. It would be strange if Nanbei family could sense the presence of the fire Qilin. Inside the Zulong Tower. Brat, damned dog, you two better let go of this king. You're committing a treacherous act and will be punished sooner or later. This king is a saint beast of heaven and earth. You can only worship me and absolutely not violate me. The fire Qilin roared again and again. Its superior attitude didn't weaken in the slightest. Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then, he slapped the fire Qilin's mouth, causing the Qilin to be dizzy and see stars. If you don't stop, this daddy will cut off your tongue first. Jiang Chen was about to die from annoyance. This Qilin had been roaring non-stop ever since it entered the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen really didn't know where this Qilin got his sense of superiority from. He didn't even have the awareness of a prisoner. He was already a prisoner, yet he still thought of himself as an emperor. At this time, De Huang Dog stood up and came to Jiang Chen's side. His qi was still very weak, but it had recovered a little and was much stronger than before. The consumption of the immortal execution sword is too great. It's too slow to only rely on immortal metastones to recover. Plus, immortal metastones can only help me recover my immortal qi and yuan force. The loss of my blood essence is very hard to recover, but this Qilin's blood is a great supplement. Waha! De Huang Dog's eyes glowed with a strange light. His current target was the saint blood of the Qilin. Bastard! Damn dog! You dare to drink this king's blood? The fire Qilin glared at him angrily. Little Chinzi, the saint blood of the Qilin is the best thing in the world. I didn't let you kill him because I want to drink his blood for a long time in the future. Wakaka. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and laughed heartily, completely ignoring the anger of the fire Qilin. Hearing this, Xianxia felt like fainting. This dog was too shameless. It turned out that the reason he didn't let Xianxia kill the fire Qilin was because of this dirty idea. However, even though this idea was dirty, it wasn't bad at all. The blood of this Qilin is sufficient. If we kill him and drink it all at once, it will be a waste. Why don't we imprison him and drink his blood when we need it? We can drink 3 to 5 bowls at a time. At the very least, we can use the Qilin's blood to brew wine. The taste will be even more delicious. Moreover, this guy's recovery ability is very strong. If you drink it today, he will recover tomorrow. In the future, it will be convenient for you to drink blood. TSK, this is really not bad. De Huang Dog commented. He had even thought of using the Qilin's blood to brew wine. F***ck, the fire Qilin collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Its eyes rolled back and it almost fainted from anger. Humiliation. This was a great humiliation. It was a mighty saint beast, yet it was imprisoned by someone and had to drink its blood back and forth. Judging from De Huang Dog's tone, it was as if drinking its blood was like drinking fine wine. Drinking 3 to 5 bowls at a time? Damn you. This was bullying. Could you not be so shameless? At the side, Xianxia also stared at De Huang Dog with widened eyes. Then, he gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up. In terms of shamelessness, Xianxia was truly willing to admit defeat. De Huang Dog could really be called the king of shamelessness. This dog was really too thorough in his considerations. A large Qilin's body contained too much blood. If it wanted to drink it all in one go, most of the powerful essence energy contained in it would be wasted. So, it was better to keep it and drink it by letting out its blood when it was free. It was more beneficial to humans than the best spiritual medicine in the world. Moreover, it was an endless supply. If you let out its blood here, the fire Qilin would be able to recover tomorrow. Damn dog, how dare you treat me like this? You're courting death. You're courting death. The fire Qilin was about to go crazy. It had a noble bloodline and was a saint beast of the world. Yet, it had actually fallen into the hands of these two perverts and suffered the cruelest treatment in the world. Let's see how you bark. De Huang Dog opened its mouth and spat out a beam of light. Like a sharp sword, it landed precisely on the wound that the fire Qilin had been pierced by the immortal execution sword. It had to be said that the fire Qilin's regenerative ability was really strong. Although the wound had yet to recover, it was no longer bleeding. As expected of a saint beast of the world. Qila, the sharp beam that De Huang Dog spat out tore open the fire Qilin's wound. Blood instantly gushed out like a fountain. De Huang Dog opened its mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. No one knew where this fellow got a big bowl, a real big bowl. He ran to the front of the fire Qilin and scooped up the bowl of blood, then drank it all in one go. After drinking 3 big bowls of blood in a row, De Huang Dog burped in satisfaction. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, looking extremely satisfied. Ayo. It could be seen that after De Huang Dog drank 3 bowls of Qilin's blood, the energy consumption in his body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was much faster than when he was refining immortal metastones. In just a few minutes, all of Big Yellow's consumed energy had been fully recovered, and he had returned to his peak state. This wasn't considered a big deal. The impact on his foundation caused by forcefully breaking through to the half-step immortal king realm had also been compensated. Upon seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but nod, but this was also beyond his expectation. After all, that was the blood of a Qilin. The essence and energy contained in it couldn't be compared to any ordinary spiritual herbs. To put it bluntly, a fire Qilin was a treasure. Awesome. Kid, have 2 bowls too. De Huang Dog said, then spat out another bowl and sent it to Xianxia's side. Xianxia took the bowl, chuckled, and walked towards the fire Qilin. No, the fire Qilin roared. He had truly experienced the feeling of despair, the feeling of living a life worse than death. He felt that he was about to cry. Meeting these 2 freaks was really his bad luck. After drinking 2 bowls of blood continuously, Xianxia felt refreshed. The dragon marks in his body began to form again. The pure energy contained in the Qilan's blood was just too huge. This was an indescribable benefit. Not only could it improve his cultivation base, it could also strengthen his foundation, cleanse his meridians and marrow, and strengthen his physique. The next scene made the fire Qilan cry. The poor fire Qilan was sealed by the restriction and couldn't move at all. He lay on the ground pitifully, glaring at the man and the dog who were sitting cross-legged next to him. Come, cheers. Not bad, not bad. Cheers again. Delicious. If I brew wine in the future, it will surely be more delicious. You have better foresight. When you're in a bad mood in the future, drink a bowl of blood to relax. When you're in a good mood, drink a bowl of blood to celebrate. These two shameless fellows drank bowl after bowl. Even a man like the fire Qilan couldn't help but shed sad and helpless tears. The fire Qilan no longer roared. He had already accepted his fate. What else could he do when encountering these two perverts? Fate, this was fate. What a pitiful child. Very quickly, 10,000 dragon marks were formed in Xianxia's qi, causing the total number of dragon marks in his body to reach 960,000. His battle prowess was much higher than before. The Qilan's sacred blood is indeed a good thing, but for me, the origin blood essence is still better. The Qilan's bloodline is in the origin blood essence. If I can absorb the origin blood essence, the benefits I will obtain will be truly endless. I might even be able to obtain the Qilan's divine ability. Xianxia said. Then extract its origin blood essence. But in that case, it's equivalent to extracting the Qilan's bloodline. The quality of the Qilan's blood will drop a lot, but as long as we don't dig out its demon soul, the Qilan's blood is still a treasure. Plus, as long as the demon soul of a divine beast like this doesn't die, its bloodline can still be slowly rebuilt. De Huang Dog said. He seemed to know everything. At the same time, De Huang Dog also knew the importance of the Qilan's origin blood essence to Xianxia. Now that they had just arrived at East Xuanyu, they had no idea what they would be facing. Strength was the only way to survive. De Huang Dog knew the scariness of Xianxia's dragon transformation skill. If he extracted the Qilan's bloodline, not only would Xianxia obtain the Qilan's innate divine ability, his cultivation base would also improve. It wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the late golden immortal realm. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the fire Qilan, who was already in a daze, suddenly heard that these two perverts were targeting its bloodline. It immediately shuddered and roared again. Bastards! You two perverts! You two beasts! How dare you treat me like this? You two will die a horrible death. The fire Qilan had a feeling that he was going crazy. Not to mention him, anyone who met these two would go crazy. The fire Qilan felt that if this continued, he would go crazy even if he didn't die. At the very least, he would be depressed. Jia, fire Qilan, weren't you very powerful before? Master Dog specializes in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. Hurry up and tell me, are you convinced? De Huang Dog stood in front of the fire Qilan, shaking his head. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. The fire Qilan said weakly. He was indeed convinced. He admired De Huang Dog's shamelessness from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, the fire Qilan was truly afraid when it came to the issue of bloodline. Naturally, his words were incomparably cooperative. He only hoped that he would be able to avoid any trouble. And, it's good that you're convinced. Little Qinzi, draw your blood. De Huang Dog said casually. What? Draw his blood again. The fire Qilan was enraged once again. He was already convinced, but De Huang Dog still wanted to draw his blood. And this time, it wasn't as simple as just drawing his blood. It was drawing his bloodline. Xianxia's eyes shot out two sharp rays of light. The bloodline of the Qilan, he would never let it go. It was simply too important to him. Roar. Kid, do you think it's that easy to obtain this king's bloodline? Simply delusional. You want to draw this king's bloodline? That's impossible. The fire Qilan roared furiously. The bloodline was fused together with the source of the fire Qilan's soul. It was an incomparably difficult thing to extract it. The only way was to kill the fire Qilan first. In that case, the bloodline would fuse with the demon spirit, and outsiders would be able to obtain the bloodline from the demon spirit. However, the Fire Qilin was still alive. From his point of view, it was impossible for Lin Fan to extract his bloodline while he was still alive, unless Lin Fan had some heaven-defying means. Undeniably, the Fire Qilin was a tragedy, a living tragedy. Because what he thought was impossible was actually possible for Jiang Chen. Extracting the bloodline was something that couldn't be done by other means. However, the dragon transformation skill could do it easily. *Pa. Jiang Chen's palm landed on the Fire Qilin's head. Under the fusion of the dragon transformation skill and the great soul derivation skill, a mysterious energy rushed out from Jiang Chen's palm and entered the Fire Qilin's body. The Fire Qilin's body suddenly trembled. His eyes were instantly filled with fear. Because in the depths of his soul, he could feel a power that originated from the ancient times. He saw an extremely mystical ancestral dragon silhouette that intimidated everything. Under the effect of this power, the Fire Qilin's soul started to distort. His blood essence instantly gathered together, turning into a ball the size of a fist. Out! Jiang Chen let out a light shout. His palm abruptly moved upwards and sucked the ball of blood essence out, falling into Jiang Chen's hand. After losing its source of blood essence, the Fire Qilin's entire body became dispirited. This was the loss of its bloodline. In other words, after losing its bloodline, the Qilin could no longer be considered a powerful saint beast. It could only be considered as a relatively powerful demonic beast. No, the Fire Qilin let out an unwilling roar. It was the feeling of falling from the top of the pyramid to the bottom of the valley. Despair. The whole world was filled with despair. Subsequently, Jiang Chen took the ball of Qilin's blood essence and entered the 33rd level with De Huang Dog. He would never have to worry about the loss of time if he cultivated in the 33rd level. It wasn't an easy task to refine the Fire Qilin's bloodline. It would take at least 2 days, but 2 days in the 33rd level wasn't long in the outside world. Outside, Nanbei Xiong and the other two flew all the way and stopped in the void. The late immortal King Nanbei Xiong knitted his brows tightly, because he discovered that his qi had completely disappeared. I could still sense a bit of qi just now. It should be the qi of the person who took the Fire Qilin away, but that qi has completely disappeared here. Nanbei Xiong said. He released his perception, wanting to find some clues in the void, but in the end, he was disappointed. It was empty, and there was nothing left. Brother Xiong, there's nothing here. The woman said. It seems like the person who took the Fire Qilin away has extraordinary means. We have completely lost our target. Let's go back to the family and report the matter of the Fire Qilin to the elder. Nanbei Xiong seemed to be a very capable and experienced man. Knowing that they had lost their target and that it was impossible to find the Fire Qilin, he immediately decided to return. The trio vanished into thin air, heading back to the Nanbei clan. They passed by the Zulong Tower without noticing it. The current Zulong Tower was a lot scarier than before. It now had 34 floors. If it was used to conceal itself, it could blend into its surroundings at any time. Even a peerless genius like Nanbei Xiong would not be able to detect its presence. It was Jiang Chen's greatest advantage. The Zulong Tower had basically become Jiang Chen's life-saving supreme artifact. Inside the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower, as the Fire Qilin's bloodline continued to be refined, Jiang Chen's divine dragon bloodline was stimulated to a certain extent. His potential was stimulated once again. It was the most ideal situation for him, as it allowed him to sublimate his entire body. He did not have to worry about his foundation being affected. The number of dragon marks continued to rise. In just 2 days, it had helped Jiang Chen to refine 35,000 dragon marks. Jiang Chen now had a total of 995,000 dragon marks. He was only 5,000 dragon marks away from reaching 1,000,000 dragon marks. Meanwhile, 1,000,000 dragon marks was the number of the late-stage golden immortal realm. The improvement that the Fire Qilin's bloodline had given to Jiang Chen had not ended yet. It would not be a problem for it to help Jiang Chen refine another 5,000 dragon marks. In other words, after absorbing the Fire Qilin's bloodline, Jiang Chen's cultivation had improved to the late-stage golden immortal realm. Buzz buzz, finally, the energy of the bloodline was depleted. 5,000 dragon marks were refined, exactly 1 million dragon marks. Asterisk Kong, asterisk powerful chi waves surged out of Xianxia's body like tidal waves. One had to admit that the bloodline of Qilin was too powerful. It had directly helped Xianxia break through to the late golden immortal realm. 1 million dragon marks was no joke at all. What an abnormal bastard. Given his current state, he can kill Tian Muyun even without transforming into a dragon. Qilin is a saint beast of heaven and earth, one of the 5 elements divine beasts. I'm afraid that only this abnormal bastard could absorb the bloodline of Qilin so easily. If it was any other ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of such a powerful bloodline and would have exploded. De Huang Dog sighed, but he had known Xianxia for a long time. He had long been familiar with Xianxia's power and miraculousness, so he wasn't too surprised. If anyone else saw this, they would certainly be shocked beyond words. At this moment, the fire Qilin was still languishing in another spatial zone of Zulong Tower. If it knew that Xianxia had absorbed its bloodline in such a short time, it was afraid that it would spurt out a mouthful of blood on the spot, then faint and die of anger. Little Qinzi, your cultivation base has advanced to the late golden immortal realm. Even if you don't transform into a dragon, you can still have a place in East Xuanyu. De Huang Dog said happily. That's right. The bloodline of Qilin is indeed powerful. It's not something that ordinary bloodline of strange beasts can compare to. Not only has my cultivation base improved, but my foundation is also incomparably deep. I'm not afraid of consuming 1 million dragon marks. Xianxia's chi was full of vigor. Every move of his revealed strong confidence. That was the innate chi of a king, the confidence that came from his bones. Did you get the divine ability of Qilin? De Huang Dog asked in an expectant tone. Of course. The corner of Xianxia's lips curled into a faint smile. He stretched out a finger and a crimson flame instantly appeared on his fingertip. It danced back and forth, filled with a holy aura. Qilin holy fire, haha, your dragon transformation skill is really heaven-defying. You even absorbed the Qilin holy fire. Now that the 3 flames in your body have fused together, you can refine anything in the world. Any demons and ghosts will be completely restrained by you. Moreover, the 3 heaven-defying flames in your body can continuously refine your physique. It is simply invincible. De Huang Dog wasn't stingy with his praises for Xianxia. Even he had to admit that Xianxia was the most terrifying genius he had ever seen. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Xianxia was heaven-defying. This is just Sagafire. I also acquired a divine ability. Look, De Huang. As Xianxia spoke, he stretched out his left arm. A powerful desolation power immediately gushed out. Next, Xianxia's arm began to transform, becoming incomparably thick and sturdy. It was covered with golden scales and the shadow of a Qilin hovered at the tip of his fist. Divine Qilin arm. De Huang Dog cried out in surprise. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. After Xianxia absorbed the Qilin's bloodline, not only did he obtain the Sagafire, he had also evolved the divine Qilin arm. This was simply a miracle. I've sensed it. The power of this divine Qilin arm is very powerful. Once I use it, I can unleash twice the power without transforming. If I use it in my dragon form, the Qilin arm can even fuse with my dragon arm to unleash an even greater combat strength. More importantly, the divine Qilin arm is an innate divine ability. Its power will continue to increase along with my cultivation, said Xianxia with a smile. Absorbing the origin blood essence of the Qilin this time was truly an extremely fortunate thing. He had obtained unimaginable benefits. First, he had a breakthrough in his cultivation. Then, he fused with the Sagafire. And now, he had obtained the powerful divine Qilin arm. This was truly a heaven-defying luck. Amazing. This is too amazing. With our current trump card, even if we reach East Xuanyu, we won't be in a passive position. We are also existences that ordinary people can't afford to offend. De Huang Dog chuckled. The more powerful Xianxia was, the happier he was. After all, East Xuanyu wasn't a place that One Line Sky could compare with. Experts were as numerous as clouds in One Line Sky. If one didn't have the ability, they wouldn't even have the chance to display their strength. Now that we have reached the boundary of East Xuanyu, let's leave the fire Qilin in the Zulong Tower. Let's go out and see how vast East Xuanyu is. Jiangchen stood up, retracted his qi, and walked out of the Zulong Tower with De Huang Dog. Both of them were in a very good mood. They had just arrived at East Xuanyu, and they had already obtained such a huge benefit. Naturally, there was no reason for them to be happy. Turning their heads to look at the destroyed mountain range in the distance, Jiangchen and De Huang Dog exchanged a glance and smiled. Then, they slowly flew forward. These two fellows still didn't know how big of a hole they had dug. Killing the Saint Beast Qilin of Nanbei family was even more significant than destroying the mine of Xianxia School in one-line sky. Jiangchen and De Huang Dog flew for about 1,000 miles before they finally found a place with human habitation. In front of them was an incomparably huge manor. Despite the distance, they could still feel the aura of wealth and splendor from the manor. It was obvious that it was impossible for ordinary people to enter this manor. This master dog smells the scent of debauchery. We've been traveling for so long, it's just the right time to enter this manor to relax. De Huang Dog was beaming with joy, appearing extremely excited. He had been traveling for a month and had long been bored to death. Alright, let's go and have a look. Jiangchen smiled. This manor looked so magnificent, it was definitely necessary to have a look. This manor could be considered as their first stop since they had just arrived at East Xuanyu. Outside the manor, there was a constant stream of pedestrians going in and out. It could be seen that the people who came in and out were either rich or respectable. This could be seen from the way they dressed. Before Jiangchen and De Huang Dog arrived at the manor, they saw a huge signboard hanging in front of the manor's entrance. On the signboard, there were 4 big words written in flamboyant calligraphy, Futian Manor. The 4 big words were incomparably domineering, making the entire manor look like a city. Futian Manor, the name sounds very fortunate. De Huang Dog said while wagging his tail. In front of the manor's entrance, there were guards on both sides. Anyone who wanted to enter the manor had to pay a certain fee, which was not a small amount. However, those who could enter the manor were all local tycoons, so they didn't care about such a small fee. Moreover, they knew who the owner of the manor was, so they wouldn't dare to cause trouble here just because of a small fee. This could be seen from the fact that even the mighty golden immortals had to walk into the manor. In this place, except for immortal king experts, no one was allowed to fly. Get lost. Why are you here again, you old fart? Do you know what this place is? This is a place where nobles come. If a trash like you shows up here again, I'll break your legs. Jiangchen and Big Yellow looked towards the direction where the voice came from. They immediately saw an old man in ragged clothes fighting with the guard in front of the main entrance. The old man looked skinny and weak, and he didn't care about his appearance at all. His beard was unshaven, and his hair was messy. A bunch of snobbish bastards. Do you know who I am? When I roamed East Xuanyu in the past, you little bastards weren't even born yet. The old man put his hands on his waist, putting on an arrogant look. Get lost, old liar. Don't let me see you here in the future. Do you know what this place is? Old liar, your presence here is simply affecting the image of Futian Manor. The guard casually waved his hand, looking very impatient. However, he didn't attack the old man. Obviously, in the guard's opinion, he was an incomparably noble person. It seemed that he had become noble just because he was stained by the qi of this manor. A noble person would lose his identity if he were to stoop to the same level as a lowly person. Snobbish bastard. Bah. The filthy old man seemed very angry. He flicked his sleeves, turned around and walked away. Obviously, this wasn't the first time he had tried to enter the manor. Unfortunately, he had failed every time. It must be said that the guard's self-restraint was pretty good. He actually didn't beat the old man up. Hey, old fart. You can come in if you want. Take out 10 high-grade immortal meta stones. Another guard ridiculed the old man's back. Then, the other guards burst into laughter. It turned out that they were just fooling around with the old man. They knew that it was impossible for the old man to take out 10 high-grade immortal meta stones. Are you kidding me? I can go wherever I want in East Xuanyu. Who dares to ask for my money? The old man still put on an arrogant look, but the reality was that he really couldn't take out 10 high-grade immortal metastones. Xianxia did not take this little interlude to heart. He strode towards the main gate of the villa. At this moment, the old swindler happened to see Xianxia. He immediately put on a smile that he thought was very friendly and came up to greet him. Seeing this, Xianxia could not help but frown. He had just arrived in East Xuanyu and did not want to cause any trouble. This old fellow looked like trouble. Young master, this young master seems to have come from afar. If I'm not wrong, this should be the young master's first time in East Xuanyu. The old swindler stroked his beard with his hand, looking like an expert. Oh? How can you tell that this is my first time in East Xuanyu? Xianxia was stunned. He could not help but take another look at this old man. Initially, he had no intention of paying any attention to the old swindler. However, the fact that the old man could see through him with a single glance made Xianxia's interest piqued. At the very least, he had to get to the bottom of this. This old man knows everything in this world. There's nothing in this world that I don't know. I can see that your glabella is turning black. You will definitely be plagued by trouble in the future. If you can take out 100 high-grade immortal metastones, this old man will help you crack it and solve your unknown troubles. The old swindler spoke without thinking. Hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help but roll his eyes. He then ignored the old swindler and continued walking towards the main gate of the villa. Hey, young master, don't go. I don't need 100. You just need to bring this old man in. Seeing that his bluff had failed, the old swindler hurriedly chased after Xianxia. It wasn't easy for him to meet a newcomer. Naturally, he wouldn't let this chance slip by. Scram! Seeing that Xianxia was being pestered, a guard immediately came forward. He grabbed the old swindler's arm and threw him out. Asterisk dang dang. Asterisk the old man seemed to be unable to withstand the force. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. And it was these 2 steps that made the way Xianxia and a Huang dog looked at the old swindler had changed. Little Chinzi, this old man isn't simple. De Huang dog transmitted his voice to Xianxia. They were all people with sharp eyes. The cultivation base that the old man displayed was merely that of an early earthly immortal. Such a cultivation base was practically at the bottom in East Xuanyu. It would be incomparably difficult for him to survive. However, this old man had lived for so long. More importantly, this old man had been swindling people all this time without being beaten to death. This wasn't the most crucial point. The crucial point was that this guard had an intermediate heaven immortal cultivation base. The gap between an early earth immortal and an intermediate heaven immortal was unimaginable. However, the old man only took 2 steps back after being thrown by the guard. This was very abnormal. The only explanation was that the old man had deliberately concealed his cultivation base. The early earth immortal realm wasn't his true cultivation base. Given the eyesight of Xianxia and De Huang dog, they couldn't see through the old man's true cultivation base. Young master, don't pay attention to this old swindler. This old man often swindles people like you who have just arrived in East Xuanyu. Now that the trade fair is about to begin, this old swindler wants to sneak in. Doesn't he know what kind of place this is? How can a filthy person like him enter so casually? The guard spoke. His tone towards Xianxia wasn't bad. After all, both Xianxia and De Huang dog were powerful golden immortal experts. De Huang dog was a half-step immortal king expert. As a heaven immortal, no matter how arrogant he was, he wouldn't dare act arrogantly in front of a golden immortal expert. Trade fair? Xianxia was stunned. It seemed like this Futian manor was going to hold a trade fair. No wonder there were so many people here. Young master, don't listen to this guard's nonsense. This is your first time coming to East Xuanyu. You might not be clear about the situation in East Xuanyu and Futian manor, but this old man is omniscient. There's nothing in East Xuanyu that I don't know. As long as you bring this old man in, you can know anything you want. The old swindler came forward again. He was a typical shameless person. He wasn't angry at all even though he was pushed by the guard. Get lost. You old swindler, if you don't get lost, don't blame me for being impolite. That guard was obviously angry and seemed ready to attack the old man. Enough. Xianxia raised his hand, appearing somewhat impatient. Then, he threw 30 high-grade immortal metastones to the guard. "Let him in, shall we?" Xianxia said. "Haha, this young master really has a good eye, unlike those snobs. As long as this old man follows you, your 10 immortal metastones will definitely not be spent in vain." The old man laughed loudly, looking incomparably excited. "This? Young master, are you really going to bring this swindler in?" That guard seemed to be in a difficult position. Obviously, he felt that letting the old man in would affect the image of the manor. "Do I need you to tell me what to do?" Xianxia glared at that guard. "I dare not." "Young master, please." The guard made a gesture of inviting them in. Xianxia and De Huang Dog swaggered into the interior of Futian Manor. The old swindler followed closely behind, jogging all the way. When he grinned, he revealed a row of front teeth. No matter how one looked at him, he looked extremely wretched. If it wasn't for the fact that Xianxia felt that this old man might not be ordinary, he would have truly regretted bringing this old man in. "Young master truly has a good eye. You are the one with the best eye in East Xuanyu. I wonder how I should address you, young master?" the old swindler asked. "Xianxia." Xianxia said faintly. "Not bad. Good name." The old swindler flattered again. "Oh right, didn't you say that you have a good understanding of East Xuanyu? Why don't you give me an introduction?" Xianxia looked at the old swindler. Since he brought this fella in, he naturally wanted to know something valuable. Hearing Xianxia asking him a question, the old swindler instantly became spirited. He let out a light cough and said with a straight face, "If you want to talk about East Xuanyu, it is a must to know about the 11 major powers. East Xuanyu is vast and boundless. Naturally, there would be countless experts as well. 2 great clans, 3 great empires, 6 great immortal sections. These 11 major powers have practically ruled over the entire East Xuanyu." "What kind of powers are they?" Xianxia asked curiously. With so many major powers in East Xuanyu, one line sky simply couldn't be compared to them. However, this was enough to show that East Xuanyu was one of the most important regions in the immortal world. "Let's talk about the 2 great clans first. Let's talk about the 2 major clans first, Zhuge clan and Nanbei clan. The fact that these 2 clans are able to contend with the other empires and immortal sects shows how powerful they are. Both of them have powerful immortal venerables. Next, the 3 empires are Great Qian Empire, Great Cloud Empire, and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. The 3 empires have always been at odds with each other, and there are even terrifying wars between them. Lastly, the 6 major immortal sects are Limitless Immortal Sect, Exquisite Paradise, Celestial Flower Valley, Divine Line Sect, Yellow Spring Sect, and Corpsine Sect. The old liar introduced the 11 major powers to Xianxia. There was really nothing he didn't know, but as someone from Eastern Profound Domain, it wasn't too normal for him to know about the 11 major powers. He was afraid that anyone on the street would know about them. If he didn't even know about the 11 major powers, how could he survive in Eastern Profound Domain? Great Qian Empire, Nanbei clan. A light flickered in Xianxia's eyes. Among the 11 major powers, the ones that immediately piqued his interest were Great Qian Empire and Nanbei clan. Before Yang Bufan left, he said that he would go to Great Qian Empire to look for him when he arrived in East Xuanyu. Therefore, Xianxia's memory of Great Qian Empire was still fresh in Xianxia's mind. As for Nanbei clan, this surname was very rare, which made Xianxia have to associate it with the northern and southern dynasties. Although Xianxia had killed the 2 clones of the northern and southern dynasties, Xianxia was almost certain that the true bodies of the northern and southern dynasties were in the immortal world. Furthermore, their cultivation base was very terrifying. Therefore, it was hard for Xianxia to say whether this Nanbei clan in East Xuanyu was related to the northern and southern dynasties. "Little Chenzi, do you think that the northern and southern dynasties are in this Nanbei clan? If they are, I'm afraid that we will meet again very soon." De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Xianxia. This was the archenemy of Xianxia from Saint Origin World to the immortal world. This is fate. I'm looking forward to meeting him again. Xianxia was always prepared for the battle between the northern and southern dynasties, but Xianxia also knew his own limits. He knew that with his current cultivation base, if he encountered the northern and southern dynasties, he would certainly be no match for them. Therefore, he was still under great pressure. But from another perspective, the existence of the northern and southern dynasties had also become the driving force for Xianxia to move forward. They were the biggest goal of Xianxia in the immortal world. Old liar, anyone on the street would know that these things you said are worthless. De Huang Dog spoke. This brother dog is right. Everyone knows these things, but you two newcomers don't. This old man's explanation is much more patient than others. Plus, this old man is good-natured and talkative. My gestures can give people a friendly feeling. So, I'm the most suitable person to explain to you. The old liar wasn't stingy with his praises. The key was that this guy didn't blush at all when praising him. He didn't even show the slightest bit of embarrassment. Such shamelessness was really rare. For God's sake. This old thing is even more shameless than Master Dog. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes. I agree. Xianxia nodded. For the first time, he felt that De Huang Dog's words were very reasonable. Old liar, let's talk about this Futian manor. Logically speaking, such a luxurious manor shouldn't be built in the border area of East Xuanyu. It seems a little special and independent. Xianxia asked. He was very interested in this manor. The old man chuckled. He didn't mind being called old liar at all, as though this title had accompanied him for a long time. Little friend Xianxia, this manor isn't as simple as it seems, because the backer of this manor is young Master Futian. Young Master Futian is an extraordinary genius who has reached the intermediate immortal king realm at such a young age. Especially in this generation, young Master Futian is even more famous. No one dares to offend him. The old liar said with a beaming smile. It seemed that he was very familiar with Futian manor. Tell me, why is this young Master Futian not to be trifled with? An intermediate immortal king genius is indeed not simple, but compared to the entire East Xuanyu, it doesn't seem to be a big deal, right? Xianxia asked curiously. Compared to those monstrous geniuses, young Master Futian is naturally nothing, but to ordinary people, young Master Futian is already a rare genius. There's a city called Fu City, which is very famous in this region. The city lord of Fu City is called Fu Kuei. He's a mighty immortal emperor. No one dares to offend him. To put it bluntly, he's the retired emperor of this region. That's for sure. Fu Kuei has two sons, both of whom are first-class geniuses. The eldest son, Fu Wei, is a disciple of Divine Line sect. The second son, Fu Tian, is a disciple of Corpsine sect. This Futian manor was built by the second son, Fu Tian. Little friend, you should know how powerful the background of this manor is. Even the nobles in this area have to behave themselves when they come here. No one below the immortal king realm is qualified to fly in the entire manor. Fu Kuei's words were filled with vigor. The old liar continued, an immortal emperor is nothing in Eastern Profound Domain. There are many cities in this area that have more than one immortal emperor, but Fu Kuei is the only one that you can't afford to offend, because Fu Kuei has a close relationship with 2 of the 10 major powers. Through the introduction of the old liar, Xianxia and De Huang Dog were enlightened, and gained a certain understanding of this matter. F***ck. It turns out that he's a second-generation nouveau riche. No wonder he's so powerful. De Huang Dog exhaled a stream of mist from his nose. He had never had a good impression of this kind of second-generation nouveau riche. Plus, the people of Corpsine sect were generally very despicable. In fact, Corpsine sect couldn't be considered as an immortal sect because their cultivation method was evil, even worse than the devil sect. In East Xuanyu, very few people were willing to deal with the people of Corpsine sect, and very few people were willing to offend them. In this region, Corpsine sect was the representative of evil. They were independent, not interfering with the other 10 major powers, and only minded their own business. However, the terror of Corpsine sect was undeniable. If it was a battle between experts of the same level, almost no one would be willing to fight them. Not only were their means insidious and ruthless, they were also impossible to guard against. At the same time, he has the support of Divine Line sect and Corpsine sect. He's really a local tyrant. Xianxia smiled. As for this young Master Futian, Xianxia wouldn't evaluate him before he had a real contact with him. However, since the other party was a member of Corpsine sect, Xianxia didn't have a good impression of him from the bottom of his heart. The name of this sect made people feel uncomfortable all over. Old liar, the guard who almost beat you just now said that there's a trade fair here. Tell me what kind of trade fair it is. Let's see if Master Dog is interested. Asked De Huang Dog. Xianxia and De Huang Dog were very interested in the trade fair. They might be able to encounter some precious things in the trade fair. What's so fun about the trade fair? There are a lot of fun things in this manor. To put it bluntly, this manor is a place for young Master Futian to make money. Usually, it's a place of feasting and debauchery. There are many senior female cultivators who can provide special services to the distinguished guests who come to spend their money. Otherwise, why do you think the business of this manor is so good? Said the old liar with a face full of yearning. Xianxia and De Huang Dog weren't surprised by the old liar's words. They had already sensed the feasting and debauchery before they entered this manor. According to the old liar, there were casinos, gambling beasts, high-class prostitutes, and the best conditions. Any one of them was very attractive. This manor was simply a money-squandering den. With these things, many distinguished guests would come here. The temptation here was enough to make people sink. But what puzzled Xianxia was that all cultivators were distinguished and had their own dignity, especially those whose cultivation had reached a certain level. Why would such female cultivators provide entertainment for some money? Xianxia felt that this must be related to young Master Futian. TSK. It's really enviable. The old liar clicked his tongue. His expression was very wretched. He was just short of asking Xianxia to treat him and let him have some fun. You're an old liar and an old slut. Hurry up and tell us about the trade fair. De Huang Dog said impatiently, feeling that this old liar and the shameless monk were on the same wavelength. Previously, the monk was the one who took liberties with other people's maidservants. Trade fairs are held frequently. However, there is a large-scale trade fair every year. It seems to be starting 2 days later. There should be a lot of people participating. As a matter of fact, this is mainly young Master Futian's social gathering. Because young Master Futian will appear in person, he will invite many geniuses to seek pleasure and display their treasures for exchange and auction. The old liar explained and then told them about the trade fair. Xianxia and De Huang Dog finally understood. Just like what the old liar said, the trade fair was indeed meaningless. This large-scale trade fair could be found everywhere in the manor. Many places were carrying out transactions. However, what was really interesting was young Master Futian's social gathering. Those who could be invited by young Master Futian were certainly not ordinary figures. Even if they were not the geniuses of the 11 major forces, they would be famous figures of this generation. When this group of people gathered together, apart from exchanging treasures, the most important thing was to seek pleasure. The social gathering hosted by young Master Futian was absolutely joyous. If those geniuses didn't enjoy themselves to their heart's content or were dissatisfied, it would not be good for young Master Futian's reputation and would affect the business of Futian Manor. For young Master Futian, Futian Manor was a big business. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as rolling in wealth. When will young Master Futian's social gathering begin? Asked Xianxia. The real treasures were definitely with those geniuses. Only in young Master Futian's social gathering would real treasures appear. These trade fairs outside could no longer arouse Xianxia's interest. 2 days later. Why? Could it be that little friend wants to participate in the social gathering? But not everyone can participate in this social gathering. You must have young Master Futian's invitation. Otherwise, unless you can bring out a good treasure, only then will it be possible for you to participate in such a noble social gathering. Beauties are as common as the clouds in the social gathering. You can have fun as you please. I heard that someone played a female cultivator to death in public last year. Said the old liar. In his opinion, it was impossible for Xianxia to participate in such a noble social gathering, unless Xianxia could bring out a treasure that could catch the eye of young Master Futian. It starts in 2 days? I can take a break in these 2 days. Xianxia smiled. From one line sky to here, he was still a little tired mentally. But he could relax in this manner. Hee, it's good to relax. Master Dog is exhausted. Boy, hurry up and find a restaurant to have a big meal. De Huang Dog's eyes bloomed with a strange brilliance. He had been holding back all this way. Now that he had finally arrived at such a good place, he would be letting himself down if he didn't have a good meal. All right, as you wish. Jiangchen shrugged. Jiangchen was not interested in those feasting and debauchery places. Seeing Jiangchen and De Huang Dog discussing about finding a restaurant to eat, the old liar became a little anxious and quickly said, Hey, I say, do you two have any sense of romance? Isn't it a big waste to specially come here to eat? In my opinion, we should go and do some proper business. If you want to go, you go. Jiangchen rolled his eyes. This old man was too disrespectful. Ignoring the old liar, Jiangchen and Big Yellow found a restaurant and strode into it. The old liar's face was filled with helplessness, but there was nothing he could do. He did want to go there alone, but unfortunately, he didn't have the money. People who didn't have money couldn't afford to get hurt. At the table, Jiangchen's brows were tightly knitted together, feeling extremely regretful. Although the dishes were delicious, he really had no appetite at all. These two inhuman fellows in front of him really made him flabbergasted. De Huang Dog's front two legs were directly on the table, his long dog tongue licking the plates on the table madly. With a single bite, the entire plate was gone. His saliva was flying everywhere. It must be said that this fellow licked everything clean. The plates that he had eaten were all bright and shiny, with not even a bit of grease left behind. The old liar was even more ruthless. This fellow swung his arms, and a pair of big black hands directly grabbed the plates and sent them into his mouth. His speed was not inferior to De Huang Dog's at all. The key thing was that these two fellows didn't seem to mind at all. They ate happily, and the entire table of dishes and wine was quickly finished. Boss, give me another table. The old liar was very impolite. It was rare for him to eat so generously. This was a rare opportunity. Such a scene naturally attracted the attention of the entire restaurant. Countless people were pointing and laughing. De Huang Dog and the old liar had undoubtedly become a beautiful scene in the restaurant. Haha, where did these two weirdos come from? This is too embarrassing. These two mother ** king starving ghosts. Haven't they eaten anything before? It's that old liar. This kid is really pitiful. He must be a newcomer and was tricked by the old liar. He even treated the old liar to a feast. I wonder where that dog came from. He's really a good match for the old liar. Everyone had already forgotten about the dishes and wine on their table. They began to admire the old liar and De Huang Dog's clean sweep. What the **ck are you looking at? I've never seen such a handsome dog eating. De Huang Dog took advantage of the fact that the dishes had not been served and turned his head to glare at the others. A large piece of meat fell out of the dog's mouth. De Huang Dog's reaction was extremely fast. Before the meat fell to the ground, he had already eaten it in one bite. **ck, Jiangchen staggered and almost fell off his seat. He had been completely defeated. Jiangchen rarely admired anyone, but towards De Huang Dog and the old liar, he was completely convinced. Cough cough, Jiangchen coughed a few times, then stood up from his seat and walked to an empty table not far away. He pretended that he didn't know these two guys, or at least, he didn't know them very well. Sigh. How careless of you to make friends. Jiangchen sighed. Looking at De Huang Dog and old swindler acting as if no one else was around, Jiangchen suddenly felt that his world had turned dark. He had the urge to fly out of the window. How embarrassing, how embarrassing. In the end, De Huang Dog and old liar ate to their heart's content before they reluctantly left the restaurant. Jiangchen strode in front, feeling that he needed to put some distance between himself and the two fellows behind him. Brother Dog, now that we're full, where do you think we should go next? Said the old swindler. He seemed to have found a kindred spirit. His eyes could not help but drift over to those places of debauchery. However, De Huang Dog did not seem to be interested in the slightest as he casually said, find a place to sleep. Sleep? **ck. There was actually someone who came to Futian Manor to sleep. Was he still a human? No, he seemed to be just a dog. It had to be said that this manor was very luxurious. Everywhere was showing the aura of wealth. Xianxia and the others walked on the not-so-busy street. He felt that it was a very happy thing to be able to enjoy here. Old liar, do you have any way to attend young Master Futian's social gathering 2 days later? Asked Xianxia. He was quite interested in this social gathering. Maybe he could get a lot of benefits. That's simple. Just find a way to make young Master Futian notice you. As long as young Master Futian invites you, you will be qualified to attend the social gathering. However, those who attend the social gathering are either rich or noble. They are all geniuses of this generation. As a newcomer, I'm afraid it won't be easy to attract young Master Futian's attention. The old liar said. He didn't mean to look down on Xianxia. What he said was a fact. The social gathering held by young Master Futian was not something that anyone could attend. Little Xianxia, as long as you can take out a treasure that can make Futian take a fancy to you, it's fine. De Huang Dog said. His words hit the nail on the head. Alright, let's go find a trading place. Xianxia smiled. He already had an idea. He must attend this social gathering, but he couldn't take the initiative to look for young Master Futian. That way, he would appear to have no status. If he let young Master Futian personally invite him, his identity would be different when he attends the social gathering. There are a lot of trading places here. Most of them are conducted by foreign cultivators for a short period of time. However, the entire manor is full of young Master Futian's men. Every transaction can't be hidden from the eyes and ears of the manor. The manor will take 30% of the money traded here. There is also a trading place belonging to the manor, which is the direct force of young Master Futian. Said the old liar. Upon hearing the figure of 30%, Xianxia and De Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. This young Master Futian was really a bloodsucker. However, it could also be imagined how much money this manor could attract. The wealth and treasures that could be earned every year were unimaginable. It must be an astronomical figure. I heard that young Master Futian would take away a lot of wealth and treasures from the manor every year and use them to build up the Cultivation sect. This is also the reason why young Master Futian could thrive in the Cultivation sect. Said the old liar. In that case, let's go to the manor's own trading place. Said Xianxia. Although there were spies everywhere in the manor and every transaction couldn't be hidden from the people of the manor, in order to achieve his goal, Xianxia decided to go directly to the direct trading place of the manor. In that way, young Master Futian would notice him immediately. Alright, I know the place. I'll take you there. Don't be fooled by those guards who won't let me in. If I want to come in, do you think they can stop me? The old liar patted his chest. It was really rare for a person to brag to such a natural degree. Inside the manor was a luxurious area. Inside the huge manor, there was a small manor, which was where young Master Futian lived. The trading place was the closest to the small manor. It was an incomparably magnificent golden building with a strong aura of nobility that made people feel an inexplicable pressure standing in front of the building. Little friend Xianxia, this is the largest trading place in the manor. It was built by young Master Futian himself. The people inside are also directly under young Master Futian's jurisdiction. Xianxia smiled and strode into the trading center. Seeing how calm and confident Xianxia was, the old swindler was very curious about what kind of treasure Xianxia had that could attract the attention of young Master Futian. It should be known that young Master Futian had seen many things in his life. Ordinary treasures were not enough to catch his attention. After walking into the golden building, another wave of rich and noble aura swept toward Xianxia's face. If this was the first time a cultivator who had never seen the outside world came here, he would definitely be affected by the atmosphere and become extremely nervous. However, for Xianxia who had seen a lot of things, this place was nothing. Seeing Xianxia coming in, a manservant immediately came forward to greet him. Welcome, young master. The manservant himself was a heavenly immortal. He could see that in East Xuanyu, a heavenly immortal was nothing. It could be said that heavenly immortals were everywhere. The manservant's eyes darted around. One look and anyone could tell that he was a shrewd person. After staying in the trading center for a long time, he had gained a lot of experience. He knew what kind of people were not to be trifled with and what kind of words to use when meeting someone. Xianxia was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. One look and anyone could tell that he was not an ordinary person. The manservant had seen many young geniuses of this generation, but in terms of bearing, none of them could compare to this white-robed youngster. More importantly, the manservant could not see through Xianxia's cultivation base. Basically, there was only one possibility: his cultivation base was far above his own. Such a person was a distinguished guest of the trading center. Naturally, the manservant dared not show any neglect. At this time, the old swindler swaggered in. When the manservant saw him, his face changed very quickly, revealing a look of disgust. "Get lost. What are you doing here, old swindler? Don't you know what this place is?" The manservant shouted at the old swindler. From this, it could be seen how annoying this old swindler was. However, this old swindler was quite famous in this matter. Even a manservant knew him. "We are together," Xianxia said coolly. "What? Young master, you must be new, right? Don't be fooled by this old swindler. This old man only knows how to cheat others of their food and drink. Letting him follow you will only lower your status." The manservant looked at Xianxia in surprise and tried to persuade him earnestly, as if he was doing this for his own good. Xianxia could not help but glance at the old swindler. Just how did this guy manage to survive? However, the fact that the old swindler had not been beaten to death and was still alive and well without missing any limbs was already a miracle in itself. "That's none of your business. I'm here to trade. Don't you guys do business?" Xianxia said with a frown, looking a little impatient. "Did you hear that? We are now honored guests." "You snobbish bastard." The old swindler put his hands on his waist. "Old liar, don't say that you're a dog looking down on people for no reason in the future." "Nanny, did the dog provoke you?" De Huang dog said snappily. "Ayaya, I'm really sorry, I actually forgot about you, brother dog." The old swindler slapped his forehead, looking as if he had just been enlightened. He really deserved to die. To think that he had forgotten about De Huang dog. The manservant still showed his disgust towards the old swindler. But since he was brought in by Xianxia, he did not dare to say anything. "I wonder what kind of treasure this young master wants to trade?" the manservant asked. "Get your shopkeeper to come out. My treasure isn't something that a manservant like you can decide," Xianxia said. "All right. Please wait a moment, young master." The manservant did not dare to show any neglect towards Xianxia's words. Moreover, given his identity, he couldn't make any decisions here. Not long after that, the manservant returned with an old man. This old man seemed to be in his 50s. He was in high spirits. His eyes were brimming with vigor, constantly flickering with the light of wisdom. Moreover, this old man's cultivation base was extremely terrifying. He had already reached the peak of the half-step immortal king realm, only a step away from the true immortal king realm. After the old man appeared, his eyes fell on Xianxia. He had a lot of experience and had seen countless people. Using the word old fox to describe him wasn't an understatement at all. In his point of view, although Xianxia was only a late golden immortal, his bearing was extraordinary. One look and he could tell that Xianxia was a rare genius. Just from his first impression, he didn't dare to underestimate Xianxia. "This old man is called Fuyong. I wonder how should I address this young master?" The old man clasped his fists at Xianxia and said. "Xianxia." Xianxia reported his name and said, "You are the shopkeeper here?" "That's right. Thanks to young master Futian's favor, this old man has been given today's status and everything. Although I'm the shopkeeper of this trading house, everything here belongs to young master Futian. Even my life belongs to young master Futian." Fuyong spoke, appearing to be very respectful to young master Futian, not daring to show any neglect in his words. "I wonder what kind of treasure does young master have? If it's something that our trading center doesn't have, I can help young master find someone else to trade with." Fuyong didn't seem to want to waste time, so he went straight to the point. Those who could come to this trading center must be here to trade for treasures. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here. I do have a treasure. I wonder if this spiritual spring can catch the eye of shopkeeper Fu. Xianxia said. With a flip of his palm, a small bottle made entirely of warm jade appeared in his palm. This jade bottle was very small and exquisite. After being taken out by Xianxia, its surface emitted strands of pure qi of extreme yang, which immediately attracted the attention of Fu Yong and the old liar. This is? Fu Yong's eyes lit up. His intuition told him that the thing in this bottle was absolutely extraordinary. Xianxia brought the jade bottle closer to Fu Yong. After receiving it, Fu Yong couldn't wait to open the cork and then penetrate a strand of divine sense into the bottle. This is the highest grade of spiritual spring. No, it's not just a spiritual spring. It also contains a kind of qi of extreme yang. When the two are combined, the value of the spiritual spring is doubled. I've never seen such a spiritual spring. If a cultivator takes it, the benefits will be endless. This is really a rare treasure. Fu Yong said in amazement. As the shopkeeper of this trading center, Fu Yong was naturally knowledgeable. Even if he hadn't seen some treasures before, he could still analyze the quality and value of them. Shopkeeper Fu, if this was just a simple spiritual spring water, I wouldn't have taken it out as a rare treasure. Apart from what you've said, this spiritual spring water has another miraculous effect, which is a powerful healing ability. No elixir can compare to it in terms of healing the injured. The spiritual spring was a spiritual object of heaven and earth, a rare treasure. It was of great help to any living creature in the world. In addition to containing a huge amount of pure energy, the spiritual spring also had the effect of washing the marrow and improving one's physique. The spiritual spring that Xianxia obtained in the Nifa's abyss was already a superior spiritual spring. Just by relying on the spiritual spring, it was enough to attract Fu Yong's attention. But if it was just by relying on it, it might not be able to attract young Master Fu Tian's attention. However, the spiritual spring that was personally transformed by Xianxia was completely different. If the previous energy spring water was considered a treasure, then the energy spring water that was transformed by Xianxia was a peerless treasure. There was only one of its kind in this world, and other than Xianxia, no one else could possess such an energy spring water. As the saying goes, only the unique is precious, and only the rare can attract people's attention. After the transformation, not only did the 9 solar holy water was added to the spiritual spring, which increased the attribute and value of the spiritual spring, but more importantly, it was integrated with spiritual qi. In this way, not only did the spiritual spring have a greater effect than before, but it also had a powerful healing ability. This ability was the most precious, especially for the injured. The powerful healing ability was enough to make people marvel. In other words, the spiritual spring in Xianxia's hand was unique and priceless. Xianxia was confident that just by relying on the spiritual spring, it was enough to attract young Master Fu Tian's attention. Good treasure. The old liar couldn't help but say. The old man's eyes were bright, staring at the jade bottle in Fu Yong's hand without blinking. It seemed that he was also a person who knew his stuff. Let this old man have a try. Fu Yong's expression was incomparably solemn. He immediately extracted a drop of spiritual spring from the jade bottle and put it into his mouth. The spiritual spring immediately turned into a clear stream and slid down Fu Yong's throat into his body. Buzz, suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard from Fu Yong's body. In just a moment, Fu Yong's spirit was twice as excited as before. What a terrifying healing ability. Not only does the spiritual spring contain a huge amount of energy essence, but its healing ability is also incomparably amazing. I've never thought that just a drop of spiritual spring could heal half of my injuries. This is too amazing. There's actually such a unique spiritual spring in the heavens and earth. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Fu Yong was shocked. Looking at the jade bottle in his hand, he felt that it was a peerless treasure and couldn't bear to part with it. The powerful healing ability was even for mighty immortal kings and even immortal emperors. This was the true preciousness of spiritual spring. If I didn't have good stuff, I wouldn't dare to come here. Keeper Fu wouldn't dare to come. Xianxia said with a smile. Haha, boy, that's a good move of yours. After you've transformed the spiritual spring, it has become a priceless treasure. Today, you took out a bottle of it to trade here. It will definitely whet their appetite. At that time, young Master Futian will send you an invitation in order to get more spiritual spring. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen, praising Jiang Chen's plan. The old liar finally understood why Jiang Chen had to go to the trading center directly under the manor to make the exchange. It was because this place was under the direct jurisdiction of young Master Futian. Just like shopkeeper Fu in front of him, he was a trusted follower of young Master Futian. Shopkeeper Fu would definitely give the spiritual spring to young Master Futian as soon as possible. This was almost certain. Otherwise, young Master Futian wouldn't hand over such a large trading center to Fu Yong. I like him, how could I not like him? Fu Yong said hastily. He was incomparably excited after encountering such a great thing. He could almost imagine that young Master Futian would be very happy if he gave this spiritual spring water to him. Moreover, this spiritual spring water itself would also be of great help to his internal injuries. Now, in Fu Yong's eyes, Jiang Chen was a big shot that he absolutely couldn't afford to offend. I wonder what treasure young Master Jiang intends to exchange this bottle of spirit spring water for. Fu Yong quickly asked. I want to exchange for immortal essence stones. Jiang Chen said. Upon hearing that Jiang Chen wanted immortal essence stones, shopkeeper Fu's nervous mood suddenly relaxed. A smile was revealed on his face. He was really afraid that Jiang Chen would ask for some rare treasure. If Jiang Chen couldn't take it out, wouldn't he miss out on such a good spiritual spring? However, since Jiang Chen had asked for immortal essence stones, he didn't feel any pressure anymore. Futian Manor didn't lack anything, but immortal essence stones. What our manor doesn't lack the least is immortal essence stones. I wonder how many immortal essence stones young Master Jiang wants? Shopkeeper Fu said. When it came to immortal essence stones, he immediately became confident. It could be seen that Futian Manor was rich and overbearing. I want 1,000 king-grade immortal essence stones. Jiang Chen said. 1,000 king-grade immortal essence stones was a considerable amount of wealth. Even for this bottle of spiritual spring water, this price was somewhat high, but Jiang Chen was sure that even if his price was high, the other party would certainly agree, because Futian Manor didn't lack immortal essence stones, but lacked such spiritual spring water. 1,000 king-grade immortal essence stones? Isn't it a little too high? Shopkeeper Fu knitted his brows. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be so daring. One should know that 1,000 king-grade immortal essence stones was equivalent to 10 million high-grade immortal essence stones. If shopkeeper Fu isn't willing to do this business, I will find someone else. I believe there will be someone else who is willing to do this business. As for the drop of king-grade immortal essence stones that shopkeeper Fu ate, just take it as a gift from me. Jiang Chen said, obviously not giving the other party a chance to bargain. What Jiang Chen lacked the most now was immortal essence stones. Although he had cheated 500 million high-grade immortal essence stones from the 5 immortal sects in Han Spirit Zone, this amount was still too little. Jiang Chen's future cultivation would require too many immortal essence stones. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as a bottomless pit. Moreover, he was going to advance to the half-step Immortal King and Immortal King realms. The quality of king-grade immortal essence stones was obviously higher. High-grade immortal essence stones were no longer something that Jiang Chen was interested in. Don't worry, young Master Jiang. 1,000 it is. Our manor will buy the spiritual spring. Please wait a moment, young master. Fu Yong was a man who knew what was good and what was bad. He immediately agreed. Although 1,000 king-grade immortal essence stones were a lot, it was nothing to the manor. Fu Yong turned and entered the interior of the building, seemingly to collect the immortal essence stones. Little friend Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. This time, young Master Futian will surely notice you. At that time, he will surely take the initiative to invite you. The old liar spoke with exultation, looking at Jiang Chen with eyes full of worship, feeling that he had dug out a treasure this time. Fu Yong approached Jiang Chen and handed the spatial bag to Jiang Chen with a smile. Young Master Jiang, here are 1,000 king-grade immortal meta stones. Please count them. Jiang Chen accepted the spatial pouch and said faintly, no need. I trust your trustworthiness. I'll be taking my leave. After saying that, Xianxia put away the spatial pouch and turned around to leave. However, he knew that Fu Yong would definitely stop him if he wanted to leave now. Young Master Jiang, please wait. Sure enough, seeing that Xianxia was about to leave, Fu Yong hastily stopped him. The corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a trace of timidity, then he slowly turned around and looked at Fu Yong with interest. What's wrong? Is there anything else, shopkeeper Fu? This old man would like to ask if young Master Jiang has more spiritual spring. If you do, our manor is willing to buy them all at a high price. Fu Yong said. Given his experience and eyesight, he could already see the value of Xianxia's spiritual spring. Even if it was 1,000 immortal metastones per bottle, it wouldn't be a loss. This kind of spiritual spring was extremely rare and had never been seen before. Moreover, he guessed that Xianxia must have a lot of spiritual spring left. If a cultivator only had one bottle of such spiritual spring, he would never exchange it all for immortal metastones. The preciousness of spiritual spring was self-evident. There were many ways to obtain immortal metastones, but this spiritual spring was unique and couldn't be measured by immortal metastones. Fu Yong felt that if he was in Xianxia's shoes, he would never exchange his spiritual spring for immortal metastones. Therefore, Fu Yong concluded that Xianxia had more spiritual spring. I won't hide this from shopkeeper Fu. I still have a lot of spiritual spring, but I still want to exchange it for other treasures. Xianxia said with a smile. I wonder what treasure young Master Jiang wants to exchange for. We have a lot of precious treasures in our exchange. Shopkeeper Fu said. Hearing that Xianxia really had a lot of spiritual spring, his eyes immediately revealed a look of joy. I haven't thought of what kind of treasure I want yet. In any case, there's nothing here that I like. I might as well go out and have a look. Who knows, I might be able to find something that I like. Xianxia shrugged. If young Master Jiang doesn't even fancy the treasures in our trading house, then there's no need to mention the treasures outside. However, young Master Fu Tian's social gathering will be held 2 days later. At that time, some rare treasures will definitely appear. I wonder if young Master Jiang is interested in this social gathering? Fu Yong said. In order to attract Xianxia's attention, he had to use the exchange meeting as a lure. I heard that one must be invited by young Master Fu Tian to participate in this exchange meeting. Unfortunately, I didn't receive young Master Fu Tian's invitation. I'd better go outside and have a look. Xianxia said, pretending to be indifferent and not very interested in the exchange. If young Master Jiang doesn't mind, you can stay in our manor. This old man will provide a superior residence for young Master Jiang. Later, this old man will go straight to young Master Fu Tian. I believe that young Master Fu Tian will be very interested in this spiritual spring. At that time, he will definitely send an invitation to young Master Fu Tian. What do you think, young Master Jiang? Fu Yong said quickly. In his opinion, Xianxia was a rich man. The temptation of the spiritual spring was too great. If he let Xianxia go now, it would be difficult to find him again. Therefore, Fu Yong wanted to make Xianxia stay at all costs. Moreover, he believed that anyone who entered the manor would be more or less interested in young Master Fu Tian's social gathering. Presumably, Xianxia was no exception. Xianxia pretended to think for a moment, and then said in a reluctant tone, since shopkeeper Fu is so kind, if I still don't agree, I'll look a little shy. Hearing that Xianxia really agreed to stay, Fu Yong's face suddenly revealed a look of ecstasy. How could he know that this was Xianxia's original purpose? He was waiting for Fu Yong to send an invitation. Alright, young Master Jiang, this way please. This old man has already arranged a superior residence for the 3 distinguished guests. Fu Yong made an inviting gesture, and then led Xianxia and the other 2 to the 3rd floor of the Golden Building. This place was full of the aura of wealth. It was absolutely impossible for ordinary people to enter this place. Only distinguished guests could come here. The 3rd floor was full of rooms. Among them, there was the most luxurious suite, which was decorated magnificently and dazzlingly. It was easy for people to lose themselves in such a place. Young Master Jiang, do you want me to arrange a few attendants to serve you? Fu Yong said with a smile. Hearing the word attendants, the old liar suddenly became interested. He quickly said to Fu Yong, "Good, good. It's best to arrange a few more." Xianxia frowned and glared at the old liar. "No need. We just need to take a rest," Xianxia said to Fu Yong with a smile. The old liar was disrespectful, but Xianxia had no interest in this. He liked peace and quiet. To him, peace and quiet were always hard to come by. "All right. Have a good rest, young Master Jiang. I will go look for young Master Fu Tian now." After Fu Yong finished speaking, he turned and left, closing the door for Jiang Chen. "Little friend, this is a free attendant. Isn't it a little wasteful to reject it?" The old liar showed an unwilling look. Jiang Chen ignored the old liar and went to the table to drink his tea. Seeing that there was no hope, the old liar sat down and picked up the tea on the table to drink. "Little Chenzi, do you think that young Master Fu Tian will send you an invitation?" De Huang Dog asked curiously. "Don't worry. As long as that young Master Fu Tian isn't a fool, he will certainly send me an invitation. The spiritual spring in little friend's body is even attractive to immortal emperors, let alone Fu Tian." The old liar spoke with incomparable confidence. In the evening, Fu Yong appeared again. As soon as he came to the door, it opened automatically. Jiang Chen sat on the chair and saw Fu Yong walking in with a bright smile, holding a gilded invitation card in his hand. The words "exchange meeting" were engraved on it. "Congratulations, young Master Jiang. Young Master Fu Tian has asked this old man to bring an invitation to young Master Jiang, inviting young Master Jiang to attend the exchange meeting 2 days later." Fu Yong handed the invitation card to Jiang Chen. In this manner, apart from its value, this invitation card was also a symbol of status, because it was personally made by young Master Fu Tian. It represented young Master Fu Tian himself. Those who could receive this invitation card were no ordinary people. "All right, I will definitely attend 2 days later." After getting the invitation letter from young Master Fu Tian, Jiang Chen had achieved his goal. If he couldn't participate in this exchange, wouldn't he have come in vain? Originally, Jiang Chen wasn't very interested in Fu Tian matter, but this was, after all, his first stop in East Xuanyu. At the very least, he had to get in touch with the people here and inquire about the situation in East Xuanyu. It wasn't difficult to learn from the old liar that Fu Tian Manor was one of the most famous places in this generation. Those who could participate in young Master Fu Tian's exchange must be famous people of this generation, or at least, geniuses. 2 days later, the Fu Tian Manor ushered in its most lively moment. The number of people here was also the highest. Other than young Master Fu Tian's gathering, the entire manor was also carrying out transactions. Today, many experts came. There were even powerful immortal kings flying in the air above the manor, causing people to be filled with envy. However, those who could fly in the air were all people with an invitation letter. In this generation, they were all people with a certain status and identity. How enviable! I wonder when I can also reach the immortal king realm. Someone inclined his head, his eyes flashing with envy. To them, being able to break through to the immortal king realm was something they yearned for even in their dreams. Powerful immortal kings, even in the vast eastern profound region, would still have a certain status and be respected by others. Behind the golden building of the manor, there was also a gorgeous manor. This small manor was the core of the entire manor. This was the place where young Master Fu Tian would stay every time he came here, and also the venue for the exchange meeting. All the people who came to the manor would feel proud to be able to enter this manor. On the streets of the manor, one could see someone deliberately holding the invitation letter in his hand high, walking arrogantly towards the location of the exchange meeting. Jiang Chen lived in the golden building, but he wasn't in a hurry. When he arrived at the manor with De Huang Dog and the old liar, almost all the people who participated in the exchange meeting had already arrived. After all, in their hearts, this exchange meeting was incomparably important. This was a great opportunity to curry favor with young Master Fu Tian. No one was willing to miss it. When Jiang Chen and the others arrived at the gate of the manor, 2 tall and burly guards immediately stretched out their arms and stopped Jiang Chen. "Show me your invitation." One of the guards, Leng Leng, spoke with an incomparably arrogant attitude. Despite being arrogant, these guards had the capital to be arrogant, because their cultivation base had reached the mighty golden immortal realm. The 2 gatekeepers were golden immortal experts. From this, one could see how tyrannical young Master Futian was. Xianxia flipped his palm, and the invitation letter appeared in his hand. When the guard saw the invitation letter, he immediately felt deep veneration for Xianxia and saluted at once, not daring to show the slightest neglect. He was very clear about the value of this invitation letter. Such an invitation letter was personally sent by young Master Futian. Yes. Xianxia nodded and strode into the manor. De Huang Dog and Old Liar followed closely behind. Old Liar swaggered around, looking around and clicking his tongue in wonder. However, when Xianxia and De Huang Dog walked in, the Old Liar was stopped again. "Where did you come from, old man?" "Scram," the guard said rudely. "Holy shit. Are you blind? Can't you see that we are together? Why can the two of them enter but I can't?" Old Liar was instantly pissed off. He jumped 3 feet high, put his hands on his waist, and argued with the guard. This was discrimination, blatant discrimination. "Scram. This isn't a place you can come." The guard didn't show any courtesy and directly pushed Old Liar out. Upon seeing this, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. It seemed that bringing Old Liar along would only bring trouble. However, Xianxia also hated the snobbish attitude of the guard. In that case, he must bring Old Liar in no matter what. "We are together. So what? You still want to stop me?" Xianxia said coldly. "I dare not. It's just that this person is filthy. If he enters the manor, it will affect the image of the manor," said the guard. He was still very polite when speaking to Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was a distinguished guest. He didn't dare to slight him. "If that's the case, I won't be participating in the exchange. However, if I don't participate, I wonder if your young master will kill you directly." As Xianxia spoke, he strode out of the door. Seeing that Xianxia was angry, the guard's expression instantly changed. He quickly apologized. "Young master, please don't be angry. It's my fault. Please come in." The guard was very clear that those who could participate in the exchange were not ordinary people. Just like what Xianxia had said, if he left, young Master Futian would most likely kill him. Because he didn't know what good treasures Xianxia had on him. If Xianxia brought any losses to young Master Futian, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Seeing that the guard's attitude wasn't bad, Xianxia finally let it go. He turned around and continued to walk into the manor. The Old Liar swaggered behind Xianxia. When he passed by the guard, he didn't even need to give him a contemptuous look. Inside the manor, there was a huge courtyard. The surroundings were filled with birdsong, fragrant flowers, and colorful butterflies. It was very beautiful. In the middle of the courtyard, 2 rows of tables and chairs were placed side by side. Each table and chair was made of pure jade. Immortal fruits and fine wine were placed on the table. One could see that there was a sign on each table with a person's name written on it. With a rough glance, there were at least 30 tables here. Clearly, the number of people who were invited to participate in the exchange wasn't small. Most of the people present were young geniuses. Most of them were early Immortal King experts. The weakest among them was at least a half-step Immortal King expert. Even those half-step Immortal King geniuses had Immortal King experts as followers. Sure enough, East Xuanyu isn't a place that one line sky can compare to. So many Immortal King experts have appeared in this small region. Xianxia sighed in his heart. He could imagine that the geniuses here were absolutely not the top geniuses of East Xuanyu. At most, they were the geniuses of this generation. Even so, there were already so many Immortal Kings here. If so, how terrifying would the top geniuses of the 11 major powers be? Xianxia was looking forward to it more and more. Little friend, some of the people here can't be underestimated. Some of them are like young Master Futian, geniuses of the 11 major powers. Although this is the border of East Xuanyu, because of the existence of Futian Manor, this place has become extremely prosperous. It's much more prosperous than many other places in the inner region. The Old Liar explained to Xianxia in a low voice. It seemed that he was afraid that Xianxia would imagine East Xuanyu to be too terrifying. As a matter of fact, Immortal King geniuses had a very high status even in the 11 major powers. Xianxia nodded his head, understanding the old liar's meaning. In front of the 2 rows of tables and chairs, there was an incomparably spacious chair. This was the only chair that no one was sitting on, but Xianxia knew that this seat was definitely not reserved for him, but for young Master Fu Tian. However, the tables and chairs here were all occupied. In other words, there was no seat for him here. Mother **Ker. Why isn't there a seat for us? De Huang Dog was hot-tempered and immediately refused to accept it. Jiangchen glanced around and immediately found his name on a table, and the person sitting on it was a young man of half-step Immortal King realm. This person was chatting happily with an old man next to him. In front of the old man, there was also a plate with the words Wang Yao written on it. Little friend, this Wang Yao is from the Wang family in this area. The person sitting on your seat is Wang Yao. The person sitting on Wang Yao's seat is an elder of the Wang family. Is that so? It seems like it's a matter of course for him to occupy my position. Jiangchen spoke indifferently. Wang family is very influential in this area. There are immortal emperors in the family, which can almost rival Fu City. This Wang Yao is the youngest son of the Wang family's patriarch. He's used to being overbearing. Moreover, every time young Master Fu Tian invited him to participate in the trade fair, he basically knows all of them. All of them are famous figures in this area. Some of them are even geniuses of the 11 major powers. Only you are a newcomer. I haven't even heard of you before. So naturally, he will occupy your position. The old liar spoke. His meaning was very clear. Among the people invited today, all of them were famous figures. Only the name of Jiang Chen had never been heard of. So it was only natural for him to be despised by others. Plus, Wang Yao was used to being arrogant. He felt that he was the young master of Wang family and was qualified to occupy 2 positions. Wang Yao was indeed very arrogant, but he didn't know that he had stepped on an iron plate this time. For God's sake. Is someone with the surname Wang very awesome? You can be arrogant, but you can't be arrogant when it comes to Master Dog. De Huang Dog bared his teeth. Even if Jiang Chen could tolerate this, De Huang Dog absolutely couldn't tolerate it. This was a matter of face. De Huang Dog wagged his tail and walked towards the courtyard unhurriedly. De Huang Dog's majestic appearance was too eye-catching. As soon as he arrived, he attracted the attention of everyone, including Wang Yao. All eyes were on De Huang Dog. Mother **Ker. Where did this dog come from? How dare he appear in this place? What are the guards doing? How dare they let a dog in? Don't they know that this is the social meeting of young Master Fu Tian? Unauthorized people can't come in, but now, a dog has been let in. Is this a joke? Where did this dog come from? Get out. De Huang Dog didn't even have time to say a word before he incited public anger. This made De Huang Dog extremely depressed and angry. He told this group of people in his heart that once Elder Dog got angry, the consequences would be dire. De Huang Dog ignored the gazes and words of these people and strode towards his seat. However, the seat he was going to wasn't Jiang Chen's seat, but Wang Yao's seat. The person sitting on Wang Yao's seat was the elder of Wang family, an early immortal king. He followed Wang Yao out to ensure Wang Yao's safety. Although Wang Yao was a genius, he was only a half-step immortal king, far from being a match for an immortal king. After all, a spoiled brat like him couldn't be compared with a genius like Tian Muyun. Such a person might have a very high cultivation base, but his foundation wasn't solid. Most of them relied on pills to build up their cultivation base. De Huang Dog walked to the front of the Wang family elder and said loudly, "Old man, this is Master Dog's seat. Please move aside." What? A dog's seat? The noisy scene quieted down all of a sudden. Many people were stunned, including Wang Yao and the elder of Wang family. That plate clearly had Wang Yao's name written on it. Since when did it become a dog's seat? Kong, in the next moment, a wave of anger burst out from Wang Yao and the elder. Both of them were extremely angry, especially Wang Yao. When he regained his senses, he felt that he had been greatly humiliated, because Big Yellow had actually compared him to a dog. His position had become the position of a dog. If this wasn't an insult, then what was? Where did this damn dog come from? How dare you come here and behave atrociously, Scram? Wang Yao shouted at De Huang Dog. A wave of qi shot out from his mouth and landed on De Huang Dog's body. It seemed that Wang Yao wanted to shock De Huang Dog to death. However, his shock had no effect on De Huang Dog at all. The powerful qi only caused the yellow fur on De Huang Dog's body to flutter. Old man, this is Master Dog's seat. Hurry up and get up. Forcibly occupying someone else's seat is very immoral. It's an extremely shameless behavior. De Huang Dog held his head high and put human ethics on the table. Where did this dog come from? Does he want to die? He actually dared to treat Wang Yao like this. This dog is doomed. Wang Yao will definitely skin him alive, said a villager. Although they didn't know where this dog came from, many people showed pity for De Huang Dog. With the power of the Wang family, even they had to show some respect. Damn dog, are you King blind? This plate clearly has my name written on it. You, a dog, actually came to occupy the seat. I really don't know where you get the courage from. Today, you have offended me. You are destined to be skinned alive, your tendons pulled out, and your bones turned into ashes. Wang Yao was angry. The elders of the Wang family were also angry. Their murderous intent soared to the sky. It seemed that they wanted to directly tear De Huang Dog into pieces. Since your name is written there, why are you sitting here? Could it be that the young master of the Wang family can't even read? You are so idiotic that you can't even find your seat. If this is really the case, the entire Wang family's face has been completely lost because of you. At this time, a voice came from behind. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in white with one hand behind his back. He was leisurely walking towards them. Beside him, there was an old man in shabby clothes. Who is this person? I have never seen him before. Isn't he too audacious? How dare he go against Wang Yao in public? It seems like he is in cahoots with that dog. It seems like he is that Xianxia. He doesn't have any reputation at all. Judging from his cultivation base, he is merely a late golden immortal. I really have no idea how such a person could get the invitation. This person also looks very arrogant. However, he dares to humiliate Wang Yao and the Wang family in public with just a late golden immortal cultivation base. This courage is really admirable. Unfortunately, he won't even know how he died. That Wang Yao's temper isn't very good. Seeing the appearance of Xianxia, as long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to guess that he was in cahoots with De Huang Dog. Moreover, the only person who could appear here without occupying a seat was that Xianxia. However, who was this Xianxia? No one knew. Now, they only knew that this unknown young man had made a big mess of things. He had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. The consequences would be very serious. Who are you? How dare you talk to this young master like this? Are you tired of living? Wang Yao pointed at Xianxia and shouted. Xianxia actually said that he couldn't read. This was also a kind of humiliation. What kind of identity did he have? Today, he was invited by young Master Futian to participate in the exchange. First, he was humiliated by a dog. Now, he was humiliated by a golden immortal kid. How could he bear this? I'm sorry. You have occupied my seat. Please step aside. What? Chasing him away again, Wang Yao almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. Today, he finally knew what was called reckless and reckless. Wang Yao originally occupied 2 seats. Now, one was occupied by a dog and the other by a golden immortal youth. How could this be? Wasn't this bullying? But Wang Yao didn't look like the kind of person who could be easily bullied. And you, old man. Get out of here before Master Dog gets angry. De Huang Dog scolded the elder. His saliva flew all over the elder's face. Courting death. Encountering such a situation, no matter how good one's self-restraint was, it would collapse. The elder of Wang family was infuriated. He struck out a palm blade at Big Yellow's head. Moreover, he had already seen through Big Yellow's cultivation base. He was merely a half-step immortal king great demon, not even a demon king. Such a cultivation base was nothing in the elder's eyes. In his opinion, he could easily split Big Yellow's head into 2 with just a casual strike. Asterisk clang. A frightening scene appeared. The furious palm strike from the Wang family elder landed on Big Yellow's head, producing a sound of iron being struck, and some sparks were produced. De Huang Dog was still standing there calmly. The attack of the elder didn't cause any harm to him. He didn't dodge just now. It wasn't because he didn't have the ability to dodge, but because he didn't need to. What? Many people cried out in surprise. The elder of the Wang family seemed to have been struck by lightning. The expression on his face was extremely interesting. Only he knew how terrifying that attack was. In his opinion, even if the opponent was a real demon king, if he was caught off guard, his head would still be smashed. However, the dog in front of him was completely unscathed. Moreover, that hard dog head had shaken his palm to the point of numbness. This dog isn't simple. He's only a half-step immortal king, but he could withstand an immortal king's attack so easily. What's this dog's head made of? Even if it's made of iron, it can't be so hard. Everyone was shocked. The entire courtyard was in an uproar. No one dared to look down on De Huang Dog anymore. After all, one could tell with a glance whether one was an expert or not. Although there were many arrogant people here, none of them were fools. The elder of Wang family is so weak. He can't even scratch an itch for Master Dog. De Huang Dog didn't make a move. He just stood there and mocked. After hearing De Huang Dog words, the elder staggered and almost fell from his seat. He was a dignified immortal king, but a dog said that he was weak. What he couldn't stand was that his attack was just a scratch. This was a great humiliation to him. "Wang Yao, please move away from my seat, or I'll throw you out," said Wang Yao. Xianxia also spoke. He didn't want to cause any trouble, but he was never afraid of trouble. If the opponent thought that he could show off in front of him just because he was some bullshit young master, then he was gravely mistaken. Wang Yao was infuriated. He slammed his palm on the table, then rose to his feet, pointed his finger at Xianxia's nose and roared, "Xianxia, I don't care where you came from, but since you have offended me, the consequences will be very serious. If you kneel down and kowtow to me as an apology, I'll give face to young Master Fukuda." Arg, however, before he could finish his arrogant words, he let out a shrill scream. This was because he could no longer retract his fingers. At this moment, his entire palm was firmly grasped by Xianxia. Crack crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard continuously. It could be seen that Wang Yao's palm had begun to twist. However, Xianxia's hand was like an iron clamp. No matter how Wang Yao struggled, he couldn't move at all. "Bastard! Xianxia, how dare you hurt me? You're finished. You're finished." Wang Yao was still threatening him. How could he bear to be humiliated by a nobody in front of so many people with his status? What made Wang Yao feel even more incredulous was that the other party actually dared to attack him. This was simply unimaginable. Everyone present saw this scene, and their faces were filled with shock. One should know that no matter how weak Wang Yao was, no matter how spoiled he was, he still had the strength of a half-step immortal king. That Xianxia was merely a late golden immortal, but Wang Yao couldn't fight back at all. Imperceptibly, people had started to look down on this newcomer, Xianxia. "Stop. Let go of my young master." The elder also stood up from his seat. He completely released his immortal king's qi and rushed towards Xianxia. Unfortunately, this qi had no effect on Xianxia at all. Not even the corner of his clothes moved. Xianxia didn't even look at the Wang family's elder. He grabbed Wang Yao's neck and threw him out of the courtyard like he was throwing a chick. He threw Wang Yao out of the courtyard and out of the manor. Courting death. The elder was infuriated. He was about to attack Xianxia, but someone was faster than him. De Huang Dog moved. His hard dog head turned into a golden light and rammed towards the elder's chest. "Get out of here too." De Huang Dog was enraged. The elder's facial expression changed dramatically, because De Huang Dog's speed was too fast, so fast that he didn't even have the chance to react. Bang. Ka-cha. The dog head rammed into the elder's chest, causing it to cave in. The elder spurted out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away like an arrow leaving the bow. A young master and an elder of the Wang family were thrown out in the blink of an eye. After that, Xianxia and De Huang Dog sat on their seats as if there was no one else around. The scene was silent. Some people were so shocked that their mouths were wide open, not daring to believe what they had just seen. Their gazes kept wandering between Xianxia and De Huang Dog, feeling extremely shocked. That was an immortal king expert. Yet, he was sent flying without any chance to retaliate. What exactly was this dog head made of? Was it some kind of divine weapon? The old swindler chuckled and sat next to De Huang Dog. His eyes flashed with the scene of Xianxia and De Huang Dog attacking earlier. A faint smile appeared on his face, but no one noticed this smile. Not even Xianxia and De Huang Dog noticed it. This was just a small interlude. Xianxia didn't take it to heart. As for whether or not Wang Yao would take revenge on him, Xianxia really didn't care. In any case, the two of them wouldn't appear here today. After being thrown out, they wouldn't have the face to go back in. At this moment, the void violently trembled a few times. A young man in black walked out from the void, as though he was taking a stroll in the park. After the appearance of the black-robed youth, the scene quieted down once more. Everyone's eyes were filled with awe when they looked at the youth. He was the center of attention. There was only one person who could have such an imposing manner in this matter, and that was young Master Futian. Xianxia's eyes swept across young Master Futian and found that this Futian was indeed exuding an intermediate immortal king cultivation base. He was a rare genius, but Xianxia's first impression of Futian wasn't the slightest bit good. As though he had been greatly influenced by Cultivation sect, young Master Futian radiated a gloomy and cold qi that was mixed with bloody and tyrannical qi. Additionally, there was a hint of an obscene smile at the corner of young Master Futian's mouth. One look and anyone would know that he was a ruthless and merciless person. Moreover, the cultivation method of Cultivation sect was famous for being evil. Xianxia had cultivated the great soul derivation technique and great divination art, which allowed him to judge people with incomparable accuracy. The eyes of young Master Futian were full of evil, greed, lust, and sin. The combination of all kinds of expressions had doomed him to be a ruthless bloodthirsty devil. Greetings, young Master Futian. Everyone stood up from their seats and clasped their fists at young Master Futian. After coming to this matter, no one dared to show the slightest neglect or disrespect to young Master Futian. What they feared was not only young Master Futian's cultivation base, but also his means. The infamy of Cultivation sect could be said to be notorious in East Xuanyu. One had to be careful when dealing with the people of Cultivation sect. A single mistake would lead to eternal damnation. Yes, everyone here is giving me, Futian, the honor of attending my gathering. Young Master Futian clasped his fists at everyone and spoke in an incomparably humble tone. Haha. Young Master Futian is too modest. It's our great honor to be invited by young Master Futian. This is a very honorable thing for us. That's right. Who in this area doesn't know the name of young Master Futian? A genius of Cultivation sect. Even in the entire East Xuanyu, you're also famous. Compared to young Master Futian, I'm really not worth mentioning. This Futian Manor has been built by young Master Futian like a paradise on earth. It's incomparably exciting to be able to attend the social meeting in such a beautiful place. All the bootlickers had started. Before the exchange meeting started, everyone had already started to flatter young Master Futian. It would be best if they could build a good relationship with young Master Futian. Everyone, please have a seat. Young Master Futian waved his hand, signaling everyone to sit down. At this time, young Master Futian turned around to look at Xianxia and walked directly to Xianxia. Brother Xianxia entered the Wang family's young master and elder as soon as he arrived. This young master will feel embarrassed in front of the Wang family in the future. Young Master Futian said faintly, but everyone could hear the dissatisfaction in his words. Everyone knew that he didn't care about Wang family, but his own face. Xianxia, a newcomer, actually dared to make a move in his territory. This kind of behavior was not giving him face. Xianxia's heart was as clear as a mirror. This young Master Futian was a person who could do anything. His behavior just now had indeed swept young Master Futian's face. If it wasn't for the spiritual spring in his hand, perhaps young Master Futian would have killed him directly. Young Master Futian must be joking. How would Xianxia dare not give young Master Fu Tian face? Everyone here is watching. It was Wang Yao who didn't give young Master Fu Tian face first. Every seat here was personally arranged by young Master Fu Tian, but Wang Yao self-righteously occupied someone else's seat. He didn't put young Master in his eyes at all. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I made a move. If it was just because of a seat, it would be fine. But this involves young Master's face. I can't tolerate it, said Jiang Chen. He knew that young Master Fu Tian wanted to save face in front of everyone, so he would give young Master Fu Tian face. Haha, sure enough, after listening to Jiang Chen's words, young Master Fu Tian burst into laughter. He had to admit that Jiang Chen was a smart man who knew how to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. His words could be considered as giving young Master Fu Tian a way out of this embarrassing situation. However, now you, Jiang Chen, have occupied 2 seats. Young Master Fu Tian looked at De Huang Dog and said. Wang Yao is gone, so this seat is vacant. Of course, this seat is still up to young Master. As long as young Master says the word, my friend will stand up immediately. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Since he wanted to give young Master Fu Tian face, he would give young Master Fu Tian enough. Forget it. Anyway, this seat is vacant. Young Master Fu Tian shrugged, then turned and walked to his seat in front. Since Wang Yao had been thrown out, he would not come back again. So, he might as well leave both seats to Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen had violated young Master Fu Tian's taboo by attacking him in his own place. Now, he bore a grudge and had the intention to kill Jiang Chen. However, for the sake of the spiritual spring, he chose to endure it for the time being. After the trade fair was over, he would settle this account with Jiang Chen. To put it bluntly, young Master Fu Tian didn't put Jiang Chen, a newcomer, in his eyes at all. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was a golden immortal without a strong background. Jiang Chen was not qualified to participate in his trade fair. The reason why he sent an invitation to Jiang Chen was entirely for the spiritual spring in Jiang Chen's hands. The day before yesterday, Fu Yong had given the bottle of spiritual spring to young Master Fu Tian. For young Master Fu Tian, who often saw treasures, he could see the value of the spiritual spring at first glance. So, he immediately sent an invitation to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could clearly sense young Master Fu Tian's hostility towards him. Immediately, a faint smile overflowed from the corner of his mouth. He had no interest in young Master Fu Tian, but if young Master Fu Tian wanted to find trouble with him, then he would be asking for trouble. Given Jiang Chen's current cultivation base of late golden immortal, killing young Master Fu Tian would be effortless. Although the cultivation method of Corpsine sect was evil and frightening, Jiang Chen could restrain them, just like how he dealt with the demonic devils of the evil clan. Little Chenzi, this young Master Fu Tian looks a bit annoying. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. It's okay if he looks annoying, as long as he doesn't do anything annoying. Jiang Chen lifted a cup of tea to his mouth and took a sip. From the beginning to the end, he had never put young Master Fu Tian in his eyes. Young Master Fu Tian walked to his seat and sat down calmly. Asterisk clap clap. Asterisk young Master Fu Tian clapped several times. Immediately, 20 to 30 women in white walked out from the depths of the courtyard. Each of these women was as beautiful as a flower. Their faces were all wearing bright smiles, but if one looked carefully, it wasn't difficult to see the dullness in the depths of their eyes. The number of beauties was like a tide. All kinds of charm dazzled the eyes of the people present. Some of their eyes were about to emit light. Those who had attended the social meeting before knew that this was specially arranged by young Master Fu Tian. These women were used by them for pleasure. To young Master Fu Tian, these women were merely tools. These women aren't normal. They have all been controlled by someone using some special method. De Huang Dog spoke in a low voice. About 30 beautiful women walked to their respective tables and knelt on their knees with a radiant smile on their faces. Haha. I've long known that young Master Fu Tian's place is filled with the beauty of spring. Now that I've seen it, it really lives up to its reputation. An early immortal king genius laughed heartily, then began to move his hands up and down the girl beside him. Both of his hands reached into the girl's clothes and kneaded her breasts. The girl let out a soft moan, but didn't resist, allowing the man to touch her body as he pleased. Naturally, the others weren't idle either. They all understood that this was a gift from young Master Futian for them to enjoy. Most of the people who came here were also here to enjoy themselves. Although this social meeting had a segment where treasures were traded, enjoyment was also a very important thing. Those who came here weren't righteous people. Naturally, they wouldn't be polite. A woman knelt beside Xianxia and De Huangdog respectively. Xianxia and De Huangdog were still fine, but the old liar wasn't polite at all. He pulled the woman into his arms, but that was all the old liar did. He didn't grope the woman like the others. The woman next to Xianxia knelt there motionlessly. Xianxia didn't touch her, so she just knelt there quietly with an unchanging smile on her face. Xianxia looked into the woman's eyes. In the depths of her eyes, he could no longer see any vitality. It was like a pool of stagnant water, lifeless and lifeless. Xianxia could even see her soul. A person whose soul was almost dried up was no different from a walking corpse. Corpsing sect has a rare soul manipulation technique that can control a person's soul completely. This soul manipulation technique is originally used to target dead people. Corpsing sect is good at using corpses. They will transport the corpses of some experts back and then use a secret technique to make them into puppets to fight for them. However, young Master Futian has integrated this secret technique of corpsing sect into the soul manipulation technique. He has been dealing with young and beautiful women everywhere, controlling them and turning them into his slaves, playthings, and tools. The old swindler transmitted his voice to Xianxia and De Huangdog. They could sense that even someone like the old swindler was feeling a little angry when he said those words. This was probably one of the reasons why the old swindler was too embarrassed to play around with the woman beside him. For God's sake, this kind of scum is simply a scourge. De Huangdog seemed to be very angry, but he didn't show it. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly, glittering with icy cold light that was extremely gloomy. He really couldn't have the slightest good impression of someone like young Master Futian. No matter how strong the other party was or how powerful the other party was, Xianxia was destined to never be friends with such a person. Young Master Futian's way of doing things reminded Xianxia of Lord Blood Moon. When he had just entered the Black Sect, he wreaked havoc in the outer circle and brutally beat up an outer circle elder. Later on, he was punished by Daoist Black to get rid of Blood Devil and Lord Blood Moon. The way this young Master Futian behaved was no different from Blood Devil. Although Xianxia was a cruel and merciless man, it was only toward his enemies. He would never kill the innocent. He even abhorred evil as if it was his personal enemy. He had the courage of a real man. In the depths of his soul, there was the most basic justice in the heaven and earth. What? Brother Xianxia, you don't like it? Young Master Futian looked at Xianxia and spoke in a displeased tone. This Xianxia had attacked him in his territory when he just arrived, and now, he was ignoring his woman. Clearly, he wasn't giving him any face. One should know that a man like young Master Futian cared about his face the most. It's not that I don't like it, I'm just not interested. Xianxia said indifferently. His attitude toward young Master Futian was no longer as polite as before. When you hated someone, it was hard to have a good conversation with that person, not even by pretending. Xianxia, watch your tone. One man couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at Xianxia. Xianxia glanced at that man Leng Leng with an indifferent and disdainful face, and chose to ignore him. Being ignored by Xianxia, that man seemed incomparably angry, but that was all. Initially, he wanted to attack Xianxia to show off in front of young Master Futian. Unfortunately, he was only a half-step immortal king like Xianxia. Even if he was given more courage, he wouldn't dare to attack Xianxia. Alright, don't let these trivial matters affect everyone's mood. Brother Xianxia is also a distinguished guest today, and he has some rare treasures with him. I wonder what other treasures the others have brought with them. I think everyone should take out their treasures, and if anyone is interested in them, we can trade with them. Young Master Futian spoke, finally getting to the main topic. This young Master Futian is also very black-hearted. The purpose of holding this exchange is to obtain treasures. There are so many people here, and none of them are simple figures. They wouldn't come here if they don't have good treasures. Although young Master Futian said that everyone can take out their treasures for exchange, if it's a treasure that he fancies, who would dare to compete with him? Besides, no one here doesn't give him face. As long as he fancies something, he will get it at the lowest price. The old liar spoke in a low voice, as though he was incomparably clear about the situation here. Xianxia and De Huang Dog nodded. They had already expected such a situation after seeing the real young Master Fu Tian. It was impossible for young Master Fu Tian to have no ulterior motives in such an exchange. I'll go first. I've once entered an ancient tomb. I didn't get anything but a corpse. I don't know how many years this corpse has existed for, but it hasn't rotted. According to my observation, it should at least be left behind by a late immortal king supreme expert. This corpse is useless to others, but it's of great use to young Master Fu Tian. An early immortal king spoke, taking out a spatial ring. His name was Huaying, a genius of Huangquan Gate. As one of the 11 major powers, Huangquan Gate wasn't weaker than Corpsine sect in any aspect. Therefore, Huaying had a certain status among these people. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing that it was the corpse of a late immortal king, young Master Fu Tian's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. Just like what Huaying said, this corpse might be useless to others, but it was of great use to him. This was what Corpsine sect did. Young Master Fu Tian could use a secret technique to forge a corpse into a puppet. A late immortal king puppet was priceless. I don't want any exchange for this corpse. I'll just give it to young Master Fu Tian as a gift. Huaying appeared incomparably forthright. He had a good relationship with young Master Fu Tian. Usually, he would come to this manor to enjoy himself. It could be said that they were the same kind of people. It was very worthwhile to use a corpse to make young Master Fu Tian happy. Haha. Brother Hua is straightforward. In that case, I, Fu Tian, won't stand on ceremony. Young Master Fu Tian laughed heartily, seeming very happy. With a wave of his hand, the spatial ring flew out from Huaying's hand and fell into his palm. A divine sense penetrated into the spatial ring. Young Master Fu Tian's smile became even more brilliant. Sure enough, it's high grade. Brother Hua's corpse is undoubtedly a good thing, but this treasure of mine is also extremely rare. Everyone, please have a look. Someone stood up and spoke. A black old ginseng appeared in his hand. The old ginseng was 3 feet long and emitting cold qi. It had already grown into a human form. This is a 10,000 years cold ginseng. I think it will be extremely beneficial to young Master Fu Tian's cultivation. Today, I'll do you a favor and give it to young Master Fu Tian. I hope young Master will like it. In a word, a 10,000 years cold ginseng was given away. The smile on young Master Fu Tian's face remained unchanged. He didn't refuse anyone and kept it. For God's sake, a 10,000 years cold ginseng, a supreme grade spiritual herb, was given away just like that. Mother ****. De Huang Dog gnashed his teeth in hatred, deeply feeling that it was a pity. In the following time, everyone present took out their treasures one by one. There were immortal weapons, exotic treasures, divine pills, and miraculous medicines. In any case, the treasures they took out were all priceless. But what made Xianxia and De Huang Dog dumbfounded was that all the treasures of these guys were directly given to young Master Fu Tian. None of them even asked for any reward. All of them were selfless contributions. Mother ****. How is this an exchange meeting? They're here to give gifts. The old liar rolled his eyes, finally realizing that his understanding of this exchange meeting was far from enough. ****. Master Dog finally knows why young Master Fu Tian wants to hold this exchange meeting, and also why young Master Fu Tian would send you an invitation instead of buying your spiritual spring in private. De Huang Dog suddenly came to a realization. This wasn't a Mother ****King exchange meeting, nor was it a trade meeting, but a tribute to the emperor. Young Master Fu Tian, the local tyrant, was really greedy. After getting so many treasures, young Master Fu Tian naturally couldn't close his mouth. Brother Xianxia, everyone has taken out their treasures. You should also take out your own, right? Huaying looked at Xianxia and said. At this time everyone had taken out their treasures, except for Xianxia. I heard that Brother Xianxia has an extremely rare spiritual spring. Why don't you take it out directly? This young master can buy it or exchange it with treasures. Young Master Fu Tian said with a smile. Immediately, Jiang Chen's side became the focus of everyone's attention. Every pair of eyes fell upon Jiang Chen, revealing a meaningful smile on their faces. They were all waiting to see what kind of treasure Jiang Chen was going to take out. Every one of them knew very well that young Master Fu Tian would never invite a stranger to this trading fair. It must be the treasure in Jiang Chen's hand that had caught young Master Fu Tian's attention, and the item that young Master Fu Tian had taken a fancy to would never be able to escape. Jiang Chen glanced at the old swindler from the corner of his eyes. It seemed that the old swindler wasn't very well informed about this trade fair, because this wasn't a so-called trade fair, but a way for everyone to curry favor with young Master Fu Tian by showing their remarkable abilities. And the purpose of them fawning on young Master Fu Tian was just to enjoy themselves in this manner in the future. Almost in an instant, Jiang Chen completely lost his good impression of everyone present. Or it could be said that Jiang Chen didn't have a good impression of them from the beginning, and now he hated them even more. Brother Jiang Chen, there aren't many spiritual springs that can catch young Master Fu Tian's attention. Brother Jiang Chen, why don't you quickly take it out and let us broaden our horizons? Huang spoke again. That's right. I also want to see what kind of magical spiritual spring exists in this world. Someone echoed. Well, since everyone is so interested, I'll take out the spiritual spring. Jiang Chen smiled. With a flip of his palm, a palm-sized jade bottle appeared and was placed directly on the table. The golden jade bottle was constantly emitting bright rays of light. Wisps of pure aura drifted out of the jade bottle, making everyone present feel refreshed. The spiritual spring water was a spiritual treasure of the heavens and earth. It was incomparably precious, but to the people present, it wasn't too rare. After all, the majority of the people present were people with powerful backgrounds. However, even if they didn't open the jade bottle to check, they could still feel the mystical and extraordinary nature of the spiritual spring water. Many people's attention was immediately drawn to it. I suppose young Master Fu Tian has witnessed the preciousness of this spiritual spring, so I won't introduce it any further. One bottle of spiritual spring costs 1,000 king-grade immortal metastones. I have a total of 10 bottles here. If young Master Fu Tian is interested, just take out 10,000 king-grade immortal metastones and the spiritual spring will be yours. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone with a harmonious smile on his face. Asterisk ka. Asterisk however, as soon as Jiang Chen's words faded, the scene turned silent in an instant. Every pair of eyes looked at Jiang Chen as though they had seen a ghost. The smile on young Master Fu Tian's face froze. Thousands of F***ck horses were galloping madly in his heart. Many people had the urge to spurt out blood. Was this guy an idiot? He must be sick in the head to ask for money from young Master Fu Tian. He must be tired of living. No one had ever dared to mention money to young Master Fu Tian in the social gathering. They were all here to gift treasures. This Jiang Chen was simply an ignorant fool. Asking for money from young Master Fu Tian? His brain must have gone haywire. This was simply an act of courting death. This was the thought in everyone's mind. The way each of them looked at Jiang Chen was as though they were looking at a weirdo. There was no one more weirdo than him. Could it be that this guy didn't see the previous actions of everyone? Didn't he see that no matter how important the treasures were, they would be given away directly? However, Jiang Chen chose to ignore these gazes. He calmly picked up the wine on the table and took a sip. What a joke. He came here to get the treasures. He had never thought that these guys would give all the treasures to young Master Fu Tian, making his trip here in vain. Not only did he come here in vain, but they also wanted him to take the initiative to give away the spiritual spring. That was absolutely impossible. Don't even think about it. As for young Master Fu Tian's face, sorry, but in front of Jiang Chen, face was worthless. De Huang Dog chuckled. He knew Jiang Chen too well. As for the old liar, he was somewhat surprised. From the beginning when Jiang Chen attacked Wang Yao, he already had some appreciation for Jiang Chen. Now, when he saw the way Jiang Chen acted, the appreciation in his eyes grew stronger. Young Master Fu Tian, this price is very fair. If it was someone else, they would have to pay at least 1,500 king-grade immortal metastones. From this point alone, I have already given young Master enough face. Jiang Chen continued to speak unhurriedly, totally not putting those murderous gazes in his eyes. Bastard! Xianxia, who do you think you are? It's just a spiritual spring. Gifting it to young Master Futian is already your greatest blessing. How dare you ask for immortal meta stones from young Master Futian? You simply don't know what's good for you. Huiying stood up from his seat, pointed at Xianxia's nose and shouted. He seemed extremely angry, even angrier than young Master Futian, making people doubt whether young Master Futian was his biological father or not. What? Don't tell me you want to force me in this social gathering? You can gift it to me and I will sell it to you. If young Master Futian doesn't like it, you can choose not to accept it. Besides, I have already given you enough face with this price. Don't you think so, young Master Futian? Xianxia squinted his eyes at young Master Futian. As for Huiying, he didn't even give him a glance and chose to ignore him. A trace of coldness and killing intent flickered in the depths of young Master Futian's eyes, but it was quickly concealed by him. Haha. What Brother Xianxia said is right. Today's social gathering itself has an element of transaction. Plus, the price given by Brother Jiang is indeed very appropriate. However, I happen to have 10,000 King-grade immortal meta stones here, just enough to buy the spiritual spring in Brother Jiang's hand. Young Master Futian laughed loudly. Although he couldn't wait to tear Xianxia into pieces, he still had to take care of his face. Immediately, he took out a spatial ring, which contained exactly 10,000 King-grade immortal meta stones, and threw it to Xianxia. Xianxia caught it, then took out 10 bottles of spiritual spring and threw them to young Master Futian. After catching them, young Master Futian hesitated inwardly. Damn brat. How dare he not give me face, making me lose 10,000 King-grade immortal meta stones in vain. Humph. When the social gathering is over, I'll let you know how powerful I am. At that time, you'll have to exchange all of my things back. But this spiritual spring is really a good thing. How could Xianxia not know what young Master Futian was thinking? Now, he even had the same thought as young Master Futian. He had just arrived in East Xuanyu. Initially, he didn't want to stir up any trouble, especially against someone like young Master Futian who had a strong background. However, not stirring up trouble didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. If young Master Futian really wanted to deal with him later, he couldn't blame him for being impolite. 10,000 king-grade immortal meta stones was a considerable amount of wealth to any immortal king. Even young Master Futian would feel distressed about it, but Xianxia still needed more immortal meta stones. This idiot. He's finished. Alright, don't worry about this guy. He's really disappointing. We could have enjoyed ourselves to the fullest today. Given young Master Futian's means, he won't let him go. Just wait and see. This guy will never walk out of Futian Manor. Everyone present was certain that Xianxia was finished. No one had ever dared to not give young Master Futian face in the manor, because doing so was equivalent to courting death. Alright, Brother Jiang did the right thing. Don't let this affect everyone's mood. Let's continue to enjoy ourselves. Young Master Futian raised a cup of fine wine, shook it in front of everyone, and drained it in one gulp. Xianxia knitted his brows. He was ready to stand up and leave. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths can't make plans together. When drinking with a bosom friend, 1,000 cups is too little, and a single word is too much. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to sit with this group of people. That would only lower his level. The beauties in young Master Futian's place are really outstanding. Each and every one of them is of the highest grade. Such enjoyment can only be enjoyed in young Master Futian's place. A man hugged the girl next to him and said with a smile. These are nothing. This young master has just subdued a true highest grade beauty the day before yesterday. I have to say that this girl's soul power is very strong. Even this young master had to spend 2 days to subdue her completely. Young Master Futian said. When he mentioned the highest grade beauty, his eyes couldn't help but radiate light. Is that so? Why don't young master bring her out for everyone to see? Huiying said. Let me tell you, this highest grade beauty is still a virgin. This young master is reluctant to touch her. I have cultivated a secret technique of harvesting yin to nourish yang. I will wait until the night of the full moon to possess her and absorb her purine qi. At that time, it won't be a problem for me to break through to the late immortal king realm. Young Master Futian spoke with incomparable pride. There were only a few days left before the night of the full moon. At that time, he would be able to fulfill his wish. Not only would he be able to enjoy the highest grade beauty in the world, but his cultivation base would also improve by leaps and bounds. Young master, hurry up and let us have a look at the beauty. Your words are making our hearts itch. Someone spoke aloud. Young Master Futian's words had aroused everyone's interest and desire. All right. In that case, this young master will fulfill your wish and let you all have a look. Young Master Futian seemed very happy. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Then, a silhouette leisurely walked out from the back. It was a girl in a black, tight-fitting dress. She was slim and graceful. Her black hair was like a waterfall, exuding wisps of fragrance. Her lips were red without any lipstick. Her beautiful face was suffocating. There was a trace of coldness on her face and her eyes were lifeless. Clearly, she had been completely controlled by young Master Futian. Just like those girls, she had become young Master Futian's tool and slave. Even so, it couldn't conceal the cold and arrogant chi in her bones. She stood there like a proud and aloof snow lotus. Many people were dumbfounded, feeling that everything in the world had lost its color in front of this girl. Jiang Chen, who was about to leave, changed his facial expression instantly when he saw this girl. The anger that originated from the depths of his heart instantly filled his chest. Sister Ning. Jiang Chen's eyes began to change color, turning from dull to blood red. The anger and killing intent that hadn't appeared for a long time emerged once again. Jiang Chen rarely got angry. Once he did, the consequences would undoubtedly be very serious. He had already planned to leave. Even though he hated young Master Futian and the people present, he didn't intend to find trouble here. But now, it wasn't as simple as finding trouble. Because this damned bastard had used the soul manipulating technique to deal with Wu Ningzhu, just like how he dealt with the other girls. Such an act had touched Jiang Chen's reverse scale, which was a dragon's reverse scale. Touching the reverse scale of a dragon would result in death, let alone provoking it. De Huang Dog was already standing on the table. His anger was the same as Jiang Chen's. In his heart, he had already sentenced young Master Futian to death, because young Master Futian had made an unforgivable mistake. Beautiful. She's just too beautiful. How can there be such a beautiful girl in the heavens and earth? Even the saintess of Celestial Flower Valley and Exquisite Paradise can't compare to her. Supreme grade. Sure enough, she's the supreme grade in the world. Young Master Futian is really fortunate. If he can get such a girl in his life, it will be worth it even if he dies. The key is that this girl is still a virgin. This is the most precious thing. Not only can young Master Futian enjoy the happiness of a family, but he can also absorb her purine chi to aid his cultivation. When the night of the full moon arrives, he can use this girl to advance to the late immortal king realm. It's killing two birds with one stone. Innumerable envious and jealous eyes fell on Wu Ningzhu. Their eyes couldn't move away anymore. In front of Wu Ningzhu, all the girls present were eclipsed. The difference between Wu Ningzhu and Wu Ningzhu couldn't be compared at all. Wu Ningzhu's attractiveness was so attractive that no one noticed the anger and eyes of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. No one noticed that the doomsday of young Master Futian, their doomsday, and the entire manor was about to descend. After Wu Ningzhu came out, she stood beside young Master Futian. Young Master Futian's eyes also fell on the beautiful face and heaven-defying figure of Wu Ningzhu. Even though this wasn't the first time he saw Wu Ningzhu, he still couldn't shift his eyes away. Charming. She was too charming. Such a beauty is truly rare in this world. Although I've obtained you, I haven't even had the chance to touch you. I can't wait for the night of the full moon. Today, I'll hold you in my arms and comfort you. Young Master Futian looked at Wu Ningzhu as though he was looking at a fairy. She was the greatest treasure in his heart. Initially, he planned to wait until the night of the full moon to touch her, but now, he was somewhat patient. Wu Ningzhu stood there like a statue, not moving an inch. Young Master Futian slowly stretched out his hand and grabbed Wu Ningzhu's hand. You'd better take your dirty hand away. At this moment, an incomparably cold voice suddenly rang out. This untimely voice directly broke the original atmosphere and mood of the entire courtyard. Countless angry eyes looked at the source of the voice. Xianxia, what did you just say? How dare you disrespect young Master Futian in public? Are you tired of living? A man suddenly stood up from his seat, pointed at Xianxia, and cursed. Today, Xianxia had already disappointed the mood. Now that young Master Futian showed off his beauty, Xianxia once again did something disgusting and insulted young Master Futian. No one knew who gave Xianxia the courage to do so. Woof, however, as soon as the man's voice faded, De Huang Dog made his move. His majestic body turned into a golden light and rushed out with a swish, reaching the cultivator who spoke in the blink of an eye. The man's facial expression changed dramatically in an instant. He could feel an earth-shattering chi wave coming towards him. By the time he reacted, De Huang Dog had already appeared in front of him. Pu chi. Two sharp claws pierced through the man's shoulders. The man was heavily pressed to the ground by De Huang Dog. Blood kept gushing out from his shoulders. The tearing pain made the man scream miserably, making his hair stand on end. Damn dog, let me go. The man held, but he was merely a half-step immortal king. How could he be the opponent of De Huang Dog? De Huang Dog was lying on his body like a mountain, making him breathless. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't shake De Huang Dog at all. A strong sense of danger began to rise from the bottom of his heart. De Huang Dog's eyes were filled with ferocious light. He opened his bloody mouth and bit off the cultivator's neck. Blood gushed out crazily and he died tragically on the spot. Kiss. The unforeseen event made everyone gasp. No one had thought that Big Yellow could be so ferocious. He opened his mouth and bit the man to death. One should know that this was the territory of young Master Futian. No one had ever dared to behave atrociously here, let alone kill someone. Plus, De Huang Dog's action was so fast that the others only reacted after he killed the person. Damn dog! How dare you kill my young master? An old man was furious. A sharp sword appeared in his hand and slashed at De Huang Dog. The person who was just bitten to death by De Huang Dog was their young master. Just like the elder of Wang family, he only played the role of a bodyguard. Now that his young master was killed, how could he not be angry? Roar. De Huang Dog went berserk. He didn't want to talk nonsense with the old man. His speed was extremely fast, like an arrow leaving the bow. Before the opponent's long sword fell, his dog head had already hit the opponent's chest. Arg. The old man let out a shrill scream. His whole body was knocked away like a kite with a broken string. He fell heavily on the ground dozens of feet away. After moving a few times, he lost his breath. This blow was much more terrifying than the one he used to deal with the elder of Wang family. Even if it couldn't take the opponent's life, it was enough to cripple him. At this time, De Huang Dog's attack was already a killer. Because the appearance of Wu Ningzhu had made him understand that there would be a bloodbath here today. He knew Xianxia too well. Today's matter wouldn't be left unsettled. In that case, he didn't have any scruples in attacking. De Huang Dog's attack to kill two people directly caused an uproar. Waves of tyrannical momentum soared into the sky. The originally harmonious atmosphere of the exchange meeting instantly turned into a battlefield. Xianxia, what are you doing? Young Master Futian was also furious. He felt that it was a big mistake to invite the other party. Previously, the other party didn't give him any face. Now, the other party even destroyed his place. He must have eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard. Let her go. Xianxia's tone was incomparably cold. His eyes fell on Wu Ningzhu, full of heartache. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu was just standing there, but she didn't look at him at all. Even though De Huang Dog had made such a big noise, it couldn't attract Wu Ningzhu at all. The terrifying soul-manipulating technique of Corpsine sect had seriously injured Wu Ningzhu's soul, turning Wu Ningzhu into a puppet of young Master Futian. Xianxia, who do you think you are? How dare you have designs on young Master Futian's woman? Huang spoke aloud. Although De Huang Dog was incomparably terrifying, Huang wasn't afraid of him. He was a genius disciple of Yellow Spring sect, a peak early immortal king expert. He was very confident in his own strength. Roar. However, as soon as Hu Ying's voice faded, De Huang Dog lunged at him. De Huangdog's action was very simple. Whoever spoke would be killed. Among the people present today, no matter if they were the geniuses of the younger generation or the experts of the older generation, except for the terrifying young Master Fu Tian, none of them was a match for De Huangdog. What? Hua Ying exclaimed. De Huangdog's action was just too fast, so fast that he didn't even have the chance to react. That hard dog head was an invincible weapon that no immortal weapon could compare to. However, Hua Ying's reaction was very fast. The instant De Huangdog approached him, he raised his palm. His palm glowed with golden light, slapping at De Huangdog's head. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the dog's head and palm collided, producing another sound of iron striking. Large sparks burst out. In the end, Hua Ying couldn't resist the desolate force of De Huangdog. Although he wasn't killed by the collision like the old man, one of his palms was broken. How is this possible? Hua Ying was shocked beyond imagination. His eyes were filled with endless fear when he looked at the dog in front of him. 9 phantom wolves. On the other side, Xianxia also moved. As soon as he arrived, he casted the 9 phantom wolves. For a moment, the entire courtyard was filled with Xianxia's shadows, all of them rushing towards young Master Fu Tian. Courting death. Young Master Fu Tian was infuriated. Today's exchange was simply a disgrace to him. He swore that he would never let Xianxia go. With a wave of his hand, he struck out a gust of chilly wind, attacking those shadows of Xianxia. As a matter of fact, young Master Fu Tian was also somewhat surprised, because even with his intermediate immortal king cultivation base, he couldn't identify the real body of Xianxia at once. By the time young Master Fu Tian regained his senses, he found that the beauty beside him had already disappeared. Young Master Fu Tian raised his head and saw that Wu Ningzhu had fallen into Xianxia's hand, standing on the opposite side. Bastard, how dare you snatch my woman? You won't even know how you die. Xianxia, exchange her back now, and I'll let you die a quick death today. Young Master Fu Tian was furious. He had never been so angry before. He had always been the one who snatched other people's things. No one had ever dared to snatch his things. Xianxia treated young Master Fu Tian's words as fart. He looked at Wu Ningzhu with a distressed expression. He casted the Great Soul Derivation technique. Invisible soul power entered Wu Ningzhu's body and found that a soul seed had been branded in the depths of Wu Ningzhu's soul. This soul seed belonged to young Master Fu Tian. Sister Ning. Xianxia called softly. Wu Ningzhu slowly lifted her head, her hollow eyes looking at Xianxia with a complicated expression. Xianxia didn't know if Wu Ningzhu could recognize him at this moment, but he could feel the struggle and resistance in the depths of Wu Ningzhu's soul. Xianxia could feel the pain that Wu Ningzhu felt, but there was no way for her to resist. Seeing Wu Ningzhu's appearance, Xianxia's heart began to ache, but at the same time, Xianxia also felt fortunate. He felt fortunate that he was not late, fortunate that he had come to this matter, and even more fortunate that he had participated in today's exchange. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable once the full moon arrived. That kind of consequence was absolutely not something that Xianxia could bear, nor was it something that Wu Ningzhu could bear. Xianxia began to thank the old liar. Without the old liar, Xianxia might not have been able to come here. Xianxia, you are courting death. Young Master Fu Tian was infuriated. No one had ever dared to treat him like this. He swore that he would shred Xianxia into 1,000 pieces today. Kong, an incomparably powerful chi wave suddenly burst out of young Master Fu Tian's body. His movement was extremely fast, reaching Xianxia in the blink of an eye. His palm was radiating black light, incomparably creepy. His palm seemed lifeless, like the palm of the god of death, grabbing at Xianxia's back. Young Master Fu Tian was an intermediate immortal king expert. If he was hit by this attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful young Master Fu Tian was, he had met a tough opponent today. Xianxia wasn't that easy to deal with. If it was before, Xianxia might still put young Master Fu Tian in his eyes, but now, a figure like young Master Fu Tian wasn't even worth a fart in front of Xianxia. Xianxia was now a late golden immortal. Even if he didn't use the dragon transformation, he was already strong enough to fight an intermediate immortal king. If he used the dragon transformation, it would be very easy for him to kill an intermediate immortal king. Logically speaking, Xianxia could only deal with a genius like young Master Futian by using the dragon transformation. As a matter of fact, Xianxia didn't need to use the dragon transformation to deal with young Master Futian. To the cultivation technique of Corpsine sect, Xianxia himself had a great restraint on them. Just like how he dealt with the demonic devils of the evil clan, he suppressed them to the point that they couldn't exert their full combat strength. Today, in addition to the true dragon fire and true thunder fire, Xianxia also had the Qilin saint fire. Under such restraint, it would already be considered good if young Master Futian could exert half of his combat strength. Xianxia didn't even bat a glance at young Master Futian's attack. He struck out the true dragon palm with a wave of his hand. The terrifying blood-red dragon claw was covered with 3 types of flames that had fused together. It then slammed at young Master Futian's gloomy death god palm. Hong Long, violent energy spread out in an instant, overturning the entire courtyard. This was a contest between immortal kings. Even the void was torn apart. If it wasn't for young Master Futian's control, this strike was enough to destroy the entire matter. Under such a violent impact, young Master Futian's body couldn't help but sway. His face turned incomparably unsightly, looking at Xianxia with eyes full of disbelief. Impossible. This bastard is just a late golden immortal. How could he have such a powerful cultivation base? Plus, his attack has a great restraint on me. That's right, I can't exert my full combat strength. Young Master Futian couldn't help but be astonished. Even with his pride, he had to admit that Xianxia was the most terrifying genius he had ever seen. Although he wasn't afraid of Xianxia, he had never seen a late golden immortal genius who could be so domineering. Xianxia completely ignored young Master Futian's astonishment. He grabbed Wu Ningzhu's shoulders and opened the door of Zulong Tower. Sister Ning, I will personally kill him for you. I will kill everyone here. All those who disrespect you deserve to die. Xianxia's tone was very calm, but behind this calmness was an ocean-like fury. The god of slaughter was going to strike again. Today, this place was destined to be filled with rivers of blood. Xianxia kept Wu Ningzhu into Zulong Tower. Next, he would seek justice for Wu Ningzhu. Or rather, it wasn't justice, but an explanation. Initially, Xianxia didn't intend to fall out with young Master Futian. After all, young Master Futian's tyranny in this area had nothing to do with him. But now, things were no longer that simple. Futian had provoked him and touched his reverse scale. There was only one ending for him. Once some mistakes were made, they would have to pay with their lives. At this time, the atmosphere of the entire courtyard had completely changed. It had turned into a battlefield filled with the smell of blood. Everyone stood behind young Master Futian, standing opposite to Xianxia and De Huang Dog. But when they looked at Xianxia and De Huang Dog, their eyes were filled with fear. This man and dog were just too terrifying. Needless to say, De Huang Dog had already killed 2 of them. Not even Huiying was a match for him. As for Xianxia, who they had never thought highly of, it was only now that the scene had really attracted their attention. A puny late golden immortal could actually fight against young Master Futian without falling into a disadvantageous position. If they didn't see this with their own eyes, they would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. Seeing the battle, the old liar immediately flashed far away. He stood and watched from afar, but there wasn't the slightest fear on his face. Instead, there was a layer of unchanging atrophy on his face. The depth of his eyes was calm, as though the battle between immortal kings couldn't cause any ripple in his emotions. But when the old liar looked at Xianxia, there was undisguised admiration in his eyes. Obviously, Xianxia's performance was not only beyond young Master Futian's expectation, but also beyond the old liar's expectation. There were countless geniuses in East Xuanyu, but Xianxia could really make people's eyes light up. Xianxia, where did you take her? When young Master Futian saw that Wu Ningzhu was hidden by Xianxia, his eyes were about to spurt out fire. To him, Wu Ningzhu was too important. Ever since he got his hands on such a peerless beauty, he hadn't had the chance to touch her. Initially, he wanted to wait until the night of the full moon to help him cultivate, but he didn't expect that she would be snatched away by Xianxia. What shocked young Master Futian even more was that he couldn't sense the existence of Wu Ningzhu. Supposedly, he had controlled Wu Ningzhu's soul and planted a soul seed in the depths of Wu Ningzhu's soul, so he could sense the existence of Wu Ningzhu at any time. But now, after she was hidden by Jiang Chen, he couldn't sense the slightest bit of Wu Ningzhu's qi. How could young Master Futian bear this? The loss of Wu Ningzhu was too great for young Master Futian. She was his greatest treasure now. Young Master Futian, you've made an unforgivable mistake. I didn't intend to deal with you, but you've given me a reason to deal with you. This reason is like a sharp sword hanging above your head, about to fall. The angrier Jiang Chen was, the calmer his tone was. Only those who were familiar with him knew what kind of horror was behind this familiarity. Jiang Chen, you're courting death. No one has ever dared to fight here. You're the first. No one in this area dares to offend young Master Futian. A man spoke loudly. The people behind him seemed to be very loyal to young Master Futian. At this most critical moment, they resolutely stood by young Master Futian's side. As a matter of fact, they were absolutely not so loyal. But in their opinion, given young Master Futian's means, he would certainly be able to kill Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Therefore, they were just showing their attitude at this time. This attitude would help them build a good relationship with young Master Futian in the future. De Huang, seal this place. Today, I'll wash the manor with blood. Don't leave anyone here alive. They all deserve to die. Jiang Chen spoke to De Huang Dog. He would not feel the slightest bit of guilt for killing this kind of people, nor would he be soft-hearted. All right. De Huang Dog answered, then turned into a ray of light and rushed to the sky above the manor. De Huang Dog was proficient in all kinds of abstruse arrays. Given his current cultivation base, sealing this place was an incomparably simple thing. Young Master Futian had hurt Wu Ningzhu, which made De Huang Dog very angry. Just like Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog was also very excited. He was going to do something big as soon as he arrived in Eastern Dazzling Domain. He liked such excitement. Along the way, he and Jiang Chen had always been experiencing excitement and passion. They did things based on their own courage. Even if young Master Futian had any influence, once he offended them, the outcome would be the same. Make your move. All of you are going to die today. Jiang Chen drew out the Heavenly Saint sword. The surface of the sword was covered with a layer of flame. The raging fire shook the void, producing a whistling sound. Humph. Jiang Chen, you are too arrogant. You're just a puny little golden immortal. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Young Master Futian harumphed coldly. Although Jiang Chen had shown his power, he still didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes. He was still incomparably confident in his own combat strength. Corpse puppets. Young Master Futian bellowed. Two silhouettes suddenly rushed out like ghosts. They were two corpse puppets with disheveled hair. They were the puppets that young Master Futian had refined using the method of corpsing sect. Each corpse puppet had the combat strength of an intermediate immortal king realm. With the addition of two corpse puppets and young Master Futian, there were 3 intermediate immortal king experts on the scene. This made the opponents incomparably confident. They had witnessed the power of the corpse puppets of corpsing sect. They were killing machines that didn't know pain. Anyone who encountered them would be unlucky. They believed that after the 2 corpse puppets rushed out, they would be enough to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. Kill. Corpse puppets were the most powerful and sinister things of corpsing sect. They used powerful corpses to make them into killing machines. These corpse puppets didn't know pain and only obeyed the master's command to kill. As long as they weren't completely destroyed, they could continue to fight. These corpse puppets were the most terrifying. They were even more terrifying than ordinary immortal kings. Moreover, they had a great psychological impact on the opponent. The body of each corpse puppet was incomparably tough. After being refined by the cultivation method of corpsing sect, their body would be at least several times tougher than when they were alive. This was also the reason why very few people were willing to provoke the people of corpsing sect. The people of this sect cultivated evil arts and were cruel. In their hearts, there was no morality, only profit and desire. However, although others didn't dare to provoke such a sect, Jiang Chen dared to do so. Roar. The two corpse puppets roared and roared. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Xianxia. Their terrifying and eerie claws were trying to grab Xianxia. If Xianxia was caught by this attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Humph! Corpse phantoms dare to behave atrociously in front of me? Courting death. Xianxia coldly snorted. These corpse puppets were indeed fatal to others, but in front of Xianxia, they were nothing. Any means of his could restrain these corpse puppets. The heavenly saint's sword let out a dragon-like roar, turned into a long dragon, and slashed towards one of the corpse puppets with lightning speed. These corpse puppets didn't have intelligence. They only knew how to kill. In the face of Xianxia's powerful sword, they didn't dodge at all. They raised their hands that were emitting eerie corpse chi to resist. The corpse puppets didn't know how terrifying the heavenly saint's sword was. What was even more terrifying was the raging fire carried by the heavenly saint's sword. The fusion of three powerful flames was the natural enemy and nemesis of these corpse puppets. Pucci. The heavenly saint's sword had completely turned into a sword of punishment. Even though the corpse puppet had an intermediate immortal king cultivation base and an incomparably hard body, it still couldn't withstand the sharpness of the heavenly saint's sword. Additionally, the reason why the corpse puppet's body was so hard was because of the cultivation technique of corpsing sect. It was formed by the combination of corpse chi and yin chi, but such a hard body couldn't withstand a single blow from the heavenly saint's sword. The mighty corpse puppet, an intermediate immortal king expert, was slashed in half by the heavenly saint's sword, but it was still a corpse puppet after all. It was so strong that it made people speechless. Even after being slashed in half, it could still fight. Fire Dragon Seal. Xianxia casually waved his hand and unleashed the Fire Dragon Seal. A flaming dragon engulfed the two halves of the corpse puppet, and in the blink of an eye, the corpse puppet was completely incinerated into ashes. At the same time, Xianxia's long sword sliced the other corpse puppet in half. The terrifying flame turned into a sea of fire, incinerating the corpse puppet. In just a few blinks, two intermediate immortal king corpse puppets died in the hands of Xianxia. This scene stunned everyone on the scene, including young Master Fu Tian. He couldn't believe this was true. He knew very well how powerful the corpse puppets he refined were. Xianxia's power had truly moved him, and even made him feel a trace of fear. If young Master Fu Tian was already like this, let alone the others. Many of their faces turned pale. They looked at Xianxia as though they were looking at a devil king. This was a killing maniac. He was just too overbearing, completely beyond their imagination. It had subverted all their previous cognition. How could a puny late golden immortal have such powerful combat strength? Not far away, the old liar's eyes also lit up. Obviously, Xianxia's performance had truly shocked him. Kong, after the shock, it was followed by endless anger. Young Master Fu Tian was truly enraged. No one could imagine how furious he was at this moment. It could be said that he had never been so angry since he was born. In order to refine the two corpse puppets, young Master Fu Tian had spent a lot of energy. The loss of two corpse puppets was irreparable to young Master Fu Tian. Xianxia, you have really infuriated me. The mistakes you have committed are unforgivable. Don't even think about walking out of this matter today. I will certainly shred you into 1,000 pieces. Young Master Fu Tian was on the verge of exploding. A combat blade appeared in his hand. It was an incomparably cold and gloomy blade. With a casual movement, skulls emerged on the surface of the blade. The atmosphere of the entire courtyard began to turn gloomy. Blade of Death God! Young Master Fu Tian bellowed. The combat blade whizzed out and slashed at Xianxia. The terrifying combat blade carried the will of death, making people unable to help but feel fear. Along with the emergence of the combat blade was a cloud of death. Within the black cloud, hideous skulls could be seen everywhere. In addition to the power of the combat blade itself, the mightiness of this strike could also directly affect people's mind, shrouding the opponent in the shadow of death, putting the opponent in an extremely strong depression, and making them lose the will to fight. This was the real terror. Unfortunately, the opponent young Master Fu Tian encountered was Xianxia. Xianxia had experienced too many battles in his life. What kind of means had he not seen? With his firm will, there were very few means that could really affect his mind. Hell the heavenly saint's sword let out a roar and turned into a fire dragon. The thick and terrifying cloud of death was completely torn apart. All the influence disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the heavenly saint's sword and young Master Fu Tian's combat blade collided, producing a clanging sound like iron being struck. Kong, at the moment when the battle blade and the battle sword collided, the infinite raging fire turned into a fire dragon and rushed towards young Master Fu Tian. Under such a fierce oppression, young Master Fu Tian felt powerless and was forced to retreat. He was very depressed because the fire was too strong, so much so that he couldn't exert his true combat strength. Impossible. How is this possible? Young Master Fu Tian was driven mad. He couldn't imagine that he would be forced back by a golden immortal. This was something that he could never imagine before, but now it had really happened. Xianxia stood there with the combat sword in his hand. His eyes were cold to the extreme. His icy gaze kept sweeping across young Master Fu Tian's camp, making everyone's hair stand on end. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. Young Master Fu Tian shouted. However, no one moved. No one present was a fool. Most of them were immortal king experts. They could naturally see that Xianxia was too strong. They had underestimated Xianxia before. They had reason to believe that even if all of them joined forces, they would still be no match for Xianxia. Did you see that? They are all afraid. They don't even dare to move. Xianxia sneered. Xianxia knew very well that these people only came together for the sake of enjoyment. For the sake of mutual benefits, there was no sense of brotherhood. When it came to the critical moment, no one was willing to take the initiative to stand out, and no one was willing to joke around with their own lives. Do you think you can survive if you don't take action? If I'm defeated, Xianxia won't let you go. Young Master Fu Tian spoke incomparably coldly. As soon as these words came out, the crowd began to stir restlessly. Although they were afraid of Xianxia, what young Master Fu Tian said was right. They had witnessed Xianxia's means. He was a truly ruthless man. Judging from his attitude, he was going to start a massacre today. The strongest among them was young Master Fu Tian. If young Master Fu Tian was defeated, Xianxia would certainly not let them go. At the thought of this, some of them had already released their knights and weapons. At this time, they could only join forces and give it a try. As a matter of fact, the reason why they chose to join forces was that, in their opinion, it wouldn't be a problem to kill Xianxia with so many of them joining forces. No matter how powerful Xianxia was, he was only a late golden immortal. Fu Tian is right. Today, none of you will escape. All of you will die. I, Xianxia, have always done things this way. The combat sword in Xianxia's hand flickered with sparks constantly. If it was another genius like Fu Tian, Xianxia might have to use his dragon form to kill the opponent, but it wasn't necessary to deal with young Master Fu Tian. Under the powerful restraint of Fu Tian, he had the confidence to kill young Master Fu Tian without using his dragon form. After all, Xianxia had just arrived in East Xuanyu. It was good to keep some of his trump cards and means, which might play a vital role at the critical moment. This man is too arrogant. If we attack together, we will definitely be able to kill him. Young Master Fu Tian bellowed, brandishing his combat blade first. At the same time, Huang of Yellow Spring Sect was also ready to strike. A powerful combat sword appeared in his hand. He had suffered serious injuries while fighting Big Yellow just now, which made him extremely depressed and angry. Plus, he had the best relationship with young Master Fu Tian. So, he was the first one to stand out at the most critical moment. More importantly, like young Master Fu Tian, Huang had a backer, so he had an extraordinary sense of superiority. After all, the Huangquan Gate and the Corpsine sect were one of the 11 major forces, the strongest forces in East Xuanyu. As a genius of the Huangquan Gate, Huang had his own pride. Let's kill him together. Everyone was ready to attack. They firmly believed that as long as they joined forces, Xianxia was absolutely not a match for them. Moreover, they believed that young Master Fu Tian had yet to exert his full strength. I'm relieved to see that you are full of fighting spirit. The corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Then, he turned into a stream of light. He would not wait for the opponent to attack first. Even if they attacked together, he was not afraid. However, Xianxia did not like to waste unnecessary time. Since he was going to kill, he would be decisive. Puff! Arg! Screams rang out. Xianxia's movement was so fast that they didn't even have the chance to react. Xianxia had already rushed into their camp. Xianxia's long sword pierced through Huiying's chest. Raging fire kept burning in Huiying's body, burning away his vitality. No, I'm a member of the Huangquan Gate. You wouldn't dare to kill me. How could this be? Huiying raised his head and looked at Xianxia. His eyes were as cold as a demon king's, full of bloodthirst. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. He had always been proudest of being a disciple of the Huangquan Gate. He believed that this identity was enough for him to travel unimpeded in East Xuanyu. Unfortunately, he ran into Xianxia. Feeling the vitality in his body constantly draining away, Huiying truly understood what despair was. Fear and despair were two completely different feelings. Huiying had gone beyond fear. Xianxia had directly given him despair. The people of the Huangquan Gate will also die if they offend me. Xianxia drew out his long sword. He had already killed Huiying of the Huangquan Gate, dealing a fatal blow to the others. Those who were already prepared to attack were instantly dispirited. Fear. This was too fear. They had no idea how Xianxia attacked. They couldn't even see Xianxia's movements clearly. Under the situation where there were so many of them, how could Xianxia still enter their camp and kill immortal kings so casually? How were they going to fight this war? Puff! Puff! Xianxia didn't care about their shock. His attack was as fast as lightning, not giving them the slightest chance to react. With a slash, the heads of two half-step immortal kings were beheaded. The heads that flew up still had a look of fear on their faces. Blood gushed out like a fountain, leaving behind the brightest trace. That was the last color of their existence in this heaven and earth. Death and fear filled everyone's heart. Xianxia had destroyed their last psychological line of defense, making them finally understand that having more people didn't mean that they would be more powerful. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if they had young Master Futian, an intermediate immortal king, he still wouldn't be able to save their lives. Xianxia was a bloodthirsty devil king. He was ruthless, fast, and violent like a ghost. No one could resist him. Run! It was unknown who roared, but the crowd instantly fell into chaos. Only now did everyone realize that there was still a way to escape. Hence, they started to flee. The majority of the people here were immortal kings and had comprehended spatial laws. They could tear space apart and flee with their bare hands. No one cared about loyalty anymore. No one chose to stay and fight, because no one was a fool. This was a completely meaningless battle. What was left for them was only blood and death. Not good. This place has been sealed. We can't escape anymore. It's the Huang dog. I have no idea what kind of method that dog has used to seal this place. We can't escape anymore. We can only wait for death. Damn it. Could it be that these two frenzied bastards really want to kill all of us here? Isn't he afraid of offending others? Everyone's facial expression changed dramatically, because they discovered that they didn't even have the chance to escape anymore. When a person lost the last chance to escape, all that was left was despair. Wakaka, the Huang dog, was hovering in the air, shaking his head and laughing heartily. The old liar saw all of this, but there wasn't the slightest ripple in the depth of his eyes. Regarding the way Xianxia and the Huang dog acted, the old liar was full of admiration. That kind of lawless and fearless character really suited the old liar's taste. Xianxia, do you know what kind of people you have killed? Everyone here has a high status. You've caused a huge disaster. Someone yelled, trying to make Xianxia fear them and let them go. Asterisk swish. Asterisk. However, before this man could finish his words, Xianxia slashed down with his sword. That man seemed to be prepared and dodged hastily. Unfortunately, he was merely an early immortal king. How could he be a match for Xianxia? The two of them weren't on the same level. Despite his fast reaction, his arm was still chopped off by Xianxia. Mother asterisk cur. that man cursed. Meeting such a ferocious bastard was enough to make them depressed. Son of AB****, young Master Fu Tian. How did he provoke such a pervert? Someone cursed. This was all because of young Master Fu Tian. Even a fool could see that the reason why Jiang Chen was so angry was because of that beautiful woman. Before that woman appeared, even if Jiang Chen didn't give young Master Fu Tian face, he didn't have the intention to attack. But since young Master Fu Tian called out that beautiful woman, Jiang Chen was immediately angered. Obviously, that woman had a deep relationship with Jiang Chen. She was the most important person beside Jiang Chen. Therefore, the ultimate cause of this incident was young Master Fu Tian. They began to regret coming to this meeting and began to curse young Master Fu Tian for being an idiot. Why did he have to catch that beautiful woman? However, everything was too late. It was impossible to leave safely after plucking the tiger's whiskers. There were two things in this world that couldn't be touched. One was the reverse scale of a dragon and the other was the butt of a tiger. De Huang, kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Jiang Chen's voice thundered like the 9 heavens. His body was covered with mystical flames. Since he had decided to kill, there was no need to be polite or show mercy. He had already killed so many people, so he didn't care about the rest. As for identity? He had already killed Huiying of Huangquan Gate. Fu Tian of Corpsine sect must die today, let alone the others. Roar, Big Yellow let out a loud roar, then he dragged his majestic body and rammed into one of the men. Big Yellow's attacks had always been simple, he just needed to use his head to deal with everything. His head was the scariest weapon under the heavens, even a powerful king weapon couldn't compare to it. Anyone who underestimated Big Yellow's head would only end up with one fate. Ah, shrill screams rang out constantly and resounded over the entire villa, making people's hair stand on end. The beautiful scenery here had turned into a Shura area. Today was destined to be the last time Fu Tian Villa would hold the exchange meeting. Even this villa would not exist anymore in the future. De Huang Dog was incomparably ferocious. He slaughtered in all directions. No one was his opponent. The bloodline of the divine beast was displayed incisively by him. Those experts fled in all directions. No one dared to fight with De Huang Dog head-on. These people were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. They originally came to participate in the exchange meeting to enjoy themselves, but they didn't expect that they would have to pay with their lives. Now, they couldn't even escape. Many people began to envy Wang Yao and the elders of the Wang family. They envied them for offending Jiang Chen at the very beginning, but they were just thrown out of here. If only he could have been beaten up and thrown out, that would have been such a blissful thing. Young Master Fu Tian saw all of this. His face darkened to the extreme. He also began to regret inviting these two freaks. What kind of freaks were they? They were so strong that they were a little abnormal. Now, there were blood and corporeal bodies everywhere. It had completely turned into a slaughterhouse. The reputation of Fu Tian Manor in this area was destined to be destroyed. Jiang Chen, do you know what you are doing? Young Master Fu Tian spoke. He believed that Jiang Chen certainly didn't know what he was doing. This was something that even a madman wouldn't do. He believed that Jiang Chen had never considered the seriousness of the consequences. After killing so many people, it would be too difficult for him to find shelter in East Xuanyu. I only know what you have done. The price you have to pay for your mistake is your life. Jiang Chen spoke plainly. He had already locked on the chi of young Master Fu Tian. This guy was an intermediate immortal king expert. He must have some trump cards to escape. Jiang Chen would never give him the chance to escape. Killing young Master Fu Tian was the best explanation he could give to Wu Ningzhu. As for the others, they wouldn't pose any threat at all. De Huang Dog alone was enough to deal with them. Haha. Jiang Chen, you are too naive. Do you really think that you can kill me? I admit that you are indeed very strong, and your means can restrain me completely, but if you want to kill me with this, isn't it too childish? Young Master Fu Tian burst into laughter. He was still incomparably confident in his own means. He had never thought that he would die in the hands of a golden immortal one day. Such an ironic thing would never happen. Jiang Chen shook his head. He didn't want to waste time with young Master Fu Tian. He chose to attack directly. His speed was extremely fast, surpassing the spatial force of an immortal king. So fast. Young Master Fu Tian was shocked. Every time Xianxia attacked, it would make him shudder. Young Master Fu Tian didn't dare to be negligent. He fully unleashed his intermediate immortal King Qi. The combat saber in his hand radiated gloomy light, slashing at Xianxia. Clang. The saber and sword collided once more. Flames danced. Under the great restraint of the flames, young Master Fu Tian was once again pushed back a dozen meters. Humph. Xianxia harumphed coldly, not giving young Master Fu Tian the slightest chance to react. His footsteps turned mysterious, and he appeared in front of young Master Fu Tian in the blink of an eye. This time, he put away the Heavenly Saint sword. His left arm began to undergo extreme changes. Golden scales instantly covered his arm, and the head of a fire Qilin flashed out. Qilin Divine Arm. Xianxia uttered a deep voice. This was the skill he had just obtained, the Qilin Divine Arm. It was just the right time to test its power in front of young Master Fu Tian. What? Young Master Fu Tian's face turned pale with fright. He didn't think that Xianxia would have such a powerful technique. He could sense an extremely strong qi of danger from the ferocious Qilin head. Coupled with Xianxia's ability to restrain him, young Master Fu Tian knew that he would never be able to resist this strike. However, Xianxia's speed was too fast. The only thing young Master Fu Tian could do was to confront it head-on. Once his qi was locked by Xianxia, it was impossible for him to escape. Damn it! In desperation, young Master Fu Tian could only raise the combat saber in his hand to resist. Roar. The Qilin Divine Arm let out a deep roar and smashed forward with earth-shattering momentum. Kong Long. The Qilin Divine Arm was really terrifying. Its strength was even beyond Xianxia's imagination. Once it was displayed, the Qilin Divine Arm was much more terrifying than a powerful immortal weapon. Just like now, young Master Fu Tian's immortal weapon was directly bounced off, but the power of the Qilin Divine Arm didn't diminish at all. It heavily hit Xianxia's chest. Barf. Young Master Fu Tian was sent flying away. Blood spurted out from his mouth like a fountain. This blow alone was enough to make young Master Fu Tian suffer. Even if it couldn't directly take his life, it could make him lose 90% of his combat strength. Having lost his combat strength, young Master Fu Tian had no capital to contend with Xianxia anymore. Both of them were not on the same level. Bam. Young Master Fu Tian fell heavily on the ground, smashing a large pit. His face was extremely unsightly. Not to mention this area, he had never suffered such humiliation in the entire East Xuanyu. But now, the fear in his heart had far exceeded the humiliation. It was the fear of death. He wasn't a fool. Naturally, he could see that Xianxia was a fearless person. Such a person's style of action had always been ruthless and decisive in killing. Meeting such an enemy was the most terrifying, because no matter what identity or status you had, you couldn't pose the slightest threat to him. Therefore, young Master Fu Tian didn't hesitate. At the moment he was seriously injured by the Qilin Divine Arm, a golden spiritual talisman appeared in his hand. When his divine sense entered the talisman, it immediately turned into a wisp of green smoke and vanished. Swish. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia's figure had appeared in front of young Master Fu Tian like a ghost. The Heavenly Saint sword was pressed against young Master Fu Tian's neck, exuding an extremely cold murderous aura. Young Master Fu Tian, do you know who she is? Xianxia asked Lung Lung. Who is she? Asked young Master Fu Tian. As a matter of fact, he was also eager to know the answer to this question. Even if he was going to die, he wanted to know the answer. But one thing was certain, that woman must have a certain relationship with Xianxia. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have erupted with such uncontrollable anger when he saw her. She is my wife, so you know what kind of mistake you've made. I don't care what methods your corpse sect uses or who they deal with, it has nothing to do with me. However, you used the despicable methods of the corpse sect on my wife, so you must pay a heavy price, and that price is death. Xianxia's tone was indifferent to the extreme. At this moment, he was like a living god of slaughter. He was the judge who directly sentenced young Master Fu Tian to death. Haha. Xianxia, so what if she's your wife? I, young Master Futian, will get whatever I want. Do you think you can kill me just because you have hurt me? I have already sent a message to my father. My father will be here soon. I have to admit that you are the most heaven-defying genius I have ever seen. Unfortunately, even if you can defeat me, you are absolutely no match for an immortal emperor. After offending an immortal emperor, there will be no place for you in the entire East Xuanyu. Young Master Futian burst into laughter, seemingly unafraid of Xianxia. He didn't believe that Xianxia would dare to kill him. It's true that I'm no match for an immortal emperor, but I can guarantee that when your father arrives, he will only be able to collect your corpse. Xianxia spoke, thrusting the sword in his hand forward abruptly. The cold sword light instantly pierced young Master Futian's neck. Hold on. Young Master Futian shuddered in fear. Seeing the attitude of Xianxia, he was truly afraid. He could already see that this was a person who wouldn't be threatened at all. Putting aside the fact that his father was an immortal emperor, even if his father was an immortal venerable, Xianxia would still want to kill him. Xianxia had already steeled his heart. Do you have any last words? Xianxia's tone was as cold and emotionless as the god of death. Xianxia, you won't dare to kill me. I have already planted a soul seed in your wife's body. If I die, her soul will immediately collapse and die with me. If you don't believe me, you can try to kill her. If I die, your wife won't be able to live either. Young Master Futian gritted his teeth. Under normal circumstances, the soul seed wouldn't have a close connection with the soul of the person being controlled. For example, the women who were being controlled by young Master Futian were also controlled by the soul seed, but they didn't have the closest connection. As long as young Master Futian died, they would regain their freedom. But why did young Master Futian and Wu Ningzhu have a close connection with each other? Just like what young Master Futian said, if he died, Wu Ningzhu's soul would also collapse. I'm sorry, your soul seed has been isolated by me. As long as you die, your soul seed will disappear and won't affect my wife. Xianxia said indifferently. He had already discovered this situation before. For Xianxia, who practiced the great soul derivation technique, nothing could escape his perception. Wu Ningzhu's situation was indeed tricky, but Xianxia didn't care. Young Master Futian was right. Their souls had a close connection. But now, because of the existence of the Zulong Tower, the soul connection between young Master Futian and Wu Ningzhu had been directly isolated. In other words, the Zulong Tower and the outside world were two completely different worlds. No matter how powerful young Master Futian's means were, it was impossible for him to control someone from another world. Therefore, even if young Master Futian died, Wu Ningzhu wouldn't be affected in the slightest. Impossible. Xianxia, how did you do it? Young Master Futian roared with bloodshot eyes. As a matter of fact, he had already expected this, because he really couldn't sense the existence of Wu Ningzhu. She seemed to have vanished completely. Young Master Futian didn't believe that Xianxia could do it, but Xianxia had really done it. Therefore, he was eager to know what method Xianxia had used. At the same time, his entanglement with Xianxia was also to delay time until his father appeared. One should know that it was a piece of cake for a mighty immortal emperor to appear in any place. Even though this place was very far from Fu City, as long as his father received his request for help, he would be able to appear here very quickly. You won't have the chance to know, young Master Futian. Go on your way. Xianxia was determined to kill young Master Futian. He would never give the opponent the slightest chance. In front of him, all the tricks of young Master Futian were useless, including delaying time. Puqi. Xianxia's long sword pierced through young Master Futian's head with a sound of Puqi. No, young Master Futian was making his final struggle. His eyes were full of unwillingness, regret and disbelief, but all these emotions were useless. They couldn't make up for his miserable ending. Young Master Futian is dead. He killed young Master Futian. We are all finished. Damn it. How could this man be so brutal? He even dared to kill young Master Futian. He's a madman, a god of slaughter. What should we do? What should we do? Dead. We're all going to die. I really regret coming here today. This man is too powerful. Even young Master Futian, who is an intermediate immortal king, isn't a match for him, let alone us. The rest of them were trembling with fear. Big Yellow was already incomparably ferocious. In just a short period of time, he had killed a lot of them. Only half of the 30 of them were left. Now, even young Master Futian was dead. They were in complete despair. Big Yellow, you're right. The instant young Master Futian died, the women who were controlled by him immediately regained their sanity. They saw everything clearly. When they saw Xianxia killing young Master Futian, and thought of the torture they had suffered during this period of time, their eyes couldn't help but shed tears. Some of the fierce-looking women let out a roar, and then chose to commit suicide on the spot. This scene made Xianxia shake his head, but there was nothing he could do. He could help these people escape from the sea of fire, but he couldn't influence their next choice. In the Zulong Tower, Wu Ningzhu had also regained her sanity. She was at a loss at first, but then she saw everything that happened outside through the space inside the Zulong Tower. When she saw Xianxia killing young Master Futian, who was her nightmare, she couldn't restrain her emotions any longer. Xianxia. Wu Ningzhu's tears collapsed instantly. There was nothing more blissful than this moment. She had experienced despair and wild hope, and now, she was finally welcomed with a pleasant surprise. That man had long been imprinted in her heart. She knew that Xianxia would definitely appear to save her. When she was in despair, that figure that wasn't considered powerful but gave her enough sense of security was her greatest hope. Being rescued from the sea of fire by the man she loved was a happy thing. At least to Wu Ningzhu, this was a happy moment. Tian'er. Right at this moment, a voice filled with sadness and anger suddenly resounded in the sky like a clap of thunder. After that, a muscular middle-aged man appeared. As soon as the man appeared, the entire sky was shrouded by an indescribable pressure. The formation set up by Big Yellow was immediately broken. Big Yellow, this was a mighty immortal emperor, a true emperor. In East Xuanyu, an immortal emperor could be considered as a superior and a true expert. The gap between an immortal king and an immortal emperor was unimaginable. It was an insurmountable gap. Fu Kuwei, the city lord of Fu City, the father of Fu Tian. He was a very famous and mighty immortal emperor in this region. No one would dare to offend him. At this moment, seeing his son's head being pierced by a long sword, Fu Kuwei's anger was imaginable. No one could resist the might of an immortal emperor. Even Xianxia's facial expression changed. He was merely a golden immortal. There was an unimaginable gap between him and an immortal emperor. This was the first time that Xianxia had seen an immortal emperor. His heart was somewhat shaken. End of chapter 1427. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.